Chapter 16:10. Deshua didn't know how to answer his captain's question. This was a woman's private matter. How could he tell the unmarried captain? As for the other unmarried comrade, De Eel, it was easy to get rid of him. He said, De Eel, go to the side. Don't cause trouble. How am I causing trouble? I'm just standing here and listening to you. I'm not disturbing you. Me too. Before De Eel could finish, he received the Demon King's gaze. He quickly turned around and walked away, not daring to stay. After he left, Li Jinyan asked in a tense voice, "What's going on?" Qing Niao's health was so serious that she had to hide it from her comrade. Yi Qian was a female soldier. Her training was no different from that of a male soldier. However, now that she was in trouble, as the captain, Li Jinyan had to be more concerned. After sending away his unmarried comrade, Deshua, who was still hesitating, cleared his throat and said vaguely, "It's not a big deal, Captain." "As long as you know it's not a big deal, Yi Qian can solve it herself." "What's with the hot water?" Li Jinyan, the bachelor, still hadn't reacted. It wasn't that he was slow, but that he had never encountered such a situation before. Deshua was married. He was 31 years old and his child was already 3 years old. Male soldiers who had a wife knew more about women's matters. Seeing that his wise and powerful Demon King still didn't understand, Deshua sighed and said, "Demon King, it's time for you to find a girlfriend." Yi Qian is uncomfortable because of what girls do every month. Junior high school biology, I know. As long as he mentioned that, Li Jinyan immediately understood. His expression was a little stiff as he interrupted Deshua and said in his usual cold tone, "Hot water. How do you want to solve it?" Deshua looked around. It wasn't easy to solve. They needed a fire to have hot water. This place wasn't suitable for a fire. Let's wait for Yi Qian to bring it up herself. We'll pretend we don't know so she won't feel awkward. Pretending not to know was indeed a good way to resolve the awkwardness. When Yi Qian returned, he found that his equipment was already being carried by the Demon King. Seeing her come over, he said calmly, "You don't look too good. We'll take turns carrying the equipment." There were no more superfluous words. His tone sounded like he was telling Yi Qian that the reason they made such arrangements was because they did not want to affect the marching speed of the army. Yi Qian, on the other hand, noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere. For example, when the Demon King was talking to her, he was not looking at her. Instead, he looked away as he spoke. This was not the Demon King's style at all. Li Jinyan suddenly felt that he could not withstand Yi Qian's gaze. He lowered his head to look at the time to hide the unnatural expression on his face. There are still 7 minutes left. Take a break. With that, he turned around and left with Yi Qian's equipment. Yi Qian stared at his back as he left in a hurry. She could not help but narrow her eyes. She did not even get a chance to say a word before he left immediately after he finished speaking. Something was obviously wrong. Her gaze was also very tangible, especially when she was only looking at one spot. Although it was very faint and did not seem to be aggressive, it contained a sharpness that could see through people's hearts. Li Jinyan, who was still carrying a backpack, could not help but quicken his steps. It would have been better if he did not know. Now that he knew, he felt a little awkward. He should take care of her. When it was time to take care of her, he would take care of her. Otherwise, he would appear to be unreasonable. Chapter 16:11. When Big Eel saw that Yi Qian had returned, he was about to go over and ask her if she was feeling unwell and if she wanted Deshua to take a look. However, just as he got up, he was stopped by Deshua. "If Qing Niao really has any problems, she'll tell us. She's not telling us now because she doesn't want us to know. Do you want to make Qing Niao feel uncomfortable?" He managed to persuade Big Eel. However, it could be seen from this that although Yi Qian had only spent a short time with the members of the Storm Commandos, they were like old comrades who had been together for a few years. Yi Qian was already shy when it came to such matters. If Big Eel really went over to ask her, although she could find an excuse to cover it up, she would really feel a little uncomfortable. There was no need to let the whole team know about a normal physiological matter. After the break, the Storm Commandos set off again. This time, they were even faster than before. Originally, they were weaker than the Snowfield Brigade when it came to mountain warfare. If they did not seize the opportunity, they would be hunted down and killed by the wolves of the Snowfield Brigade. The Snowfield Brigade also rushed towards the hunting area as fast as they could. The senior generals in the command center watched as the 44 green and red dots that represented the number of people all rushed towards the final battle area. The green dots represented Group A, and the red dots represented Group B. Surprisingly, the red and green dots were moving at almost the same speed. For a moment, the generals of both the Navy and the Army laughed. Watching the strongest special forces in battle was even more exciting than watching a drill. Although it was not a large-scale confrontation and they did not even have high-tech equipment, their battle greatly stimulated everyone's most primitive desire to win. It looks like they'll meet in this area. Judging from the time, they can only see their own battle area. As for going to the other party's battle area, there's no way for them to do so. From the time we arranged, they didn't have time to go to the final battle area in advance. Now that they have an extra 2 hours, it can be seen that both sides have already made arrangements. The most basic battle strategy of both sides is the same, which is also very desirable. It looks like we've underestimated them. We should add another event to the list. Major General Yang of the Army laughed heartily. Looking at those flashing green dots, Major General Yang was satisfied. In terms of time, the Snowfield Brigade had very good control over time, and from a strategic point of view, it was also desirable. However, he had encountered Li Jinyan, who was on par with him in terms of strength, so the time strategy could only be said to be a draw. Now, it was time to see their true abilities. The two teams met on the other side of the lake. Xia Jinyuan flashed the searchlight at the other side of the lake tentatively. Then, the searchlight flashed back at him. The Demon King is an opponent. We're racing against time, and he's racing against time as well. To think that both sides would meet. J5 smiled and sighed. Now, no one can think of exploring the enemy's combat zone. Everyone, head to the 4th combat zone. They were currently in the 5th combat zone. Xia Jinyuan spread out the combat zone map and pointed at an intersection. Meet them here and head to the combat zone together. He wanted to ask about Little Fox's physical condition. Calculating the time, today or tomorrow should be Little Fox's special day as a girl. Carrying 25 kilograms of combat equipment and being drenched in the rain, he did not know how she was doing. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had no problem with his arrangements. The next 2 events would need to be completed together. Tonight, they could meet up and talk about what they had learned over the past few days. Chapter 16:12. After this warm-up match was over, they would organize another match on a larger scale next year. It would be a match between the two teams the entire time, and it would be even more exciting than this. At 7:40 p.m., the two teams met at the intersection of the 4th combat zone. The members of the two teams patted each other's shoulders and thumped each other's chests as their laughter echoed in the night. When the two teams met, they did not stop. The two teams advanced side by side, one on the right and one on the left. Impressive. We were thinking of taking the time to explore your territory, but who knew that you were already there? You're different. The Demon King also arranged for us to visit your territory. But someone flashed a light in our direction, and the Demon King told us that we could return to the 4th combat zone tonight. When the members of both teams talked about this, they had helpless expressions on their faces. Li Jinyan, who was walking at the front, said to Xia Jinyuan, "We returned empty-handed." "Same here," Xia Jinyuan said with a smile. He would occasionally turn around and look behind him. "Tonight, the two teams can sit down and have a chat. Let's hear what you've learned over the past 2 days first." Li Jinyan knew he was anxious to find Yi Qian, so he said, "Qing Niao is in the middle of the group. She's not feeling too well." "Thank you. I'll go over and take a look now." When Xia Jinyuan heard that his girlfriend was not feeling well, he got a little anxious. "I'll come over to look for you later." "Sorry." With that, he turned around and strode off. Li Jinyan turned around and looked at his back. There was a hint of darkness in his cold eyes. Once again, he felt that Q King treated Qing Niao differently, but he could not pinpoint the difference. Xia Jinyuan had already walked up to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was talking to T6. When he came over, T6 wanted to make room for him, but he saw his captain holding his girlfriend's hand domineeringly and leaving the group. T6 pursed his lips and chuckled. He gave his captain a thumbs up. Xia Jinyuan only had eyes for his girlfriend. He did not have the time to look at his comrades. He held Yi Qian's hand under the cover of the night. The coldness made his heart sink a little. Other than the warmth in his palm, his fingers were cold. "Are you on your period?" he asked directly. He knew Yi Qian was shy, so he said, "I'm your boyfriend. As a man, I should know this. And as a boyfriend, I should know when my girlfriend's special days. How are you now? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Qian's face stiffened. She really didn't know that he knew about this. "I'm fine." After taking a deep breath, Yi Qian lowered her head and said softly, "Don't make a fuss. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere." He tightened his grip on her hand slightly, his low voice filled with heartache. "You're so stubborn. Even Demon King Li has noticed that your body isn't in good condition. And your hands are so cold. You should be more careful when you're on your period." Yi Qian felt uncomfortable. Why did he keep bringing up her period? "Let's talk about something else. My hands will be cold after being in the rain. Will our teams be spending the night together tonight? We'll split up again after the 2 events tomorrow." Yi Qian started to change the topic. "It's a little different from what I imagined. At first, I thought it would be 2 teams competing every day." She was so shy that she even avoided talking about such a topic with him. Xia Jinyuan sighed softly. There was nothing else he could do but feel sorry for her. "Let me warm your hands for you. I'll come over later to help you warm your feet." Chapter 16:13. Don't doubt that Major Xia was just joking. He was serious about this matter. Sensing that Yi Jian didn't take his words to heart, Major Xia raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't say anything, but he planned to put his words into action tonight and let her know that he wasn't just joking. Yi Qian did not take his words seriously. The members of both teams would be together tonight. No matter how bold he was, he would not come to her place in the middle of the night. It was already past 10 p.m. when they arrived at the 4th combat zone. The members of both teams who had not slept in bed for a few days were already used to sleeping at night. They found a large rock that could shelter them from the wind. The 2 teams spread the waterproof cloth on the ground, then divided into groups to quickly set up the waterproof cloth. A simple shelter that could temporarily shelter them from the wind and rain was presented perfectly. To them, setting up a temporary tent to shelter them from the wind and rain did not take much time. It took less than 20 minutes for the 40-odd people to work together. Yi Qian was arranged to sleep in a position slightly further in. She was a female soldier, so she could train like a male soldier. However, in terms of daily life, there were still differences between men and women. The sleeping bag was a multi-purpose sleeping bag that was the same color as the forest combat uniform. It was windproof, rainproof, and cold-proof. If there was an enemy situation, she could quickly stand up and hide. It would not affect her flexibility. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were still talking. Both of them lowered their voices as they talked about the battle that had taken place over the past few days. Yi Qian, who had spread out the sleeping bags, glanced at them. Then, she silently spread out the sleeping bags that the two of them did not have time to spread out. Following that, she went to settle her own personal matters. She felt much more comfortable now. There was no longer that faint feeling of falling. Her body also felt much lighter. She believed that she would be able to completely recover after a good night's sleep. She didn't think that normal bloodshed would occur during the mission. How diligent. You even spread out sleeping bags for the two of us. Xia Jinyuan watched as Yi Qian left the team alone. He originally wanted to chase after her, but he held himself back. If he followed her at a time like this, his little fox would blush again. Also, she could have just spread out a sleeping bag for her boyfriend. Why would she spread it out for Demon King Li? Wasn't she tired? He would tell her about it later. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "You have a good relationship with Qing Miao." "Not bad. After all, I watched her grow up." Xia Jinyuan answered calmly. It was obvious that he understood the meaning behind the Devil King's words, but he didn't want to answer directly for the time being. "She's a very unique female soldier. I've only seen her in my life." In his entire life, he had only met her. Even though he didn't give a direct answer, he did explain a little to Li Jinyan. This explanation caused the darkness in Li Jinyan's cold eyes to waver a little. He had only seen her in his life. He wanted to say, was she the only one in his eyes? His heart suddenly felt a little stuffy. Xia Jinyuan did not give him time to think further. Instead, he went straight to the point. "I've been training with you guys at the beach every day, so I really thought you guys weren't familiar with mountain warfare. Your commander is too humble. He's so humble that I really thought you guys weren't familiar with land warfare. During these 2 days of mountain warfare, I realized that you guys were definitely humble. I really admire you. You managed to lead the Storm Commandos in a little more than a year. You're proficient in all kinds of martial arts. You've made a newly formed team from nothing into an elite force. Demon King, you've contributed a lot." Chapter 16:14. With a cold expression, Li Jinyan stretched his long legs and changed into a more comfortable sitting position. He suppressed the irritation in his heart for some reason, and after a while, he said calmly, "I've given a military order to train this team into a sharp knife within 2 years. It's been exactly 1.5 years now, so I only have half a year left. Back then, when we were named the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Commandos, the army hoped that we would be a team that could enter the sea and level the land, instead of just fighting on the sea. If I slack off even a little, Commander Dong won't be able to answer to the army. After all, it was Commander Dong who made him the captain of the commandos despite all the difficulties in the first place." When it came to training, Li Jinyan was obviously more talkative than usual. "In February this year, I took them to the junction of Guangdong and Guangxi, as well as Ulaanbaatar and the desert for a 2-month wilderness survival training. The results were still very good. There are 6 scouts in our team, 3 from the Army and 3 from the Navy. Through systematic training, the 6 of them exchange their experiences from time to time. Now, there's no difference between the sea and the land for the 6 of them. There's a very big characteristic of the Storm Commandos, which is that not all of the members are from the Navy. They're formed from the sea, the Army, and the Air Force. Therefore, although our daily training revolves around the sea, we've never slacked off on land training. Otherwise, we wouldn't be qualified to be amphibious." His words made Xia Jinyuan nod repeatedly. He could already tell that although the storm commandos focused on the sea, they were not like stranded whales on land that could not move. Once they took off the rubber diving suits and put on the land combat uniform, the two of them were as fierce as tigers released from their cages. It's true that the army doesn't only limit you to fighting on the sea. Being able to enter the sea and level the land is the army's hope for you, and Xia Jinyuan's voice lowered a lot and there was a hint of a smile in his voice. I have a guess. This unusual competition is very likely to be the army's observation of us. He and Li Jinyan had known each other for many years. With their mutual understanding, the Demon King must have had his suspicions long ago. It was just that he was a man of few words and did not like to say it out loud. Li Jinyan, who was taking off his helmet, was surprised when he heard this. He held the helmet in his hand and rubbed the edge of the helmet with his fingers. He said thoughtfully, "It seems that I'm not the only one who thinks so. I feel that the military headquarters is selecting the best of the best." After saying that, the two people in the dark instantly fell silent. The night was too dark, and even though they were sitting so close to each other, they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. They could only feel that each other's expressions were a little tense. Selecting the best of the best. It seems that not all of the members will go to war, but the quota is limited, Xia Jinyuan said softly. Now that you think about it, everything makes sense. This explained why they didn't fight together in this competition. Instead, they split up at the beginning, met up in the middle, and split up again at the end. Exhausting their abilities and stimulating their potential was one of the goals, but the most important goal was to select people. Even in a group of outstanding soldiers, there were superior, intermediate, and inferior ones. What the army wanted was the most superior soldiers. They wanted the best of the best, the best of the best. When Yi Qian, who had just returned, heard the phrase, selecting the best of the best, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. When she heard Xia Jinyuan's last words, there was undisguised surprise in her eyes. Chapter 16:15. What's going on? Could it be that not everyone can go abroad to fight? She paused. Xia Jinyuan, who had been paying attention to her movements, saw that she hadn't moved. He apologized to Li Jinyan and hurriedly got up and walked over. His lowered voice couldn't hide his worry. Are you not feeling well? Do you need some hot water? No, I don't need it. Yi Qian didn't expect him to come over directly. She quickly explained, I'm fine. I was just a little surprised when I heard what you said. Previously, the Major General said that she was going to train with the two teams to represent the country to fight abroad. If there was a selection, then she only had a 50% chance of being selected. Thinking of this, Yi Qian's expression became serious. There was a hint of stubbornness between her eyebrows. If there was a selection, she definitely wouldn't run away. She would work harder to fight for the opportunity. That way, she wouldn't disappoint the Major General. The searchlight on the helmet was turned on. Xia Jinyuan looked at her face worriedly. Yes, her complexion was indeed much better than before. Her delicate lips also had a faint pink luster. Come and sit down. Let's talk about something. If there was a selection, of course, he wanted her to go. If not for anything else, he wanted her to fight for his pride. In the command center, the Major General and the Navy Commander looked at the red and green dots representing the two team captains. They had been in close contact for 10 minutes. The Major General raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He said to the Navy Commander helplessly, Old Dong, why do I feel like something is wrong? It's like they'll make a move tonight. There were certain loopholes in the arrangement of this competition. It wasn't surprising that they found out about the military's specific intentions. The Navy Commander sighed and said, Paper can't wrap fire. The competition has been going on for 3 days. The two team captains must have a lot of questions in their hearts. Now that they've met and asked each other a little, our ultimate goal can't be hidden. Or maybe they found out. Now they've guessed. Before he could finish his sentence, the Navy commander saw the small dot representing Qing now approaching. This is great. The three zhuge liangs are together. Tonight, they'll definitely know what we're trying to do. The Major General heard this and immediately looked back at the big screen. He laughed and said, I'm sure they've already guessed part of it. Now that the three of them are together, they're probably discussing this topic. Participating in the competition next year was no small matter. It was a matter of national glory. Although there were 44 elite special forces training together this time, there was a limit to the number of people who could represent the country in battle. Yi Qianjian had taken up one of the spots, so there were only 19 spots left. If the three of them know now. The Navy commander smiled and said, basically, the three of them are taking up the spots. So it doesn't matter if they know. As a battle commander, my analytical ability is naturally better than my team members. If they know, then let them know. Chapter 16:16. In that case, for the sake of fairness, let's announce it to all the team members. The Major General of the Army stopped smiling and looked at the big screen with a serious expression. Let them do their best for themselves. The Navy commander agreed and nodded. Only with competition can there be improvement. Only with motivation can there be hope. Let's see who will rise and fall. Just as the two senior generals had guessed, the three of them were indeed discussing this matter. Yi Jian said, if that's the case, then I. She looked at the two black figures that couldn't be ignored even in the darkness around her. I will do my best to become a female soldier who can stay. Then I can't lose. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved up slightly, revealing a faint, evil and confident smile. The female soldiers have all stayed. As the leader, I can't lose. Li Jinyan's answer was concise as usual. Same here. Then there's a very important question. Do we need to tell our comrades? The military didn't give us any clear instructions. It's obvious that they don't want us to know. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, his handsome face darkened. We need to contact the command center. Otherwise, it will not be fair to them. Unless all three of us don't participate. However, this was impossible. This kind of thing was the captain's business. Although she didn't have the right to speak, she could still say something. Yi Qian pursed his lips and said, I'm also one of the team members. Now that I know, the others don't know. Just as Q King said, it won't be fair to them. This was because everyone wanted to represent their country and fight for their country's glory. Contact the military. Contact the military. Two voices sounded at the same time. Xia Jinyuan looked at Li Jinyan and said, now, let's go together and contact each other. Yi Qian got up. Then I won't disturb the two of you. I'll go back and rest first. Good night. The two young majors who still had work to do nodded and watched her leave. Soon, the Navy commander and Major General of the Army in the command center received a call from their proud subordinate. Just as they had guessed, they really called to ask for confirmation. 5 minutes later, the members of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team and the Snow Region Special Forces were informed. The sudden news made them, who had always been calm, stunned for a few seconds. That's how it is. We guessed it 10 minutes before you guys did. After confirming with the military, we immediately gathered and informed our comrades. So, we're not just comrades, but also rivals. Xia Jinyuan stood at the front to announce the news. For this kind of thing, the sooner it was announced, the better. The quota is limited. The military didn't tell you exactly how many quotas there are. You just need to remember that all of you have the opportunity to bring glory to our country. Whether you can represent our country or not depends on your own ability. Yi Jian, who was standing upright, suddenly recalled Uncle Jen's words, if you're strong enough, you'll definitely stand at the highest peak for the world to look up to. Suddenly, her heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Her pair of clear eyes seemed to be burning with a ball of fire, burning until her eyes were black and bright. For a moment, they were even more dazzling than diamonds. She didn't need the world to look up to her. She just needed to live up to this new life. Chapter 16-17. After the temporary assembly, Yi Qian could clearly feel that the atmosphere had changed. It was like a loaded arrow, filled with killing intent. Go for it, brother. Okay, don't cry when you lose. Looks like I can't go easy on you anymore. Let's see who's better. Qin Niao, from now on, I can't treat you as a female soldier. If I offend you in any way, please forgive me. Because I'm a soldier and I have my mission. It tells me that I have to keep moving forward. Big Eel stood in front of Yi Qian. The water ghost looked at Yi Qian seriously. From now on, we are comrades and also opponents. Yes, Big Eel. From now on, we are comrades and also opponents. So please don't treat me as a female soldier. Because a female soldier will not admit defeat just because she is a female soldier. Because a female soldier is also a soldier and has a fearless military spirit. Yi Qian looked at him with a smile and answered him seriously. She was a female soldier, but she had her own beliefs and pursuits. She was ready to go and fight for glory. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing behind her, smiled. His handsome and elegant face had a deep smile. As he looked at his girlfriend, the gentleness in his eyes rippled like water. After Big Eel left, he took a few steps forward and stood a certain distance away. The tall man stood quietly and looked at her deeply. Qin Niao, I'm the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed Q King. From tonight onwards, you are my comrade and also my opponent. I won't be modest just because you are a female soldier, and I won't give you special treatment because of our relationship. I am a soldier, I have my principles and I have my mission. As for you, as a soldier, you don't need others to be modest, nor do you need special treatment. I will always believe in you. I believe that as a female soldier, you will overcome all obstacles and become an outstanding Special Forces soldier. As her boyfriend, Major Xia also said the same thing to his girlfriend. Look, this was the love between them. It was a unique love, a love that was even more dazzling than those romantic relationships. They were lovers, comrades in arms, and rivals. Their love in this life would be more exciting than anyone else's love. Yi Qian turned around and looked at the young major who had always spurred him on. His bright eyes were like crescent moons as he smiled. Thank you, Captain Xia. Thank you, Q King. Thank you, my boyfriend. You used your unique way to protect her growth and made her so happy. Not far away, Li Jinyan smiled as he watched. He finally understood why he had a subtle feeling every time he saw the two of them. As long as the two of them were together, their smiles, their words, even if they were just standing together and not doing anything, there was a kind of intimacy that no one could get close to. Turning around, Li Jinyan returned to his seat without hesitation. At the same time, he moved his sleeping bag a little further away, leaving more space for the two of them who couldn't be intruded. They were comrades in arms, rivals, and lovers. It was already very late at night. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in his sleeping bag, turned slightly to his side. He used his hands to tightly hug Yi Qian's cold feet, using his body temperature to warm them up. He wouldn't give in to her during the competition, but in life, he would definitely do his best to take care of her and make her happy. Yi Qian struggled for a while and stopped moving. He had already experienced his stubbornness. He was a man of his words. When he said that he would cover her feet, he definitely wasn't joking. Chapter 16-18. That night, Yi Qian slept very soundly. Her cold feet seemed to be warmed by a ball of fire. The warmth spread from the soles of her feet to her limbs and bones. It was so warm that when she opened her eyes and woke up, she found that her forehead was slightly sweaty. Realizing that her legs were still in his arms, Yi Jian's face, which was full of vitality, blushed even more. She kicked her legs lightly, trying to get out of his arms. As soon as she moved, the man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. His handsome eyes were like the cold moon breaking through the clouds. His gaze was so cold that it was suffused with a little bit of cold light. His hand was already holding the rifle. The moment he opened his eyes, Xia Jinyuan entered combat mode. This was a man who, as long as he was wearing his military uniform, combat uniform, or training uniform, was always in combat mode or in preparation for combat, no matter what he was doing at the time. At this moment, Yi Qian quickly pulled her feet back and sat up quickly, looking like she was about to get out of bed and get ready to get up. It was still early. The assembly time was 5:30 in the morning. Right now. Yi Qian looked at the time. It was still 15 minutes to 5 o'clock. She remembered that Xia Jinyuan didn't agree to it. He hugged her feet again and didn't get up. He lazily said, "You can still sleep for a while. Don't worry. None of our comrades are up now. If you stand like this, the sentinels will notice you. If they notice you, they will notice me. Little fox, do you think the sentinels will see me hugging your feet?" Major Xia, who had his eyes closed, said softly. Because he had just woken up, his deep and slightly cold voice had a hint of sexy hoarseness. "If you want the sentinels to see you, just sit. I won't mind." Yi Qian didn't think too much about it. After being reminded, she raised her eyes like a deer and looked around vigilantly. Her comrades hadn't gotten up yet. The sentinels were 5 meters away from them. Fortunately, they didn't notice her little action. The major, who had his eyes closed, seemed to know what she was doing. He slowly opened his eyes, and his deep, dark eyes were filled with smiles. "The sentries are the scouts of the water ghouls. Little fox, do you want to continue sitting there?" She didn't dare to continue being a role model. Yi Qian, whose heart was racing, was afraid that she would wake her comrades up if she spoke. She could only lie down again. She helplessly said to the major who was hugging her feet, "Hurry up and let go. It's going to be dawn soon. It won't be good if they see us. There's still some time before dawn. Don't worry. Why don't you sleep beside me for a while longer?" The major had his eyes closed, and he wasn't worried about being discovered in the slightest. He said in a calm and collected manner, "With me here, do you still need to worry about being discovered? If they see us, they'll see their comrades taking care of their comrades." Major Xia was the best at arguing irrationally. He wasn't worried, but she was. Yi Jian, who did not dare to move too much, did not directly argue with the unreasonable man in order to successfully withdraw her feet. Instead, she negotiated with him, "Then you have to let go of me so that I can go over." When he let go, she immediately got up. Xia Jinyuan knew his girlfriend very well. If he let go, she would run away immediately. He was even worried that his comrades would see him covering her feet. If the two of them slept side by side. TSK, would little fox be willing? Don't even think about it. The shy little fox would never agree to it. Chapter 16-19. How about I hug your feet and warm you up a little more? Are you satisfied with being treated like a human furnace? Major Xia, who had seen through her little plan, remained unmoved and only hugged her feet tightly. The military multi-purpose sleeping bag was different from normal sleeping bags. Normal sleeping bags were designed according to the human body, with wide shoulders and narrow feet. The multi-purpose sleeping bags they were using now had sleeves that resembled clothes. It was designed to make it easier for soldiers to quickly grab their guns when they noticed something unusual while sleeping. The sleeping bag had a double-ended zipper. In order to allow Yi Qian's legs to be close to his body, Xia Jinyuan pulled the zipper up to his chest and hugged Yi Qian's legs. Therefore, as long as Yi Qian moved slightly, he could feel the wind and the mountains rushing towards his chest. Therefore, he sighed softly and said, "Don't move. My chest is cold. You don't want me to catch a cold, right?" She could still rest for a while. She was in a special situation right now, so she had to rest well. Even though Yi Qian knew that he was deliberately acting pitiful, he couldn't bear it and could only whisper, "I'm much better now. I wasn't in good condition yesterday, mainly because I've been soaking in the water every day. Now, I'm really fine after sleeping for a night. If you don't believe me, I'll come over and let you take a look." Xia Jinyuan believed him. When he heard this, he let go of his hands and sat up. He reached his right hand out of the sleeves of the sleeping bag and gently stroked Yi Qian's cheek. It was very warm. His body temperature was indeed much more normal than last night. As for whether his qi and blood were good, there was no way to tell at the moment. He could only wait until dawn to find out. Finally, he could pull his legs back. Yi Qian instantly breathed a sigh of relief and even his expression became lighter. He didn't stop Xia Jinyuan from stroking his face. "Do you feel that my body is much warmer?" She felt the gentle touch of his fingers on her face. It was very light and very soft, like a flower gently falling into her heart, filled with a sweet floral fragrance that made her feel sweet. Yi Qian smiled at the man who only had a rough outline. The corners of his mouth were a little deep. "I couldn't take care of my body during training, but I won't push myself when I'm resting." During training and missions, no matter how bad her body was, she had to hold on. This was the tenacious willpower that a soldier must have. When she was resting, she would adjust her body so that her body wouldn't be unable to get the rest it needed when she was resting. She needed to be strong, but she wouldn't push herself just for a moment of strength. Xia Jinyuan then looked at his girlfriend sitting in front of him and laughed softly. "Indeed. It seems like I was a human furnace last night. You sound like you're energetic, so there shouldn't be any big problems. I can't bear this kind of thing for you, so I'll have to trouble you." Yi Qian. It was better to change the topic. She didn't want to talk about her physical problems at all. However, it was indeed because of him that she was able to sleep so soundly last night. She thanked him graciously. "Yes, thanks to Q King for taking care of me last night, I'm so energetic now." "How are you going to thank me?" Xia Jinyuan didn't give Yi Qian any time to catch her breath. He quickly said, "I'll be happier if you thank me sincerely. Of course, we can only record it now. We'll talk about it after training." After bringing his girlfriend to his unit, Major Xia suddenly realized that he could occasionally seize the time to talk about love and romance. It had to be said that this was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 16:20. Some of his comrades had already woken up. Hearing the rustling sounds, Yi Qian's heart tightened. He quickly scanned his surroundings, afraid that someone had clearly heard their conversation. It was 5:00 in the morning. In the light of the morning sun, Yi Qian realized that Demon King Li, who should have been the closest to them, was now at least 2 meters away. In other words, this area was occupied by her and Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan followed her line of sight. His gaze swept over Li Jinyan once before he retracted it. It was easy to deal with smart people. Although he didn't directly mention his relationship with Yi Qian, the Demon King had already guessed it. He even intentionally distanced himself, leaving enough space for him and Yi Qian. "Demon King, you're really something." At the same time, he believed that this man wouldn't tell anyone about his relationship with Yi Qian. As for why he wanted to leak some information to Demon King Li, it was very simple. He realized that Demon King Li's gaze had been lingering on his girlfriend for a long time. This wasn't a good sign. He had to stop it. Such an outstanding little fox wouldn't lack people who had designs on her. He also couldn't defeat all the men who had designs on her, but that didn't stop him from declaring his authority as her boyfriend. Since he knew, he had to attack and not give the other party a chance. The love letter incident, he had to learn from it. Yi Qian didn't know that the man beside him had already quietly declared his authority as her boyfriend. Seeing that Demon King Li had distanced himself from them, he sighed in relief. Seeing that a few of his comrades had already gotten up, he immediately said, "I can't thank you enough. If you really want to thank me, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I'll record it first. Also, don't collect interest." Major Xia, who had originally planned to collect some small interest such as a kiss, a gift, and so on, decided against it. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to collect his capital when the time came. He also heard the commotion of his comrades getting up. He knew that the short time between the two of them had to come to an end. Besides, he also didn't want everyone to know about his relationship with Yi Qian. Even if he wanted to announce it, he had to wait until Yi Qian had entered the Snowfield Brigade and achieved a certain level of success. Only then would he be able to shut everyone's mouths. The members of both teams did not have the habit of sleeping in. In addition, they all knew that this competition was also a qualifier. Everyone was doing their best to fight for a spot. The competition had already begun. If they did not want to be eliminated, they had to give it their all. Although they had also done their best before, they would fight even harder now, so she had to do her best too. Yi Qian had already packed the sleeping bags. When he turned around, he saw that Xia Jinyuan had finished packing all her equipment. He said to her, "Go ahead and walk around. Come back and meet us at 5:30. There was a small stream in front of them, so they could simply wash up. There were still 23 minutes left. Yi Qian saw that Demon King Li was also packing up and had yet to assemble his team. She nodded and followed him into the forest. Before she left, she quickly felt around in her bag and calmly placed one hand in the pocket of her combat uniform. Only then did she catch up with Xia Jinyuan. His girlfriend's little movements were seen by his boyfriend, but he didn't point it out. Instead, his thin lips curved into a sexy arc. She was really cute. So cute that he couldn't help but want to tease her again. No, if he teased her again, his little fox would reveal her hidden claws. She would fly into a rage out of humiliation and scratch his face with her claws. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 1621. In the morning, Yi Qian naturally had to deal with her personal matters again. Fortunately, she only had 3 days. After 3 days, she would have 4 days of small tasks, so she didn't have to go through so much trouble. After entering the forest, Yi Qian took advantage of Xia Jinyuan's time to wash up. She immediately dealt with her own matters and cleaned up any traces she left behind. The forest was very quiet, and there was even a faint mist surrounding it. The early birds were already chirping happily on the branches, playing "Ode to Joy" for the couple who could take a walk together for the time being. Xia Jinyuan didn't mention anything about personal matters again. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Today and tomorrow will be the most tiring 2 days. Do you remember the captive plan that I told you about? From this afternoon onwards, Qing Niao, you have to be careful. Be careful that you don't get kidnapped by us." The captive plan could be said to be the highlight of the competition. It was also the competition that tested the individual combat ability of a soldier the most. Especially last night, all of her comrades knew that this would be a selection competition, so individual combat would only be more rigorous and fierce. Xia Jinyuan's reminder made Yi Qian feel a chill in her heart. He was right. She really had to be careful. If she was captured, she would very likely miss the opportunity to go overseas to fight. That was definitely not what she wanted. Don't be too stressed. You are a soldier personally trained by Uncle Chin. Uncle Chen was the strongest soldier of his generation. Qin Niao, do you know that it is a blessing to learn from the best soldier of his generation? Yi Qian's gaze moved slightly. Uncle Chen once told her that he went on a big mission more than 7 years ago. There were a total of 10 soldier elites, but only 4 of them returned alive. But from Captain Xiao's tone, it seemed that Uncle Chen belonged to the glory of that era and was not an ordinary soldier elite at all. Besides, Uncle Chen rarely mentioned his past to her. Except for the day when they started the purgatory training, Uncle Chen never mentioned anything about their military experiences more than 7 years ago. Most importantly, Uncle Chen was obviously hiding something from her at that time. Uncle Chen was discharged from the army in 1987, but he claimed that he had been exposed after completing a mission 7 years ago because he was given the identity of the world sniper. In order to ensure his safety, the military spent 3 months preparing to erase Uncle Chen's identity. He became an international sacrifice, but was actually still alive. However, Uncle Chen only left the army in 1987. There was a long time between 1987 and 1987. However, after that, Uncle Chen never mentioned his past in the army, nor did he mention his glorious past. She even asked him about it later, but Uncle Chen just smiled and said to her casually, "Let bygones be bygones. Some things are only suitable for one person to remember, and they can only belong to one person." At that time, she felt that Uncle Chen had something to say. The sadness in his eyes was so deep that she felt a little sour in her nose. She could not ask him any further. Until now, Uncle Chen was still the most mysterious family member in her heart. Xia Jinyuan sensed that something was wrong and could not help but ask, "You don't know about Uncle Chen?" "I know a little, but not much. Uncle Chen only mentioned him to me once," Yi Qian said in a low voice. Although he did not mention much, she knew that Uncle Chen must have been very powerful in the past. Uncle Chen could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, hit 3 targets with 1 shot, and other legendary sniping skills that Uncle Chen could perform. Should she ask around in front of Captain Xia? Since Uncle Chen did not want to tell her, there must be a reason why he could not tell her. Was she being disrespectful to Uncle Chen if she insisted on asking? Chapter 1622. But when she thought about how Uncle Chen had deliberately avoided it, she felt a little uneasy. His identity had been exposed. It had been so many years, so it should be fine. After a slight change in her gaze, Yi Jian asked, "Captain Xia, I'd like to ask you something. Is Uncle Chen a unique soldier king or a soldier king in an army?" "The one and only soldier king, the legend of the sniper world. To this day, Uncle Chen still holds the throne of the sniper world. No one can replace him." Xia Jinyuan's expression turned solemn when he mentioned his predecessor's achievements. His voice was filled with respect. Uncle Chen can be said to be a legend that many people do not believe. Yi Qian was shocked. The one and only soldier king. A legend that many people do not believe. Uncle Chen didn't tell him about this at all. Xia Jinyuan was also a little surprised. He thought that Yi Qian knew everything about Uncle Chen, but her expression told him that she did not know about Uncle Chen's past achievements. "Uncle Chen never mentioned that he was a soldier king to you." Xia Jinyuan frowned. Uncle Chen had never mentioned it to her. Why? When he trained Yi Qian, did Uncle Chen not mention anything about his past? Yi Qian shook her head gently. "I only know that Uncle Chen had 10 soldier kings go on a mission together with him in the 70s. In the end, only 4 soldier kings came back alive. Other than that, Uncle Chen never mentioned anything about him. Among the 10 soldier kings, Uncle Chen was the real soldier king." Xia Jinyuan added, "In that era, Uncle Chen's sniping skills and individual combat ability made him the soldier king in the army. The soldier kings who went on missions with him were all defeated by Uncle Chen. That was why Uncle Chen was said to be the one and only Soldier King. Yi Qian, who had never heard of Uncle Chen's personal history, was shocked beyond words. To this day, the god of sniping still belongs to Uncle Chen. No one can replace him. From 1987 until 1999, when Uncle Chen retired, no one had been able to defeat Uncle Chen's battle record for the past 12 years. So that was how the world-class sniper came to be. However, when Uncle Chen mentioned this, he casually told her that it was just for fame. From his tone, it sounded as if everything was fake and could not be taken seriously. Xia Jinyuan's eyes gradually darkened. Yi Qian was Uncle Chen's only successor, and his sniping skills were all personally trained by Uncle Chen. Why didn't Uncle Chen mention him to him? Could it be? Xia Jinyuan asked Yi Qian in a deep voice, "Do you know why Uncle Chen retired?" "Yes, I do." Yi Qian saw that Xia Jinyuan's face was a little gloomy, so he couldn't help but lower his voice. His personal identity was exposed. In order to avoid some trouble, after 3 months of military deployment, Uncle Chen retired as a sacrifice. In other words, Uncle Chen's identity was still a secret and could not be revealed to anyone. Xia Jinyuan's expression softened a little. If that was the case, Uncle Chen did tell Yi Qian a thing or two, but he didn't say too much. He then said, "Uncle Chen is a legend, and even more so, a legend in the sniping world." Even after he retired, there were still countless people searching for him. Uncle Chen's situation is a little complicated. Since he didn't tell you too much, he must have his reasons. And you just need to remember that you are a sniper personally trained by Uncle Chen. Don't embarrass Uncle Chen, understand? Xia Jinyuan reminded him, then calmly changed the topic and stopped mentioning Uncle Chen. Chapter 1623. Uncle Chen didn't tell Yi Qian because he didn't want Yi Qian to worry. More importantly, he wanted to protect Yi Qian, so he definitely couldn't mention Uncle Chen's past to Yi Qian. Today, he almost made a big mistake. He thought that since Uncle Chen and Yi Qian were relatives, Yi Qian should know everything about him. Yi Qian pursed her lips. Uncle Chen didn't want to tell her. Captain Xia didn't want to tell her either. Why did they have to hide it from her? Could it be that Uncle Chen was still in danger? What other secrets did Uncle Chen have? Was it a dangerous secret? Yi Qian, who was sensitive, lowered her eyes. The complicated emotions in her eyes were covered by her long and thick eyelashes. She was a little worried. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he knew that his words had disturbed Yi Qian's emotions. After the training, he had to give Uncle Chen a call immediately and apologize to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, who was far away in Shuka village, opened the wooden door. When he saw who was knocking on the door with the help of the light, his resolute face suddenly changed. "Hello, is this the home of martyr Sun Xueqing?" At the door, Chief Kai of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau asked politely. "I'm looking for her daughter, Yi Qian." Uncle Chen sighed softly and said politely, "Yes, please come in." After Chief Kai entered the room and sat down, he looked at the middle-aged man who wasn't much older than him. He lowered his head to hide the confusion in his eyes as he drank tea. This man, why did he look so familiar? He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. After getting dressed and washing up, Uncle Chen also looked at the middle-aged man who was drinking tea. His eyes were also filled with confusion. He knew who he was. He was Yi Qian's mother's former comrade. He had seen him in photos before. My apologies for intruding. Chief Kai did not try to figure out who this familiar middle-aged man was. Instead, he took the initiative to state his intentions. "I'm here to look for my comrade's daughter, Yi Qian. May I know who you are?" Uncle Chen sat down and took a sip of hot tea before answering, "I'm Yi Qian's uncle. My surname is Chen. What business do you have with Yi Qian? She's not at home now." Before coming here, Chief Kai had already asked around and found out that Yi Qian had been taken care of by an old revolutionary and her junior high school's principal Qin. It could be said that if it weren't for the two of them, Yi Qian might have been spoiled by her uncle's family. So you're Principal Qin. Hello, Principal Qin. My surname is Kai. I was martyr Sun Shuoqing's comrade. Seeing that he had found the right person, the smile on his face couldn't help but become more genuine. He opened his briefcase and took out a yellow diary. This is Sun Shuoqing's legacy. Principal Qin, can you pass this to Yi Qian for me? Last time, I met her in a hurry in Tongzhou. We parted ways after a few words. Seeing her is like seeing the glory of martyr Sun Shuoqing. A daughter inheriting her mother's will. This is an amazing child. He had actually met Yi Qian before. Uncle Chen, whose expression had eased a little, suddenly darkened again. He did not take the diary. Instead, he looked at the old friend who had suddenly come to visit with a sharp gaze. I wonder if Mr. Kai has mentioned anything about her mother to little Yi. Principal Chen, don't worry. I know what's important. I haven't said a word about martyr Sun Shuoqing yet. Seeing Principal Chen's sharp gaze, Chief Kai straightened his body slightly and said with a serious expression, it seems that Principal Chen also knows about martyr Sun Shuoqing. I haven't mentioned this to Yi Qian yet because I have many questions myself. Chapter 1624. The morning breeze blew in through the open door, bringing with it the chill of winter. Principal Chen looked solemnly at the open door of the central room and said to Chief Kai, if you don't mind, let's sit in the kitchen. We can talk while warming ourselves up. How about that? He didn't know if anyone in the village had seen this Mr. Kai before. There were a few famous gossipy women in the village. If they saw him, they would probably gossip about him. The village was small, so if a stranger came in, it was inevitable that everyone would ask a few questions. This was the typical village life. No one had bad intentions, so when they gathered together, they would gossip about each other. There were almost no secrets to speak of. I don't mind. Please lead the way. Chief Kai smiled and stood up first. He had a good impression of Principal Chen. He saw a familiar aura in him, the mighty aura of a soldier. As retired soldiers, he felt that the distance between them was much closer. Yi Qian's house was an old house from the 1980s, unlike the small red brick houses that were being built in the village. They were all made of mud bricks and painted with white lime powder. Although they were old, they were clean and clean. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. The kitchen was used to heat the fire. Principal Chen usually ate here as well. He would burn the chopped firewood and set up an old-fashioned kettle. Chief Kai smiled when he saw this. I haven't seen this kettle in a long time. I used to see it in the army. When they talked about the army, Principal Chen, who was also a retired soldier, also smiled. Our village still uses this kettle. It's convenient and durable. The water it heats is also delicious. The conversation became more relaxed, and there was no coldness like before when they met. Unknowingly, the water in the fire boiled, and white steam rose from the kettle. Principal Chen put on a pair of gloves and picked up the handle of the kettle, which was blackened by the smoke from the firewood, to brew a new cup of tea. He handed it to Chief Kai and sighed. Old Kai, tell me about Yi Qian's mother. Half an hour later, one called him Old Kai, while the other called him Old Brother. Yi Qian looks like her mother, but she looks calmer than her mother. She also has the aura of a soldier. Chief Kai took a sip of the hot tea that had just been brewed. The tea leaves were also self-made, and the fragrance of the tea filled his mouth. The firewood crackled as it burned, and the light from the fire illuminated Chief Kai's face, revealing a hint of melancholy. Although I've only met Yi Qian once, I can tell that this child is very opinionated. He's exceptionally calm when something happens, and he has the courage to make prompt decisions. Yes, this child is more opinionated and stronger than her mother. Principal Chen nodded. After talking for more than half an hour, he could tell that he used to have a good relationship with Yi Qian's mother. They had a very deep friendship. Therefore, when he mentioned Yi Qian, it was as if he was talking about his own child. He had the tolerance and love of an elder. Chief Kai recalled how he had interacted with his former comrade, and there was both joy and sadness in his eyes. With such an outstanding child, Hongmei can rest assured in the underworld. Yi Qian was only 3 years old when she sacrificed herself. At such a young age, she was already an orphan. Fortunately, Yu and the old senior who passed away supported her and took care of her. Otherwise, this girl would have been spoiled by her uncle. Chief Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility when he said the last sentence. Yi Qian is a sensible person. She knows clearly in her heart who treats her badly and who treats her well. Her uncle doesn't do things the right way, but Yi Qian is a domineering child who knows what's important. Chapter 1625. She knows what's most important to her, what she can give up on, and what she can put aside for the time being. We took care of her because she's worthy of being taken care of. She's talented, responsible, and a child who can achieve great things. If she's really useless, we wouldn't have nurtured her like this. Principal Chen didn't have any intention of claiming credit. Instead, he spoke very calmly and wasn't afraid that Chief Kai would misunderstand. That was the case. Why did the first-rank sergeant major's uncle want to nurture Yi Qian? Firstly, it was because of Yi Qian's mother. Secondly, it was because Yi Qian had matured and was no longer as weak and incompetent as before. Thirdly, it was because of her ability and talent. It was the same for him. If it wasn't for Yi Qian's ability and talent, he wouldn't have risked his identity being exposed to nurture her. At the time, that was indeed what he thought. However, the more he interacted with Yi Qian, the more he felt that she had a rare and precious quality. She had a clear distinction between good and evil, and she had a righteous heart. She never complained about being tired during training. Even if her body hurt, she would grit her teeth and persevere. As long as one interacted with Yi Qian for a long time, they would know that she was a good girl who deserved to be doted on. After all, Chief Kai didn't know Yi Qian very well. However, her courage to solve the problem last time had left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when Principal Chen mentioned Yi Qian, he felt that Yi Qian was the real Yi Qian. He didn't know why, but he believed in her so much. It was probably the so-called love the crow, love the crow. The pupil will surpass the master. She's better than her mother. This is also Hongmei's wish. Chief Kai laughed softly. There was a hint of gentleness in the corners of his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, leaving only a hint of sharpness. It's a pity that Hongmei didn't see it. If she was still alive, she would be so happy to see her child so successful. From the sudden change in his expression, Principal Chen could tell that something was amiss. He had never met Yi Qian's mother, but he had heard from his uncle that none of the girls in the surrounding villages could compare to her. After he joined the army, he joined an all-male unit. Outstanding girls would always be admired by the male soldiers. Just like Yi Qian, a few days ago, Lu Tuan even joked that one of the Shanghai veterans, who had been ruthlessly beaten up by Yi Qian, had been admitted to a university. He had specially asked Lu Tuan about Yi Qian's personal information and had even said that he wanted to pursue Yi Qian. What was even more laughable was that this Shanghai soldier's family actually supported him. They even called the military instructor, hoping that the military would help their son get a girlfriend. It was also a burden to keep the past in one's heart after so many years. Headmaster Chen couldn't help but pat Chief Kai's shoulder. Little Yi often goes to the martyrs' cemetery to visit her mother. She's very filial and stronger than we imagined. But she still has a lot of things to do, such as finding out the real culprit behind Hongmei's death. The sad conversation was suddenly filled with sharpness because of Chief Kai's sudden words. The middle-aged veteran, who was now the director of the Tongzhou City Public Security Bureau, looked at Principal Chen calmly. "Brother, I'm here to tell Yi Qian that her mother's sacrifice is true, but if it weren't for someone leaking her identity, Hongmei would never have been sacrificed." The firewood was still burning brightly, and the heat it emitted made people feel warm and comfortable. Occasionally, sparks would splash, and bits of stardust would flash across the sky. The red light would disappear after a short while. Chapter 1626. Just like the fire in Chief Kai's eyes, because Principal Chen did not answer for a long time, it went from bright to dark and eventually turned into ashes. There was not a trace of light left. "Brother, you don't believe me, right?" Chief Kai sighed heavily, the corners of his mouth full of bitterness. "Yes, it's been almost 20 years. Who would believe me? If I don't believe it myself, who will believe what I say?" Chief Kai, who had retired from the military and relied on his own abilities to get to where he was today, sighed heavily again, as if he wanted to spit out all the pent-up sorrow in his heart. "It's been almost 20 years. If it wasn't for Yi Qian's appearance, perhaps I would have been so muddle-headed for the rest of my life." Before Hongmei left, she said that if she sacrificed herself, she asked our comrades in the military to take good care of her daughter. "Brother, we didn't agree and even said that she was overthinking things. Who knew that she already had a premonition that she would sacrifice herself?" The fire burned too brightly. Principal Chen used a pair of tongs to take out a piece of firewood and then used the ashes to extinguish the flames. Principal Chen's voice came through the subtle movements. When she left the village, she actually left with the thought that she would die. Because at that time, Yi Qian's mother already had a vague idea that she might not be able to return. Principal Chen's expression did not change much when he said such a big thing, because he already knew a thing or two from Uncle General. Chief Kai's face was full of shock. He thought that even Yi Qian did not know, but now that he heard that she actually had a vague idea, the extinguished fire in Chief Kai's eyes burned brighter and brighter than before. Principal Chen looked at him quietly and said softly, "Don't worry, the Yi girl will investigate thoroughly. But we hope that at least 2 years after she graduates from the military academy and has a firm foothold in the military before investigating her mother's matter. We didn't tell the Yi girl because this child has her suspicions. And she already has a suspect, but she can't get away to investigate at the moment." Principal Chen's face darkened slightly as he spoke slowly. His calm tone was laced with a hint of coldness. "We will investigate it thoroughly, but not now." Chief Kai couldn't accept it. "Since you already know, why not now? It's been so many years. If we don't investigate further, it's very likely that we'll never find out who the real culprit is. If Yi Qian is being targeted right now, and if she makes a move, she will be hurt. Are you willing to see that happen?" Principal Chen's words made the sharpness in Chief Kai's eyes suddenly sink, forcing him to suppress all of his anger. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "It seems that the real culprit is already in a very high position." In the 3rd year after Hongmei's death, a group of our comrades retired. In September, we wrote a letter to the town, and in early October, we received a reply saying that Yi Qian had died young after falling into the water. At the end of December, we sent a retired comrade to Fujian town to investigate personally. He also received news that Yi Qian had died young. After that, we didn't inquire further, and we all believed that the news was true. When I met Yi Qian in Tongzhou, she told me personally that she thought it was a miracle that she was able to survive safely. From that, I knew that someone had been secretly preventing us from inquiring about Yi Qian. They even bribed the comrades we sent to confirm the news, so that we would completely believe that the daughter of Hongmei had died young after falling into the water. Then, brother, you said that Yi Qian is being targeted right now, and if she makes a move, she will be hurt. This is the thing that our old comrades don't want to see the most. The real culprit is preventing us from meeting Yi Qian because they're afraid that we'll tell Yi Qian about Hongmei's death back then. Chapter 1627. The more he spoke, the colder Chief Kai's expression became. Principal Chen frowned as he listened. He didn't expect Yi Qian's mother's comrades to have come to Fujian town. He also didn't expect to receive news of Yi Qian's premature death. 3 years after her death. Wasn't that when Yi Zhifan was transferred to Fujian town's government office? Principal Chen couldn't help but say, the situation is more complicated than you think. Someone tried their best to stop you from meeting Yi Qian, and at the same time, ordered Yi Zhifan's family to raise Yi Qian so that the truth behind Yi Qian's mother's death would never be revealed. If even the biological daughter didn't investigate the truth behind her mother's death, then who would? No one would pay attention to something that happened more than 10 years ago, and no one would deliberately investigate it. Even if it was Lao Kai, he probably wouldn't have investigated Yi Jian if he hadn't met her. After all, it had happened so long ago. Who would remember? Even Uncle Jen didn't want Yi Qian to investigate further. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept it a secret for so long. But if Yi Qian insisted on investigating, he wouldn't stop him. Chief Kai's brows furrowed even tighter. He fumbled around in his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes. Holding the cigarettes, he bent over and lit them up by the firewood. He took a few deep puffs and exhaled a string of smoke. He kept thinking in his heart and mind. No, he couldn't let Yi Qian take the risk. He couldn't let Hong Mei's only daughter take the risk. If something happened to Yi Qian, he wouldn't be able to answer to Hong Mei. Principal Chen didn't say anything. To investigate or not to investigate. He and Uncle Jen had the same idea. As long as Yi Qian went far and stood high, they didn't want her to lose her happiness because of hatred. Old Chen, let me investigate Hong Mei's matter. I'll let you know if there's any news. I waited so long to find out that Hong Mei's daughter is still alive. As long as Yi Qian wants to investigate, I will definitely help him. After finishing his cigarette, Chief Kai didn't have any expression on his face. This high-ranking police chief said word by word, my life was saved by Hong Mei. Now, it's time for me to repay her with my life. Brother, tell Yi Qian not to touch her for the time being. Let me do it. Principal Chen did not say anything else. He only asked, why must we investigate? Brother, let me tell you about Hong Mei. You'll know why I'm doing this after you hear it. When he mentioned his comrades who had sacrificed themselves, a gentle look appeared in Chief Kai's eyes again as he reminisced about those days when he was young. That year, China began to form a female special forces unit to carry out special and dangerous missions that male soldiers could not complete. Hong Mei stood out from more than 6,000 female soldiers and appeared in their unit in a clean military uniform, becoming the flower of the unit. She risked her life even more than the male soldiers. One of her comrades mistakenly used a grenade. Seeing that a serious accident was about to happen, it was Hong Mei who kicked the grenade away. The male soldier was bitten by a poisonous snake. Without saying anything, Hong Mei possessed his body to take the poison and saved his life. When they encountered an avalanche, Hong Mei ignored the risk of her own life and relied on her own strength to drag 2 male soldiers whose legs were broken. When they entered the desert and encountered a sandstorm, the entire unit got lost. It was Hong Mei's bottle of water that saved the lives of 20 people in the unit. His life was supposed to be sacrificed at some border, but Hong Mei braved the hail of bullets to save him. Her calf and shoulder were pierced by shrapnel. Chapter 1628. Although Hong Mei was only a female soldier, the bravery and fearlessness she displayed made all the male soldiers respect her. Brother, Hong Mei is just that good. She is just that worthy of respect. Back then, the Prime Minister personally put the red flag on her because he knew about Hong Mei's heroic deeds and called on the entire military to learn from her. Whenever Sun Xueqing was mentioned, Chief Kai's sitting posture would be the standard one he used to hold meetings in the army. His back was straight, his legs were slightly pressed together, and the hand holding the cigarette was placed respectfully on his knees. Needless to say, the expression on his face was solemn, dignified, and full of respect. Principal Qin did not know much about Yi Qian's mother. After he heard everything, this world-class sniper was full of respect for this martyr who had sacrificed herself. In that case, Yi Qian really resembles her mother. She was brave and fearless, completely unafraid of sacrifice. But this child is much stronger than Hong Mei. She will not be swayed by emotions. Chief Kai pointed out the biggest difference between the mother and daughter. Hong Mei's fatal flaw is that she is soft-hearted. She is very soft-hearted and easily trusts others. She always thinks that people are kind, but she ignores the complexity of human nature. Yi Qian is different. Although I've only met Yi Qian once, the way she handles things is not something Hong Mei can compare to. If Hong Mei had made a prompt decision back then, perhaps none of the subsequent events would have happened. Although he did not find Yi Qian, Chief Kai felt that his trip was not in vain. As long as Hong Mei's daughter also suspected her mother's death and was interested in investigating it, then he could rest assured. Although I suspected that Hong Mei's sacrifice was suspicious, I really did not think of going back to investigate it. After all, 17 years have passed. In addition, because of Hong Mei's sacrifice, a few things happened in the unit. After sending Hong Mei away, all the comrades in the unit devoted themselves to new missions, and so did I. By the time we came back, more than half a year had passed. Even if I thought that Hong Mei's sacrifice was suspicious, I did not think too much about it because of the time constraints. This time, when I saw Yi Qian, this child did not know much about her mother. This made me very sad. Her mother is so outstanding and dedicated her life to the country, but her child doesn't even know what kind of soldier she is. This shouldn't be. In order to let Yi Qian understand her mother better, I went back to my old unit, but I found that there was no more information about Hong Mei in my old unit. I asked the young soldiers. None of them knew that there used to be such a respected martyr who was their senior. Chief Kai, whose eyes were filled with sparks, seemed to have turned red as well. The fist on his knee suddenly clenched, and even the still burning cigarette butt was clenched in his palm. He was so angry that he didn't even feel the cigarette burning his palm. This is a deliberate attempt to cover it up. This is intentional. He wanted to completely erase Hong Mei's existence. A soldier had sacrificed himself for the country, leaving behind only a daughter who was crying piteously for food. Not only did someone want to erase her existence, but they also wanted to raise her daughter to be useless. He deserves death. At the end of his speech, the dignified director of the Public Security Bureau had tears in his eyes. Even Principal Qin gritted his teeth when he heard this. He really deserved to be punished. What on earth was going on that even traces of a person's existence would be erased? To make a soldier who had sacrificed herself for the country and had outstanding military achievements become an unknown and unknown ordinary person. How dare they do this? Chapter 1629. Chief Kai's voice grew colder and colder. It was like the north wind in the polar regions, bringing a chill to people's hearts. If I didn't step forward, I would have let Hong Mei down. I would have let my conscience down. Old Kai, I thank you on behalf of Yi Qian. Principal Chen's face was solemn. He wouldn't stop Yi Qian from investigating the cause of her mother's death. This was no longer a personal matter. This concerned the glory of a soldier. Chief Kai sighed and shook his head. I don't deserve Yi Qian's thanks. I was too careless. I've thought about it countless times, but I always thought I was overthinking things. Back then, if I had persevered a little longer, perhaps everything would have been different. He took out a small phone book from his briefcase that never left his hand and handed it to Principal Qin. This is the contact information of the comrades who had been through life and death situations with Hong Mei. They were all comrades that Hong Mei risked her life to save. I've contacted 4 comrades who are now of a certain status. I'll lead the investigation into Hong Mei's death in secret. When I contacted them, I found out that they also suspected that Hong Mei's death wasn't simple. This is their contact information. If there's an accident, old brother, you must let Yi Qian continue the investigation. We can't stop until we find out the truth. Principal Chen took the phone book. Yi Qian once wanted to investigate from her uncle, Yi Jifan. Later, someone warned him that there was someone secretly supporting him. Old Kai, if you want to investigate, you can start with Yi Jifan. There's also old Madame Yi and her son-in-law, Sun Yaozu. You can investigate them. I think you'll find something. However, you have to be careful. We haven't done anything to these people yet because we're worried about them. We don't want to alert the enemy and ruin the girl's future. Chief Kai narrowed his eyes with a serious expression. Not only was his expression cold, but there was also a hint of murderous intent. This person's status is definitely not ordinary. His family background is definitely not simple either. He's either from the military, or his family is in the military. Old brother, don't worry. We'll be careful. We won't let anyone find out. And I'm not afraid of any accidents. I just want to give Hong Mei justice. Give me the justice that a soldier deserves. Even her life's deeds had been secretly erased. How could she not be angry? Going too far was not enough, but it also exposed that there was indeed a problem with Hong Mei's sacrifice. The heavens were beginning to change. The dusty past, the delayed truth, would one day receive the best ending. Justice won't be late, it's all about perseverance. Winter was a cold season. It was a season where all living things slept and waited to wake up. After Principal Chen sent away Director Kai, who had come for justice, he stood under the eaves for a long time and didn't return to his room. He stared at the horizon until it was slightly pale. Only then did he let out a long sigh. Uncle, I'm sorry, I have to go back on my words. She will no longer stop Yi Qian from finding out the truth behind her mother's sacrifice, and she will no longer hide the past from you. Yi Qian, she must know the truth, and she must help martyr Sun Xueqing regain the glory that a soldier deserves. It finally snowed in the mountains in December, ushering in the first snowfall of the year. It started to flutter around 5:30 a.m., and by 6 o'clock a.m., it had turned into a heavy snowfall. Yi Qian and the others finally put on the winter clothes and winter pants in their luggage. Originally, they had planned to travel with ease, but now, they looked extra bloated and seemed to affect their agility. Everyone, check your equipment, count your bullets, and confirm your shooting positions. Following the orders of the 2 team leaders, the bloated team members moved nimbly and quickly checked each other's equipment. Chapter 1630. Next up was the 300-meter time limit of 100 shots. Everyone only had 3 minutes to check, count the bullets, equip their equipment, and confirm the shooting target. They had to complete this quickly. No one spoke. The north wind that blew over even contained a murderous aura that made people feel fearful. The forest was filled with the sound of click 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 as they checked the guns. Yi Qian listened to the familiar sound that made her blood boil. Her lips curled into a faint smile. She liked this kind of sound. It was so bright and lively. She liked the moment when the bullet was shot out of the barrel. She felt as if the sound of her bullet was running around her heart. Listening to it made her feel as if her whole body was filled with power. Check complete. Check complete. Check complete. In less than 3 minutes, the divided team members reported one by one. Li Jinyan, who was leaning against Yi Qian, lowered his head slightly. His cold voice melted the north wind and sounded even colder. Synchronized with the front. Behind me, you have to finish firing 10 bullets before me. According to the calculation of 0.15 seconds per bullet, you need to finish changing the magazine within 15 seconds. At the same time, you need to exchange rifles with me. Yes, I will calculate the time and the number of bullets fired. Yi Qian nodded. Her calm voice was filled with confidence. I will control the time. Don't worry. Yi Qian was no stranger to working with the Devil King again. With the gun in her hand, in her heart and in her eyes, there was only the gun in her hand. When she aimed at the target and pulled the trigger, she could feel the gun violently colliding with the back of the bullet case. The gunpowder gas expanded within the bullet case at that moment. The burning gunpowder produced gas, and with a deadly force, propelled the bullet. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet case flew out of the magazine. The first bullet was fired. Yes, just like that. The crosshair and the notch were placed parallel to each other. The bottom line of the target formed a three-point line. Without any hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through the center of the target. The bullet case flew out in a perfect trajectory and landed on a rock. With a ding sound, the first bullet was fired. Shooting at a distance of 300 meters. Some people said that it was a blind shot within the range of a light machine gun. It was a form of suppressive fire. But for a sniper, even if she was holding a rifle, she only had one goal: to shoot accurately. This was what Uncle Chin had taught her. A sniper's bullet should not be wasted. She had to ensure that every bullet was accurate. She had to complete the shooting mission with a 100% success rate. She remembered every single word that Headmaster Chin had said to her. She would never forget it, and she would carry it out one by one. And the second bullet has been fired. Li Jinyan knew that he would be stunned for a second. There was a time limit of 100 shots within 300 meters. He could complete the shooting while walking. Everyone knew that the further the shooting distance, the harder it was to achieve accuracy. She had only aimed at the target when she was checking the gun. Then she directly fired the first shot. Chapter 1631. Everyone was still pushing forward and aiming. She didn't even move a step and finished her first shot at 300 meters. The 5.8 mm rifle they were carrying was developed by China. The first time it appeared was when Hong Kong returned. The initial velocity of the bullet was 930 meters per second, the combat firing rate was 40 rounds per minute, and the continuous firing rate was 100 rounds per minute. The direct firing distance was 375 meters, and the effective firing range was 400 meters. The maximum firing range was 600 meters. A rifle with a combat firing rate of 40 rounds per minute would have amazing firepower if it was shot blindly. However, at a distance of 300 meters and without a scope, one would have to rely on one's own vision to complete accurate shooting. At the very least, one would have to have a preliminary aiming action. It wasn't like her, who directly lifted the gun and fired 2 shots. Did she have any aiming action? Did she have any aiming action just now? Not at all. She didn't even have any aiming action. Not only did she complete the shooting, she also completed the shooting accurately. Li Jinyan quickly caught up with her speed. The two of them pushed forward and completed the shooting quickly. This was a limited-time shot. The rifle in his hand was an air-conductive automatic type with a rotating lock. It could fire in single and continuous bursts. The theoretical rate of fire was 650 points per minute, and the firing rate was 100 rounds per minute. The single firing rate was 40 rounds per minute. They had a single firing rate, and the ammunition was a 70-round magazine. Because they still had to exchange their rifles, they had to complete a 300-meter shooting within 4 minutes. Accurate shooting required fast hands and sharp eyes. The 70-round magazine had to be changed twice, and the rule was that they had to complete the change when they had 50 rounds. It had to be said that such a rule was extremely harsh. However, the training of the special forces was harsh. If you couldn't complete the mission, you couldn't be considered a special forces soldier. If you wanted to become an excellent special forces soldier, you had no other choice. Yi Qian never chose. She would only face it. Facing the harsh training that could allow you to escape unscathed on the battlefield in the future, facing all kinds of seemingly impossible missions, she had no other choice. 40 rounds completed. Devil, it's your turn. Yi Qian reminded Li Jinyan, who was beside him, as he advanced 20 meters within a minute. Next, Yi Qian finished firing 50 shots. Yi Qian quickly changed the magazine and loaded it with a click. Li Jinyan finished firing 50 shots and took the rifle from Yi Qian's hands on time. There wasn't the slightest pause during the entire process. The two of them worked together as if they had been comrades for many years. Their cooperation was flawless. Yi Qian took the automatic rifle from his hands and changed the magazine again, completing the recoil resistance and correcting actions. Then, he caught up to Li Jinyan's shooting speed and the number of bullets he fired. In the command center, the technicians handed over the data of the two men's reload to the senior generals of the two armies. The major general of the army took the data and looked at it. His furrowed brows relaxed a little. He turned to the Navy commander and said, "Not bad, there is only a 0.5-second interval. Complete control and complete shooting within 10 seconds. I didn't expect the two of them to cooperate so well. They can even calculate the number of bullets fired by each other to achieve consistency in their shooting." The smile on the Navy commander's face was not just a little deep, it was very deep, and he was also very satisfied. Looking at the combined data of the two men, the Navy commander laughed and joked, "They are so perfect that they are like lovers. They have reached the point where their hearts are in sync." 0.5-second interval, this is even faster than changing the magazine myself. Unfortunately, the devil had to adjust the first bullet after changing the gun, so there was a deviation. Otherwise, it would really be perfect. Chapter 1632. Major General Liu ignored the first half of the Navy commander's words and only listened to the second half. He nodded and said, "It's normal to deviate when changing guns, but it's already pretty good that he can continue to maintain his shooting speed and accuracy." Even so, the Navy commander still felt a little regretful. After thinking about it, he smiled and sighed. But compared to Qing Niao, he's still a little lacking. In the future, I'll have to let Qing Niao teach him. It's good for young people to interact with each other more and improve their relationship. Both of them are so outstanding, and they're both soldiers. They'll definitely have a lot of common topics to talk about. There won't be awkward silence when they're together, and they can help each other out. If they can get together, it'll really be a joyous occasion. After seeing how outstanding Yi Qian was, the Navy commander really couldn't bear to let him go. Last time, he asked Jinyan to ask if she had any intention of staying in the Navy, but up until now, he hadn't received a reply. He might as well ask her himself after this. Major General Liu saw that the Navy commander was constantly trying to matchmake the two of them. Every sentence he said had such intentions, and this made him feel that there was no way to continue the conversation. He directly reminded him, "Old Dong, haste makes waste. These two young people don't even have horoscopes. You're too enthusiastic. Don't be hot-headed and end up embarrassing the two young people." This old Dong really knew how to climb up the ladder. There were many bachelors in the Snowfield Brigade who hadn't settled their personal issues. Xia Jinyuan was one of them. If he really wanted to matchmake Yi Qian with someone, Xia Jinyuan would have to be first, and Li Jinyan would have to be behind him. The Navy commander smiled but didn't say anything. This kind of thing had to be pointed out. If he didn't, with Jinyan's cold personality, would he take the initiative to pursue Yi Qian? That was absolutely impossible. As long as he was put on the fire and forced into a corner, he would take the initiative to make a move. Besides, he wasn't really hot-headed. He could tell that Jinyan admired Yi Qian, so he was moved. Of course, this kind of thing had to be consensual. If Yi Qian didn't have the slightest bit of interest, he definitely wouldn't force Yi Qian to accept Jinyan. Seeing this, the Major General could only shake his head with a smile. However, old Dong did remind him that Yi Qian was indeed a likable child. If anyone in the team was interested in her, or if she was interested in someone else, he would definitely not interfere. Let's not talk about personal relationships today. If there's a chance later, we'll ask the parties involved for their opinions. As for me, I definitely won't mention it in front of Qing Miao. I'll only mention it in secret. After the Navy commander finished speaking, he spread the data in his hands on the table and carefully studied the series of data from Yi Qian's shooting. The Major General didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was the one who brought up the issue of personal relationships first, and now he was telling him not to discuss it. This kind of thing is really not worth discussing. If you have feelings, and I am willing, then we will hit it off. If you have no feelings, and I have no intentions, then it will be useless no matter how I try to matchmake you. Yi Qian had known Xia Jinyuan for so many years. When it came to personal feelings, he felt that the two of them were more compatible. As for Li Jinyan, although he was outstanding, he wasn't suitable for Yi Qian. There was no reason, but his intuition told him otherwise. The Navy commander looked at the data and pondered for a while. With a thoughtful expression, he raised his head and asked the Major General, "Old Yang, Qing now changes magazines very quickly. This speed is a little unbelievable. Have you seen how she changes magazines?" Chapter 1633. This. The Major General tried to recall and then shook his head. Now that I think about it, I realize that I really didn't pay close attention to how Yi Qian changed magazines. Her data is indeed a little unbelievable. Did you notice a problem? Picking up a pencil from the table, the Major General underlined Yi Qian's data from when she finished firing the 49th round to when she started firing the 50th round. The 49th round to the 50th round is when she was ready to change magazines. That's when she unloaded the empty magazines and installed the new ones. If she didn't switch guns with the Demon King, then the 51st round and the 50th round are connected. It's as if she didn't change magazines halfway through, and she completed the 50th round to the 51st round in one go. Soldiers who are very skilled in handling firearms will change magazines with one hand when there are only 3 to 4 bullets left in the previous magazine. This way, they don't even need to pull the bolt and load the gun with their left hand, and they can continue firing. But Qing Miao isn't like that. She started preparing at the 49th round, and when she finished firing the 50th round, the magazine was already loaded. That's the most special thing about her. It's obvious that she's very proficient with firearms. If she finishes firing 100 bullets in the 300-meter time limit, and she doesn't miss a single bullet, I think she can set a new shooting record in the army. Yi Qian could indeed set a new record. She hadn't finished shooting in the allotted time yet, so she gave Li Jinyan an "okay" sign and carried the automatic assault rifle to the side to rest. After firing all 100 bullets, her shoulders were a little sore from the recoil. She waved her hand and walked to the designated area. She lightly shrugged her shoulders to loosen up her tense muscles. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire was endless in the forest. The 44 soldiers needed to finish firing 4,400 bullets. It was no less than a large-scale battle. If the civilians heard the sound, they would definitely faint from fright. In order to not disturb the civilians, the military chose the 4th combat zone to be closer to the center. Moreover, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles was no man's land. Over 4,000 bullets were fired. Even if she didn't see it with her own eyes, Just thinking about it in her mind was enough to make her feel that it was a spectacular scene. As for her, as she listened to the continuous gunshots, her blood was still boiling. Xia Jinyuan, who had finished shooting, walked over with his gun on his back. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw that his girlfriend was still staring ahead after shooting. The little fox was definitely a hot-blooded soldier, even more ferocious than the male soldiers. When they heard the sound of bullets and cannons, not only were they not afraid, they were even eager to fight. This could be seen from the Pakistani side's battle. "You're still looking. 100 bullets aren't enough for you." Hearing the sound of the bullets, Yi Jian, who felt that she was still in the midst of shooting, immediately turned her head. She saw Xia Jinyuan walking towards her with steady steps and a faint smile on his handsome face. Yi Jian smiled and replied, "It was addictive. I'm still savoring the aftertaste." When he got closer, Yi Jian narrowed his eyes and said softly, "But I still think that the 75-round quick-reload drum is more satisfying. It's more enlightening than the single-shot one." This was his girlfriend, a bold girl who wasn't afraid of bullets or cannons. Major Xia raised his head and tapped on her helmet with his slender fingers. He said with a half-smile, "If you were a little more daring, you would be in heaven. You still want to reload the drum? Hold it in. I'll take you to practice later." Chapter 1634. Just a second ago, he was lecturing her, but the next second, he was spoiling her to the heavens. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were bright and sparkling as she looked at him. It was as if she had scooped water from a magical spring into her eyes, making her look exceptionally lively. "Okay, I'll be waiting." Sometimes, Major Xia felt that his girlfriend was really worry-free. Every time he went back to the capital to have fun with his old playboys, the women he brought out either wanted bags or money. As for his own girlfriend, bullets could make her happy. No wonder old man Xia said that he was so lucky to have won Yi Qian's heart. If he didn't grab hold of such a good girl, he might as well not return to the family Xia or enter the house. Old man Xia was very perceptive and could tell that little fox was a good girl with one look. As for himself, he was even wiser than old man Xia. He had to act early to avoid any more complications. Now, he could fight alongside her and discuss topics that they both liked. Who said that the love of a Special Forces soldier wasn't romantic? Could the love of a Special Forces soldier be as romantic as a normal person? No, they would never be able to experience the romantic love of a Special Forces soldier. It was a love that was intertwined with blood, a love that was filled with trust and heartfelt, and a love that involved life and death. Even the topics they discussed were not topics that normal people could join in on. As Yi Qian was talking about her shooting, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved upwards. "You finished shooting 31 seconds earlier. Looks like you've learned Uncle Chen's trick. This trick is very helpful in maintaining the firepower on the battlefield. It can reduce the time between bullets." As he spoke, he seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he said to Yi Qian, "Next time, you'll be in charge of giving us a lesson. Once we've mastered the essentials of shooting, we'll figure out how to increase our speed together." Essentials? Yi Qian thought for a while, then shook her head. "There's no essentials. The main thing is that you have to know how long it takes for each bullet to hit the target. Then, you have to calculate how long it takes for you to change the magazine. You can directly change the magazine with one hand to achieve the continuity between bullets and maintain the firepower." It was easier said than done. Xia Jinyuan had already started experimenting with 2 empty magazines. The first step of changing magazines with one hand was to hit the clip against the tenon to complete the magazine change. This was something that all his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade knew. The whole process took about 2 to 3 seconds. The difficult part was that he had to immediately calculate the distance between the bullet and the target and how long it would take to hit the target. At the same time, He had to pinpoint the point where he would immediately change the magazine after firing the last bullet. And this point directly affected the continuity of bullets. After Yi Qian watched his movements, he said seriously, "Yes, that's how I do it. I change the magazine with one hand, and my speed is about the same as yours. I control it within 2 seconds, and then I know when the bullet will be fired. I just have to keep the whole process going. When we get back, demonstrate it to us. We'll use a distance of 300 meters as the standard." Xia Jinyuan tried twice in a row and knew that he couldn't fix the point properly. He couldn't connect the bullets from the previous magazine to the next one in one go. This wasn't a problem, so Yi Qian gladly accepted it. The time was up. The gunshots in the forest instantly disappeared. A second ago, the deafening sound of gunfire was heard, but in the next second, there was only smoke in the air. There was no sound of gunfire at all. It was so quiet that it was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1635. It was snowing heavily, and the north wind blew through the forest, dispersing the thick smell of gunpowder. About 2 kilometers away from where the two teams were shooting, the local troops heard the dense gunfire and knew it was their turn to enter the battlefield. This was a nature reserve. Although it was included in the temporary battle zone for the two teams, they still had to pay attention to the necessary things. The local troops needed to help collect all the bullets. 44 comrades meant that there were 4,400 rounds of ammunition. These were all the missions of the local troops. Gather. Following the platoon commander's whistle, the two squad leaders quickly gathered their comrades. Attention, turn back. They led their comrades to their destination. It took some time to collect all the bullets, but with the help of the local troops, it saved the two teams a lot of time. The results were out. Li Jinyan and Yi Qian missed the target twice out of 200 bullets, and were ranked first. Xia Jinyuan and K7 missed the target 3 times, and could only be ranked second. K7's thin face was a little tense, and his murderous aura was somewhat exposed. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "It's my fault, I'm sorry, Captain. Qin Niao's shooting skills are above all of us. We're not too bad of a team to be ranked second." Xia Jinyuan patted his comrade's shoulder and smiled. "Next time, continue to work hard and win back what you lost." The 2 bullets missed the target because Li Jinyan and Yi Qian were affected by the wind and snow when they were changing guns. His situation was the same as K7's. They were both affected by the wind and snow when they were changing guns. These were all uncontrollable factors, and mistakes were understandable. However, understanding was one thing, and the main thing was that their shooting skills were not at their best. Take Qing Niao for example. She was holding the same gun as everyone else, and they were all shooting at the same time. Why was she able to hit the target every time? It was because her shooting skills were so good that she was not affected by the weather. Qing Niao is talented. Do you still remember the mission in Pakistan? Normal people aim first before shooting, but she's different. She can directly aim and shoot when she pulls the trigger. That's the biggest difference. It's a talent blessed by the heavens. It's difficult for us to have her talent. Xia Jinyuan bent down and picked up the 2 bullets from the snow. His handsome eyes were slightly sharp. We don't have her talent, but we need to learn shooting skills from her. We can't be complacent, and we can't find excuses for our losses. We admit that we lost, but we can't keep losing like this. The snow was unusually heavy. The feather-like snow fluttered and decorated the mountain into a world of white. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding 2 bullets in his hand, looked at his comrades. His sharp eyes were like the cold light on a blade, revealing a frightening sharpness. So, K7, we can admit defeat, but we can't keep losing. Even if the person who surpassed them was Yi Qian, his girlfriend, he would not admit defeat, nor would he find excuses for himself. Winning had always been their goal, and it would not change because of anyone. Yi Jian knew that her 100 bullets hadn't gone to waste. She stepped on a bullet with her military boot. When she bent down to pick it up, she saw Li Jinyan standing in front of the target with a hostile aura. He was looking at her results. He was the one who caused the 2 misses, so he needed to reflect deeply. Chapter 1636. Li Jinyan was not only reflecting on himself, he was also studying Yi Qian's shooting skills. He was completely convinced by Yi Qian's godlike shooting skills. He had no idea how she could shoot so fluidly without any adjustments. Demon King, let Qing now teach us another day. I'm afraid no one in our 2 teams can compete with her shooting skills. The big mermaid walked over and said in a low voice, since we can't keep her here, it's enough if we can learn her shooting skills. After Li Jinyan got the reply from Yi Qian that night, although he did not contact the Navy commander, he still told the big mermaid. As for the Navy commander, he would talk to him after the hunting operation tomorrow. Li Jinyan's somewhat dark gaze shifted away from the target. He said to the Great Mermaid, "Tell me, is there anyone who can accurately shoot without aiming at the target? How is that possible?" The big mermaid laughed. Why did the Demon King suddenly ask this? It's completely impossible. Until now, our army doesn't have such a sharpshooter. Everyone knew that one had to aim before shooting. Without aiming and preparation, how could one shoot accurately? It was not like they were blindly suppressing fire. As long as it was an accurate shot, one had to aim first. This was the law. Li Jinyan also thought that it was impossible. He was probably overthinking it. However, when he thought about Yi Qian's shooting movements, he really felt that she was shooting directly with a gun. She did not aim at all. He was deep in thought, as if he was thinking about a big problem. The big mermaid looked at him. What's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind. Did you encounter something difficult to solve? About the competition. About the 300-meter shooting. Other than these 2 things, he could not think of anything that the Demon King was troubled by. Qing Niao, if I said that she did not aim at all, do you think it's impossible? As if feeling someone's gaze on him, Li Jinyan's feet moved slightly. His military boots squeaked as they crushed the snow. He turned around and his gaze met Yi Jian's from afar. Yi Qian, wearing combat equipment and a helmet, stood in the snow. She smiled at the man who turned around and looked at him calmly. She continued to bend down and pick up the bullets. The snow blurred her beautiful face, but Li Jinyan felt that he could see the smile on her face clearly. It was like a red plum blossom in the snow, facing the wind, standing on a branch with a cold fragrance. He calmly looked away and looked at the big mermaid who was shocked by his words. I'm also shocked, but it's possible. After the training, I'll verify my guess. The command center was so quiet because of the Major General's words that you could hear a pin drop. The technicians felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. They could not help but use less strength when pressing the buttons to avoid alarming the senior generals. The Navy commander looked at the Major General who said something shocking. After taking a deep breath, he once again looked at the data of Yi Qian's shooting. He took out a pencil and wrote for a while. He then said to the clerk beside him, "Reanalyze the data in detail. I need to know how long each bullet took to shoot." Yes. The clerk took the data and immediately handed it to the technician for another detailed analysis. Chapter 1637. After the Navy commander finished giving his instructions, he tapped his fingers on the table. His face, which was slightly tanned by the sun, looked very tense. Just like Li Jinyan, he seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. After knocking, the Navy commander looked up at the Major General who was also staring at the data. Old Yang, if this is true, then it's really a big surprise. One soldier can fight against a few hundred soldiers. In fact, the Major General was also shocked by his own speculation. However, it was undeniable that Yi Qian was indeed very capable. In addition, she was also a sniper, so she could definitely fight against a few hundred soldiers. Then he said, "She's a sniper, and we spent a lot of effort to train her. Being able to fight against a platoon of soldiers is also our hope for her. In order to make her sniping skills reach a certain level, the person who trained her put all his efforts into training Qing Niao. That's how she became the Qing Niao she is today. If we add on her extraordinary talent, it's indeed possible for her to fight against a few hundred soldiers. However, this is just our speculation for now. I still need to verify it." During the battle on the Pakistani side, Xia Jinyuan had mentioned to him that Yi Qian's marksmanship was different from others, but he did not explain in detail what made it different. When he later found out that the person who trained Yi Qian was the Sniper King who was known as the World Sniper in the 1970s, he naturally assumed that Yi Qian's marksmanship was definitely different from the rest. After all, the title of a World Sniper was still held by that person, and he was still a legend that no one could dethrone. The Navy commander knew that the Major General would not say such an impossible speculation for no reason. There had to be some basis for it, but he still needed to confirm it for now. "Then confirm it now, so I don't have to think about it with you." The Navy commander made the decision and immediately contacted Li Jinyan, who was preparing to leave. Li Jinyan had already finished organizing his team. The local troops were waiting for them to leave before they started collecting all the warheads. It was getting late, so they needed to head to the 5th combat zone immediately. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan handed over more than 100 warheads collected by the 2 squads to the platoon leaders of the local troops. Due to Yi Qian, the storm commandos did not appear again, and the Snowfield Brigade and the local troops took care of the rest. The 10-meter distance in the heavy snow also blurred everyone's vision. Fu Dong looked forward again and vaguely saw a figure that was slimmer than a male soldier standing straight in front of him. He observed that there was only one female soldier in the 2 special forces teams. "Class Monitor Fu, your class is in charge of the west to the north. Class Monitor Lu, your class is in charge of the east to the south. 4,400 bullets, 4,400 warheads must be collected for me. Not a single warhead can be left out, do you understand?" "Yes. Yes." Fu Dong retracted his gaze. Until now, he still felt that he had not recognized the wrong person. That female soldier was Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid past Fu Dong's face without leaving a trace. He was indeed Little Fox's junior high school classmate. He had an impression of her, but he did not expect to meet her here. It was really fate. This male soldier must still have some doubts, otherwise, he would not have kept looking forward. They had not seen each other for more than 3 years, and even though her face was covered in thick paint, this male soldier could still vaguely feel that the female soldier was Yi Qian. It had to be said that Little Fox had a great influence in the class back then, and she had left a deep impression on everyone. Chapter 1638. At this time, the command center had already contacted Yi Qian. The commanding officer's voice came through the earpiece. "Qing Niao, we already have the data analysis of your shooting. Now the command center has a big question to ask you, and we need you to answer it. According to the analysis, we found that the speed of each bullet was almost the same, and there was no pause in between. Qing Niao, how did you do it?" So it was about that. Yi Qian thought about it and answered seriously, "It's not easy to explain directly. I can demonstrate it again, this way it'll be clearer." It was really not easy to explain. She couldn't tell the commanding officer that she was relying on her intuition like last time. In fact, she was relying on her intuition. However, a live demonstration would be more direct and would not leave too many doubts in people's hearts. When Uncle Chen found out that she could shoot like this, he was quite surprised. He thought it was an impossible but real miracle. Yes, Uncle Chen said it was a miracle that came from talent. She didn't know if it was a miracle, but every time she finished shooting, she had a very strong feeling. It was as if the gun was one with her, and the bullet was like an obedient child. She looked at the target, raised her hand, and aimed at the target, and the bullet could hit the target accurately. There was no way to explain it, only a live demonstration. The commanding officer was looking forward to it. The cold wind blew on his face like a knife cutting into his skin. Yi Qian, who had entered the 5th combat zone, gently exhaled a breath of hot air to warm his fingers. Beside her, Li Jinyan looked back at her. If you're cold, rub your hands. As a male soldier, he also felt the cold. His hands and feet were stiff from the cold. His joints felt like they were poured with rust, and there wasn't much flexibility. It was 4:00 in the afternoon, and the hunting operation was in full swing. Yi Qian raised his hands and rubbed his ears. He even gritted his teeth and put his hands under his collar to warm his hands with his body temperature. The temperature in the mountains was negative. If it wasn't -15 degrees Celsius, it would be -10 degrees Celsius. It couldn't be helped that the weather wasn't perfect. The members of the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team who were used to training by the sea gritted their teeth and endured the cold wind head-on. The snow had stopped falling, but the north wind was still howling and blowing snow everywhere. Their line of sight was still a vast expanse of whiteness, which made it extremely difficult for reconnaissance work. After Li Jinyan finished his reconnaissance, he gestured to Yi Qian, and the two of them continued forward. On the other side, J5 said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll leave Demon King Li to you, and I'll leave Qing Niao to you. Why did you assign two powerful characters to me? You think too highly of me, your brother." J5, who had already been captured once, felt that the pressure wasn't ordinary. Demon King Li was comparable to Q King, and Qing Niao's assassination skills weren't bad either. He really felt that he was the weakest of the four. Xia Jinyuan, who was bent over, used his binoculars to observe the lake. His thin lips curved into a cold smile. "The more you're afraid, the more I want you to go. If you're captured, won't you get back at them?" A black shadow swept across the lake. Xia Jinyuan immediately put down his binoculars and contacted his brothers. "Team D, pay attention. The sentry is here. Be careful. Whoever becomes the first captive will run 20 kilometers with weights. Even if you have to die, you have to finish it." Chapter 1639. All the members of the Snowfield Brigade shuddered. Q King could be so ruthless that he could peel off a layer of skin. 20 kilometers was nothing. What mattered was how much weight they had to carry to complete the 20 kilometers. "Pigeon, White Crane, you two go lure the enemy." Xia Jinyuan lowered his voice and arranged for the battle. The two of them were good at fighting in the snow. As long as they were in a place with snow, they would be no different from fish in water. Only they would be able to discover the enemy. By arranging the two of them to lure the enemy, Xia Jinyuan wanted to start the captive plan. After the two of them left, Xia Jinyuan spread the battle map on the snow and looked at it. He frowned slightly. The 5th combat zone covered a huge area. Why did he feel that the command center was going to do something else? Only 2 teams were allowed to complete the hunt. Wasn't this a little too easy? I'm afraid the command center will do something else. We can't spread our forces out for the time being. After Xia Jinyuan made his judgment, he immediately switched to the public channel and whispered to all the members of the Snowfield Brigade, "Stay in a triangular formation and keep our forces concentrated. Don't rush to the other side of the lake." Then he said, "The Major General won't act until he sees the hare. The commander of the Navy is the same. The 5th combat zone is so big that it's impossible for them to only arrange a simple hunt for both sides. Brothers, gather your forces together just in case." Just like the Storm Commandos, they also completed the hunt in groups of 2. No one stood still and waited for the enemy to come to them. Everyone was moving and completing the hunt in their own way. Li Jinyan was also spreading the battle map on the ground. His fingers wearing combat gloves moved across the entire 5th combat zone. Finally, he asked Yi Qian, "Do you feel that this hunt is too simple?" It was so simple that it didn't seem like the commander's style. Yi Qian didn't know how to answer this question. This was her first time participating in a competition like this. She shook her head and answered truthfully, "Sorry, this is my first time participating in a competition like this. I'm not too familiar with the combat styles of the 2 leaders of the command center, so I can't give you any advice. It's a little too simple. The commander's style is to be more aggressive towards the end. Now it's a bit like boiling a frog in warm water." After Li Jinyan finished speaking, he contacted the whole team. "Gather the troops. Big Eel, stop luring the enemy." Fighting in the snow was the weakness of the Storm Commandos. They were much more cautious than the Snowfield Brigade. Looking at the red and green dots representing the 2 armies suddenly slowing down, the Marine commander sighed a few times. These 2 guys are really a bit difficult to deal with. "It's done, old dong. It's about time. Just tell them the battle requirements." Major General Lu saw the look of pity on his face and could not help but shake his head and laugh. A simple hunting operation is too simple. According to our training style in the past, they will definitely figure it out. Just as the members of the 2 teams were guessing that the command center might have further instructions, the latest instructions came from the command center. There was a final position in the 5th combat zone. Whoever could enter the final position first and finish off the 2 platoons would be considered the end of the competition. After receiving this order, the commanders of the 2 teams were not surprised at all. Instead, they let out a long sigh of relief. The final position was not in this area at all. There would be an intersection point when they were heading towards the final position. This intersection point was where the 2 teams would first exchange fire. Chapter 1640. Without further ado, the commanders of the 2 teams quickly adjusted their battle strategy. Xia Jinyuan immediately called back the White Crane and Pigeon while Li Jinyan immediately stopped the baiting tactic and led his team to the final location. The final location was surrounded by barbed wire, and the wire was connected with high-voltage electricity. Other than the members of the Storm Assault Team and the Snowfield Brigade, no one else could enter. There were a few wooden huts inside. These wooden huts were used by the forest police to rest at night when they were patrolling the mountains. Now, they had been taken over as a base that needed to be taken down by the Snowfield Brigade and the Storm Assault Team. There were 2 platoons of soldiers inside the base and 2 platoons outside. Each platoon had 30 soldiers, so there were 4 platoons inside and outside the base. A total of 120 targets needed to be taken care of. The 2 teams needed to take care of the soldiers guarding the base before they faced each other. At this time, both teams were tired and hungry. At the same time, their physical strength was severely depleted. The command center did not give them much time to rest in order to better understand each team's combat ability. The 5-day competition had to end by 6 p.m. the next day. If both teams failed to take down the base, both teams would lose. The temperature inside the wooden hut was slightly better than outside, but the north wind still came in through the gaps in the wooden hut. A sentry pushed open the wooden door and walked over. He patted the snow off his body and walked to his platoon leader. "Platoon leader, let's just keep watch for tonight." They had been on guard for 3 days, but they still had not seen the so-called special forces. Tonight is about right. Stay alert tonight. Don't let anyone sneak up behind you and slit your throat. The platoon leader had been keeping a close eye on his soldiers for the past few days. It was fine during the day, but he was afraid that someone would sneak up on them at night. This time, he brought his soldiers here to broaden their horizons and see how the special forces killed the other special forces. It was really lucky for their platoon to have such an opportunity. Outside the wooden hut, the snowy wind had not stopped blowing. The wind blew into the hut and made the raincoat flap noisily. The platoon leader could not help but stand up and look outside. With such a strong wind, the snow should stop at night. When the snowy wind blew on his face, it was like someone had slapped him. It was painful and itchy. In the end, even his nose was so stiff that he could no longer feel it. Other than Li Jinyan, who was slightly paler, the rest of the water ghosts were all dark. Even if their noses were frozen like carrots, it was not very obvious. Yi Qian was different. When she stood among the water ghosts, she was like a white swan mixed among black swans. Right now, her nose was the most obvious red. Li Jinyan couldn't help but want to laugh a few times when he talked to her, but he restrained himself very well. Yi Qian, who didn't feel cold even after walking for so long, couldn't help but cover his nose. His gloved fingers lightly touched the tip of his nose. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He seemed to have lost his senses. He was so cold that he felt like he was touching someone else's nose. Don't touch it, don't rub it. Go back and take a scalded radish. It'll be fine. Li Jinyan couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. He reached out his hand. They were climbing up the mountain path. The snow was too thick, so they had to help each other. Yi Qian reached out and grabbed it tightly. He pulled his feet out of the snow and walked up with shallow and deep steps. The female soldier's hands were very small. They were obviously different from the hands of the male soldiers. Sometimes, Li Jinyan even wondered if he would break the bones in her hand if he used a little more strength. She was the only female soldier in the two teams. Facing such a harsh environment, she didn't complain at all. She didn't complain at all. This was indeed admirable. Chapter 1641. After climbing up the slope, Li Jinyan immediately let go of his hand. Then, he gestured to Yi Qian to crawl while he pushed aside a shrub covered in snow and slowly crouched down. According to the analysis of the battle map, the first exchange of fire between the two teams was less than 300 meters away from them. Li Jinyan used the snow and shrubs as cover and carefully used his binoculars to observe the situation in front of them. The mountain was quiet, and everything was silent. Occasionally, snow would fall from the trees, making a dull thud. In the blink of an eye, everything would return to normal. Yi Qian, who had crouched down beside him, said softly, "Q King will not let go of the opportunity to kill our forces. If he arrived before us, he would have already set up an ambush and waited for us to fall into his trap." The binoculars only saw a white world. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, the more there was nothing out of the ordinary, the more it meant that something was wrong. Li Jinyan lowered his head and slowly moved his body so that he was completely hidden behind the shrubs. He crawled side by side with Yi Qian. That's normal. If it were me, I would not let go of the opportunity to destroy the enemy's forces as soon as I occupy them. Turning on the communicator, Li Jinyan contacted the team members behind him. Move forward in a dragnet formation. Each team will maintain a distance of 10 meters from each other. Deshao, 5 of your teams will head to the final stronghold. 5 of our teams will stay behind. 2 scouts will stay put. Then, he said to Yi Qian, "You go with the scouts. Stay one step behind Deshao and the others." At this time, Qing Niao was the focus of the entire team. How could Q King allow a Qing Niao, who was familiar with their team, to stay behind? Their first target was definitely Qing Niao. Yi Qian also knew why this was the arrangement, but she also had her own thoughts. Since they had already been targeted, avoiding them was not a solution. Moreover, she did not have the habit of avoiding them. On the battlefield, offense was always the best defense. Yi Qian sighed softly and expressed his opinion. "Since it's a hunting operation, Demon King, I don't intend to avoid it. Let's face it directly. She rarely expressed her opinion when he was carrying out orders. Now that she had spoken, it was enough to show that she had thought it through carefully. Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips slightly. After a few seconds of pause, he said, "If you are not worried about being captured, you can continue to follow me." Previously, they had captured a member of the Snowfield Brigade. In this hunting operation, the other party would definitely want to get back at them. Qing Niao was undoubtedly their target. Yi Qian did not hesitate. He chose to take action. On the snow, a few sparrows were jumping around happily. Their light bodies became the only vivid scenery in the snow, leaving a string of small paw prints. Xia Jinyuan used a tree branch to pick out the snow stuck to the bottom of his boots so that it would be easier for him to take action later. "Q King, there's a situation." Bai He's voice came through the earpiece. It was low and contained a hint of excitement. "There's movement. We didn't wait for half an hour in vain. The Snowfield Brigade had arrived at the first crossfire half an hour ago and had set up an ambush. J5, I'll leave Qing now to you." Xia Jinyuan threw the tree branch lightly into the bushes. The military target swept through the bushes, and the snow fell quietly to cover up his tracks. A few camouflaged figures flitted through the pure white world. They were as light as birds flying in the snow and disappeared silently. Yi Qian, who was leaning against the tree trunk behind her, panted lightly. He turned on the communicator to contact his team members. "It's about 5 minutes. It's about time to start." Bai He and Dove were scouts. Xia Jinyuan had told her that as long as they were in the snow, they would be like fish in water. It would not be easy for her to slip past under their noses. Chapter 1642. The Snowfield Brigade's target was her, and her goal was to finish off either White Crane or Pigeon. She did not have that much confidence in finishing off both of them at once. Li Jinyan was about 5 meters away from Yi Qian. He had already readied his combat dagger and was just waiting for the Snowfield Brigade members to arrive before he could make his move. The wind carried snow with it and blew against his goggles, blocking his vision. White Crane, who was wearing a white camouflage suit, moved carefully. His military boots did not make any sound when he stepped into the snow. He was mainly responsible for scouting and reporting everything he saw to his comrades so that they could carry out their mission. "There are no abnormalities ahead. Brothers, be careful of traps." White Crane carefully passed through the crossfire and hid behind a tree. From afar, his figure seemed to blend into the white world. Push left and avoid the point of abnormalities. As a scout, White Crane had entered the range of the Storm Commandos. His main mission was to infiltrate the enemy's rear and scout their military movements. He also had to capture enemy captives to obtain information that would be beneficial to their side. White Crane and Pigeon did not directly hunt their targets. They only needed to provide useful information to their comrades and scout the enemy's movements. Therefore, they did not have any offensive missions. On the contrary, they had to avoid running into the Storm Commandos. Therefore, White Crane and Pigeon had to be more careful and cautious than any other member to avoid being discovered by the Storm Commandos. Li Jinyan agreed to let Yi Qian directly participate in the hunting operation. At the same time, he assigned Yi Qian the mission to kill or capture a scout from the Snowfield Brigade. After some observation, he realized that Yi Qian's anti-reconnaissance ability was quite good. Just like her shooting skills, they were on par. Xia Jinyuan predicted that Yi Qian would definitely participate in the hunting operation, but he could not have predicted how Li Jinyan would arrange for Yi Qian. He also did not expect that Yi Qian would have his eyes on the scout he sent out, White Crane. The mountain was very quiet, but the atmosphere was somber. The sparrows that flew into the snow from time to play seemed to have sensed something and flew away from the forest. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes and stared at a white figure. She gave her position to Li Jinyan and said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, "I found the target. He's about 3 meters away from me. Cooperate with me." "Got it." Li Jinyan and the other water ghosts who were closer to him answered through his earpiece. The three of them would set up an ambush while Li Jinyan would go deep to lure the enemy and fully cooperate with Yi Qian to complete the hunt. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon, and the painful cold wind that blew against his face was even stronger than before. His body temperature seemed to have dropped slightly. Yi Qian, who had become one with the snow, was silently waiting for the right moment. She was completely buried in the snow. In the gradually darkening sky, as long as she remained motionless, no one would know that the slightly arched snow bump in the distance was actually Yi Qian in disguise. At least, White Crane did not discover it. However, he was very cautious. After entering the Storm Commando's range, he would lurk and observe every meter he walked. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The target was getting closer. Yi Jianping held her breath and listened to the army boots stepping on the snow softly. She heard the squeaking sound of the snow being crushed. White Crane passed by her, less than 50 centimeters away. Yi Qian did not move. For the time being, she could not confirm whether there was someone behind White Crane. She had to wait for Li Jinyan and the others to send news. Chapter 1643. Her target was the Snowfield Brigade Scouts, while Li Jinyan's target was Xia Jinyuan. She thought that Xia Jinyuan's target would definitely be Li Jinyan as well. King against king, there would definitely be a decisive battle. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from behind. Yi Qian felt a chill run down his spine. The Storm Commandos had been outflanked from behind. Even though Yi Qian knew that he was being outflanked from behind, he still maintained his current posture so that Bai He, who was less than a meter away from him, did not notice him at all. She even held her breath as she heard Bai He say, 5 meters away from me. Target spotted at 7 o'clock. K7, surround him. T6, you'll be the vanguard. Bai He quickly pinpointed his position and informed his comrades behind him to move quickly. When Yi Qian heard this, he knew that the Storm Commandos had all entered the Snowfield Brigade's ambush range. Just as Li Jinyan had said, the Snowfield Brigade would definitely not miss an opportunity to strangle their targets. This was a frontline unit that was good at ambushing and assassinating. They would only attack and would never stay in their original positions. The figures of 2 Snowfield Brigade members entered the line of sight of Li Jinyan and the other 2 water demons. Following the order to move came from the communicator, Yi Qian leaped out from the snow like a hidden snow leopard, flashing his sharp claws at the prey he had locked onto. Right at this moment, Bai He received a cold order from Xia Jinyuan. Bai He, retreat. There was no time to explain and Xia Jinyuan ordered Bai He to retreat immediately. But it was too late. Hearing his captain's order through his earpiece, Bai He felt a murderous aura coming from behind him, causing him to quickly leap forward and narrowly avoid the murderous aura coming from behind him. He turned around and saw clearly who the person who had ambushed him was. J5, where did you run off to? Qing Niao has her eyes on me. When Bai He saw that it was Yi Qian, he immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. He had never seen Qing Niao's strength before, but after working with her once, he felt that she was unfathomable. J5, who was about to stuff a ball of snow into his mouth to quench his thirst, choked violently. He contacted Xia Jinyuan, who was far away from him, and said, Qing Niao targeted Bai He. She's really ruthless. She directly gouged out our eyes. Let's take a gamble and see if Bai He kills Qing Niao or if Qing Niao kills Bai He. Seeing that his comrade was still in the mood to take a gamble, Xia Jinyuan raised his thin lips and said with a faint smile, as an instructor, if you get captured a second time, J5, you won't be able to escape a 20-page self-reflection. J5's body shook violently. Although he was an instructor, he was also afraid of writing reports. When he had applied for a transfer, one of the reasons was that he was not good at writing reports. If he was captured again, he would slap himself 50 times. Stall the devil for at least half an hour. Xia Jinyuan approached Bai He with his rifle. The devil had ordered Qing Niao to kill his scouts, which gave him the opportunity to capture Qing Niao. J5 did not stay any longer and immediately went to stall the devil. He knew that Q King wanted to kill or capture Qing Niao first. How could Yi Qian be so stupid as to wait for the Snowfield Brigade to come to Bai He's aid and kill her while they were at it? After her first failed sneak attack, she pounced on Bai He again. She came with the wind and snow, carrying a murderous aura, and directly blocked Bai He's path. At this moment, Bai He finally understood why K7 and the others said that Yi Qian was a natural-born soldier. It was because the murderous aura around her was enough to frighten her enemies. Chapter 1644. Bai He knew that his comrades would come to support him, because Q King's goal was to capture Qing Niao. Even though he didn't quite understand why he insisted on capturing Qing Niao as the captive, he would definitely fully support Q King's decision. Even if this was an elimination round, he would still support Q King's decision unconditionally. So Yi Qian wanted to end the battle quickly, while Bai He wanted to stall for time and wait for his comrades to arrive. Qing Niao, are you sure you can beat me? As a Special Forces soldier who had undergone professional and systematic training, Bai He knew very well how to communicate to buy time for himself, and how to stall for time without leaving a trace. After dodging Yi Qian's sneak attack, he revealed his location to all his comrades nearby. That way, whoever was closest to him would be able to rush over immediately. However, Yi Qian wasn't going to give him the chance. The two of them were already facing off against each other. Instead of ending the battle quickly, he was still in the mood to chat with her. Yi Qian immediately knew what Bai He wanted to do. You want to capture me? I'm sorry, Bai He, but I really don't want to become a captive. Yi Qian smiled at him. The unsharpened combat dagger in his hand flashed through the snowy wind. The dark sky couldn't hide the cold gleam of the dagger as it flashed through the air. The lightly armed Yi Qian made his move once again. Combat was something every member of the Snowfield Brigade had to pass. Even though Yi Qian wasn't officially a member of the Snowfield Brigade, her combat skills weren't bad. Against Bai He or any other member of the Snowfield Brigade, Yi Qian wouldn't be afraid. This was a competition, but it was also a war. As for her, how could she be afraid when she was on the battlefield? Soldiers were already on the battlefield, and horns were blown on the battlefield. The cruel flames of war didn't allow you to be afraid, and it didn't allow you to even think about retreating. Why was there a need for such harsh training? It was so that when you went to the battlefield to protect your country, you could return safely and become a member of the family reunion. During the hunting operation, as long as the two parties were facing each other head-on, guns and ammunition were not allowed within 3 meters of each other. Empty bullets would still hurt people if fired within 3 meters. In a short distance, the only tools you can use are your own hands and the unsharpened dagger in your hand. This is the best weapon you can use to defeat your opponent. Bai He was shocked by Yi Qian's ferocious and almost cruel attacks. She actually chose to fight him in close combat alone, without the support of the water ghosts. This was not a simple fight. This was a fight with their lives on the line. There were no elegant movements, only strength and ferocity. Yi Qian relied on his agility to close in on Bai He at the fastest speed possible. The dagger in his hand went straight for Bai He's chest. Bai He, who had been a scout, came from a scholarly family. All the girls he had come into contact with since he was young were gentle and delicate. Even though he knew that as a soldier, Yi Qian was different from those girls, when he faced Yi Qian alone, he was still shocked by her fierce and cold eyes and extremely bloody movements. Yi Jian kicked the snow hard with her military boots. Large chunks of snow flew towards Yi Jian. When something flew towards a person, no matter how light or heavy it was, the body's most realistic reaction would always be to dodge it out of reflex. Chapter 1645. Bai He wanted to make use of Yi Qian's few seconds of dodging to make himself the attacker. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Yi Qian was not a female soldier who acted according to common sense. She did not dodge at all. Instead, she chose a more direct way to fight head-on. The snowflakes hit her shoulder. Even though she was wearing thick winter clothing, her shoulder still hurt. However, this did not force Yi Qian to stop. She was still fearless in her attacks. She knew that if she did not finish off Bai He quickly, the Snowfield Brigade would come to her aid. By then, she would be surrounded and would have nowhere to run. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, knew how to give up and take. At this moment, she had to give it her all and bear the pain. Only then would she be able to take the ending she wanted. Only the winner would have the right to continue fighting. Yi Qian's abdomen, shoulders, calves, and arms were all hit by Bai He's fists and military boots. Men were always stronger than women. When the kicks landed on her body, Yi Qian felt like her bones were about to crack. She grabbed Bai He's wrist with one hand and punched his armpit directly. Her right leg kicked Bai He's knee. She did not show any mercy. Similarly, Bai He did not show any mercy. Both of them used all their strength to beat the other to the ground. The two of them fought in close combat. Yi Qian was not as strong as the male soldier, but she was very good at making use of her strengths and agility to make up for her weaknesses. She disrupted Bai He's defense. There were no fancy moves in the Special Forces combat. All of their moves were based on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. They strived to finish off their opponent as quickly as possible. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." Xia Jinyuan's low and steady voice came through Bai He's earpiece. He needed to avoid the water ghosts from the storm commandos and avoid fighting with Li Jinyan. Therefore, he could not arrive immediately. Bai He did not answer. He was frightened by Yi Qian's actions. "Qing Niao!" he shouted, trying to stop Yi Qian from harming himself. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, his expression darkened. Bai He's shout was filled with worry. He was trying to stop Yi Qian. Why was he trying to stop Yi Qian? What's going on? Xia Jinyuan, who was supposed to take 5 minutes to get there, arrived a minute earlier. He saw a figure lying in the white snow and walked over with a gloomy expression. Bai He, who was lying in the snow, looked at his comrade who had appeared above him. The corner of his mouth was bleeding from Yi Qian's punch. He let out a long sigh and said, "You're a heroine. You're so cruel to yourself." "Ha!" Xia Jinyuan chuckled and looked at his comrade coldly. "You've lost to Qing Niao twice. Bai He, you need to be sent back to the village to train." Bai He, who was originally lying down, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He stood up like a carp. Q King was definitely not joking with him. Although he was a person who loved to joke, he would never make such a joke. "That's right. Qing Niao is a heroine. She's so cruel to herself. That's because she knows when to be cruel to herself and her enemies." Xia Jinyuan's voice turned cold. "And you, not only can you not be cruel to yourself, you can't even be cruel to our enemies." Bai He, since when did the Snowfield Brigade need a group of Special Forces soldiers who show off their benevolence on the battlefield? Chapter 1646. He was happy that Yi Qian had managed to escape, but he was also disappointed that his comrade had died in battle. If his comrade had tried his best and failed, he would have laughed and said, "Don't think that female soldiers are easy to deal with." However, it was obvious that his comrade was not good enough, but had committed a grave mistake. It was true that they were familiar with Qing Niao, but at this moment, Qing Niao belonged to the Storm Commandos. In this competition, she was standing opposite of them. Faced with the young captain's criticism, Bai He did not refute and accepted it humbly. After Xia Jinyuan finished criticizing him coldly, Bai He reflected on himself seriously. I will accept any punishment. I will always remember today's mistake. I will never make a similar mistake again. A mistake was a mistake, and there was no excuse for it. After the scolding, Xia Jinyuan looked at the row of footprints that disappeared into the depths of the forest. He couldn't help but smile and turned to ask his comrade calmly, "What did Qing Niao do just now?" I grabbed her shoulder, and when the dagger was about to touch her neck, she actually sent her own neck towards the dagger. Although the dagger wasn't sharpened, the force of her collision was quite strong. I was shocked, and I shouted. Naturally, my hand movements slowed down. Bai He still had a lingering fear when he mentioned what had just happened. He sighed deeply and said, "She was too ruthless. She was so ruthless that it scared me." When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he was not frightened at all. Instead, he laughed. If she hadn't been ruthless, she might have been the one to die. Xia Jinyuan admired his girlfriend's dangerous behavior. His little fox was indeed smart to fight back from the brink of death. But she was too smart. Bai He seemed to want to say something, but Xia Jinyuan did not listen. It would be against the rules if he continued to talk about the same comrade who had died. After successfully escaping, Yi Qian hid well and sent his location to Li Jinyan. He adjusted his breathing while waiting for Li Jinyan to meet up with him. There would be no more hunting at the first crossfire because both sides knew that the other side was active in this area. In order to seize the last position, they would not waste any more time and would choose to move forward. For the time being, Li Jinyan didn't ask Yi Jian how she managed to get rid of the scouts from the Shuayu Brigade. He entered the public channel and told all the members of the Storm Commandos the news. Instantly, the sound of fingers snapping could be heard from his earpiece as a sign of praise. Killing one of the enemy's scouts in one move was really good news. When the J5 of the Shuayu Brigade couldn't contact White Crane, he knew that something was going to happen. When Xia Jinyuan told them that White Crane was dead and the one who killed him was none other than Green Bird, they all held their breaths. Was killed by a bullet. If he was killed by a bullet, it wouldn't be a shame. G3 said. Everyone knew how fast Qing Niao could shoot. No one in the team could compare to her. It would be great if he was really killed by a bullet, but unfortunately, he was not. He was killed by close combat. The cold reality was said by Xia Jinyuan calmly. His comrades all sucked in a breath of cold air. He smiled lightly and said, "The target of the capture plan has not changed. Last time, she killed Pigeon and Bai He with a sniper rifle. This time, she continued to kill Bai He. Brothers, you have to bring Qing Niao to me." K7 and G3 were together. Hearing this, the two of them quickly looked at each other. Q King really did not want to show mercy. Since that was the case, they could not show mercy either. They had to capture Qing Niao whenever they saw her. It did not matter if they knew her or not. Chapter 1647. K7 was a forensic doctor and had always been calm. He turned off the communicator and said to G3, "Q King wants to use this competition to train Qing Niao's individual combat experience. It seems like he is determined to send Qing Niao to the Snowfield Brigade. That was his plan from the very beginning. Do you think he was just casually talking about it in the past?" G3 wasn't surprised. They already knew about Q King's plan from the Southern Province Cooperation. Not only does Q King have this plan, but the military and Major General also have this plan. Otherwise, why would they drag Qing Niao to train with us from time to time? It wasn't that he was joking, but it felt like. After a moment of silence, K7 said, "Their requirements for Qing Niao are too strict. It feels like they have more long-term plans." "Do they?" G3 thought about it and didn't feel anything strange. He said, "Qing Niao will be our comrade in the future. It's good that she is being trained by us now. Q King probably feels that her ability has reached a bottleneck and needs to break through." If he really had to feel something, the only thing he felt was that Qing Niao's overall ability had reached a bottleneck. Only by breaking through this bottleneck could she reach Q King's requirements and the Major General's requirements. But then again, Qing Niao's individual combat ability was already strong enough. She had already reached the requirements to join the Snowfield Brigade. Q King did seem to have some long-term plans. "No matter what they have planned, we will cooperate fully." G3 didn't think too much about it. He said calmly, "Q King will communicate with the military at any time. The military and Major General will also tell Q King about their plans. We will know when the time comes. Right now, I should think about how to capture Qing Niao. If I fail the first time, I won't be able to do it a second time. The Demon King is not easy to deal with, and the Qing Niao is not easy to deal with. Once the two of them come together, it will be even more difficult." G3 directly analyzed the situation. At the same time, he turned on his communicator and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Killing a white crane is the Demon King's warning to us. We should return the favor to the Demon King." Xia Jinyuan liked to hear that. He smiled elegantly and dangerously. "That's right. It's 5:27 in the evening now. Let's try to give the devil a big gift before 8 o'clock. Agreed. Agreed. I have no objections." The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade nearby expressed their opinions one after another. Xia Jinyuan, who was walking in the snow, put on a fake smile and said, "Remember, Qing Niao is now our opponent, not someone we know. Whoever tries to be merciful to me will have to go back and clean the toilets." His white teeth reflected the cold light of the snow, making him look like a wolf out on a snowy night. He exuded a ferocious aura. T6 secretly clicked his tongue when he heard that. He said to Z7, "You still want to be merciful to her? Q King won't be happy about that. Looks like when we see Qing Niao later, the two of us will have to come up with a plan to kill her. I like to see a captive. Brothers, don't be too barbaric. Go easy on her, especially that signal device of hers." T6, who was still thinking about how to eliminate Yi Qian in one go, froze when he heard that. He rubbed the tip of his frozen nose and felt that this mission was quite difficult. No one knew what kind of expression Xia Jinyuan had when he spoke. It could also be said that he was expressionless. The elegant man was as cold as ice, without a trace of human warmth. Even his dark eyes, which usually looked at Yi Qian gently like water, were frozen. Chapter 1648. Little Fox, you have to be prepared. If you want to join the Snowfield Brigade, I have to tell you that it's not an easy task. You won't be so lucky in a real war, and no one will show you mercy just because they know you. You won against Baihe this time purely because you used petty tricks, and it just so happens that on the battlefield, petty tricks can cost you your life at any time. If you want to complete the mission perfectly and come back alive, you have to rely on your accumulated combat experience. Xia Jinyuan was indeed happy that Yi Qian had escaped from the first hunt, but he wasn't just happy. He also calmly analyzed Yi Qian's combat style and accurately found Yi Qian's weaknesses so that she could correct them. He couldn't accept hearing the news of her death one day, so he would rather be harsh on her now and train her in every possible way than let her join the Snowfield Brigade in the future and make himself afraid. Fighting alone on the battlefield was many times more dangerous than the previous missions they had carried out together. How could petty tricks save her life? The White Crane's ability was not bad, and it could definitely stall Yi Jian for 5 minutes. Yi Qian must have heard his order and decided to do this in order to leave as soon as possible. She was betting that the white crane might panic because of her actions. She gambled correctly. Bai He did panic, so Bai He died and she escaped. She won because Bai He knew her, but what would happen on the battlefield? Maybe she wouldn't do it, but now that she did, he had to teach her a lesson. On the battlefield, she didn't recognize anyone, and this lesson would be unforgettable. Xia Jinyuan could treat Yi Qian very, very well, but when it came to training and future combat, even the most gentle man would be incorruptible and ruthless. At this time, Yi Qian was already reflecting on his actions. Li Jinyan's cold expression made Yi Qian realize why he was given the nickname Devil King. It was very cold, and the air pressure was very, very low. Every cell and every pore was emitting an aura that made one's hair stand on end. The gaze that swept over was like a small knife. As long as one was swept by such a gaze, it would hurt as if one's flesh was being cut. This was physical pain. The most terrifying thing was the spiritual pressure. One couldn't even raise one's head and could only stand in front of him in fear. It was as if one was being sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. Are you joking about the war? After an unknown amount of time, Li Jinyan finally spoke. It made Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, shudder violently. Actually, when Li Jinyan asked her how to get rid of Bai He, she had already realized that she had made a big mistake. She thought that she was smart, but it was a mistake that was taboo on the battlefield. If you really were on the battlefield, would the enemy stop you from harming yourself? Of course not. It would only make it easier for him to send his knife to your neck. He definitely wouldn't stop you or even avoid you because he knew you. Yi Qian didn't raise her head. She was wrong, but there was no need to lower her head to admit her mistake. This would break the character of a soldier. No, she replied bluntly. She didn't try to explain herself. There was nothing she could say to defend herself. When she made a big mistake, she could only correct it. Li Jinyan didn't fly into a rage, nor did he mock and ridicule her. He only said calmly in a cold tone, "Qing Niao, you really aren't afraid of death by sending your neck to the enemy's knife." Chapter 1649. The more it was like this, the more Yi Qian felt that this was the calm before the storm. A soldier is not afraid of death and has the spirit of sacrifice. This is right. Unfortunately, you only thought about how to die, but not how to solve the problem. Qing Niao, is this your combat ability? Li Jinyan was not angry, but his expression was much colder than usual. Qing Niao was his soldier now. Her mistake was because he did not teach her well. She made a mistake, and as her captain, he was also at fault. Yi Qian pursed her lips and answered seriously, "I made a big mistake. I did not protect myself well, and instead put my life in the hands of others. I thought that they knew me and would not really hurt me. On a real battlefield, what I did just now was suicide. Not only was I rushing to my death, but I also implicated my comrades behind me." Snow drifted into Yi Qian's eyes, and the cold sensation stimulated her tense heartstrings. She could feel the evil aura coming from the Demon King, and she could not help but shiver. This was the Demon King that all the Storm Commandos feared and respected. It was as if a king had descended. His tone was calm, but all you could feel was a bone-chilling evil aura. "Very good." Li Jinyan only said these 2 words after listening to her, and then he walked away. Yi Qian, who was standing in the snow, was slightly stunned. "Very good." What was very good? She said very good. Impossible. Then why was it very good? Yi Qian, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly stopped. She understood why he said very good. Very good. Committing a crime knowingly was an additional crime. That was what he meant when he said very good. Yi Qian, who had never made a big mistake in this life, knew that she had finally made a big mistake today. This time, she fell so hard that her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. Not only would she be taught a lesson by Demon King Li, but also Xia Jinyuan, and the Navy commander, Major General of the Army, and maybe even the military. She would pay the price for her mistake. For a moment, even the usually calm Yi Qian felt gloomy. His expression was as cold as ice. She was terribly wrong, ridiculously wrong. However, there was no medicine for regret. The only thing he could do was to never make the same mistake again. At the same time, he had to use his true strength to defeat his opponent. By this time, the wind and snow in the mountains had stopped. Yi Qian, who had been following closely behind him, let out a low sigh that reached Li Jinyan's ears. The corners of his mouth involuntarily tightened. This kind of mistake actually represented a mistake that occurred when things went too smoothly. Thinking of her personal resume, it had to be said that she had indeed gone too smoothly, so much so that she had made a big mistake. He had to make her realize her mistake. She believed that Xia Jinyuan would not sit back and do nothing. He would definitely make a big move to teach her a lesson. Whether it was the drill, the competition, or the field training, she would always remember that there were no acquaintances on the battlefield, only enemies who would fight to the death. At 7:00 in the evening, the sky and the mountains had already dimmed. Only the light from the snow illuminated the contours of the mountains. At this time, the wind and snow had stopped. Walking in the mountains, the visibility was even better than during the day. At this time, the night vision goggles were still not working. Stepping on the soft snow, Yi Qian slowly squatted down. He made a hand gesture to Li Jinyan beside him, telling him to stay down. There was a situation. This place was very close to the final position. Chapter 1650. Following Yi Qian's hand signal, Li Jinyan quickly lowered his body. When he saw Yi Qian's hand signal, he immediately informed his comrades around him. There are 4 people in front. Everyone take cover. The members of the Storm Commandos, whose bodies reacted faster than their brains, were all very agile. They found a good spot to take cover. After a series of rustling sounds, there was complete silence. Li Jinyan, who was crouching, quietly lay beside Yi Qian. His gaze fell on the 4 people about 13 meters away. They're not from the Snowfield Brigade. Yi Qian's head tilted slightly to his side. It was just right at Li Jinyan's shoulder. He could hear it clearly while maintaining a certain distance. They should be the soldiers stationed at the final position. Li Jinyan nodded slightly. They were not far from the final position. These people should be patrolling soldiers. Big Squiddo, contact Big Mermaid. Li Jinyan, who was in hiding, asked Big Squiddo, who was in charge of communications, to contact Big Mermaid's team. He needed to know if their team had successfully infiltrated the final position. In less than 2 minutes, Big Mermaid's low voice came through. They have successfully infiltrated the eastern position. There are about 3 to 4 platoons of soldiers. Demon King, I suspect that the command center is inside the final position. As long as they entered the position, Li Jinyan did not have the intention to touch the command center for the time being. However, just in case, he still had to pay attention. He said, confirm the location of the command center and send people to keep an eye on it. The Snowfield Brigade is very likely to infiltrate. Once you encounter them, engage them immediately. Guard the perimeter to prevent any sneak attacks. Li Jinyan, who had not yet entered the final position, did not hesitate at all. He immediately deployed to deal with any problems that might arise. Tonight was a big battle. It was also the climax of the entire competition. It was not impossible for the command center to be located at the final position. It would depend on which team found the location of the command center first. The scout's voice came through the earpiece. There are electronic eyes and infrared sensors. I'll remove the infrared to deal with the alarm. I'll leave the electronic eyes. I'll give you the location. Brothers, stay away. The infrared sensor was just a sensor. Their camouflage uniforms were all coated with a new type of anti-infrared coating called maleic anhydride. To them, this thing was just a decoration. However, it was better to dismantle it when he encountered it. It was better to be safe than sorry. There was no need to solve the problem of the electronic eye. They did not have any shielding equipment on them. If the electronic eye malfunctioned, the soldiers guarding the electronic eye would be certain that it was sabotage. Thus, the soldiers stationed at the final position, as well as the senior commanders in the command center, were shocked. After ending the call with De Xiao and the others, Li Jinyan said to Yi Qian, "Don't alert them. Let's go around them." His combat style was a little different from Xia Jinyuan's. Perhaps it was because he operated underwater, so he paid more attention to immersion warfare. Without alerting any sentinels, he would silently sneak into the interior and carry out destructive operations. At this time, Yi Qian would definitely listen to the commander's instructions. He nodded lightly and crawled in the snow with him, waiting for the 4 patrolling soldiers to leave. While waiting, Yi Qian could not help but think of Xia Jinyuan's side. He did not know what the situation was like over there. Right now, they must be on some mountain top, staring at the final position like wolves. They preferred to assassinate directly. Once they discovered the sentinels, they would immediately take care of them. They would not let a single one of them go. Moreover, they would clean them up without leaving a single trace. Chapter 1651. On the other hand, Demon King Li was different. He focused on the ultimate destructive battle. He didn't alert a single person at the start, and only caused a big explosion at the end. By the time the enemy reacted, it would already be too late. His side had already completed their operation and was preparing for the final clearing operation. However, they really needed to conserve their strength now. They had to use their best energy to hunt the members of the Snowfield Brigade, and not waste their energy at the beginning. It couldn't be helped. The Storm Commandos focused on underwater training, and their main mission was also underwater missions. Faced with such a snowy climate, the Storm Commandos still couldn't fight in all weather and all areas without obstacles like the Snowfield Brigade. This match was enough for the members of the Storm Commandos and the Navy's commander to see the difference between them and the Snowfield Brigade. Although they weren't as good as them, to be able to complete a match with such a powerful special forces team that could fight across different branches of the military was definitely an accumulation of experience. It was also a sign of direction in the future. The north wind that had stopped started blowing again. Although it wasn't as strong as it was in the afternoon, the temperature dropped quickly at night. When it blew over, it felt like it could freeze one's heart. Yi Qian had followed Principal Chen to the snowy highlands and had already received cold-resistant training. Therefore, although she felt the cold, it didn't affect her. 2 members of the Storm Commandos were so cold that their ears, hands, and feet had frostbite. Every step they took hurt and itched. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if they were being bitten by a group of ants. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had the advantage. For example, Xia Jinyuan, J5, and the others had stayed in the snowy highlands until the end of the year when they carried out their mission. From time to time, they would even drag the snow leopards out to the barren lands for training. This bit of wind and snow was really nothing to them. At night, the members of the Snowfield Brigade were even more active than during the day. The first 10 members of the Snowfield Brigade had already sneaked into the final position. They had entered the position 12 minutes earlier than De Xiao and the others. There are electronic eyes, infrared, and fully equipped Type 95 assault rifles. There are even infrared lasers and infrared illuminators on them. There are also optical sights installed. There's even a night vision device. Damn! Q King, just the equipment on this gun is already better than ours. A member of the Snowfield Brigade who had snuck into the ground observed through his night vision goggles. When he saw the equipment in the hands of 3 of his comrades who were patrolling the area, his eyes widened. Compared to them, we are no different from refugees. When Xia Jinyuan heard his comrade report the equipment on the guns one by one, he looked at the Type 95 assault rifle in his hand and felt infuriated. Other than a scope, the entire gun was empty. Speaking of which local army was fighting against them? Their equipment was a little too high-end, wasn't it? Wasn't this the local army that they had encountered before? Could it be a field army? Since his equipment was inferior to theirs, then. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled slightly, and he said unhurriedly, "That's easy. Just take their guns and use them." That's right, Major Xia was a scoundrel. His scoundrel behavior had gained the approval of all the members of the Snowfield Brigade. This was a brilliant decision. Don't focus on the equipment. What I said before is still valid. No matter how much equipment you steal, it's not my hobby. My hobby is still to see live Qing Niao. Xia Jinyuan, who was giving his comrades a sweet date to eat, said with a smile. J5, who was closest to him, couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 1652. Why did he feel that Qing Niao was going to be in trouble? Did Qing Niao commit a crime? Q King would only be so ruthless when someone committed a crime. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Did Qing Niao commit a crime? Would she commit a crime? How could the most cautious female soldier commit a crime? Looking at Q King's expression, it was a serious crime. Q King, are you saying that you want them to ambush Qing Niao alone? J5 didn't directly ask what Green Bird had done. Instead, he inquired about it indirectly, so as not to provoke the dark clouds above Q King's head. Xia Jinyuan turned his head and glanced at him. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's and as fierce as a snow wolf's. After a while, he smiled and said, "Because she needs to be taught a lesson. A lesson that deserves to be taught a lesson. She did commit a crime, and it was a serious one." J5 didn't ask any more questions. It wasn't the time to ask anyway. His brother's voices came from his earpiece, reporting the latest situation to Q King. There are a lot of sentry posts, and there's even a barbed wire fence with high-voltage electricity. We have to destroy the electricity first. The members of the Snowfield Brigade who had cut in from the west reached the edge of the core position. They stared at the barbed wire fence and rubbed their palms together. They were going to do it. Xia Jinyuan slowly raised his hand and gently pressed down the bush in front of him. He stared coldly at the patrolling soldiers in front of him. Through the night vision goggles, he could clearly see the equipment on the soldiers. It was indeed much more high-end. The red dot sight was much more advanced than the scopes on their guns. The command center was most likely inside. Get their equipment over here first. Just hand over their guns. Xia Jinyuan replied to his comrades. Don't destroy the electricity in a large area. Just take out a transformer and leave an opening for the brothers behind to enter. A few black shadows nestled next to the barbed wire fence received the order. Like ghosts, they crept to the edge of the barbed wire fence and began to destroy it with electricity. There were 4 patrolling soldiers and 2 sentry posts in front of Xia Jinyuan. He lay down again and motioned for the J5 to come closer. Then, he drew on the snow with his finger, taking out 6 of their sentries at once. Q King, aren't we being a little too arrogant? J5 pretended to be surprised, but his expression changed in the blink of an eye. But that's the way to do it. All right, it's settled then. I'll cut in from here. There are 2 trees here for cover. I'll take care of the sentries here. You take care of the sentries here, and then we'll take care of the 4 patrolling soldiers together. He repeated Xia Jinyuan's deployment. The windy night was convenient for the members of the Snowfield Brigade, and it was also very convenient for Yi Qian. Looking at the equipment in the hands of the patrolling soldiers, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth couldn't help but curl up. A holographic diffraction scope and an infrared laser sight. If he could get his hands on these two things, it would greatly improve his night combat ability. He wouldn't let his target slip away so easily. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, cover him. As Yi Qian approached, Li Jinyan, who cooperated with her, moved out to provide cover. He directly pinned down another patrolling soldier. Then, the soldier was inexplicably killed with a confused look on his face. He was patrolling this area, and at the same time, he also had a sentry post. When did this man sneak in? I don't want your gun. I only want the equipment on it. On the other side, Yi Qian ambushed a sentry from behind. With a shoulder throw, he threw the sentry directly into the fluffy snow, and the soldier's face was covered in snow. When he fished the soldier up, 2 tubes of snow even went into his nose. Chapter 1653. Yi Qian first picked up the assault rifle that had fallen into the snow, then smiled politely at the soldier. Thank you for your hard work. I need to take the equipment on your rifle. I'll return it after this is over. The soldier, who was still in a daze from the fall, did not stop Yi Qian from taking the equipment on his rifle. This equipment originally belonged to the special forces. Otherwise, how could a sentry like them be equipped with such high-end combat equipment? The soldier, who was wiping the snow off his nose, looked around as he patted the snow off his face. He had been standing guard here all this time. The patrolling soldiers had also walked back and forth in this direction, but they had not discovered an ambush. When did this female Special Forces soldier sneak in here? The infrared laser sight used the same principle as the HUD used in fighter jets. A holographic image of the laser was projected onto the sight. The shooter only needed to align the target with the red dot in the center of the image, then pull the trigger and the bullet would hit the target. There was another advantage to this. Usually, night vision equipment would narrow the field of vision and make it difficult to determine the distance, making it difficult to aim. However, the infrared laser sight could identify the bullet point and allow the shooter to open both eyes at the same time to aim and shoot, greatly increasing the hit rate. Yi Qian was very satisfied with the equipment he had received. After adjusting the various parameters of the equipment, Yi Qian saluted the soldier before meeting up with Li Jinyan. Li Jinyan had just installed the red dot sight onto his rifle. This was a piece of equipment that only needed to aim the laser spot at the target to complete the aiming action quickly. Its biggest feature was that as long as the bullet point of the gun and the laser spot on the sight were aligned, even if the viewpoint was slightly off, as long as the gun was pointed in the correct direction, the red laser spot would be able to hit the target. However, the disadvantage was also obvious. Because the laser spot's bullet point was visible, the shooter had to fire immediately in the dark, or else they would be discovered by the enemy. It's a bit surprising. Their individual combat equipment is too high-end. Yi Qian walked to Li Jinyan and said with some suspicion, "It feels a bit off. The local troops are not field troops. Even the sentries can't be equipped with such high-end equipment." Li Jinyan was adjusting the parameters. When he heard this, he said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the command center is inside. Our final position is to attack the command center and then meet with the generals." Yi Qian suddenly understood. The voice of the Great Mermaid came through the earpiece. They had successfully destroyed the power grid and entered the final battle zone. Li Jinyan and Yi Qian looked at each other and immediately headed toward the final battle zone. With the Big Mermaid and the others clearing the way ahead, the sentries and patrolling soldiers did not encounter a single one, which meant that the east side was completely cleared out. At the same time, they had all obtained accessories for guns. Some of the water ghosts had even changed their guns. Some had even obtained machine guns. Their firepower was already very strong. The electronic eye was still working diligently, and the technicians did not find any movement even after changing the image several times. However, the power grid in the east and west had indeed been partially damaged, which meant that the two teams of special forces had successfully entered the final battle zone. Reporting, KD-7 and TM-12 transformers have been destroyed. Our initial suspicion is that it was caused by two groups of soldiers entering the combat zone. Report. 11 soldiers from 4 sentry posts to the east have been killed. Report. 13 soldiers from 5 sentry posts to the west have been killed. To the east was the entry point for the Devil King, and to the west was the entry point for the Q King. This meant that the two teams were about to meet. Chapter 1654. In the command center, the Navy commander and the Army Major General could not help but sit up straight. They each held a cup of thick green tea and gestured for the technicians to turn on all the electronic eyes so that they could better observe the combat situation of each Special Forces soldier. The flames of war had already begun. The water demons of the Storm Commandos had all gathered and were the first to launch an attack. Destroy the enemy. End the battle quickly. Through observation and the intelligence provided by the scouts, Li Jinyan began to split them into groups according to their shooting and mobility. Big Shark, you take 5 riflemen with you. The main suppressor will be responsible for shooting and 1 machine gunner as backup. Big Shrimp, you'll be the rifleman. I'll provide firepower as backup. Qing Niao, Big Eel, and me will be the roundabout combat team. Big Eel, go in and support Sea Anemone. Sea Anemone was the scout of the water demons. At that moment, he was the closest to the enemy's stronghold. He was also the one who had pinpointed the location of the enemy's stronghold so that Li Jinyan and the others could quickly enter the combat range. With the detailed location and fighting point, Li Jinyan quickly divided the team members into 3 groups. Qing Niao, Big Eel, and himself would be the roundabout combat team. Big Shrimp and the others would be the suppressor team to cover the roundabout combat team as they entered the enemy's camp. At the same time, to protect the rifleman team, Li Jinyan arranged for a machine gunner to be used as backup. This was a reinforcement weapon to make up for the lack of firepower of the infantry. It was used to counterattack the enemy with more ferocious fire, seal off the enemy's movements, and support their comrades in the roundabout combat team. This arrangement was very reasonable. Rifles did not have a large capacity like machine guns. Continuous full-auto shooting would quickly deplete the bullets in the magazine. At that time, the rifleman team would have to change the magazine, which would cause them to be unable to complete their continuous suppressive fire. In this way, the machine gun came into play. The machine gun had the ability to prevent the barrel and magazine from overheating. It could also be continuously reloaded. The continuous firing time was also longer than that of a rifle. This greatly protected the rifleman team. Even if the riflemen changed the magazine or changed their hiding position, they would still be well protected. Big Shrimp belonged to the entire team, including the machine gunner as backup. His suppressive fire would not be too dense. Instead, he would coordinate with the rifleman team and machine gunner to provide support. It was impossible for everyone to run out of bullets at the end of the battle. There had to be a retreat point of firepower. It could be said that Prawn was the most dangerous. Once the rifle team, machine gunners, and the detour operation team failed, he would have to take the lead alone and use his own firepower to suppress his comrades so that they could quickly retreat. The bullets had already broken the tranquility in the depths of the mountain. The resting sparrows were so startled that they rushed into the sky one after another. The pheasants in their nests cried out in fright and scurried in the bushes. A few gray hares seemed to have lost their sense of direction, running here and there. The timid hares were so frightened by the sound of the bullets that they trembled all over. On the screen of the command center, when the sound of bullets pierced through the silence of the night, a line of fire suddenly appeared on the snowy mountain. That was the trajectory of a blank bullet. The soldiers at the enemy stronghold had actually been waiting for a long time. Every one of them was tense, ready to take action as soon as they heard something. Suddenly, the two sides exchanged fire head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire was so loud that it was deafening. There was a sense of collision that felt like a landslide, as if this place would be razed to the ground in the next second. Chapter 1655. The rifle team was responsible for suppressive fire, so they did not have to hit the enemy. They only had to force the enemy to be unable to move and achieve the effect of resisting the enemy. The entire range was 300 meters, and De Shao and the others were equipped with high-end equipment, so they could lock onto targets within a large range and shoot. Beep, beep. Dai Zhansher's voice was heard. It was the sound of the laser marker. In 1999, the various military exercises did not complete the implementation of laser simulators. Although the Soviet Army had developed some light weapon laser simulators in the 1980s, the cost involved was very high, and China was still in the trial stage. This time, in order to use the laser mode confrontation control system, the military had been surveying and building in this mountainous area since May. This was so that the military and the top leaders who were paying close attention to this competition could immediately know the situation of the competition. At the same time, there was also an element of experimentation to see what areas still needed to be perfected and improved. This laser mode countermeasure control system used the transmission and reception of lasers to receive the satellite positioning data, ammunition storage, combat status, and other information from each laser simulator through the communication network. It was then transmitted to the military as quickly as possible so that the top leaders of the country who had been paying attention to this competition could know the progress of the competition immediately. It also allowed the top leaders to know the combat strength of the two teams immediately. Even though the Storm Commandos have only been established for a year, the captain who commanded the battle is very capable. He was able to make this underwater special forces team that started from scratch dare to go up against the Army Special Forces that have been around for more than 10 years. On the other hand, the Snowfield Brigade is brave and resourceful. The commander of the deployment is decisive and can complete a destructive battle without losing a single soldier to suppress the firepower of 2 platoons. His combat deployment is very experienced. At 7:30 p.m., the top leaders finished their day's work and arrived at the military headquarters to observe the final confrontation between the two teams. Seeing the confrontation between the two armies, the top leaders had a gratified smile on their face. He gave extremely high recognition to Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan's combat skills. Lieutenant General Xia knew that his son had some ability. Although he knew it in his heart, he would never say it out loud. Now that he had received recognition from the top leaders, the lieutenant general still said, as the leader, how he fights and how he deploys is directly related to the lives of every soldier. He has the lives of all his comrades in his hands, so he must have outstanding ability. You're right. He has to fulfill his duty. As a captain, if you're not outstanding, it's better to abdicate early and let the capable take over. Lieutenant General Xiao's words made the highest leader nod in agreement. Both team captains are very outstanding. With them leading, I have great hopes for them in next year's competition. I hope they can continue to work hard and return victorious next year. This was the first time that the country had sent out special forces to participate in an international competition. It was equivalent to comparing notes with the best special forces of other countries. Don't talk about friendship first and competition second. As a soldier, there was no second place, only first place. I will definitely not disappoint the country. Lieutenant General Xia stood up and made a military pledge to the highest leader. What the leader of the country wanted was also what he and the thousands of soldiers behind him wanted. Looking at the big screen, the highest leader was observing the entire situation with a dignified gaze. Seeing that the few platoons that had been deployed in advance had been wiped out, the highest leader's mouth tightened. Chapter 1656. The combat ability of the local troops still needed to be improved. The war would not only be a matter of the field troops, but also the responsibility of the second and third line troops. Next year, the military conference will focus on the second and third line troops and the local troops. Let them give the country and the people a result. During the discussion, the highest leader said this to Lieutenant General Xia. The civil service records would be the focus, and they would only need to bring it up at next year's military conference. On the screen, Yi Qian and Li Jinyan had already reached the enemy's position. There was a row of abandoned warehouses about 11 meters long and 4 meters wide used to store wood. The warehouses were made of mud bricks and had triangular roofs, similar to the warehouses in brick factories. The two of them assisted each other in their operation. When Big Eel's voice came from their earpieces, telling them that he had met up with Scout Sea Anemone, Li Jinyan quickly moved and entered the abandoned warehouse. Half crouching, he confirmed that the surroundings were safe. He gestured for Yi Qian, who was half crouching for cover and alert, to move. The two of them moved in a crisscross pattern, moving to the rear at the fastest and safest speed. When a few figures appeared in the night vision mirror, Yi Qian quickly switched to semi-automatic shooting and began to surround the rear. Fire from the front. Big Eel, Sea Anemone, attack from the side. Li Jinyan fired from the rear. He was fully automatic and provided cover for Yi Qian. A few beeps came from the front. There were already soldiers, dead. Fuck. They're outflanked. Support the rear. North. Ugh. Before a soldier could finish, his mouth was covered and he was pulled down from the abandoned wood. He died instantly. Easy, easy. I'm already dead. Why are you dragging me down? Being pulled down from a high place, the soldier was still in a panic. Seeing the other party dragging him by the collar to the corner of the wall, he gritted his teeth in pain as his back landed heavily on a piece of wood. Big Eel chuckled and said, "Brother, help us weigh our feet. The whole wall will collapse if we step on it. Let me borrow your body." He said it shamelessly. The soldier was so angry that his mouth was crooked. "I'm already dead, and you still want to reuse trash?" "Yes, yes, yes. Waste, waste, waste." Not only was the Big Eel not angry, it even laughed. The soldiers of this place were quite interesting. They even called it trash. Fuck, hurry up. The unlucky soldiers had no way to resist. If they really died on the battlefield, it was not impossible for them to be used as stepping stones. Big Eel and Sea Anemone cut through the warehouse from the north, which was equivalent to cutting the entire warehouse into two. The two of them attacked from the front and back, one from the front and one from the back. As a result, the soldiers in the warehouse were not only attacked from the front and back, but also from the middle. Machine gunners, advance. Rifle team, move in a roundabout manner. Strangle them from the front and back. Inside the warehouse, Li Jinyan was giving out orders one after another. When the tracer warning came, he immediately said to Yi Qian, "Alert, reload." Tracer bullets were loaded into the magazine in advance, usually in the position of the third last bullet. In this way, as long as a tracer bullet appeared during battle, they would know that they needed to change the magazine. Yi Qian quickly went on alert, while Li Jinyan leaned against the wall and reloaded. Clear, advance. Hearing the sound of a magazine being reloaded, Yi Qian knew that he had finished reloading. He accurately eliminated one of the enemy machine gunners, and the firepower of the deep battle was completely eliminated. Chapter 1657. Big Eel, who was fighting in the middle, said, "Complete the attack. Quick." Soon, Big Eel led the rifle team and finished shooting under the cover of Big Eel and the machine gunners. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound of bullets never stopped. Bullet tracks streaked across the snowy night, bringing with them the beauty of a flourishing firework. It was especially beautiful in the snow, but it was also so frightening. In the warehouse, some of the 16 local soldiers were suppressed by the front line to the point that they couldn't move. Li Jinyan and Qing Niao came from behind, and their cooperation was flawless. They broke through the defense line and killed their way in. The entire battle was like an inescapable net that surrounded the entire warehouse, making it impossible for the soldiers inside to advance or retreat. They were suppressed by the firepower to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. If they did, their heads would be blown off. Elimination complete. Elimination complete. Elimination complete. The front, back, and center were all eliminated. This meant that the entire base had been conquered. From the attack to the outflanking tactic to the complete elimination, this operation took a total of 16 minutes. Next, this place belonged to the Storm Commandos. Turning on the light on his helmet, Li Jinyan pointed at the battle map and deployed again. This is the highest point of the entire base, and it's also our final attack position. The Snowfield Brigade will cut in from the west, and will cut in from the east. Now, we'll wait here. Li Jinyan gently pointed at a coordinate with his thin lips pressed together and said coldly, Big Eel will lead 12 comrades into the final position. Qing Niao and I will complete the hunting operation. Li Jinyan was a little afraid to let Yi Qian out of his sight. Xia Jinyuan's target in the capture plan was Yi Qian. As the captain, he had to protect her. He was afraid that Yi Qian's previous mistakes would make Xia Jinyuan want to teach her a lesson. If it was as he guessed, with Xia Jinyuan's fierce fighting style, he wouldn't just send one person. It was very likely that he would personally go and teach Yi Qian a lesson. Because if it was him, he would have done the same. At this moment, Yi Qian was not as uneasy as before. She had made a mistake, so she would definitely be punished. At this moment, she was not worried about what kind of punishment she would receive. Instead, she was serious about completing the competition until the end. As the sound of gunfire faded, Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a rifle in his hand, looked up at the sky. A faint smile flashed across his thin lips, and he gestured for them to speed up. Walking at the front, he was like an arrow released from a bow, walking faster than anyone else. On the big screen in the command center, they could clearly see the movements of the members of the Snowfield Brigade. They were all gathering towards the command center. The Navy commander looked up at the command tent and said to the Major General of the Army, "Good boy, he really managed to find his way here. Our place is well hidden, but he still managed to find it. Omnipotent Soldier King. He can reach the sky and dive into the sea. He can be an eagle in the sky, a dragon in the sea, and a tiger on land. It's not surprising that he was able to find this place. It's just that." The Major General of the Army was very satisfied with his soldier's judgment. He paused for a moment and smiled. "It's just that I didn't expect him to find his way here so quickly. This speed was a bit too fast." Chapter 1658. Why did it feel like his plan was to go straight to the command center and capture the generals? Reporting, Team B has entered the perimeter of the command center. The sentries outside have been controlled. 4 Team B members have entered. Infrared sensors have been destroyed. 2 Team B members have entered. Speaking of the devil, Major Xiao led 6 Snowfield Brigade members into the command center. As soon as they entered, they were blinded by the white lights and couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their eyes. The Navy commander was already laughing out loud. "Q King, you actually managed to sneak into the command center. You really got the wrong place. This is not the place for you to fight." Xia Jinyuan, who had already finished his salute, smiled and replied, "I just wanted to borrow the command center." Borrow the command center? The Navy commander was confused. He didn't know what Xia Jinyuan was up to. "What do you want?" "We don't have any weapons to lend you." The Army Major General also stood up. Although his face was serious, he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Since you've already snuck in, we'll consider our position to have sunk. I'll give you 5 minutes. Once you're done, leave. Yes, sir. Xia Jinyuan saluted again. Then, his slender legs strode over to a technical soldier operating the control panel. Brother, I'll borrow it for 5 minutes. Thank you. Z7, who had followed behind him, waited for the technical soldier to stand up before sitting down. The technical soldier didn't stand up immediately. Instead, he asked for instructions from the general first. After getting the general's nod, he stood up and said in a low voice, "It's a brand new control panel. Don't press it." The entire command center's instruments and equipment were extraordinarily expensive. They couldn't be picked up without at least 7 digits. The technical soldier was more attentive to them than he was to his ancestors. He was afraid that something would go wrong. Z7 Han Zheng patted the technical soldier's shoulder and said seriously, "Don't worry, brother. If anything goes wrong, you can take my head. Stop wasting time. Hurry." Xia Jinyuan pushed him to sit down. "Show me Qing Niao's position and the final battle position. K7, draw the map. T6 and V8, cut into Team A's wireless communications and complete the eavesdropping." G3 was in charge of security to prevent the storm commandos from sneaking in. Xia Jinyuan sat down and took off his combat gloves and placed them beside the control panel. His slender fingers typed a series of commands on the keyboard. Then, he freed his left hand on the control panel and pressed a few buttons on the control panel. Xia Jinyuan squinted his eyes slightly. This person was a scout in the Water Ghost movie. As for this person, he had to find out where he was. The technical soldiers at the side were dumbfounded when they saw these Special Forces soldiers in snow camouflage moving their fingers quickly and skillfully operating various instruments. The scout from the Storm Commandos, the water demon codenamed Sea Thorn, quickly found a new hiding spot. "They've been in the command center for 2 minutes. I haven't heard any sounds of fighting." "You're right, Devil. The command center isn't our final battle position." Li Jinyan glanced at Qing Niao, who was walking a few steps ahead of him. If they confirmed that this wasn't their final battle position, then Xia Jinyuan would have entered the command center to search for Qing Niao. Chapter 1659. Why would he think that? It was probably just his intuition. Xia Jinyuan valued Qing Niao very much. He had spent so much effort to cultivate her, but in the end, she had committed a grave mistake on the battlefield. Xia Jinyuan would not let Qing Niao off the hook so easily. In that case, should he cooperate with Xia Jinyuan to teach Qing Niao a lesson? Things had been going too smoothly for her, so she should suffer a little. "Devil, this is Q King." Just as Li Jinyan was thinking about whether he should cooperate with Xia Jinyuan, an impossible voice sounded in his earpiece. Li Jinyan's expression suddenly turned cold. Their radio waves had been hacked. In other words, the entire communication channel had been jammed and intercepted. "I only have 5 minutes. It took me 2 minutes to crack your radio password. After 3 minutes, I will quit, and the command center will not be lent to me anymore." Xia Jinyuan actually spoke very fast, but he enunciated every word clearly. His words were sharp, which gave people the illusion that he was speaking very slowly. "I need the green bird, and I want to give her a very good gift for our first meeting. I know you have always kept her by your side, and you will send people to protect her. Devil, Qing Niao does not need protection. She needs everyone to be at ease. She can fight against thousands of soldiers and horses by herself, and she can wipe out a company with a sniper rifle. She does not need protection. On the contrary, she needs to be taught a lesson. Do you understand what I mean?" His voice was very calm and there was no anger in it. Even the tone of every word was controlled and flat. It was completely impossible to tell that Xia Jinyuan was feeling emotional. However, Li Jinyan knew that Xia Jinyuan, who was usually calm, was really angry this time. The two of them were the same type of people. The angrier they were, the more emotional they were, and the more they controlled their body language, actions, and all other aspects. They would never let others see that their emotions had changed. I understand, Li Jinyan replied, then calmly asked him, is that all? Xia Jinyuan's laughter came from the earpiece. This is a big deal, not a small matter. Sorry to disturb you, see you later. He quickly hung up the phone and instructed T6 and V8, all right, switch back. We're done here. That's right, he was here for this matter. He was here for Yi Qian. The group came and left in a hurry. As for the water ghoul scout, Sea Thorn, who had been discovered, he was nowhere to be seen. Xia Jinyuan walked to the spot where Sea Thorn had been squatting and took a look. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. Demon King Li had said that their scouts could complete missions on land and sea. That was indeed the case. It wasn't a normal mission, but a perfect one. The position where he was squatting was less than 3 meters away from the position where the pigeon was squatting. Judging from the footprints he left behind, the tip of his foot was facing the position where the pigeon was squatting. This meant that he had discovered the pigeon at that time, but did not take action. As for the pigeon, a team member who was good at snow and mountain reconnaissance, he actually did not discover the location of the water ghoul scout. The pigeon broke out in a cold sweat. He really did not discover the water ghoul scout less than 3 meters away from him. The Demon King has a lot of talented people under him. He managed to train the entire team in less than 2 years. I have to ask him for some experience. Xia Jinyuan lifted his foot and covered the footprints with the snow beside him. He muttered something and turned to leave. However, Z7 and the others were sweating along with the pigeon because of what he said. The Demon King's training could only be described in one word: cruel. Chapter 1660. If that was the case, their training in the future would most likely be harsh and cruel. Just thinking about those days, ha, 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 ha. The senior generals in the command center were all confused by Xia Jinyuan's arrival. Did he make such a big fuss just to contact the team that was fighting against them? There was no conversation during the whole process. It was all about Qing Miao. Major General Lu frowned. He pondered for a moment and then said to the civilian beside him, check Qing Miao's whereabouts and get the electronic eye. Xia Jinyuan's words revealed too much. Qing Miao did not need protection. Of course, as a special forces soldier who could fight alone, why would she need protection? She should not be protected, but should be protecting each other with her comrades. In the last sentence, he said that Qing Miao needed to be taught a lesson. Why did Qing Miao need to be taught a lesson? She came to the command center's territory and left after finishing her work. She did not give a proper explanation and instead left them guessing and wondering why Qing Miao needed to be taught a lesson. There's no need to get the electronic eye. Contact me directly, Team B leader. Major General Lu did not want to beat around the bush. He directly asked the technical soldier to contact Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who had already left, did not hide anything. He reported the ins and outs of the matter to Major General Lu. After that, he added, if we don't grind her, she won't be a useful person. She has too little experience in individual combat. We need to let her experience what kind of cruelty she will face if she fails in individual combat. As a female soldier, she will never be treated well. This was especially true if they were captured by criminals who were internationally organized, disciplined, and had their own set of rules. There was no such thing as preferential treatment of captives. Criminal groups would not abide by any of the conventions and regulations such as not mutilating captives or subjecting them to any medical or scientific experiments, nor violence, intimidation, or humiliation of captives. Not only would they not abide by these rules, some countries would not abide by them either. Capture you and provide you with good food and drinks. What wishful thinking. Major General Liu was silent. Yi Qian had indeed made a big mistake. Then, he ordered, don't use your methods. Just teach her a lesson. After all, she hasn't officially joined the army yet. She's just a cadet. She hasn't received a complete systematic and professional training, as well as the various assessments of the Snowfield Brigade. You can't rush for quick results. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. You will still be punished, but you have to know your limits. Do you understand? Xia Jinyuan agreed, but the look in his eyes was terrifyingly cold. If his girlfriend made a mistake, he would not cover it up, let alone hide it from his superiors. His girlfriend had made a mistake, and as her boyfriend, he was responsible for making her realize her mistake and making her swallow the bitter fruit of her mistake. There was no such thing as repeated mistakes in his dictionary. The first time it happened, he would mercilessly strangle it to death. There would not be a second chance for it to happen. Yi Qian, who was walking, didn't feel cold at all, but she shivered for some reason. Then, the sense of danger from her previous life came crashing down on her like an avalanche, making her stop in her tracks. What's wrong? Li Jingyan keenly noticed her abnormality and asked her directly, is there a situation? Yi Qian pursed her lips and scanned her surroundings. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and she didn't feel like she was being watched. That shiver was a little inexplicable. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't inexplicable either. After killing Bai He like that, if Captain Xia knew, what was waiting for her? Chapter 1661. What awaited her was definitely not good news. Based on his understanding of him, he would never let her go so easily. Yi Qian lowered his gaze to hide the coldness in his eyes. She was the target of his plan to capture her, and he would never change that. At the same time, he would probably learn from Bai He's mistakes and make more careful arrangements for her. Li Jingyan saw this and didn't say anything else. He didn't tell his comrades that Xia Jinyuan had contacted him alone, and he didn't reveal to Yi Qian what was going to happen next. As they got closer and closer to the final position, Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle, suddenly tensed up. Someone's here, hide. With a whoosh, a total of 10 team members spread out and quickly hid. Don't waste your bullets, just take out the 2 sentries. The closer they got to the final position, the more dangerous it was. The storm commandos, who also liked to assassinate, would never alert the enemy if they could do it quietly. In many cases, the special forces liked to assassinate first, taking out the whistles and jiangzi, so that it would be easier for the brothers behind to enter. The team led by De Xiao had already exchanged fire. The sound of bullets came from the north and escalated in less than 2 minutes. Bang! 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 The gunshots made Yi Qian's eyes light up. There's no movement from the west for now, let's occupy the position first. Li Jingyan, who had snuck up and knocked out a sentry, quickly ordered his team members to occupy the position first while De Xiao was distracted by De Xiao. Xia Jinyuan needed to capture Qing Miao, so he wouldn't deliberately let Yi Qian fall into the enemy's hands just because he knew about it. He would only proceed according to the original plan. Xia Jinyuan was wrong about one thing. He had never thought of deliberately protecting Qing Miao. That was because they were partners now, and on the battlefield, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect his partner. On the north side, De Xiao was suddenly attacked while moving. He led 12 team members and immediately hid behind the nearest cover. After confirming the enemy's general direction and position, he immediately led his team members to shoot continuously. While suppressing the enemy's firepower, he sent 5 team members to move forward again. Go around the left side, clear the path for the devil, quick. 11:00 o'clock ahead, machine gunners and snipers, kill him. Right away. The sniper from the same team crawled on the ground, then skillfully rolled and quickly moved to another cover. After confirming the clear target at 11 o'clock, he directly killed the enemy machine gunner. The branches in front of them swayed with a wah-wah sound. Someone cursed in a low voice as he retracted his machine gun. He was already dead. Demon King, we are still about a kilometer away from the final position, a platoon of soldiers. There are fewer obstructions ahead, and the field of vision is wide, so the probability of being ambushed is increased. Li Jinyan and the others were already quite close to the final position. There was no cover in front of them. They could either crawl forward or use direct fire to suppress their advance. Observing a slope, Li Jinyan contacted his Great Mermaid and said, "Restrain the main firepower. We are about 500 meters away from the base." The surrounding sentry posts and stakes had all been destroyed. A few rows of wooden houses were not far ahead. At this time, they could still see sentries walking back and forth. All right. Deshao immediately ordered 5 of his teammates who had snuck up ahead of time to pull the main firepower of the wooden houses over, causing the enemy to mistakenly think that the houses were also their main firepower. Hearing the sound of bullets getting denser and denser, Li Jinyan led his team to the slope to provide cover. Chapter 1662. The closer they were to the enemy, the higher the risk of being hit. At the same time, they could also hit the enemy more accurately. The 10 figures all lowered their center of gravity as they moved, making full use of the sloped terrain and the snow-covered shrubs as cover. While they were moving, a bullet suddenly shot out and hit the snow-covered shrubs with a bang. The snowflakes instantly splashed up, and Yi Qian, who was moving stealthily, took advantage of the momentum to directly lie down in the snow. Then, countless blanks were fired from the roof of the wooden house. They were discovered. Now, there was no way to move stealthily. They could only suppress the movement with firepower. Everyone lay down in the snow and used the slope to attack the wooden house. Hearing the sound of bullets coming from the north and east, Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly and said to all his comrades, "Let the storm commandos suppress them first. After 5 minutes, we will launch the attack. Leave Qing Niao to me. Pigeons and reinforcements will maintain the main firepower. Q King, don't be too cruel." J5 knew that he was going to teach Qing Niao a lesson. Although he couldn't stop him, he still reminded him. Xia Jinyuan smiled at him and crushed the snow with his combat boots. Although he didn't say anything, his actions and the look in his eyes. J5 couldn't help but pat his helmet. "Qing Niao, as a brother, I can only help you up to this point. You can't mess with anyone, but you have to provoke Q King. Sigh, just bear with it. He's doing this for your own good." J5 saw that there was no turning back, so he didn't say anything more. It was useless to say more. Qing Niao should be taught a lesson. She was young and inexperienced in individual combat. It would be good for her to be taught a lesson. With this thought, J5 was no longer worried. The Major General of the Army and the Commander of the Navy paid close attention to Xia Jinyuan's movements. When they saw him leading 3 team members step by step to Qing Niao's location, the Major General couldn't help but sit up straight. "It's 1 against 4. Qing Niao won't be able to escape." The Navy commander sighed softly. Team B had directly raided the command center for no other reason than to capture Qing Niao. It was clear that Xia Jinyuan wanted to meet Qing Niao for real. Major General Liu pursed his lips and said in a tight voice, "Qing Niao's individual combat ability is strong, but she lacks experience. Although she can fight against 4 people, she may not necessarily be captured. Once people saw each other's true abilities, they would no longer treat the match as a competition, but a real fight to the death." The potential of the special forces was limitless, and Qing Niao's potential was even more unfathomable. She might not lose if she fought against 4 people at once. "He's here." Suddenly, the Navy commander's face changed. He stared at the big screen and saw a member of the Snowfield Brigade, codenamed T6, approaching less than 3 meters away from Qing Miao. Yi Qian was covering for Li Jinyan and the others. At this time, she was in the same position as Prawn, who was in a roundabout battle. She was covering for all her comrades, including the machine gunner's reinforcement position. When she saw her comrades moving to attack the side of the wooden house, she suddenly felt like she was being targeted by a ferocious beast. As long as she turned her head, her neck would be bitten and she would die on the spot. I'm being targeted. You guys focus on fire, don't worry about me. Yi Qian didn't move immediately. She now needed to take out a machine gun firing point. Since she had already found the target, if she moved now, it would bring destruction to her comrades in front of her. She had no choice. She had to stay where she was and take out the machine gun firing point. Using the infrared laser sight, Yi Qian aimed at a machine gun firing point on the left windowsill of the wooden house. She silently counted how many seconds it would take for the beast to attack her from behind and pulled the trigger. Chapter 1663. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, Yi Qian's single shot was not abrupt. As such, the bystanders would not be able to tell what effect her shot had. Meanwhile, Li Jinyan and the others, who were on the move, could feel that the firepower coming from the wooden house had lessened significantly. Without the suppressive fire from the machine guns, they could move quickly and fight. Be careful, Qing Miao. Once you get captured, think of a way to escape. Li Jinyan did not change his plan, nor did he deliberately ask Yi Qian to stay behind to provide cover. Before he spoke to Xia Jinyuan, he had already made such arrangements. When Yi Qian, who was rolling in the snow, heard this, she only replied with a simple, okay, before cutting off the call. The T6 combatant, who had made a pouncing motion, was just waiting for himself to leap into the air and capture Yi Qian. But who could have expected such a big change to happen in just 3 seconds? Yi Qian picked up her rifle and rolled down the slope. Wasn't she afraid that she would turn into a human snowball? Nice. Amazing. The Navy commander and the Army's Major General, who were observing the entire process, applauded Yi Qian's calmness. What a wonderful dodge. If she had been 3 seconds slower just now, she would have been pinned down by the T6 combatant. Why does it feel like she knew in advance? Before she fired, her lips seemed to have moved a little. Was she telling her comrade something? After the Navy commander finished applauding, he started to have doubts again. And he realized that every time he saw Yi Qian in action, he would always have countless questions. Actually, the Army's Major General had as many questions as the Navy commander. He also felt like Yi Qian knew that someone was targeting her, so she calculated the time. The second she fired the shot, she held her rifle and rolled away, avoiding the T6 combatant's unarmed attack. If she didn't notice, she would have paused for a few seconds after she finished firing the shot. Then she would have moved to join up with her comrades instead of rolling away from them with her rifle in her arms. The Army's Major General analyzed the situation carefully. So it's very likely that she has already noticed the danger around her and dodged after she finished firing the shot. That was the only explanation. The Navy commander grabbed the cup and drank a mouthful of tea that was close to the temperature of ice. The coldness swept through his mouth, and when the cold tea entered his stomach, it stimulated his spirit 100 times more. He said, "You really have guts. This is a courage that must be possessed." The Demon King led his troops to attack the wooden house, and as a reinforcement to cover for his comrades, even though she knew that she was in danger, she still had to complete her mission first. Furthermore, Major General Liu thought for a while before continuing. Qing Miao should have calculated the distance between the T6 combatants and how long it would take for them to attack. She should have avoided them immediately after completing the task. Not only are you courageous, but you are also very meticulous. Every time he watched her fight, he could always dig out her strong points. He even felt that watching her fight gave him a sense of invincible and invincible. Xia Jinyuan was right. It was precisely because she was outstanding that she had to be polished. As long as there was even the slightest mistake, she had to be taught a lesson immediately. Otherwise, when the time came, she would harm herself and lose her life because of a small mistake. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan did not smile because of Yi Qian's reaction. On the contrary, his expression became even more solemn. This was because he understood that since Yi Qian was so outstanding, she could not afford to have any mishaps on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be a great loss to the country and the military. The young major ordered his comrades in a ruthless tone, T6 combatants, fire blanks and force her to come over. Chapter 1664. Yi Qian knew that they were being surrounded and fired blindly from the top of the slope. It was obvious that they wanted to force her into a certain area. She had to think of a way to escape. Escape, Yi Qian, run downhill. Li Jinyan's cold voice came through the earpiece. He calmly told Yi Qian, avoid open areas, run east. The east was sunny, and the trees were more lush than the shady side. There were also more shrubs, and there was also more cover. As long as they entered a complex area, their chances of escaping would increase. Okay, I got it. Yi Qian, who had already gotten up, ran towards the east. As she ran, she did not forget to voice her suspicions. They are coming directly from where I am. Devil King, cut off communications. I suspect that they have a radar tracker. If I don't contact the team, I will definitely still be entangled with them. Once I escape, I will contact the team immediately. It was possible that they had been tracked by radar. Li Jinyan said calmly, remember, never stay in one place. As you run, think of a way to escape. Cover the distance with your pistols. Don't let them get close. This time, Yi Qian was really fighting alone. It was also her first time fighting alone. Let's see what the final outcome would be. He also did not want to see her captured. At this time, Yi Qian had already cut off communications. As she ran, her brain was thinking at high speed. East? No, I can't run to the east. Everyone knew that the east side was lush with trees. Logically speaking, they would choose to run in that direction. Then, the Snowfield Brigade members would also think the same. In that case, it was very likely that they would ambush her in the east. Thinking of this, Yi Qian did not hesitate and immediately gave up on the east side. Then, she remembered that the Snowfield Brigade still needed to complete the mobile battle with the local troops. They might not be able to send out too many members to capture her alone. There was a wide area and few people. She would have a chance to escape. The east side was not her choice, but she needed to test if there were people ambushing her in the east. She also needed to see how many people were ambushing her. If there were really 3 or 4 people, she had to admit that Captain Xia thought too highly of her. You're running faster than a rabbit. Q King, come down. The T6 directly fired at the ground, and the empty cartridges splashed snow everywhere. After a series of gunshots, several bullet holes were left in the fluffy snow. When the T6 combatant, who had been chasing after Yi Qian, saw him running east, he slowed down. His reaction was too fast. Just as he rushed over, Qing Niao, who was in the middle of shooting, suddenly grabbed the rifle and rolled down the mountain. It happened so suddenly that he almost fell into the snow. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting at the front, knew that the little fox was not easy to catch. Because they needed to capture her, they could not directly aim at her and shoot. If they were shot and killed on the spot, it would be meaningless. It had to be a game of cat and mouse. Trying to play petty tricks. She didn't have any tricks up her sleeves. She had to rely on her IQ, reflexes, actions, judgment, and individual combat skills to escape. There was a wide area and few people, so it would be easy for her to escape. But that would depend on whether she had the ability to do so. There was movement in front of them. The hidden pigeon saw a figure running in a zigzag pattern that was not easy to hit. It was followed by the howling north wind. It was Yi Qian. He's coming. Get ready. The pigeon reminded Xia Jinyuan, who was about 5 meters behind her, in a low voice. 10 meters to go, 9 meters, 8, 7, 6, as she counted, she fell silent. A few seconds later, the pigeon said anxiously, T6, head south. Chapter 1665. Yi Qian took a detour. Since they were forcing her to head east, she definitely wouldn't allow it. She had heard that there were about 3 people. Captain Xia really thought highly of her. He had sent 3 people to capture her alive. Not the east. Choose the south. The combat map indicated that there was a cliff in the south. As long as she got close to the cliff and used the cliff to hide, she could come up from the north and rendezvous with Demon Kingly. Not only could she rendezvous with Demon Kingly, but she could also attack the Snowfield Brigade from behind. Be careful of the gun in her hand. It's not a rifle, it's a pistol. Xia Jinyuan reacted faster than the 2 of them. His back was arched, and it was as if he had springs under his feet. He instantly dashed out a few meters. Yi Qian was not pinned down by anyone. There was a combat map in her mind, a topographic map. The body's reaction always followed the brain's orders, and the brain's reaction always led the body to follow. There would never be a time when the brain's reaction and the body's reaction went against each other. This was Yi Qian's reaction and judgment. The combination of these 2 made it so that she did not need to stop to think. She could run, think, and deploy her troops at the same time. Thus, she gave the command center the illusion that she was very familiar with this place. She was so familiar that no matter where she ran, it would be correct and would not lead to a dead end. She has memorized the combat map and topographic map. The Major General whispered to the Navy commander. She can only be so familiar with this place if she memorizes it. Otherwise, she won't be able to find the way out so accurately every time. The Navy commander did not need strong tea to refresh himself. He felt excited just by looking at Yi Qian. Her bright and spirited eyes were reluctant to move away from the screen, for fear that she would miss the highlights if she moved her eyes away. She has seen the combat map and topographic map 3 times in total. If she really wants to memorize them, her memory is quite amazing. Yes, her memory is amazing to begin with. That's why I said that she might not lose in a 1 versus 4 battle. The Major General smiled. Xia Jinyuan wanted to teach Qin Niao a lesson and teach her a lesson. He would have to suffer a little in the early stages. The Major General seemed to have thought of something as a smile appeared on his face. The naval commander, who was so focused on the screen, did not notice that he had seen Yi Qian shake off the T6 and take out his gun to shoot behind him at the same time. This time, she used a pistol instead of a rifle. The T6 was the closest to her, and the pistol's range was shorter. Although the hit rate was lower, the pistol was small and compact and was most suitable for running battles. Shooting at such close range forced the T6 combatant to slow down and seek cover in order to avoid being hit. No matter if it was a pistol, a rifle, a machine gun, a sniper rifle, etc. As long as it was in Yi Qian's hands, she would be able to operate it. Her shooting movements were very smooth, and her opponent would tremble in fear. Flank her, flank her. If we don't flank her now, I'm afraid one of us will be wiped out by her. The T6 combatant dodged the bullets and panted, she's even using the pistols as a rifle. Her shooting was smooth, and there was not much time between each bullet. It was precisely because of this that the T6 combatant was trembling in fear. Xia Jinyuan knew that it would be difficult to capture Yi Qian alive. Otherwise, he would not have personally gone into battle and let the J5 take on the Demon King. When he heard that, he picked up his pistol and fired in the direction Yi Qian was fleeing. Bang! A blank bullet hit a tree to the right. Yi Qian's expression changed slightly and she ran even faster. Her slender figure was really like a rabbit, zigzagging left and right in a zigzag pattern. It made it impossible for the people behind her to aim properly and could only shoot blindly. Chapter 1666. Before the gunshots could fade away, a second, third, and third shot came one after another. Yi Qian, who was already running fast enough, suddenly sped up again. It was as though he had a motor attached to him as he ran. Following that, he looked like a swimmer who had jumped into a swimming pool. His posture was extremely elegant and agile as he jumped over a fallen tree. When he landed, he rolled and hid in the blink of an eye. Take cover. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he immediately warned the T6 combatant and Pigeon in a low voice. He knew she was going to counterattack. She still had a rifle and a pistol on her. As for the ammo capacity, he did not know. But one thing was for sure, she definitely did not have as many ammo as the three of them. Pigeon and the T6 combatant rolled in the snow to avoid Yi Qian's blind shots. Pigeon, who was half crouching behind a tree, said softly, as expected of Qing Miao. She's quite difficult to deal with. Q King, can the three of us capture her alive? She's too familiar with the terrain. She's been running very accurately without making a single mistake. Although she's running away now, it's as though we're chasing after her according to the escape route we set for her. We're not chasing after her according to the route we planned. It felt like they were being led by the nose. Xia Jinyuan replied, it's only been 5 minutes. You want to capture Qing Miao in 5 minutes? Do you really think we're catching a bird? Qing Miao is the predecessor of a phoenix, do you understand? A phoenix is also a bird, the T5 combatant answered in all seriousness. I feel like we're catching a bird, but it's a little difficult. When he said that, Pigeon wanted to laugh but did not dare to. If you want to capture her, I'll give you 10 days off when we get back so you can go chase after your girlfriend. Xia Jinyuan was very generous as he threw out such bait to make the T6 combatant willingly take the bait. He said bravely through his earpiece, come on, Q King. What can I do for you? Xia Jinyuan did not stand on ceremony. Just move around and suppress her with your firepower. Pigeon and I will attack from the left and right. Don't hold back with your bullets, and don't waste them too much either. Don't end up with a tracer bullet. No problem. No problem. I still have 2 more magazines, so I have enough bullets. The T6 combatant laughed. After laughing, he raised his rifle and quickly provided cover for his comrade. Yi Qian would not fight them with bullets. The 3 of them chased after her, and only one of them opened fire. It was obvious that they wanted her to run out of bullets so that the 3 of them could capture her alive. With a cold gaze, Yi Qian pursed his lips. After firing 4 shots with his pistol, he no longer hit in the same spot. Instead, he carefully moved his body and continued to run. She was running downhill, and her feet were stuck in the snow. She couldn't stop and ran south with all her strength. She couldn't stop. If she did, she would be surrounded. She's running away again. She's not a bird but a rabbit, right? The T6 combatant was dumbfounded. If she doesn't become Q King, how long can we keep chasing her like this? J5 is up against Demon King. Let's not lose. Pigeon, who had caught up to him, replied, what we need to do now is to exhaust Qing Miao's stamina and bullets. We won't lose even if we have a captive on our hands. Xia Jinyuan did not reply. He strode forward and stepped into the snow with his combat boots. When he pulled them out, he could feel the hostility in them. If Qing Niao, who was groomed by a sergeant major and a world-class sniper, was captured by the three of them in less than 10 minutes, then she would not be everyone's pride. She would also have let down old Uncle Jen and Uncle Chin. At this moment, Yi Qian clearly understood that as a Special Forces soldier, he should not confront the enemy unless he had no other choice. If he could carry out an assassination, he must do so. That was the wisest course of action. Chapter 1667. She also understood that when she was fighting alone, she could only rely on herself. There was no way she could count on timely support. Even if there really was support, she was the only one who could save herself when there was no support. Run. She could only run now. Run to the next advantageous position and hide before launching a counterattack. The naval commander who was watching the battle narrowed his eyes. He saw Xia Jinyuan starting to speed up in an attempt to block Qing Niao from the front. Following that, the T-6 combatants started firing again from behind while the pigeons cooperated with the entire operation. Occasionally, they would fire to distract Yi Qian so that she did not have time to pay attention to the situation around her. She kept running south. If that's the case. The Major General of the Army carefully looked at the battle map on the table and then at the topographic map. He tapped his finger on a spot and understood why Yi Qian was running south. There were cliffs in the south. A place like this that was considered a hopeless situation for ordinary people was a good place for the Special Forces. What did the Special Forces usually train for? Climbing ravines and cliffs were all part of their training. When the Snowfield Brigade was guarding the plateau and building a base station, they would climb the steep mountains that were often covered in snow and were so weathered that even snow leopards would have a hard time climbing them. Qing Niao had traveled through hundreds of thousands of forests in the western province with Soldier King Old Qin, so how could she not have climbed cliffs before? She ran in that direction because she knew there were cliffs in the south. She knew that, and so did Xia Jinyuan. He had broken into the command center and pulled out all the electronic cameras. He then connected to the satellite map and looked at the terrain and topography of the entire position before getting his comrades to draw a map. It was clear that he had a plan in mind. After discovering Yi Qian's intentions, he immediately chased after her and cut her off. It had to be said that this match was extremely exciting from beginning to end. The match between Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan was exciting. The members of the two teams were also exciting. Now that he was going up against Yi Qian again, it was exciting. On the other side, Li Jinyan and J5 were already engaged in a fight. Both sides moved like ghosts in the forest, quietly descending to each other's side. Then, fist met fist, foot met foot, and when the close combat ended, it meant that one side had died. Li Jinyan looked cold, but when he was hunting, he was surprisingly gentle. He liked to kill from a distance, and as soon as he heard the beep sound, he would immediately turn away, not giving the members of the Snowfield Brigade a chance to search for him. To be called the Demon King and be respected by his teammates, his individual combat ability was definitely terrifying. At this moment, he was already facing the members of the Snowfield Brigade. It was up to the Snowfield Brigade to delay him. Whether it was individual combat or team combat, the members of the Snowfield Brigade were all elites in the Special Forces. They were not afraid to fight the Demon King. Instead, they were all extremely excited, and their eyes shone with a fierce light. He really is the Demon King. He comes and goes without a trace. Just now, one of our brothers was killed here. He was shot in the back, which means that the Demon King's range of activity is now in this area. J5 and his 4 comrades squatted together and began to deploy. The brothers in charge of security were constantly looking around to prevent a sneak attack. We'll flank him from outside his range of activity. Sparrow Hawk, you attack, Eagle Magpie, and I will be responsible for searching the periphery. Now that the Storm Commandos have lost 4 members and 2 of our brothers are dead, we have to prevent the Demon King from attacking from behind. Chapter 1668. After arranging the 5-man teams, J5 said to all his comrades, team up in pairs. Don't stray too far away unless there are special circumstances. The water ghosts are used to fighting in the water and like to shoot people from behind. Actually, they also like to shoot people from behind. The difference was that they liked to get close to the enemy and finish them off with a dagger. Sometimes, they would press down on the enemy's head with both hands and twist it hard. The dislocation of the enemy's cervical vertebrae would be solved without bleeding. The Snowfield Brigade arranged for the hunting team. Li Jinyan and the others did the same. It seemed like only one member of the Storm Commandos was moving, but in reality, there was another person who was always in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Underwater combat was different from combat on land. In underwater combat, the water ghosts would never act alone. They had to work in pairs. At the same time, one person would be in the open and the other in the dark. Li Jinyan was now in the open, while the whale beside him was in the dark. The two of them moved back and forth, looking for a target to hunt. His communication with Yi Qian had been cut off. Yi Qian had turned off his communicator on his own accord. Now that he had not contacted him for a long time, it was clear that he still had not escaped. Qiu King had personally captured Qing Niao alive, and Qing Niao was afraid that she would implicate the Storm Commandos, so she had turned off her communicator. Then he had to hurry up and kill a few more members of the Snowfield Brigade. Only then would he be worthy of Qing Niao's sacrifice. What he did not know was that Yi Qian had been completely blocked off at this time. When Yi Qian saw the tall figure standing in the snow about 4 meters away from him, his pupils suddenly contracted. At the same time, there was a bright light in his dark eyes. Captain Xia, he had actually come personally to block him. When was the first time he met him? Yes, when he was 14 years old, he was training with the soldiers of Fujian town in the forest. Captain Xia had suddenly barged in, and that was when they met. So many years had passed, but Yi Qian could still remember every minute and every second of that time clearly. There's nowhere to run, Qing Niao. Xia Jinyuan coldly looked at the female soldier who had made a mistake and deserved to be taught a lesson. There was not a trace of gentleness in his dark eyes. Next, you will become a captive and experience the treatment of a captive. His voice was very, very cold, without a trace of gentleness. There was no gentleness in his voice, nor was there any gentleness in his voice. Because this was a battlefield, and the two of them were on opposite sides, enemies. Following that, he gestured to the T6 combatants and Pigeon who were flanking him. The three of them approached Yi Qian in a triangular formation. Qing Niao, there are no familiar faces on the battlefield. No matter how familiar a person is, as long as they're in different camps, they're enemies. As enemies, we will not give you preferential treatment just because you are someone we know and a female soldier. There is only one principle on the battlefield, and that is who wins and who loses. Xia Jinyuan said faintly as he walked. Every word he said was filled with coldness and indifference. As the distance between the four of them got closer and closer, Yi Qian, who was pursing his lips, couldn't help but touch his left wrist. It had been a long time since he had used his silver wire. In the final head-on confrontation, 2 of the 3 combatants threw punches and 1 kicked. They attacked Yi Qian mercilessly. From the beginning, this battle had been a battle of numbers and strength. However, Yi Qian was not a tough nut to crack. Since there was no way to escape, he would fight to the death and win himself a chance of survival. Chapter 1669. The unsharpened combat dagger quickly parried Xia Jinyuan's kick. That's right, the most ruthless of the 3 was Xia Jinyuan, who was her boyfriend. He immediately launched an attack with his leg. His move gave the T6 combatant and the pigeon a fright. Wasn't he too ruthless? Did he really think they were enemies? After forcing Xia Jinyuan into a corner, Yi Qian quickly parried the T6 combatant's fist with his dagger. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's next kick, she raised her left leg and struck it down without hesitation. At the same time, she turned her body sideways to ensure that she could dodge and counterattack at the same time. At this moment, her flexibility also played a huge role. With her right leg raised almost to the top of her head, Yi Qian struck Xia Jinyuan's calf with lightning speed. Then she used the force from his leg to turn around nimbly. Just like in a martial arts movie, her entire body twisted strangely to avoid the T6 combatant's fist once again. Xia Jinyuan, who had been kicked in the calf, pursed his lips tightly. When he retracted his leg, he secretly clenched his fist. It was quite painful. The rabbit has turned into a snake. The T6 combatant retracted his fist and attacked again with the pigeon. Yi Qian's first agile dodge made Xia Jinyuan scoff coldly. It was a half-smile that was full of ferocity and cruelty. Compared to the wrestling match he had with Yi Qian when he was 14, Xia Jinyuan was not joking at all this time. He used his own fighting style on the battlefield to force Yi Qian closer. Q King, don't be too ruthless. Are you really planning to beat him to death? The pigeon leaned close to Xia Jinyuan and said in a low voice with a frown, we already have the upper hand when it's 3 against 1. Don't you think you're going too far? Xia Jinyuan moved his wrist and glanced at the pigeon coldly. He said indifferently, what's too far? Haven't we encountered a 3 against 1 situation before? Is a real 3 against 1 like this? A real 3 against 1 would be even more ruthless than this. You could even lose your life at any time. What am I too much of? Oh, Qing now should be glad that now we are all soldiers of the same country, wearing the same military uniform, and having a competition between brothers. If we were to face off against each other on the battlefield, would it still be like this? Are you here to tell me that it's too much? You'll only be more ruthless than me and try your best to get rid of the target. The T6 combatant's calf was kicked by Yi Qian. The combat boots were quite heavy, and the toe and heel of the boots were very hard. In addition, Yi Qian had been carrying weights on his legs when he was training with Principal Qin. As such, this kick caused the T6 combatant so much pain that his calf bone felt like it had cracked. When he dodged the kick, he saw Xia Jinyuan, who was the first to be kicked, secretly moving his ankle around. The T6 combatant gloated a little. So it turned out that Q King was also in pain. He had thought that he was not in pain. Don't give her a chance to make a move. Feeling that the pain in his calf had subsided a little, Xia Jinyuan reminded his comrades to prevent them from getting kicked by her again. This was also the first time he had experienced the strength of her legs. Once he got kicked, the pain would be unimaginably painful. When Yi Qian heard that, her eyes flickered as she marked the first target as the pigeon. Before the 3 of them could attack again, Yi Qian, who was holding on to the end of the silver wire, kicked at the pigeon with a murderous aura. In the snow, her figure was as agile as a cheetah as she took the initiative to attack with the ferocity of a beast. Uncle Chen had said that in a desperate situation, the only way to survive was to take the initiative to counterattack. She needed to win a chance of survival for herself, so she had to take the initiative to counterattack. When the pigeon saw this, her expression changed. Chapter 1670. At this moment, Yi Qian had already entered a state of confrontation between himself and the enemy. He was going to use his true abilities to take on 3 people at once. If he had accepted the challenge with the mentality that they were all familiar with each other, the first person he would have killed would have been her. Besides, her target was herself. Feeling a chill in her heart, Pigeon was no longer swayed by personal feelings. At this moment, a hint of a smile flashed across Xia Jinyuan's eyes. Very good. She was able to quickly find a weak spot to attack even when she was surrounded. This meant that she did not panic and had remained calm all this while. In that case, let's see how far she can go. T6, block her path of retreat. The cold and emotionless Major Xia did not even remember that he was still the female soldier's boyfriend. He only had one goal now, which was to teach this female soldier a lesson. Let her remember this lesson. As an all-around ace soldier, how could Xia Jinyuan's close combat skills be bad? Seeing that Yi Qian was using Pigeon as an opening to attack, he threw out a punch to support his comrade. His fist was aimed at Yi Qian's shoulder. Yi Qian ignored his attack and continued to kick Pigeon to the side. While she was dodging left and right, she suddenly grabbed something in her left hand and threw it forward. Something unexpected happened and the battle turned around in an instant. Pigeon felt something cold and soft like silk wrap around the back of her neck. Then she saw Yi Qian tug at it with his right hand. In the blink of an eye, her neck was wrapped tightly by the foreign object. Instinctively, Pigeon tried to pull off the foreign object wrapped around her neck with one hand, but it turned out to be thin and slippery. There was no way she could pull it out with her bare hands. At the same time, Yi Qian's shoulder was punched hard by Xia Jinyuan's fist. Meanwhile, the T6 soldier kicked Yi Qian's knee. The moment Yi Qian, who had been attacked from above and below, let go of the silver wire in his hand, he was knocked to the ground by the two Special Forces soldiers. Even so, Yi Qian did not fall to the ground because of the heavy object. Instead, he quickly propped himself up on his elbows and rolled continuously in the snow. I've been taken care of. The Pigeon removed the thing that was wrapped around his neck. If Yi Qian had not let go of him when he fell to the ground, he would have been knocked unconscious by this thing. It wasn't to the extent of suffocation. He wasn't that easy to deal with. But if they were on the battlefield, Yi Qian definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to finish off his enemy. Xia Jinyuan was a little surprised. Not bad, she could still deal with the pigeons under such circumstances. Not only was she calm, but she also knew how to plan. Not bad, continue. He said in a low voice. He did not wait for Yi Qian, who was covered in snow, to get up. Like a wild wolf pouncing on its prey, he began to attack Yi Qian again. Yi Qian, who had been rolling continuously, was forced into an extremely sorry state by him. When his military boot kicked him in the back, Yi Qian thought he would spit out a mouthful of blood. That kind of pain was even more intense than the pain of getting injured during training. It came at a moment's notice. Even after a long time, he still felt the same pain as when he was kicked. It was as if he had been pressing on the most painful acupoint, and he could not get over it at all. When his brain received the pain transmitted by his neurons, Yi Qian's cerebral cortex was so tense that even wearing a helmet felt like it was a hindrance. It had been 27 minutes since he was discovered. T6 and Xia Jinyuan attacked Yi Qian from the front and back. Both of their fists and thighs landed on Yi Qian's body. They were not randomly hitting and kicking him, but they were all very skillful. Yi Qian couldn't even remember how many times he had rolled in the snow. Every time he rolled and stood up, he would grit his teeth and fight back with all his might. Still not going to admit defeat? Xia Jinyuan asked with a smile. His fist was aimed at Yi Qian's face. Little fox, you dared to use your own life to test Bai He. Now, do you still dare to use the same trick to test her? Chapter 1671. Admit defeat. Yi Qian, who was enduring the excruciating pain without making a sound, sneered. Admit defeat. She had already lost completely in her previous life. In this life, she could forget about admitting defeat, much less lowering her head. She had already been entangled with them for nearly half an hour, so she did not know how the Infernal was doing. Without Q King around, the Infernal still had a chance of winning against the Snowfield Brigade with his combat skills. Furthermore, Sea Anemone and Sea Thorn were both army scouts, so they would provide a lot of help to the storm commandos who were not familiar with fighting in the snow. She could not admit defeat. The Infernal's hunting operation was not over yet. She had to do her best to pin down Q King and give the Infernal more hope of defeating the Snowfield Brigade. She had to think of a way to pin down Q King while also trying her best to get away. Tilting his head, Yi Qian crossed his arms to block Xia Jinyuan's fist that was swinging at his face. He replied with a ruthless expression, "No." Then he raised his leg and kicked at the Infernal's lower abdomen at lightning speed. This kick made the T6 combatant feel pain for Xia Jinyuan. There was a thin diaphragm between the abdomen and the chest. Anyone who knew how to fight knew very well that as long as the opponent was hit there, he would definitely be rolling on the ground in pain. Moreover, Yi Qian's kick was quite strong. He had probably specially trained to make up for the lack of strength in his arms. If it were not for their thick skin and thick flesh, their bones would have been fractured by this kick. After Q King took such a kick, the T6 combatant felt like his teeth were going to ache. How painful would that be? Fortunately, he only staggered a few steps. He shrugged his shoulders in a very masculine manner and twisted his neck. Without any hesitation, he raised his leg again and kicked at Yi Qian. It was fine if he did not admit defeat, but he had to admit his mistake. He had to take a good look at what a real battlefield was like. What a real fight to the death would be like. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved into a smile as he stared at the pair of dark eyes that were glowing with a strange light. However, the coldness in his eyes did not subside at all as he stared at Yi Qian viciously. "You're so beautiful, so good, and so stubborn. How could you make such a low-level mistake?" When he thought of Yi Qian's previous mistakes, Xia Jinyuan's gaze turned even colder. He gestured to T6, and the two of them attacked Yi Qian from the front and back again. When T6's fist and Xia Jinyuan's right leg landed on Yi Qian's body, the pigeons who were watching the battle from close range pursed their lips and couldn't help worrying for Yi Qian. Sitting in the command center, the Navy commander and Major General of the Army held their breaths. They were all waiting to see how Yi Qian would escape from this hopeless situation. But this time, it would be difficult. Both of them had used their full strength. If she wanted to escape again, it would be difficult. Before they could think of the word difficult, the two high-ranking officers suddenly clapped their hands and said in unison, "Good. Beautiful." Yi Qian had already wrapped her arms around the T6 combatant's waist and inserted her right leg between his legs. Then she abruptly hooked the T6 combatant's left leg and performed a beautiful Mongolian-style wrestling. She actually tripped the T6 combatant. That's right, he really tripped the 1.8-meter tall and strong T6 combatant. Bam! The two of them fell into the snow together. When the T6 combatant fell, he pulled Yi Qian down with him and shouted at the same time, "Lock it tight." Yi Qian's dagger, which had never left his hand, was moving towards the T6 combatant's neck. When the tip of the dagger was close to the skin of his neck, an extremely sharp kick came from behind her. Together with the howling north wind, a heavy object landed heavily on her back. Chapter 1672. Xia Jinyuan had kicked Yi Qian in the back again. Yi Qian, who had fallen forward, gasped when the T6 combatant's helmet hit his abdomen. Yi Qian, who was in so much pain that he felt like he had been run over by a car, rolled off the T6 combatant and grabbed a handful of snow with both hands to throw at the head of the black figure who was pouncing on him. At this moment, Yi Qian was in so much pain that his vision was a little blurry. The only thing he could rely on was the north wind to keep his mind clear and not let himself pass out from the pain. The T6 combatant got up from the snow while rubbing his neck. That was close. His throat had almost been slit just now. What a terrifying Qing Miao. Her attack was so vicious. However, when a single soldier encountered such a predicament on the battlefield, they were all thinking of taking out as many enemies as they could. Although Qing Miao's attack was vicious, it had to be this way. Furthermore, Q King was pressuring Qing Niao to make her realize the cruelty of the battlefield. Victory could only be won by relying on actual skills and not by making use of so-called sympathy. How could there be any sympathy when it came to meeting a bullet head-on? There was only a fight to the death. Yi Qian grabbed 2 clumps of snow and threw them over. Other than being blinded by the snow for a second, Xia Jinyuan's speed did not change at all. In fact, he did not even pause for a second. On the battlefield, he was a fearless soldier who fought for victory. His right hand had already grabbed Yi Qian's ankle like a fierce crocodile out of the water biting down on its prey. His handsome face was cold and ruthless as he planned to drag Yi Qian upside down across the snow. Right now, he was telling her very seriously and responsibly what a captive would experience. What would the outcome be if she risked her life to test the waters? Q King is probably angry. The Major General narrowed his eyes and stared at the screen with a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, he wants Qing Niao to forever remember that when the day comes when the people she is most familiar with start fighting with each other, her previous actions were undoubtedly suicidal. The correct method should be like what we are doing now. As long as we still have a breath of life, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we need to rise up. The Navy commander nodded in agreement. That's true, but Qing Niao's performance is remarkable. As long as she can stand up, she will fight back. She's fighting 1 against 3, and they're 3 male Special Forces soldiers. It's quite impressive that she lasted for half an hour. Yes, but it's still a little difficult to escape. Major General Liu did not think that Yi Qian had completely lost. When Xia Jinyuan grabbed her ankle and dragged her along, she was still able to fight back and break free again. It was enough to show how strong her desire to escape was. As long as he didn't admit defeat, he still had a chance to live. The T6 combatant pulled back his fist as he gritted his teeth so hard that a few of his teeth seemed to have cracked. You have no strength, Qing Niao. Gritting his teeth and shaking his hands, the T6 combatant cooperated well with Xia Jinyuan. He either attacked from the left and right, or from the front and back. Although his face and body were aching from Yi Qian's punches, it did not affect the speed of his attacks. Yi Qian indeed did not have much strength left. She could faintly feel her legs trembling in pain. There was no part of her body that did not hurt. The punches to her chest seemed to have knocked her internal organs out of alignment. You can admit defeat now, Qing Niao. Xia Jinyuan, who blocked her way out, spoke coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at the swaying figure. He said coldly, "This is a battlefield. Do you still dare to stretch your neck out?" Chapter 1673. Little fox, your intelligence should be the great wisdom of strategizing and fighting from thousands of miles away, not the petty cleverness of a villain. Yi Qian, whose arm was trembling from the beating, took a deep breath and tried his best to clench his trembling fingers into a fist. Then, he threw another punch straight at the T6 combatant. She did not want to talk to them. She would rather use all the energy she had to talk to fight. They watched as she was knocked down again and again and stood up again and again. As Yi Qian stood up again and again, the battlefield moved closer to the edge of the forest. Every time Yi Qian stood up again, he would face the 2 combatants attacking him with an awe-inspiring and fearless attitude. He would grit his teeth and endure the severe pain in his body as he threw punches and kicks. He would fight with extreme calmness. She would escape, and the time for her to escape was getting closer and closer. As long as she reached the edge of the forest, she would definitely be able to escape. Xia Jinyuan's deep black eyes flickered with a faint light. He looked thoughtfully at the forest covered in thick snow, and a cold smile appeared on his thin lips. Very good, she still hasn't given up on escaping. Most of the time, it wasn't that you didn't have a chance to escape, but that you didn't hold on any longer and just gave up. You gave up on survival and chose death. Xia Jinyuan, who had discovered Yi Qian's plan, pursed his thin lips tightly. His combat boots stomped fiercely in the snow. After suppressing the strange look in his eyes, the young major dealt the final blow to Yi Qian. Q King. Qing Niao. The T6 combatant and Pigeon shouted. Seeing their familiar figure fly out like a kite with its string cut and fall heavily into the snow, the two combatants' hearts trembled. Pigeon had already run over. Before she ran off, she did not forget to glare fiercely at her captain. Wasn't this a little too ruthless? Even if there was a plan to capture her, it shouldn't have been this ruthless. Q King, are you crazy? The T6 combatant scolded in a low voice. You could have captured her just now, so why did you have to kick her at the end? Aren't you afraid of seriously injuring her? Xia Jinyuan's eyelids trembled as he watched the pigeon run towards the figure that had yet to get up and was about 3 meters away from him. While the T6 combatant was not paying attention, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the last glimmer of light in his eyes had disappeared. He looked at the T6 combatant and said coldly, "It's better to be seriously injured by my kicks than to be captured and tortured by the enemy. More than any of you, I don't want to see her seriously injured, and I don't want to see her beaten into the snow and motionless. But I'd rather be the one teaching her a lesson now, not. There was a hint of hoarseness and bitterness in his cold voice. It was low and heavy, like bitter gourd juice and coptis. It was bitter, astringent, sour, and forbearing. It instantly made T6's heart ache. He looked at his captain and then at the figure who had yet to stand up. He loosened his clenched fists and took a deep breath. Can we end this now? Can you take her back now? Was it over? Could he take her back now? Without really capturing Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan glanced coldly at the T6 combatant and walked forward with his long legs. Qing Niao, Yi Qian. How are you? Are you all right? Pigeon had already run to Yi Qian's side. Just as he was half kneeling and reaching out, his hand froze. Chapter 1674. Only when he crouched down did he realize that Yi Qian was not lying in the snow. Instead, his elbow was propped up against the snow, and his right leg was slightly bent. This was a jumping motion. Qing Niao, she had not given up on running away. Pigeon, you've broken the rules. Yi Qian raised his head and smiled gently at Pigeon, who was concerned about him. As the one who died, you should be standing by the side and watching. It was not the end yet. She could still open her eyes and still had strength in her arms and legs. As long as there was a chance of survival and strength, she would not give up. As a male soldier, Pigeon's face was full of shock. She could still continue at this point. Female soldier Qing Niao, how much more do you have to earn the admiration of the male soldiers? In this second, Pigeon was completely convinced. He was truly convinced. He was convinced by this female soldier who was even more tenacious than the male soldiers. He was convinced by this female soldier who never bowed her head or admitted defeat no matter what. Pigeon watched as she rushed straight into the forest after completing her jump. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure rushing into the forest before her. He opened his mouth and slowly closed it. It was not until Yi Qian's figure entered the forest that Pigeon said softly, Q King is waiting for you up ahead. Qing Niao, you won't be able to escape. When it comes to female soldiers, I'm really only convinced by Qing Niao. She can still escape in such a state. The T6 combatant who was walking over also had a look of shock on his face. He turned his head and said to Pigeon, do you admit defeat? The T6 combatant was already amazed by Yi Qian's tenacious resistance. If he had held off Q King for another 30 seconds, Qing Niao would have been able to escape right under their noses once she escaped into the forest. The dull sound of snow falling could be heard from the forest. Pigeon glanced at the T6 combatant who had no intention of following her in. He nodded and retreated to the side. Those who died in battle were not qualified to speak, so they could only speak silently in their hearts. Yi Qian, who had fled into the forest, clenched his fists out of habit when he saw the tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Her dark eyes were brighter than the stars in the cold night, filled with coldness. She stared at Xia Jinyuan, who was determined to capture her alive. Now that he had truly encountered him, what were his chances of winning? Yi Qian couldn't answer herself. She only knew that she didn't want to become a captive. She didn't want to fall into his hands. Too slow. You should be like me. In the face of Yi Qian's slow attack, Xia Jinyuan's leg was still as fast as lightning, aiming for Yi Qian's chest. Do you know what it feels like to be surrounded by a single soldier? Just like this, he wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The military boot kicked Yi Qian's blocking arm. Yi Qian, whose arm was about to break, gritted his teeth and stabbed the blocking dagger that had never left his hand. Do you know what will happen to female soldiers if they become captives? Your body will be violated, your mind will be suppressed, and your will be destroyed. They will even make you suspect that you were born a mistake. Xia Jinyuan nimbly avoided the dagger. He wanted to knock the dagger out of Yi Qian's hand, but the dagger brushed past his chin. His skin hurt a little. Although the dagger wasn't edged and wasn't sharp enough, the person who held it used all his strength and used it as a weapon that could hurt people, so it could still hurt people. Xia Jinyuan touched his chin. It was probably bleeding, so it hurt a little. But his chin had been punched a few times by her, so it was fine to let it bleed a little. Qing Niao, how much longer can you hold on? You've used up all your strength. You can't hold on much longer. He was like a cat toying with a mouse, patiently teasing Yi Qian, but his fist was still as fast as ever. It landed heavily on Yi Qian's shoulder. Chapter 1675. Major Xia, the all-round soldier king, took advantage of Yi Qian's staggering steps to grab her shoulder with one hand and lift his long leg. His hands and feet cooperated perfectly, and all of a sudden, Yi Qian fell into the snow again. After a bout of dizziness, Yi Qian, whose entire face was covered in snow, could be said to be in the most embarrassing state she had ever been in. It was also the most miserable time she had ever been in. In your current state, do you still have any way to escape from my hands? Are you trying to use your little tricks? Xia Jinyuan, who had thrown Yi Qian into the snow, looked at her coldly. He pursed his thin lips into a straight line and said, "On the battlefield of life and death, do you think your little tricks will work?" He was forcing her to realize the cruelty of war. He was forcing her to experience nirvana through her own blood and tears. Her nose was filled with snow. Yi Qian could only use her mouth to take in deep breaths. Other than enduring the pain in her chest, she could only endure it. It's useless. There's no such thing as little tricks on the battlefield. She answered him loudly. She forced her voice out of her chest and through her throat. It tasted like blood as she answered him. Her answer was not the end. The torture continued. Sensing the hostility and anger emanating from him, Yi Qian knew that this time, Xia Jinyuan was determined to teach her a lesson. In the past, he had seriously and responsibly told her that they were lovers and comrades in arms. If she made a mistake one day, he would never show mercy to her just because she was his lover. On the contrary, he would only be stricter and harsher. If you want to become a real special forces soldier, you have to put in more sweat and tears than you can imagine. And the lesson you have learned and the blood you have shed is also more than you can imagine. Before Yi Qian had even entered the Snowfield Brigade, she had already tasted Xia Jinyuan's harsh punishment. You knowingly committed a crime. That's an even bigger crime. Xia Jinyuan shouted coldly. He pulled her up from the snow by the back of her collar. However, before he could do anything else, Yi Qian stood up and resisted again. She twisted her body to one side and grabbed his wrist that was holding her collar. She had realized her mistake and was being punished for it. She accepted it, but it did not mean that she would give up resisting. Right now, the two of them were on opposing sides. She lowered her head and used the flexibility of her waist to slip under Xia Jinyuan's wrist. Then, she twisted her body. In this way, it was Xia Jinyuan who tightened his grip. In order to prevent his arm from being twisted, he had no choice but to let go. Xia Jinyuan was so tenacious and strong that he was overjoyed. He knew that his little fox would not give up even in a desperate situation. As long as there was a chance to escape, she would grab it. She had made a mistake and deserved to be punished. He was more than willing to see how she would correct her mistake. "My lover, my comrade, I will watch you carry your gun and leave. I will also wait for your safe return. I will look forward to it and hope for you. I will wait for you to return covered in blood. I will wait for you to appear in my line of sight again covered in smoke. I will hold your hand again and hug you again." Xia Jinyuan watched as his lover struggled to escape from his hands again. A faint smile appeared on his thin lips. Xia Jinyuan, who had not used up too much of his energy, attacked more fiercely each time. In the end, he had one hand on the back of Yi Qian's neck and the other hand clasped Yi Qian's hand behind her back. He cruelly pressed Yi Qian's face against the cold and rough bark of the tree. Then, it was the real end. Chapter 1676. "Qing Niao, I told you very clearly that you would become our prisoner." He pressed his hand against the back of Yi Qian's neck and pressed his body against hers. His thin lips were close to Yi Qian's ear, and his voice was cold as he said, "Now, do you still want to run? Do you still have the strength to run? Do you still have the guts to use the same method you used on Bai He again?" The first part of his speech was all to pave the way. The most important part was the last sentence. Yi Qian struggled a few times but was unable to break free. She didn't waste any more energy and calmly replied, "No, I already know that I was wrong. Qing Niao, you dare to use such petty tricks to deal with Bai He. You've disappointed too many people." Xia Jinyuan didn't loosen his grip, but instead pressed down harder on Yi Qian's neck. Fortunately, Yi Qian was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, his facial features would have been distorted by Xia Jinyuan's pressure. "Uncle Chen didn't teach you to do that. Uncle Zhen didn't teach you to do that. I didn't do it. The army didn't do it. No one did it. And you could have won against Bai He, but you used such a method. Do you know that on a real battlefield, the enemy loves to send you to your death like this?" He was right. She could have won, but she used the stupidest method. This time, he was so ruthless to teach her a lesson. "Did I go easy on you just because I know you? Did I go easy on you just because of our identities? No, because I'm a soldier. As long as I'm standing on the battlefield, even if it's father, son, lover, friend, or brother, as long as we're on opposite sides, there's no such thing as mercy. I won't stop just because the other party is testing me. Qing Niao, remember your identity. You're a soldier." He lowered his voice and said each word clearly in her ear. Yi Qian, whose face was in pain from the abrasion of the tree bark, closed his eyes tightly and took deep breaths rhythmically. That's right, when one day the people who were most familiar with each other became enemies, there would be no mercy. There would only be a fight to the death. Yi Qian's chest heaved up and down rapidly as he gasped for air. The cold wind that poured into his dry throat was like a knife scraping through his eyes. His throat was tight with pain. He quietly listened to Yi Qian's lecture and humbly accepted such a strange criticism. "Bring out the ruthlessness you showed to your enemies." Major General Liu pressed down on the rim of the teacup with one hand. He used a little too much force, and the rim of the teacup was imprinted on his palm. "Qing Niao's resistance is admirable. She persevered in spite of all setbacks, which is what a soldier should have. At this time, even the technical staff's gaze fell on the tenacious and unyielding slender figure. Really, good job. Soldiers should be like this. Yi Qian did not know that her resistance had once again won the favor of the high-ranking military officer. She was calculating the time quickly in her mind. Her body was captured, but that did not mean her brain was captured. It had been 38 minutes since she was discovered. The devil should be progressing smoothly. Unfortunately, she could not delay any longer. There was still some time before the end of the competition, and her physical strength was basically exhausted. For the time being, there was no way she could escape from Q King. If she did not want to become a captive, she could only rest and observe the situation. If there was a chance to escape, she would definitely seize it. You're now a captive, Qing Miao. Enjoy the treatment of being a captive. After he finished lecturing, Xia Jinyuan used a rope to tie Yi Qian's hands from her shoulders to her wrists. He then tied a dead knot to prevent her from removing the rope and leaving. After he finished, he deliberately walked in front of her and turned on the searchlight on his helmet. Looking at the palm-sized face with bruises on the corners of her mouth, his slender fingers secretly clenched. Chapter 1677. Yi Qian also saw the man standing in front of him clearly. His face was also bruised. The corner of his mouth was bleeding from her attack, and the corners of his eyes were also bruised. Seeing him in this state, there was no doubt that he was in the same state. Q King, are you planning to wait here for the higher-ups to finish? Yi Qian looked at him and calmly reminded him. There's not much time left before the battle ends. Fortunately, he was still in good spirits after being beaten up like this. Xia Jinyuan slowly loosened his clenched fists. Then, his thin lips curved slightly into a ferocious smile as he pushed Yi Qian out. His face was already so bruised and swollen. His body was probably even worse. Especially since he had not held back at all when he kicked him. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, it was definitely purple. His heart ached. Of course it ached, but he had no other choice. She dared to risk her life. How could she be so reckless? She was so reckless. Training hard was not just for you to go into battle and kill the enemy. You had to come back safely. When the T6 combatant saw that Q King's aura was so low that it was almost at the point of explosion, he could not help but mutter in his heart. He had already caught him, so why was he still so low? He carefully went up to him. Can we go back now? The T6 combatant quickly glanced at the tied-up Qing Miao out of the corner of his eye and felt a little pain in his eyes. Qing Miao was so good at running. Qing Miao was so good at running. Qing Miao was so good at fighting. Something serious had almost happened just now. Fortunately, Q King had noticed it in advance. What do you think? Xia Jinyuan glanced at the T6 combatant fiercely. You've been out for 35 minutes. If you still don't come back, are you going to let the Devil King annihilate all of us? The original plan was to finish off Yi Qian within 30 minutes and then go back to support his teammates. But now, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Yi Qian. His handsome face was cold. Major Xia could not help but purse his lips again. This time, she wasn't angry because of Yi Qian's mistake. It was time to feel sorry for him. The Snowfield Brigade's wonderful, captive plan ended. The Navy commander took off his hat, touched his head several times, and sighed, "It's already very good. It's already very good to be able to hold on for 35 minutes. Fighting 1 against 3 and lasting for 35 minutes was the best a male soldier could do. That's right. There's still time before it's over. Although Qing Miao has been captured, she won't admit defeat. As long as she has the chance, she will definitely think of a way to escape. After the Major General finished speaking, he instructed his secretary, asked the accompanying military doctor to get ready. Once we're done, we'll immediately examine Qing Niao's body. Xia Jinyuan had never been merciful when teaching his soldiers a lesson. Now that Yi Qian had made such a serious mistake, he was even more merciless. The last few kicks were ruthless. Yi Qian's injuries were probably a little serious. The hunting operation was still ongoing. Li Jingyan looked at the time. 45 minutes had already passed. If Yi Qian had escaped, then Q King should have already returned. However, he hadn't returned yet. This meant that she had been captured. Contact them and exchange the captives. Li Jingyan pursed his thin lips and looked at the captured Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Z7. His eyes were cold as he said calmly, one for one. They had already lost contact with Qing Niao for 45 minutes. Q King had already taught her a lesson. Now that Qing Niao was his, how could he let her fall into Q King's hands? One for one. The captive plan had ended in a draw. Z7 Han Zhang heard this and immediately said, "Devil, you should just kill me." It was too embarrassing. Killing him directly was better than being a captive. Chapter 1678. His request was ignored. Li Jingyan gestured for his team members to tie him up tightly and wait until the end of the hunting operation before carrying out the captive exchange. At the military headquarters, Commander-in-Chief Xia had lost count of how many cups of water he had drunk. Whenever he saw his son beating up Yi Qian so viciously, his heart would pound so hard that he felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Ruthless, ruthless, too ruthless. With such a lesson, wasn't he afraid of scaring his wife away? The captive plan only required them to capture the target, not beat them up. Was this brat's head kicked by a donkey? Why was he so stupid? Commander-in-Chief Xia still did not know that Yi Qian had made a mistake. So when he saw Xia Jinyuan not only ganging up on Yi Qian, but also personally taking part in the fight with his fists and legs, he really wanted to pull out his gun and shoot him on behalf of his future daughter-in-law. This brat, this brat. Commander-in-Chief Xia cursed under his breath every time he took a sip of the strong tea. Since the country's top leader was still present, no matter how much he cursed in his heart, Commander-in-Chief Xiao's expression remained stern and dignified on the surface. When the country's top leader saw how ruthless the male soldiers were and how tenacious the female soldiers were, he said to Commander-in-Chief Xiao after the battle, "I'm very happy to have them in our troops. With such female soldiers in our troops, I can see hope for tomorrow. I'm afraid that the female soldier is injured. When the time comes, the military will have to call her and comfort her. Don't let her be traumatized. When the battle ends, the military will definitely send their condolences," Commander-in-Chief Xia replied with a serious expression. This was a must. That was his family Xia's future daughter-in-law. After being beaten up to this extent, he had to personally call her and comfort her. He also had to give Xia Jinyuan a harsh scolding. He wanted to beat Yi Qian up and make him run away. He was not done with him. The entire competition was nearing its end. In the snowy forest, the two teams began their final battle to the death. Yi Qian and Z7 Han Zhang did not participate in the battle, but as captives, the two of them were not content with their lot and were constantly thinking of ways to escape. Unfortunately, the guards were too strict. Until the end, the two of them did not manage to escape. It was Xia Jinyuan who gave Yi Qian his first captive. The speed at which the red and green dots representing the two teams disappeared increased in the latter half of the night. By the end of the battle, 12 of the 22 members of the Snowfield Brigade still remained, while the Storm Commandos only had 8. The result was obvious. The wireless communication was no longer divided into two groups, A and B, and Major General Liu did not wait for the kings of the two teams to meet and exchange prisoners. He directly cut into the channel and ordered Xia Jinyuan, bring Qing Niao to the command center for a physical examination. Family Xia was really ruthless at that time. Qing Niao must have been seriously injured. At this moment, K7, who was guarding Yi Qian, spoke into everyone's ears. Qing Niao has a fever. She was given a strong antipyretic, but she's allergic to the medicine. There's a rash on her neck and wrist. The two teams' wireless stations went silent. Then, Major General Liu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Send her to the hospital." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan ran over like a whirlwind. "Bring her here. Quick. Allergic to the antipyretic. This is going to be serious." Yi Qian did not know that she was allergic to the antipyretic. Before she took the medicine, K7 even specifically asked her if she had any history of allergies to drugs. She answered with certainty, no. She did not have any allergies in her previous life, but she really did not know that she would have any allergies in this life. She originally wanted to take 2 pills, but K7 said that it was not necessary, so she only took 1. Fortunately, she only took 1 pill. If she had taken 2 pills, she did not know what would have happened. Chapter 1679. Allergy to drugs was one of the most common symptoms. Yi Qian's flushed skin was one of the most common symptoms. In her previous life, she had taken antipyretics before, but there were no symptoms. Who knew that in this life, she had never thought that taking antipyretics would cause an allergic reaction. "My head doesn't feel so good." Yi Qian, who was burning up, touched her forehead. She didn't wait for the military doctor to come over. She left K7 this sentence before she fell asleep. She didn't know what was happening in the outside world. K7 later recalled that his mind went blank for at least 3 seconds. He thought Yi Qian had gone into shock due to anaphylactic shock. K7, who had always been cold and aloof, who everyone in the team thought had transcended the mortal world and become immortal, panicked at this moment. Fortunately, he was mentally strong and didn't panic to the point of not knowing what to do. The first thing he did was to check Yi Jian's pupils and report Yi Jian's situation to the team. When the Major General of the Army and the Navy commander heard that Yi Qian's condition was bad, they didn't just send the military doctor over. They immediately contacted the helicopter team to send Yi Qian to the hospital. The members of the Snowfield Brigade and Storm Commandos all had serious expressions on their faces. However, they couldn't all rush to Yi Qian's side. Li Jinyan led the team to the rendezvous point after the competition. Xia Jinyuan, who was running down the mountain, didn't even reach the bottom of the mountain when he saw the searchlights in front of him turn on. K7 was holding his head and his hands were hanging limply. Yi Qian was running from bottom to top, stepping on the thick layer of snow. Yi Qian. This scene made the unyielding Special Forces soldier's eyes burst out in anger. His usual calm expression was like a complete piece of white paper that was suddenly torn in half. He was no longer the elegant and noble young major who always behaved elegantly. K7, who was running with all his might, heard a familiar voice from above that made him lose his cool. His tense expression relaxed a lot. The two of them were much faster. Then, he saw the captain, who was usually calm and composed, suddenly stumble and roll all the way down from a high place. K7 pursed his lips. Now he knows how to be anxious. Why didn't he pay attention to Yi Qian's condition when they were fighting? Xia Jinyuan, whose knees were weak, rolled down the mountain in a way he had never done before. He only stopped when the impact slowed down a lot. At this time, Xia Jinyuan was in a mess. Covered in snow, he got up and jumped from the slope. He ran a few meters and stood in front of K7. "Do you want to faint or sleep?" Xia Jinyuan's voice, when he spoke, his voice was cold. Xia Jinyuan was Yi Qian. Was Yi Qian was Yi Qian's Yi. K7 didn't immediately pass Yi Qian to him. Instead, he walked past him and reminded him coldly, "Pat off the snow on your body." His comrade's reaction made Xia Jinyuan calm down. He quickly patted off the snow on his body and put on his helmet. He rushed to K7's side and carefully carried Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and saw her lifeless face. He then saw the bruises on the corners of her mouth. He pressed his lips even tighter. High fever, allergic reaction to drugs, flushed skin, shortness of breath. Preliminary diagnosis: skin allergy and respiratory allergy. K7 glanced at his captain coldly and said in a deep voice, "Q King, you were really ruthless this time. You must have beaten her up a lot." "Q King, the capture plan didn't say you had to be this ruthless." Even K7 felt that he had gone overboard.
Chapter 23-27. Master, this is a mental attack. It's an attack from a third-step expert. Lin Fei seemed to have lost control of his body. The opponent's attack was too terrifying, and he had no chance to defend himself. His head felt like it was going to explode. Bang! Lin Fei smashed into a white bone mountain, and the entire white bone mountain collapsed with a loud bang, turning into ruins. This kid is a little strange. He's only at the giant realm, but he can actually barge in. No matter how you defend yourself, in the end, you'll still fall into my hands. A sinister laugh came from a mountain of bones. Shortly after, the mountain moved, and a white skeleton walked out. 2 soul fires floated in its empty eyes. Its figure flashed, and it arrived above the ruins of bones, looking for the kid's body. Found it. In the white bone ruins, the boy's physical body appeared in front of the skeletons. There was a hint of joy in his voice. "Hee hee, I've waited for so long, and I can finally possess a body and leave this damned place." Ha! The skeleton man arrived above the body. He was very confident in his previous attack, especially in a situation where there was no warning. Even if there were 100 of him, he would be finished. Possess! The 2 soul fires in the skeleton man's eyes left the skeleton and turned into one, heading straight for the body above the ruins. As long as he possessed the body, he could leave this place. "You've been tricked." Just as he was about to possess the body, a terrifying killing intent attacked him. A blood word appeared in the sky and crushed the soul fire. The soul fire let out a painful cry, and a third of the originally large soul fire dissipated. "Brat, how dare you trick me?" The soul fire roared, and he once again used mental rush. This was his killing move, and ordinary people couldn't block it. Mental Pierce was also a special great Dao. Its grade wasn't very high, but it was very powerful. It was hard to defend against, and if one wasn't careful, one would fall into the opponent's trap. Against this kind of Mental Pierce, there was basically no treasure that could block it, unless it was a special mental treasure. Unfortunately, this time, the opponent had encountered Lin Fei, a fellow that couldn't be judged by his eyes. Another bloody word blasted out. That ball of soul fire was startled. The first attack was because it had been caught off guard. However, the second attack was at the second step, so it was more or less startling. Empty net. The soul fire did not evade. Instead, it activated its mental energy once again and bound the power of the bloody words, preventing them from erupting. "Brat, I have to admit that you are very powerful. I like such a body very much. When the time comes, everything you have will belong to me, ha!" The spiritual force pierced into the space between Lin Fei's eyebrows once again. After using his spiritual force 3 times in a row, his soul flame had clearly become much dimmer than before. This time, he attacked out of rage. He believed that this body wouldn't be able to withstand his spiritual force piercing. Now was the best time to possess a body. This was also the preconceived idea of any expert, especially when facing a little guy in the giant realm. When the soul fire tried to possess him again, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. His aura immediately soared to the 4th step. The soul fire exploded on the spot. The power dispersed the soul fire like a gale, and miserable cries echoed continuously. The attack of a guy at the 3rd step is really ferocious. Fortunately, I used the destiny energy to construct a blockade. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably today. Lin Fei crawled out of the ruins, his face slightly pale. Little devil, where did that guy go? He had been ambushed and almost died. Lin Fei was very angry. His opponent had made him lose 2 bloody words, and he had also been attacked by a 4th step expert. Under such circumstances, a 3rd step attack couldn't hurt him at all. The materialization of his mental energy was very terrifying. Little devil was also very angry. Don't worry, master. This time, he has nowhere to hide. He has no chance. There won't be a second chance. Lin Fei and Little Devil were very angry. There was no aura of life in this place, so they subconsciously thought that there wouldn't be any living people. They didn't expect that there would be someone proficient in mental energy. It could be considered a kind of extension of life. Zhou couldn't wait any longer, and Lin Fei was hit. Master, he is on your left, on the 7th skeleton. Lin Fei was very shocked when he received this information from Little Devil. There was a scattered skeleton there, and it was not very complete. It was hard to suspect that the other party was attached to it. Chase. Lin Fei pretended to chase forward. He didn't look at the skeleton at all, and his actions made it seem like he was going to chase. He knew that this powerful concealment ability was the other party's greatest trump card. According to Little Devil's analysis, the other party's soul fire was different from the physical body. Any damage would take a long time to recover. If he couldn't kill him in one attack, it would be troublesome to find him later. Lin Fei planned to make a feint. Brat, you are still too inexperienced. I lost my physical body and preserved my mental energy, which is the perfect counter to mental energy. Don't even think about finding me. The other party was clenching his teeth in anger at this brat. A little brat had actually caused him to suffer such a huge setback. His vitality was greatly injured, and if he wanted to recover, he would need at least a few hundred years. This setback was a bit too big. After seeing the other party leave, the other party secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't been discovered, he had ways to deal with this brat. Found you! A thunderclap sounded in the clear sky and exploded beside the skeleton. Lin Fei returned again and punched the skeleton. This was the most basic attack, but it couldn't withstand the explosive power of the 4th step. In the face of this power, even the most ordinary move could erupt with a fierce power that could destroy heaven and earth. How did he find me? The other party's mind went blank. He hadn't expected that he would be exposed. I've been exposed. In the next second, a terrifying power crushed the body of the soul fire. The soul fire, which had consumed a lot of energy, was now on the verge of collapse. It seemed like any random attack would completely disintegrate it. To put it bluntly, it was like the clouds in the sky had scattered. The attack of Lin Fei's punch caused the soul fire to howl. It was a tragic sight. Continue to hide. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the tottering soul fire. When he released his origin energy, the soul fire began to evaporate. A ferocious face appeared on the soul fire and roared at Lin Fei. Brats, stop. I told you to stop. Lin Fei was unmoved. Ha ha. But stop. You bastard. If you continue, I'm done for. The soul fire kept struggling and gradually became transparent. Chapter 23-28. The soul fire started to turn dim, and it was about to become transparent, which scared the other half to death. Brats, stop. The man's face showed a trace of despair, and at the same time, he became extremely violent. Do you know what you are doing? You are offending a great super expert. If the expert is angry, he will make your whole family bleed, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Lin Fei's face sank slightly. You are about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. You don't know what's good for you. As he increased the power output, the soul fire started to shake violently, and its colors started to become transparent. It screamed, I am a super expert, and you still dare to, it hurts, stop, stop. Lin Fei clearly realized that this guy should be a wily old fox. To deal with such a person, he should be heavy-handed, and he had to make the other party remember. The torture continued. The soul fire became smaller and smaller, and its color became translucent. The other party's screams gradually became weak. Under such torture, it would be strange if the other party could still hold on. Is this the attitude you use to beg? Lin Fei said coldly. He felt that it was about time. Lin Fei said. The soul fire didn't expect that the other party wasn't afraid of its threat at all. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill it. It was a top expert, and even if time passed, it was still a super expert. Today, it actually failed because of a brat. It was completely unimaginable. Until the other party spoke, it had a glimmer of hope, and a thought appeared in its mind, maybe I don't have to die. Little brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Can you stop first? Waiting for the other party's power to increase, and the pain was like hovering between life and death. If it was a physical body, it would be fine, but now that it was a pure spiritual body, the torture it enjoyed would increase, and its sensitivity would increase infinitely. The pain would also become extremely terrifying. Senior, Uncle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneak attacked you, and I shouldn't have threatened you. I beg you, please stop. Finally, the person chose to lower his head. At this point, it didn't matter what he could or couldn't say. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would completely disappear and lose all of his past glory. And here I thought you would continue being arrogant. Didn't you just say you wanted to wipe out my entire sect? If you have the guts, then continue. Lin Fei said coolly. Wasn't that just a misunderstanding? Little brother is so young, so you must have come from a powerful family. How could I threaten you? You also know that once a person loses his temper, he won't speak properly. That person gasped for breath. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate such a person. This guy was able to leave behind a complete spirit body, so he was at least a fourth-step expert. Lin Fei wouldn't give up so easily. Little devil, how's the analysis going? It's best to immediately think of a way to control him. Lin Fei really couldn't bear to let this living map exist. Soon. Lin Fei was relieved. Misunderstanding? You really know how to talk. If my father hadn't given me a few treasures, maybe I would have fallen into your trap. How do you think you should compensate me for my loss? Lin Fei said fiercely. If you can't tell me, then don't even think about living. These words undoubtedly made the other party happy. This kid doesn't seem to have seen through this daddy's background. He should be a newbie, but the family behind him isn't small. It's really my bad luck to have such a treasure to protect me. However, being a thief seems to be an opportunity. Qi Lin was his name. Now that this name was mentioned, only a few people knew about it. But in the past, kid, you're torturing me like this. Just wait for your bad luck. Although he couldn't successfully possess this body, and the consumption was too great, Qi Lin didn't mind killing this kid. This place wasn't easy to come to, even if the other party had a powerful family behind him. Once he reached that place, Qi Lin's heart flashed with a trace of a smile. Little brother, as long as you let me go, I can take you to my old nest. There are all kinds of treasures collected in my old nest. Little brother, if you like something, just take it. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be so kind. The little devil also followed up. Master, this guy's mood is fluctuating. He must have thought of a bad idea and wants Master to walk into a trap. However, he won't have the chance. Master, you might as well follow him and take a look. Perhaps there will be some good harvest. Lin Fei indeed had this idea. Previously, he was still wondering why there was nothing in the central area except some corpses. Perhaps everything was done by this guy. Nest. You're very smart. Lin Fei laughed. This young master is happy and will naturally let you go. If you have any other ideas, this young master doesn't mind pinching you to death on the spot. You better not play any tricks. Little brother, my vitality is greatly injured now. My life and death are not in your hands. Even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare. Lead the way. Lin Fei grabbed the soul fire. At the same time, he secretly used his own energy to seal the surroundings. All of this was completed in an instant. Qi Lin didn't even notice that there was a seal outside. Qi Lin didn't know about this. He was very confident in that place. No matter who entered, if they didn't have him to lead the way, they would inevitably die. Relying on his familiarity with that place, he believed that he could regain his freedom once more. At the same time, he could also watch those unlucky fellows die. If their corpses were preserved well, he could still walk around with his flesh and blood. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He constantly learned about the central area from the other party. In order to make the other party believe in him, Qi Lin mixed truth and lies together. Most of them were true. In any case, he didn't believe that the other party could escape his calculations. The range of the White Bones Mountain was very large. According to the other party, this place had been condensed by someone in the past. And in the depths of the White Bones Mountain, there was a graveyard that those powerhouses had opened for those corpses. Those corpses that could be found in this graveyard were all people with great backgrounds. After hearing this, Lin Fei was greatly shocked. There was actually a powerhouse who had opened a graveyard. Lin Fei firmly believed this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only collected a single dragon corpse. Lin Fei was more and more glad that he hadn't used his own energy for nothing. Under Qi Lin's intentional flattery, Lin Fei roughly understood the situation. At the same time, he was getting closer and closer to that place. The surrounding White Bones Mountain began to lessen. "Brat, it's almost time for you to die. Without that treasure, let's see how you can resist." When Qi Lin saw a place in front of him, he laughed in his heart. That place was a trap left behind during the Great Battle. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the other party's movements. Although he couldn't see it through the soul fire, don't forget the powerful ability of the system, as well as Qi Lin's changes, he was the first to know. "Master, it's done. I have a way to control this guy." The little devil sent good news. This guy's mood fluctuated greatly just now. He was very excited. Something that could make him so excited must be related to Master. Let me carefully scan him. Maybe I can gain something. Chapter 23-29. I knew this guy wasn't honest. As expected of a guy who could survive all this time, he's full of dirty tricks. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. From the beginning, he didn't believe this guy. Plotting to kill him, dream on. Qi Lin's thoughts were very beautiful. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, the killing move nearby would have been enough to kill him. He remembered this place very clearly. Once this guy got hit, it would definitely be very interesting. Qi Lin thought happily. He didn't think that the opponent could discover the location of the trap. As for being discovered by the opponent before, it was purely a coincidence. Qi Lin kept telling himself that this guy didn't have the ability to see through everything. While the beautiful thoughts were still reverberating in his mind, the intense pain was like lightning. The opponent's voice sounded in his ear. "I knew you weren't honest. You wanted to set a trap to kill me. I'll kill you first." Boundless pain engulfed him. Under the torture of being magnified countless times, the color of the soul fire became fainter and fainter. Qi Lin's consciousness also began to fall into endless darkness. "Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender." In the face of death, Qi Lin didn't dare to think about how the opponent could discover that killing trap. Now, he only wanted to survive. It was such a simple matter. "If you don't want to die, release your spiritual power." The voice came again. Qi Lin's expression changed. No one knew better than him what would happen if he released his spiritual power. Without waiting for him to think, boundless pain continued to spread. Death was infinitely close. "Looks like you'd better die." No, I'm willing. Qi Lin shouted. He didn't dare to guarantee that the opponent wouldn't really kill him. He couldn't afford to gamble. Qi Lin released his spiritual power. The opponent's big hand withdrew its power. He seemed to have returned from hell. As soon as he opened his spiritual force, a tyrannical destructive force rushed into his spiritual sea. Before he could defend himself, that destructive force automatically arranged itself into a special mark. With a flash of light, it disappeared from his spiritual sea. However, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be a force controlling him. Qi Lin knew it. He was being controlled by someone. Moreover, it was a very overbearing restriction. Before Qi Lin could curse, pain came from the depths of his spiritual sea. A huge phantom appeared, and it was Lin Fei's appearance. It held a long whip in its hand and lashed out. The long whip struck the spiritual sea, and Qi Lin let out miserable cries, each cry more miserable than the last. More than 100 lashes fell. Qi Lin's soul fire had almost turned into nothingness. There was no doubt that a few more lashes would be enough for him to completely vanish into thin air. "Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything. Stop hitting me." Lin Fei was very clear that to deal with this kind of person, he needed to give them a fatal threat. The long whip and even the phantom that the other party had condensed in his spiritual sea were all the work of the little fiend. Every time he whipped Qi Lin, the little fiend would carry out a perfect calculation, not too much, not too little, just enough to put Qi Lin on the edge of death. That kind of feeling of death was enough to make a person collapse, let alone once or twice. Qi Lin had experienced several life and death crises. Even if he had a temper, he didn't have one. That was why Qi Lin said those words. He had no choice but to lower his head. The most frightening thing was that the other party had researched the imprint that could control his spiritual power. Even in the past, that was a secret that couldn't be passed down. Now, it had fallen into the hands of this young boy. "Don't you think you should say something?" Lin Fei released his soul fire, not worried that the other party would escape. He only needed a thought, or even a trace of malice towards him, and the other party wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, the current Qi Lin simply couldn't withstand any torment. "My name is Qi Lin, and I'm now young master's man. I'll do whatever young master tells me to do. I won't dare to play any tricks." Qi Lin transformed into a small person and said respectfully, "I don't care whether you're called Qi Lin or not. From now on, you'll have to obediently return it, and I won't treat you unfairly. It all depends on what you do next." Lin Fei didn't care what the other party thought. As long as the other party did his job well, the Central 100 Library's books would be very useful. He didn't deny this point. "Young master, there's a killing intent left behind by a sixth-step expert during the Great War. It hasn't dissipated even now. I just wanted to use this killing intent to deal with young master. I hope young master can forgive me." Qi Lin accepted his fate. The other party's imprint was very mysterious, and he couldn't find it in the depths of his spiritual sea. It wasn't any of the restrictions he had seen so far. A sixth-step expert? Isn't it said that the strongest is only at the fifth step? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. In the entire sacred world, the strongest was only at the third step. As for the fourth step, there were definitely some. As for how many, no one knew, but there wouldn't be many. It could be counted on one hand. Now that there was a sixth-step expert, Lin Fei was truly shocked. Qi Lin coldly snorted, "Fifth step? What is that?" Before Qi Lin could continue, he felt a whip in the depths of his spiritual sea. Qi Lin realized that he had said something wrong. That it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. To deal with a person like Qi Lin, Lin Fei felt that he had to deal with him slowly. After a long time, he would be 100% obedient. "It seems that you should be someone who survived the Great War back then. Tell me about it." Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. This place was really not easy to enter. Now that everyone had gone to the Void Flame's secret realm, who would come here? Besides, even if they really came, he wouldn't be worried. Qi Lin seemed to recall something and simply said, "Back then, I was actually a fourth-step expert." The story was actually very simple. Back then, there had been a great war in the Wild Continent. In fact, it had been caused by ninth-step experts trying to break through to the Supreme Realm, which had caused a great war that had affected the entire continent. Qi Lin had been a core member of a sect back then, and he had just entered. He had been sent to the battlefield, and his body had been destroyed in the battle. He had been confined to a small area. The reason was very simple. In those years, there were monstrous killing intents left by experts everywhere. Qi Lin was lucky because he had mastered a special Dao. His body had been destroyed, but a small part of his mental strength had survived. This was also the reason why Qi Lin had wanted to seize Lin Fei's body. In the end, he had suffered a huge setback because of him. From Qi Lin's words, it was far clearer than the records. It was as if this area in front of him was the place where countless experts had fought bloody battles. A great war between ninth-step experts had destroyed a continent. It was indeed more terrifying than imagined. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of it. It turned out that the highest realm was the 9th step. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Fei now felt that 4th step experts were infinitely powerful, let alone 9th step experts. It was no wonder that they had caused such a huge commotion. Chapter 23:30. A 9th step expert. From a distance, Lin Fei really wanted to know what happened after that. Qi Lin shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. It's not easy to take that last step. In other words, the 9th step expert didn't succeed. In other words, you don't have any experts outside. Lin Fei was prejudiced by his first impression and forgot one thing. They were all trapped here. How could they talk about leaving, let alone knowing the situation outside? Therefore, he briefly told him about the events in the sacred world, including some things about the judgment organization. Young master, those who didn't succeed at the 9th step are not willing to have an invincible existence above their heads. After listening, Qi Lin sighed. I didn't expect the glorious wild continent to become a broken world composed of fragments. If I'm not wrong, the judgment organization that young master mentioned should be the subordinates of a 9th step expert. That's why they can easily suppress a 5th step expert. Lin Fei frowned slightly. That's not right. After that war, didn't the 9th step expert fall? Will the subordinates of those experts still follow them after a long time? At the beginning, Lin Fei really didn't think about the specific origin of the judgment organization. After hearing Qi Lin's words, he really thought of some things and quite agreed with Qi Lin's words. Young master, every expert of the 9th step is a supreme existence. They can almost be said to be immortal. The great battle in the past only caused great damage to their vitality. It won't take their lives, but it will take a long time for them to recover. Qi Lin said. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Fei thought it through. It seemed that this was the explanation. Lin Fei talked about the prophecy of a certain expert. Qi Lin's face changed greatly. Are you sure it was left by a certain expert? And then he fell? I can't guarantee this. It's something that has been circulating in the upper echelons of the sacred world. It should be true. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. He had never seen this kind of thing. He had never heard of it. It's true. It must be true. Qi Lin shouted and was quickly whipped. Young master, you don't know. Back in the day, the Wildland continent's most powerful divination grandmaster was a 9th step existence. His combat prowess was average, but no one dared to offend him. He was an expert in divination and could distort space and time to see the future. He was extremely terrifying and was known as the #1 divination grandmaster. Lin Fei didn't expect that the expert who made the prediction would have such an amazing ability. Looks like it's true. Coming from such an expert, the possibility of the other party's prophecy was very high. Lin Fei then asked a few more questions, and Qi Lin answered in detail. Little devil, quickly scan this killing intent trap and see if you can remove it. Lin Fei quickly shifted his gaze. It was not easy for him to discover this kind of killing intent trap. If he did not get it out, it would be too much of a pity. Qi Lin did not dare to ask. The other party was young, but he acted decisively. One really could not judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the other party would have such means? By the way, let me ask you, how many similar killing intent traps are there in this place? Qi Lin was obviously startled. Not many. As time passes, the power of the killing intent traps will weaken, and in the end, they will be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Come out. Lin Fei had just casually asked. A huge amount of energy came out, and his 5 fingers shrouded down. The surrounding void collapsed, and a terrifying killing intent shot out. Not bad, a 4th step attack. The killing intent trap was invisible and colorless, but it was very clear in Lin Fei's eyes. He forcefully dug it out from the void, and with a squeeze of his hand, the killing intent trap turned into an energy ball. The energy ball was the size of a fist, but it emitted a terrifying aura. What a terrifying method. He can actually use the killing intent trap for his own use. Qi Lin was shocked. Although it was only a 4th step attack, in fact, it contained the infinite killing intent left by a powerhouse. It was extraordinary. If anyone underestimated it, they would definitely be unlucky. Even Qi Lin himself did not have the ability to take it away. Qi Lin completely understood that the other party was unlucky to have encountered such a guy. Moreover, the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He could not understand how a giant realm powerhouse could burst out with such strength. This question really puzzled him. Lin Fei was not putting on a show for Qi Lin. It was not easy to find such a killing intent trap, and its power was extraordinary. According to the little devil's evaluation, this killing intent trap was completely comparable to the attack of a fourth-step powerhouse. The terrifying killing intent contained in it was a bit stronger than the attack of an ordinary fourth-step powerhouse. Continue to lead the way. After taking a powerful killing intent, he more or less made up for some of his losses. After understanding that the Judgment organization was made up of ninth-step powerhouses, Lin Fei felt that he had to have more trump cards in his hands. Along the way, Lin Fei took 3 killing intents. 2 of them were only first-step attacks, and the other was a second-step attack. In his opinion, mosquito meat was also meat, and he could not let it go. Young master, the entrance is in the White Bones Mountain in front. Qi Lin pointed to a White Bones Mountain not far away. This White Bones Mountain was no different from the ones he had seen before. At least, in Lin Fei's eyes, there was no difference. When they arrived at the White Bones Mountain, Lin Fei realized that it was extraordinary. If it was not for someone leading the way, who would have known that there was another secret hidden in the White Bones Mountain? Young master, go in from this place. Inside is an alternate space created by a ninth-step powerhouse. It is very stable. Qi Lin pointed to a location. The little devil's scanning ability fell on this place, and sure enough, it found something special. There was no spatial fluctuation in this place, and even using divine sense was useless. This was a special alternate space. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he threw a combat emperor in to understand the situation inside. Everything was as said, the alternate space was very quiet, and there was no danger. Let's go. Lin Fei brought Qi Lin to the alternate space of the White Bones Mountain. In the alternate space, there was a violent energy impact. Fortunately, this energy seemed to be limited by the power of some powerhouses, and it was limited to a certain area. Lin Fei's current position was considered good, and there was not much danger. This is the Green Bull Demon King of the variant human race. He was an 8th-step powerhouse in the past, and he was very powerful. He could face 6 8th-step powerhouses of the human race alone. Not far away, there was a huge green bull, which was very eye-catching in Lin Fei's eyes. The corpse of an 8th-step powerhouse, I'm going to be rich this time. Lin Fei was very excited. If he only needed to modify it, it would definitely be a nightmare for his enemies. He immediately tried to use the system to collect it. Ding! The power of the item exceeds the collection range, it cannot be collected. Chapter 23:31. Can't be collected? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Isn't the system invincible? Why can't it collect a corpse? Lin Fei was not willing to give up on the perfect corpse of an outsider king. With some modifications, it would become a powerful existence, a trump card for him to move about freely in the saint's world. Master, this corpse is still intact. It was sealed by a special power. Moreover, I don't know if there's a formation in this strange space that prevents the flow of time. Master, it's impossible for you to collect this corpse now. The imp's words were a huge blow to him. In that case, I can only collect corpses at step 4 or step 5 by relying on the system, right? Yes, if Master can accumulate more energy, it is not impossible to collect it. But at present, I do not approve of Master using this method. Lin Fei wasn't hot-blooded. He had to collect the corpse. Without the origin energy, the consequences would be too severe. He tried several corpses in a row, but the result was the same. Lin Fei completely gave up. Just as the little devil said, the corpses in the different space were all arranged with a very powerful array formation. It was not something that could be broken in a short time. Even if Lin Fei had the system to calculate, it would take a long time and consume a huge amount of origin energy. This kind of high-density calculation and analysis could not be stopped in a short time. There are more than 1,300 experts in this alternate space, and they were all top existences on the wild continent. Don't look down on them just because some of them are at the 8th step. In reality, every one of them is a top expert who is qualified to fight against a 9th step expert. Their dermic Dao is also top. Lin Fei did not have the ability to collect these corpses, they were all perfectly protected. Young master, my nest is over there. Follow me. Soon, the two of them broke into a restricted area with corpses. Boundless pressure swept over, but Qi Lin easily led Lin Fei away from the pressure and came to a cave under the corpses. Young master, I spent 10,000 years to create this place. No one knows of its existence other than me. Lin Fei could feel a trace of pressure. It was not very obvious, but it could easily conceal his aura. He rejoiced in his heart. If he really hid in a place like this, it would be very troublesome. The cave abode wasn't very big, but Lin Fei was able to notice the differences in the cave abode. Master, these are some of the good things I've collected. On the other side of the cave, Qi Lin said proudly, from today onwards, all of these belong to this young master. Lin Fei said in an extremely tyrannical manner. He looked at the row of treasures that were laid out in a row. Although these treasures looked tattered, they contained a terrifying might within them. Needless to say, these were treasures that were infamous back in the days. These treasures were not bad, but Lin Fei was not interested in them. With a flash of inspiration, Zhang Xian took out the heavenly blood seal. Ever since he had more experts by his side, he had kept this treasure by his side. Endless devour. The blood sky seal's quality had long since reached the level of a giant-level treasure, but it was definitely not an easy task to raise it to the next level. Young master, there seems to be the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura in these treasures. Your eyesight is not bad, there is indeed the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura. Lin Fei said. Qi Lin was surprised. Although the Yellow Springs cult leader was not the strongest existence, he was still an 8th step expert. His temperament was eccentric, and he hovered between the righteous and evil paths. He had never been welcomed by others. Lin Fei activated the heavenly blood seal, and the endless devour began. The pile of treasures was swallowed by the heavenly blood seal. In a short time, the heavenly blood seal had swallowed all the treasures. Almost all of them were tattered, leaving behind a few. The heavenly blood seal needed time to refine the treasures it had swallowed, but Lin Fei didn't mind. In any case, he would improve as much as he could, it would be a waste to leave them there. Young master, these are some of the better treasures we found in the past. Qi Lin took out the treasures from another location. The first one was a millstone-like object. It was green in color, but now its color was a little dim. This is a treasure that belonged to one of the Fortune Gate's ancestors. According to rumors, it was one of the Fortune Gate's greatest treasures, but it was heavily injured by an 8th step expert. Lin Fei had heard of the Fortune Gate before. One of the Holy World's top 10 cultivation techniques was called the Indestructible Fortune Art. Once cultivated to a certain level, one would become immortal and indestructible. It was a terrifying technique. No way, there's such a thing. Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Good luck. Lin Fei picked up the millstone-like object. Immediately, a terrifying pressure swept over him. After a long time, the pressure was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Lin Fei easily dealt with it. There is an independent space in the depths of the millstone-like object, and there is a powerful force guarding it. I suspect that if I can defeat that force, I might have a chance to obtain the indestructible fortune art. Even if it's not the complete one, it's still a secret. Everyone in the holy world knew how powerful this cultivation technique was, and it had always been a secret. There were even rumors that the reason why the Fortune Gate could not rise to the top was because the cultivation technique was incomplete. This rumor had never been verified, and now, Lin Fei understood that the rumors might be true. It was precisely because the Fortune Gate lacked a complete cultivation technique that they were unable to take another step forward. Lin Fei did not plan to investigate the millstone-like object now. He put it away in the system space, where no one would be able to sense it, and there was no need to worry about the Fortune Gates experts coming after him. Even if he did not get anything else today, even if there was only this treasure, it was already a great harvest for Lin Fei. Qi Lin's other treasures could not be compared to the millstone-like object, but they were still pretty good. Lin Fei kept all of them. After touring Qi Lin's lair, Lin Fei felt that he couldn't just leave like this. He needed to search for some weaker skeletons. He had no intention of taking the corpses, but he could still modify the skeletons. Even if they were just cannon fodder, at least they could still attack. There were no skeletons in this alternate dimension. It was just as Qi Lin had said. Basically, they were all the most powerful existences of their time. They were famous people who would tremble with just a stomp of their feet. As for the expert who had attacked the unknown alternate space, it was unknown. It had to be at least a 9th step expert. Ordinary experts couldn't do it. Young master, the strongest skeletons you mentioned should be in these places. They didn't have time to protect them, and their bodies have already rotted away. Chapter 23:32. Outside the Sealed World. A group of people quietly arrived at the Sealed World. Through the Sealed City, they arrived at the Realm Wall battlefield. Moreover, they were heading in the same direction. Elder He, the place we are heading to is the core of the battlefield. Back then, our ancestors' elders should have fallen on this battlefield. The leader was a green-clothed man with a solemn expression. He nodded his head. As long as there is a 70% chance, we can't let it go. The sect needs that thing. The expression of the people behind him turned serious. Everything was for the sect. Central Region, White Bone Mountain. Lin Fei released 1,000,000 War Emperor experts and began to collect the skeletons on the plains. As long as they met the criteria, they would all be collected. I've finally broken through 100. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei was sitting on a white bone mountain. Hearing the little devil's words, he finally revealed a smile. This was the 10th day of collecting skeletons. How inefficient! 100 skeletons, after some transformation, had all reached the 2nd step realm. To Lin Fei, this was a great harvest. Moreover, there was Qi Lin, who was once a 4th step expert, by his side. In the past 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had been studying the millstone and learning about the wasteland continent from back then. Qi Lin told him everything he knew. Lin Fei knew more and more information and had a clear understanding of the wasteland continent from back then. On the 15th day, 130 corpses. During this period, his luck was not bad. He had obtained the corpses of 3 3rd step experts, which were well preserved. Master, someone has come in. Lin Fei lazily lay on the white bone mountain as he heard the little devil's reminder. It can't be, someone's coming? Lin Fei jumped up and opened the system. The scene changed and a group of 8 people appeared in his field of vision. The green-clothed man in the lead was at the peak of the 3rd step, and the 7 people behind him were all at the 1st step realm. This powerful lineup was somewhat shocking. His mind immediately turned, guessing the reason why they had come here. They should be here to look for something. Lin Fei thought quickly. After all, this place was the site of a great battle back then. Some 7th and 8th step experts had fallen here, so it was normal for them to come here to look for something. Young master, someone is coming in. Qi Lin quickly sensed it. His realm was no longer there, but the intuition of a powerhouse was still there. In particular, the spiritual great path that he had grasped was not an ordinary great path. I know. Lin Fei said faintly, go and warn them that they must leave this place immediately. Qi Lin's strength wasn't as good as before, so he braced himself and said, young master, the strongest among them is a peak 3rd step expert. I'm afraid I won't be their match if I go up like this. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't, I'll whip you to death. With Lin Fei's threat, Qi Lin had no choice but to go. He wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, but what he feared the most was the endless pain of the whip, especially when it was magnified countless times. It was simply a lifelong nightmare. Qi Lin was quite smart. His mental power quietly sneaked over and launched an attack in an instant. Mental Pierce. This kind of attack was unexpected and resulted in heavy casualties. Of the 7 first step experts, 5 were severely injured on the spot, and the other 2 were killed. The green-robed elder, he staggered as he blocked the attack. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. "Come out." The green-robed elder, he realized that he had encountered an expert. He released his third-step strength, and the surroundings turned into a lightning zone. Bolts of lightning struck down, and arcs of light flickered. Qi Lin suffered on the spot. With just a mental body, every strike from the lightning caused great damage to Qi Lin. His color also started to weaken, and he blocked all escape routes. When Qi Lin appeared, elder, he was very surprised, but he immediately revealed a smile. "So it's a mental body. There really is such a thing. My luck is pretty good. The rumored mental body really exists." If he hadn't seen it in secret, elder, he wouldn't have been able to guess what it was. "Come over here." Elder, he grabbed at Qi Lin, and the lightning that filled the sky surrounded him, forming a cage that firmly sealed Qi Lin inside. Every time Qi Lin charged, he was blocked by the lightning. Serves you right for being unlucky. My Thunderlight Great Tao is innately the nemesis of mental bodies like you. If you were at your peak, I would admit that I'm inferior. Now, I'm afraid you can't even use 10% of your original strength. You have nowhere to run." Elder, he laughed. The lightning kept compressing, limiting Qi Lin's range of escape. "Young master, save me." Qi Lin begged for help like a hoodlum. Lin Fei had been observing. When the other party burst out with the Thunderlight Great Tao, he knew that he was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, he had mastered the Thunderlight Great Tao. Thunder had a terrifying destructive ability, and third-step experts of the same level were no match for him. Seeing that Qi Lin was about to be killed, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let the other party succeed. It was not easy to find a living fourth-step expert. In the future, if he could capture a person with a powerful mental body, he could easily create a fourth-step expert. "Go." Lin Fei flicked his finger, activating a powerful strike that pierced through the air at the elder. Elder, his heart sank when he heard that. This kind of mental body actually had a master. That was not good, and the young master might be a tyrannical expert. "You're dead. Once the young master makes a move, you won't be able to escape." Qi Lin shouted. Elder, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and he raised his head to look. "Not good, a fourth-step expert is attacking me." In the void, a thick finger suddenly stabbed out. Elder, his hair stood on end, and he quickly activated his most precious treasure to block the other party's finger. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We are from the Fortune Gate." The giant finger pierced through the air, stirring up winds and scudding clouds. A huge hole was torn in the great path of thunder. The lightning collapsed, and the treasures in front of it exploded into pieces. Boundless might enveloped Elder He in an instant, drowning him under the finger. Elder He exploded on the spot, his flesh a bloody mess. "Fortune Gate?" Lin Fei was slightly startled. He hadn't expected that the Fortune Gate would come. Could it be that they are looking for that millstone? To obtain the complete indestructible fortune art of the 10 great cultivation techniques? That must be it. Unfortunately, that person won't be able to live. Lin Fei regretted attacking too fiercely, but soon, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He actually didn't die? How is this possible? The attack of a fourth-step expert was incomparably terrifying, and Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. It was amazing that someone had actually withstood it. The original place was razed to the ground by the finger. In the center of the ruins, a strange energy was injected into the void, and Elder He appeared once again. His face was abnormally pale. Chapter 23:34. P.S. The content of the previous chapter is new. You can read it if you click on it again. I had a stomachache yesterday, so I couldn't update it. After dealing with Hishan, Lin Fei realized that the World Wall battlefield was going to become a treasure hunting ground for some big forces, which made him very unhappy. Fortunately, he had received the news in advance, and after some consideration he came up with a countermeasure. First, continue to modify the first and second step destruction skeletons. The destruction skeletons were naturally modified skeletons with a fixed will, acting as cannon fodder. Second, set up a new formation. Outside the center of the world wall battlefield, he set up a powerful formation. Even if they came, they could only return empty-handed. 10 billion formations and restrictions. Lin Fei spent a large amount of destiny points and combined them with the formations and restrictions that he had deciphered before. He managed to deduce a set of 10 billion formations and restrictions. This set of formations was amazing. From Qi Lin's words, Lin Fei learned about the division of formations and restrictions. The division was very simple and not very complicated. It was calculated by quantity. Elementary array formation, 100 million inner Dao array formation restrictions. Mid-grade formations, 1 billion formations. Advanced formations, 5 billion formations and restrictions. Grandmaster array formation, 10 billion array formations. Grandmaster array formation, 100 billion array formations. Divine array formation, trillion array formations and restrictions. The basic formations were not difficult, but the difficulty of the mid-grade and low-grade formations was 10 times higher, not to mention the later formations. Lin Fei had set up a Grandmaster formation, which contained 10 billion formations. It was not easy to break it, unless the other side sent out experts and used violent methods to deal with it. After setting up 10 billion formations, Lin Fei was relieved. He was not worried that someone could break in. At the same time, he arranged for destruction warriors to hide in the periphery. In a short time, Lin Fei had set up an iron fortress around the world wall battlefield. Even if a fourth-step expert came, they would not be able to break through the formations easily. Once he was free, Lin Fei took out the grinding stone. Huang Xiaolong had mastered 7 stages of the Fortune Gates cultivation technique, which made him realize how extraordinary the fortune art was. As long as one cultivated to the 6th stage, the Fortune Gates people would possess the ability of immortality. There was a heaven-defying treasure in the Fortune Gate called the Fortune Pool. It was a very powerful treasure. The Fortune Gates elders would hang their condensed grand daos inside the Fortune Pool. As long as the Fortune Pool was not destroyed, they would not die and would be able to recover in an instant. The Fortune Gate had never been defeated, and the Fortune Gate's role could not be overlooked. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this kind of cultivation method, which was equivalent to full resurrection, could become one of the top 10 cultivation methods. Lin Fei planned to release the sealed space within the millstone. He found out from Hishan that the treasure in his hand was called the Good Fortune Disc, and it was one of the ultimate treasures that possessed unimaginable might. Open! Lin Fei opened the space between his eyebrows, and his divine sense entered the millstone. Inside the millstone, there were layers of powerful formations, and there were at least 100 billion of them. The strength of a treasure was also related to the arrangement of spirit formations and restrictions within it. The more spirit formations and restrictions it contained, the stronger the treasure would be. Passing through the layers of formations, Lin Fei easily arrived at the bottom of the millstone. With the systems analysis, Lin Fei was certain that the 100 billion formations did not hinder him. Here, Lin Fei saw a black bead at the bottom of the millstone, but there were no formations around it. Thinking about it, there were 100 billion formations in front of him. If it was someone else, they might not be able to enter even if they spent 100 years, or even 1,000 years. The existence of this bead was very safe. The cultivation method's chant is on the black bead. Lin Fei couldn't help feeling suspicious. Whether it was real or not, Lin Fei decided to give it a try. His divine sense turned into a giant hand and grabbed the black bead. Swish! When the divine sense giant hand got close to the black bead, the originally motionless black bead suddenly emitted a destructive light. A powerful suction force directly sucked Lin Fei's divine sense into the bead. The inside of the black pearl was not empty. Instead, there was a huge green lotus flower growing inside. Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. After learning the Fortune Gate's 10 great cultivation methods, Lin Fei had learned that the Fortune Gate was able to stand tall in this world because of a single lotus. This lotus was called the Lotus of Fortune, and it was a unique existence between heaven and earth. The Lotus of Fortune in front of him was not the Lotus of Fortune at its peak. It had 8 petals, and as its name suggested, it was a grade 8 Lotus of Fortune. Every layer of the Lotus of Fortune was condensed into a chant. That elder is really smart. He condensed his lifetime's worth of cultivation methods on the Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei was in a good mood as he focused on the 8th layer's chant. Compared to the first 7 layers, the 8th layer was on a completely different level. What a good cultivation technique. As expected of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Life and indestructibility. So from the 8th level onwards, this cultivation technique can absorb all the life essence within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, reaching the realm of indestructibility. What a tyrannical ability to plunder and devour. Lin Fei was also shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a tyrannical cultivation method. This cultivation method is equivalent to having 2 lives no matter where it is placed. It also says that if one's cultivation is lower than the others, they can use the devouring ability. Even if it is a super expert, if they don't die after the first time, they will definitely die the second time. After obtaining the cultivation method, Lin Fei transferred it to the system. Going back and forth, the 8th layer of the cultivation method that required deep comprehension was instantly grasped by him. The 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune allowed one to absorb life essence. With Lin Fei's current cultivation, he could only absorb life essence once a day. In order to test the power of this cultivation method, Lin Fei came to the netherworld's small sacred world and entered a forest. As soon as he circulated the 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune, the towering trees in his field of vision withered, and endless life essence entered his body. Lin Fei instantly felt as if he had eaten honey, very comfortable. So cool. The 10,000 li radius around Lin Fei turned into a dangerous place without any life aura, and this was because he had deliberately limited the absorption range. Master, do you want to store this life essence? Can I store it? Of course you can. The little demoness said, that fortune ancestor is indeed a powerful guy. To be able to create such a cultivation method, he is worthy of being an overlord. If this kind of person doesn't die, Master will definitely face a powerful enemy in the future. Lin Fei did not deny this point. Hee, who cares if he dies or not? I still have several hundred years to prepare. When the time comes, who knows who will kill who? Chapter 23:35. Nether Realm. Lin Fei returned to the Nether Realm after setting up the World Barrier battlefield. Lin Fei did not hesitate to clean up the forces that had been secretly causing trouble. In less than 10 days, there was no longer any noise in the Nether Realm. All that was left was Lin Fei's voice. After taking complete control of the Nether Realm, Lin Fei began to ignore the spatial transmission array. His target was naturally Heaven Wasteland domain. Unknowingly, he had secretly taken control of 2 small sacred domains. Every day, Lin Fei could obtain a lot of origin energy units. This was because the fragments of the last 2 small sacred domains were relatively small and could not produce much origin energy. Lin Fei was very envious of the top 10 small sacred domains. For the time being, Lin Fei would not go against them. The exploration of the ethereal flame secret realm lasted for a year. In the end, the 5 top forces removed the transmission array. Those who could come out alive had a great harvest, and their wealth had become rich. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. Even if the other party had turned off the teleportation formation, he could still locate it through Little Devil. He was prepared to find the Void Flame secret realm, where there was still a powerhouse trying to resurrect. Fortune Gate. The creator of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Although the Fortune Gate's prestige was not as good as it was in the past, it was still a first-rate force with a 4th step expert. Shan returned without any results and was criticized by some elders. If it was any other time, he might have argued, but it was different now. He was not a Fortune Gate member, so he did not defend himself. In the end, Shan was labeled as incompetent. His authority in the Fortune Gate shrank, and his influence in the Fortune Gate became negligible. Their Fortune Gate is really full of experts. Unknowingly, a restriction array was set up in Shan's courtyard, which could isolate all auras. Lin Fei was sitting on his seat, sipping on a cup. Shan was indeed angry at those people's faces. He had only lost some people, but they gritted their teeth and refused to let it go. It was quite a bitterly disappointing matter. Everything went according to Master's plan. They didn't suspect anything at all. Heartwarming relaxed. Following a powerful master might not be a bad thing. Their internal strife is what I like to see the most. A powerful sect usually collapses because of a power struggle. This is beneficial to us secretly controlling the Fortune Gate. Lin Fei was interested in the Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong secretly arranged a space transmission array. With the little devil's powerful concealment ability, there was no need to worry about being detected. Entering and exiting the Fortune Gate was as easy as entering an uninhabited land. I wonder what Master plans to do next. Lin Fei chuckled. You've said it before, the Fortune Gate is divided into 3 factions. What if a 4th force emerges to fight for control of the Fortune Gate? Heartwarming didn't understand. No, there are only 3 forces inside the Fortune Gate. The eldest young master, the second young master, and the deputy chief. How could you forget yourself? Lin Fei pointed at Heartwarming. Master, you must be joking. With my strength, I can be considered as one of the top characters in the Fortune Gate. Wanting to subdue them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Heartwarming shook his head. Isn't that simple? You just need to be stronger than them. Lin Fei tossed out a chant. This is the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art. As long as you learn it, they naturally won't be able to do anything to you. Heartwarming was dumbfounded. He wondered if he had misheard. The 8th level of the sex cultivation technique was for him to learn? I can learn it the 8th stage? Why not? Lin Fei said, you are one of my people. As long as you do your job well, in the future you will be the good fortune Holy Lord. Don't you have confidence in yourself? I do, I definitely do. Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the eyes of others, the Fortune Palace was a mystical existence, but he didn't place much importance on it. After all, it was only average and he didn't rely on it. As the Fortune Gate was fighting for power, Lin Fei decided to support Heartwarming. Once he grasped the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art, his strength would rise by leaps and bounds. Even the strongest master in the Fortune Gate would be helpless against him. Before Lin Fei left, he gave Heartwarming some purification equipment to purify the source energy. In the holy world controlled by the Fortune Gate, it was ranked in the top 10. After Lin Fei arranged for Heartwarming to establish a new mountain within the Fortune Gate, he no longer paid attention to the holy world. Instead, he set his sights on the 31st ranked Flying Stone world. Of the 5 top powerhouses, 2 had died and the other 3 were severely wounded. They would need time to recover. Others might not be able to see this, but Lin Fei was well aware of it. In any case, the holy world would fall into chaos in the future. Lin Fei planned to accumulate his strength ahead of time. Only when the entire holy world was in chaos could he fish in troubled waters. The Flying Stone world was his first target. The Flying Stone world was controlled by a family surnamed Tai, and the patriarch was Tai Haoqing. He was a 3rd-step powerhouse and originally came from one of the Small Saint worlds. Afterwards, he came out to fight for the Small Saint worlds and successfully moved into Flying Stone world. In a short period of time, the family's strength rapidly expanded. Those that needed to be subdued had already been subdued, and the rest only needed to quietly develop. Tai Haoqing was very satisfied with his current development. For better or worse, he had become an independent family and successfully controlled a Small Saint world with countless resources. The future of his family was limitless. After waiting for such a long time, the Tai family had finally obtained what they wanted. For this day, they had waited for countless years. Boom! Tai Haoqing was sitting in a pavilion by the lake, drinking tea and enjoying a rare moment of contentment. A terrifying and tyrannical aura swept through the entire Flying Stone world. Tai Haoqing's seat was the first to bear the brunt. The entire pavilion collapsed with a loud bang, and dust flew everywhere. Who is it? Such terrifying power. It's at least the aura of a 4th-step powerhouse. Tai Haoqing could not care less about his sorry state. He was shocked, and his body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. For a moment, he could not move. If I were you, you'd stay still or you'd die. A black figure walked out of the lake, and with every step he appeared in front of Tai Haoqing. "You are the leader of the Avengers." When Tai Haoqing heard this voice, he did not think much of it at first. Then, a familiar voice appeared in his mind, and he was instantly scared out of his wits. He had actually encountered the leader of the Avengers. This was a fellow who dared to slap the faces of the 5 top forces in public and came out unscathed. "Since you know me, then it couldn't be better." The black figure sat down. "Don't worry, I have no interest in your flying stone world." Tai Haoqing was a third-step powerhouse, but compared to the leader of the Avengers, he was far inferior. The power in the other party's hands could easily cause great damage to the Tai family. "Leader, if you have anything, just tell me." Tai Haoqing was not willing to offend such a mysterious person. It was fine to lower his head temporarily. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. He kept telling himself this in his heart. Chapter 23:36. Just when everyone felt that the holy world was about to face a new situation, the controlling faction of the Flying Stone World, the Tai family, launched a sneak attack on a dark and windy night. They annihilated the local factions and occupied an important mining area on the 30th layer of the Small Saint World. The entire holy world was shocked. Many of the upper echelons knew that the Chaotic Clouds world was secretly controlled by the Myriad Sun world, one of the 5 major factions. That mining area was very heavily guarded. No one had expected the Tai family to occupy it. Although the Small Saint world had been ranked and many factions had left the stage of history, that was not the case in reality. Those that were ranked at the top still had influence and could not be wiped out so easily. As for those that were ranked at the bottom, they had secretly sided with a powerful faction. Otherwise, they would have a headache dealing with all sorts of tricks in the dark. The Chaotic Clouds world was like this. Compared to other factions, the ruler of the Chaotic Clouds world came from the Wan family. It could be said that it was because of the Wan family that they could easily take control of the Chaotic Clouds world. This time, the Tai family suddenly attacked. No one expected them to be so bold as to occupy an important mining area in one night. The Chaotic Clouds world immediately organized a counterattack to teach the Tai family a deep lesson. The overall strength of the Tai family was inferior to the Chaotic Clouds world. After all, the Chaotic Clouds world had the backing of the Wan family. They could deal with whoever they wanted. The result was unexpected. Not only had the Tai family blocked the Chaotic Cloud realm's counterattack, but they had also defeated them. They had even killed the leader of a second-step expert. That was not all. The Tai family had been attacking continuously for several days, seizing important resources and suppressing the Chaotic Cloud realm's controlling forces. After losing several supreme experts and 1/3 of the resources of the Chaotic Clouds world were taken away, the ruler of the Chaotic Clouds world had no choice but to complain to the Wan family. Another reason was to ask for reinforcements. Once the experts of the Wan family attacked, the Tai family definitely could not stop them. Everyone knew that the strongest expert of the Tai family was only a third-step expert. They were not even at their peak. Tai Haoqing had to surrender when the Wan family came. There were many factions secretly watching the Flying Stone world. Offending the Wan family would not end well. They might even have a chance to occupy a territory in the Flying Stone world. Everything was as everyone had expected. The Wan family had sent out a third-step expert. He wasn't at the peak, but he was famous enough that no one could ignore him. This expert from the Wan family led his men to the Tai family's territory. Tai Haoqing led his men to fight. Just as everyone thought that Tai Haoqing was going to be defeated, his helpers erupted with shocking strength. The 3 of them joined forces and killed a third-step expert from the Wan family. The remaining people were all killed. The entire Saints world was thrown into an uproar. Had Tai Haoqing taken the wrong medicine? How could he dare to kill the people of the Wan family? What happened next was even simpler. The Wan clan was enraged and sent out their experts again. They were much stronger than the last time and swore to destroy the Flying Stone World's Tai clan in one fell swoop. This time, Tai Haoqing once again defeated the experts of the Wan clan. Other than a few who managed to escape, the rest were all killed. Tai Haoqing became famous once more. After losing 2 unparalleled experts in a row, Even if the Wan clan was wealthy, they would still lose some strength. What infuriated them even more was that Tai Haoqing had publicly declared that the Tai clan would welcome the Wan clan at any time. Tai Haoqing changed and revealed a domineering and mysterious expert beside him. Many people guessed that someone might be supporting Tai Haoqing. Just as everyone thought that the Wan clan was unwilling to take this lying down, the Wan clan didn't attack again. Instead, the two sides started bickering. No matter how they looked at it, something seemed wrong. Just as everyone was feeling doubtful, a rumor spread through the Saints' world. No one knew where it came from. However, while everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but have other thoughts. The rumor pointed to the 5 top forces. In less than half a day, the entire Saints' world knew about this. The 5 top forces had been heavily injured in the Void Flame's secret realm. Among them, the Wan clan and Sacred Lord Luo Xing of the Blackwater world had both died on the spot. The other 3 had used secret techniques to escape and needed a long time to recover. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, it caused an uproar in the Saints' world. If the news was true, perhaps the situation in the Saints' world would change. The positions of the 5 top forces. After the news spread through the Saints' world, the Luo clan of the Blackwater world and the Wan clan of the Myriad Sun world announced that the news outside was false and that everyone shouldn't take it seriously. Otherwise, they would fall into the others' trap. There were still some people who didn't take what the Luo clan and the Wan clan said seriously. From the matter of Tai Haoqing fighting against the Wan clan, there were still some clues. The matter of whether the strongest sacred lords of the 5 top forces were injured continued to ferment. Immediately send a group of people to probe the Luo clan. No matter what, we must know whether that person has really died or not. In a dark secret room, an azure-clothed person summoned his trusted aide. After whispering in his ear, the trusted aide left and summoned more people. Activate the spies in the Luo clan and the Wan clan. It doesn't matter even if their whereabouts are exposed. We must confirm the truth of this matter. The azure-clothed person continued to order. Very soon, the secret room quieted down. As long as we confirm the truth of the news, the positions of the 5 small sacred worlds will change. Similar things continued to happen in the dark. After the news spread out, there was a commotion in the 5 small sacred worlds. If the strongest sacred lord had died or been severely injured, it would be a huge matter. The lower forces wouldn't be able to suppress it at all. Yan clan. Yan Zixing's face was pale. At this moment he was clearly very angry. His roar echoed in the secret room. It must be that Avengers Alliance leader who spread the news. Apart from him, no one else knows about this. After returning from the Void Flame's secret realm, Yan Zixing had been healing his injuries. He had paid a huge price that time. He had almost died in that stone room. Luo Xing and Wan Taijun had been killed in one move. He remembered it clearly. In these days, Yan Zixing had been making arrangements for the Yan clan to prevent the news from spreading. If it really did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. He didn't expect it to still spread in the end. Yan Zixing knew that the Luo clan and the Wan clan were fighting fiercely. Once the news spread, it would be a big problem for the 2 clans. Yan Zixing was very angry with that Avengers Alliance leader. A piece of news had caused their 5 top clans to fall into a huge trouble. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. What puzzled him the most was that even now, they had never seen the Alliance leader's true appearance. It was not a good thing for such a mysterious person to remain hidden in the Saints' world. Instead, he was like a venomous snake in the darkness. No one knew when he would leap out and bite you. Father, are the rumors true? Yan Zi frowned slightly. This was the first time she came here. Her elder brother didn't come. Little Z, you are the smartest one in the clan. What do you think that Alliance leader wants to do? Yan Zixing didn't dare to spread the news of him being injured. The competition within the clan was also very intense. Although Yan Zixing had the most authority, the people of the other clans were also eyeing him. They might make a move at any time. Chapter 23:37. Yan Zixing valued his daughter very much. His eldest son paled in comparison to his daughter. They were not on the same level, be it in terms of methods or the way they handled things. Fishing in troubled waters. Yan Zixing nodded. That alliance leader is so vicious. Once the news gets out, the entire sacred world will be shaken. We will also have to face the probing and pressure from all the major forces. From the moment he left, Yan Zixing knew that this day would come. No matter who had such a good card, they would not hide it. They would play it out directly. However, he did not expect this day to come so soon. Father, don't be sad. Perhaps this is an opportunity for our Yan family. Yan Zi did not think so. I feel that the entire sacred world will definitely change after this incident. Our Yan family can also use this opportunity to expand our strength. A strange look flashed across Yan Zi's eyes. Even Yan Zixing did not notice it. A good thing. Yan Zixing knew that his daughter had her own thoughts, but he did not think of it that way. Tell me about it. Yan Zi began to analyze. Father, our 5 great clans control the 5 largest small sacred worlds. In the past many years, our 5 clans have always maintained a common strategy against outsiders. In reality, that's because we can't destroy each other. But this time, our chance has come. The Blackwater world has lost Luo Xing, and the Myriad Sun world has lost Wan Taijun. Soon, those direct descendants will come out to fight for power. Every time we fight for power, we lose our internal forces. Our Yan family is different. If Lin Fei was here, he would be very surprised. This Lady Yan Zi was far more powerful than he had imagined. She could see the benefits of the sacred world with just a few words. Back in his room, a figure appeared out of nowhere and sat in front of Yan Zi. Master. No one knew that Yan Zi had a powerful master. To be able to enter the heavily guarded Wan family so easily, one had to be at the peak of the 3rd step at the very least. To not be detected by the experts of the Wan family, one had to have unfathomable strength. I didn't expect the sacred world to be in chaos so soon. Your elder brother probably can't hold back anymore. The black figure said calmly. And that Avengers Alliance leader. Just one move is enough to ignite everyone's ambition. Yan Zi sat down. Master, my elder brother will definitely be bewitched by someone. Who knows, he might cause trouble. That's fine too. It'll save me a lot of trouble. That alliance leader, on the other hand, is worth paying attention to. The moment he makes a move, the entire Saint world will be thrown into chaos. The black figure laughed. Little Z, the alliance master said he's capable, but he's just trying to fish in troubled waters. As long as he dares to show himself, the 5 top forces will fight him to the death. He can only hide in the dark forever. Yan Zi was very clear about her master's words. She knew that whatever she said would not be too far off the mark. Master, you're knowledgeable. Don't you know the origins of this alliance leader? Yan Zi also wanted to know when such an expert had appeared in the Saints' world. That alliance leader is very mysterious. That day, I personally went to investigate. Unfortunately, the alliance leader did a good job and didn't leave any traces. However, from the side, I can tell that this alliance leader is definitely one of the best in terms of concealment techniques. This kind of person can't be found unless he reveals his whereabouts. The black figure said in a deep voice, Little Z, you don't have to worry. Now is the time for you to show your abilities. The Saint world is in chaos, and it's also your chance. More than 10 days later, the 5 top forces were being probed by various forces. They sent out second-step experts right from the start. Moreover, they were the best among them. They were used to test the authenticity of the news. At the same time, the spies in the 5 top forces began to move and spread the news. Among them, the Luo family and the Wan family spread the most news. They also began to fight internally for power. The authenticity of the news was gradually torn apart piece by piece. Everyone was finally sure that the news was true. The forces under the Luo family and the Wan family began to move. The few powerful forces ranked below the 5th began to take action against the Luo family and the Wan family. As for the Xie family, the Yan family, and the Bai family, no one dared to make a move for the time being. In just 1 month, the Luo family and the Wan family suffered all kinds of attacks. The territories in their hands kept shrinking, and they lost control of the small sacred worlds that they controlled. Without the two strongest sacred lords, it was really difficult for ordinary third-step experts to suppress the forces outside. The fifth and third-ranked small sacred worlds, which were rich in resources, were in chaos. The small sacred worlds controlled by the other two big families also began to be in chaos. Everyone wanted to take a big bite out of them. Ever since a few third-step experts took the risk to break into the Luo family and the Wan family and defeated the experts of the two families, everyone realized that the mountain at the top was gone. Although they couldn't swallow the Luo family and the Wan family, they at least found out that the Luo family and the Wan family were no longer the overlords. As the mastermind behind all this, Lin Fei just sat and watched the situation develop without doing anything. The sacred world began to fall into chaos. The territories controlled by the Luo family and the Wan family were the first to be in chaos. One by one, the small sacred worlds left the Luo family and the Wan family. The two big families had a strong foundation, but without their strongest experts, it was good enough for them to defend their own territories. The chaos continued to spread. The forces that were originally dissatisfied with the ranking of the small sacred worlds began to secretly take action. Even if they couldn't control a small sacred world, they wanted to control an area and plant a nail in it. All the major forces and sects worked together. The large-scale upheaval spread across the entire Saints world. Even the Netherworld and Heaven Wasteland worlds that Lin Fei controlled were affected, but they were suppressed very soon. Everyone had witnessed what he was capable of. Lin Fei still made a big move this time. He mobilized the Destruction Warriors and carried out a violent massacre. He wiped out all the restless fellows and finally made everyone feel a terrifying chill. For a time, no one dared to enter the two small sacred worlds. The Heaven Wasteland domain announced that it had joined the Nether domain. This was like throwing a small stone into the chaotic sacred world, causing ripples. No one was interested in the two insignificant small sacred worlds. Only when the small sacred worlds had a high ranking and abundant resources could they cultivate quickly. No one had any objections to DTon taking over the Heaven Wasteland domain. Chapter 23:38. The sacred world was in chaos for 50 years. Ever since the sacred lords of the five top forces were heavily injured and killed, a chain reaction occurred in the sacred world, and chaos spread across the entire sacred world. 3 years after the chaos of the sacred world, the little sacred worlds ranked 6th to 15th secretly teamed up to fight against the five forces. Since they were caught off guard, the five peak forces were heavily injured. 3 peak sacred lords took action at the critical moment and barely managed to suppress the combined forces, but they also showed signs of being heavily injured. 5 years after the chaos, the entire sacred world was in chaos. First, the small saint worlds controlled by the 5 top forces broke away and formed their own factions. Whoever broke away today would break away tomorrow, and it didn't stop. Afterward, the 5 top forces started to pull back their forces and gave up their territory. They pulled back their defenses and tried to stabilize the only small saint world in their hands. The Luo family and the Wan family had internal conflicts, and they fought for power. 4 years later, the entire small saint world was split into 2. Both sides kept arguing and fighting, forming a stalemate. The Blackwater world and 10,000 Sun world were completely crippled, and they didn't have the time to care about the outside world. 10 years later, the Small Saint World Alliance was formed to fight against the Yama's Death World, the Yanhuang World, and the Breaking Wave World. The 3 top forces couldn't stop them and could only watch as the alliance succeeded. Ever since the battle 3 years ago, the 3 sacred lords chose to go into seclusion to heal their injuries, and their influence started to weaken. 30 years later, the Sacred World Alliance's influence was like the sun in the sky. At the same time, several sacred lords reached the peak of the 3rd step and cultivated secret techniques, which greatly increased their strength. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. The day has finally arrived. In the air of the wild sacred mountain, a figure descended in the air. A terrifying demonic black wind blew past him, but the black-robed figure didn't move at all. "Go in." The black-robed figure waved his hand, and a tunnel appeared, and the person walked in. "Void Flame's secret realm, I'm here again." Standing in the secret realm, Lin Fei's mouth curled up into a smile. 50 years have passed, and it's time for the harvest. The Void Flame's secret realm was the same as it was in the past. There were spatial cracks everywhere, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into it and perish somewhere else. At this moment, in front of Lin Fei, there was nothing to fear from the spatial cracks. If there were any experts here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. In these 50 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased extremely quickly, reaching a terrifying level. Over the past 50 years, he had barely made a move. His strength kept increasing. He was at the early stage of the giant realm, but now he was at the late stage of the giant realm. His aura became more stable, like an endless mountain. Nothing has changed. After passing through the dangerous place, Lin Fei easily arrived at the entrance of the cave, just like in the past. At the entrance of the stone room, the densely packed array formations were still exerting their remaining power. Almost none. In 2 hours at most, the person in the sarcophagus will be resurrected. At that time, the other party's strength will be at its lowest and weakest. It will be the best time for Master to make a move. The little devil smirked. If you meet Master, no matter if you are an expert or not, you are doomed to be unlucky. In the past 50 years, Lin Fei had not relaxed his monitoring of the skeleton in the sarcophagus. Until now, the skeleton in the sarcophagus had regrown flesh and blood, and the great Tao Yuan heart had merged into one. The day of awakening was not far away. For this day, Lin Fei had waited for 50 years. Lin Fei let the little devil hide his aura and sat outside. His physical body was clearly visible, but it was as if it did not exist. The system's shielding ability was so powerful. 2 hours passed in a flash. Crack, crack, crack. In the stone room, the sarcophagus cracked. Cracks spread all over the sarcophagus, and the cracks grew larger and larger. In less than a moment, the sarcophagus completely cracked, and a pile of gravel appeared on the ground. The person who was originally lying on the sarcophagus opened his eyes without warning. A terrifying gaze, cold and fierce, cut open countless holes in the void. The astral wind whistled, and the array formation's restrictions shattered. Countless years have passed, and I have finally returned. After this person stood up, he looked very young. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be around 20 years old. His body was like warm jade, and the fierce light between his eyebrows vaguely showed that this person was definitely a tyrannical existence in the past. Master, the opportunity is here. Lin Fei had been keeping his thoughts in check. From the moment the other party had awakened and opened his eyes, he knew that this person was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse of that era. If not for the system concealing his aura, the other party would definitely have noticed him right away. Lin Fei, who had not made a move for 50 years, finally made a strong move. In the next second, he appeared above the stone room, folded his hands, and pressed down. Blood Sky Seal. With a loud bang, the entire void collapsed. The blue light on the Wenyu Prince's body surged, forming a protective barrier that blocked the other party's attack. Lin Fei's Blood Sky Seal was blocked by a tyrannical and terrifying power, and it was difficult for him to move forward. He realized that the other party's strength was deep and terrifying. The Wenyu Prince was furious. His cold eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light. You dare to attack me? Tell me which old ghost sent you here. 2 rays of cold light shot out from between Lin Fei's eyebrows. He knew that the other party would be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent, to be able to determine life and death with a glance. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Master, his energy is running low. This is his strongest attack. As long as Master can block it, his combat strength will fall limitlessly. When Lin Fei came, he had calculated in advance that the other party's first attack should be the most terrifying. The Blood Sky Seal attack was nothing more than a test. If it succeeded, it would be best, but if it didn't, it was fine. Destruction Warrior, block it. Lin Fei retreated, and the Destruction Warrior blocked in front of him. The cold light pierced through the Destruction Warrior's body, and the incomparably hard bones were completely shattered, turning into powder. Master, this guy's Dao should be decomposition, and it belongs to a very powerful type of Dao. 1 Destruction Warrior, 2 Destruction Warriors, 3 Destruction Warriors. The 2 rays of cold light were extremely terrifying, surpassing any attack that Lin Fei had seen before, reaching the level of determining life and death with a glance. There is still 70% power left. 60% power. 30% power. The power of the cold light continued to weaken, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people would die countless times, and Lin Fei also experienced the crisis of life and death. After the power weakened, Lin Fei punched out with the power of a 4th step expert, without any Dao attribute, and shattered the 2 rays of cold light. Eat my fist. Chapter 2339. Young Master Wen Yu's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. He was indeed qualified to say this. Back in the day, he was also an overlord, and a 4th step expert was nothing to him. Lin Fei punched out domineeringly. A disc flashed above his opponent's head, and the terrifying endless plunder was instantly activated. The attacks from the front and back were completed in an instant. Young Master Wen Yu stretched out his jade white finger and pointed at Lin Fei's fist. A terrifying force surged, and Lin Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hand became a bloody mess. Creations plunder Great Dao? Young Master Wen Yu was surprised. Aside from that person, no one could match this terrifying plunder ability. Back in the day, that person was one of the peerless experts that he could not afford to offend. Scram! If he was at his peak, Young Master Wen Yu would not care and could kill his opponent with 1 finger. However, it was different now. He had just fused his Great Dao and was at his weakest. He could only use less than 5% of his strength. With a roar, the entire stone room collapsed on the spot, including the cave abode. The 2 of them were exposed in the void of the wild sacred mountain. The disc was still hovering in the sky, unmoved. Many 2nd step experts appeared around Young Master Wen Yu. At the same time, there were more than 100 3rd step experts who attacked together. In addition, every time Lin Fei pushed the power of a 4th step expert to the limit, Qi Lin was also a 4th step expert and had recovered a portion of his power. His Great Dao spirit was like a long sword that kept stabbing at Young Master Wen Yu. One after another, he forced Young Master Wen Yu to defend, which put a lot of pressure on him. Boy, your arrangement is not bad. I am not that easy to deal with. Young Master Wen Yu's Great Dao protected his body. Before the attacks could get close, they were immediately shattered. He looked invincible, but in reality, that was not the case. The energy in his body was constantly being consumed, and he could not last for too long. Great Dao decomposition? Young Master Wen Yu hesitated. He had never thought that he would be ambushed as soon as he appeared. Furthermore, it was an insect-like character who caused him so much trouble. Young Master Wen Yu cultivated in the decomposition Great Dao, which was an extremely powerful Great Dao. According to its quality, it could be classified as a 5th grade Great Dao, and it could decompose all matter. The blue ripples spread out with Young Master Wen Yu as the center. As the blue ripples spread, everything that was covered by the blue ripples disintegrated into nothingness. The 2nd step Destruction Warriors that had been besieging him were disintegrated until there was nothing left. Start data analysis. Name it decomposition. What Young Master Wen Yu didn't know was that the moment he used his Great Dao, the invisible surveillance immediately began to analyze the data and create a document. If Young Master Wen Yu knew about this, he would probably regret it. You fell for it. Using the power of the Great Dao once consumed a lot of Young Master Wen Yu. The surrounding Destruction Warriors were all disintegrated. Young Noble Wen Yu's figure rapidly retreated, escaping into the void. A faint feeling told him that if he continued to stay, there would be trouble. As soon as he entered the void, Young Master Wen Yu was ejected. You actually set up a great restrictive array around us, sealing off the void. What a good method. Lin Fei had indeed set up a large formation around them. It's too late to realize it now. Lin Fei waved his hand again, releasing the Destruction Warriors, the disc, and Qi Lin's mental attacks. Wave after wave, he continuously consumed his opponent's energy. Aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, continue. Let's see who consumes who. After another wave of decomposition, Young Master Wen Yu's face turned cold with a trace of paleness. He realized that he had encountered a big problem. What was worse was that he was not at his peak strength. He couldn't display the true power of the Great Tao. With his current Great Tao primordial heart, the power he could display was at most fourth-step power. Kid, what the hell are you trying to do? Young Master Wen Yu tried to kill his opponent several times, but his opponent seemed to have eyes. The traps he set up were not effective, and instead, they were a waste of energy. Submit to me or die. Lin Fei was constantly monitoring his opponent through the system. All of Young Master Wen Yu's information was being monitored, including the specific data of his energy consumption. This was equivalent to exposing everything to Lin Fei. In such a battle, Young Master Wen Yu was at a complete disadvantage. You're courting death. Young Master Wen Yu was an overlord who had cultivated a 5th-grade Great Tao. In the past, he was one of the top experts. It had always been others who submitted to him, but when had he ever submitted to someone else? In a rage, Young Master Wen Yu attacked again and again, destroying wave after wave of destruction warriors. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. His opponent's reaction was too fast. Young Master Wen Yu began to panic at this shameless method of fighting. What? You don't have enough energy. That's right, in order to fuse with the Great Tao Primordial Heart, you've used up almost all of your energy. You barely managed to preserve a portion of it, and in order to deal with me, you've used up a large amount of energy. You're now an arrow at the end of its flight. Hua hua hua. Cracks appeared on Young Master Wen Yu's jade-like skin. His blood essence was being plundered by the treasures above. If it wasn't for the Great Tao Primordial Body, he would have long since collapsed. After activating the Great Tao Primordial Body without enough energy, Young Master Wen Yu's life essence began to leak out. The Great Tao Primordial Body seemed like a simple move, but in reality, it consumed a lot of energy. Constantly maintaining the Great Tao Primordial Body was not a small burden. Let me guess, how long can you keep this up? An incense stick of time is too long. Maybe a few dozen breaths? Lin Fei continued to attack. In order to deal with this fellow, he was throwing caution to the wind. 50 years of accumulation was also an enormous amount. In the chaos of the holy world, Lin Fei had successfully taken advantage of the chaos. He had secretly set up equipment in every small holy world to plunder the source energy. They themselves were in endless trouble, so they had no time to pay attention to it. Lin Fei had really succeeded in taking advantage of the chaos. Young Master Wen Yu's heart shook. Only he knew how long he could last. Now that he had been exposed, he was truly shocked. Even in the past, no one would have been able to see through it. Could it be that this fellow condensed a support Great Tao, the kind used to investigate the other party's information? Young Master Wen Yu thought as he attacked. His current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Did I say I was right? In order to deal with this fellow, Lin Fei had prepared for a long time. Everything was under his control. In just a little bit more time, Young Master Wen Yu would fall into his hands. His mood improved. Brat, you are indeed strong, but don't push me too far. I would rather die than submit to you. Instead, I will drag you down with me. Young Master Wen Yu was completely anxious. As long as you let me leave, I can promise you one thing. Even if I have to ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, I will help you accomplish it. Chapter 2340. Then you can try and see who will die first. Lin Fei lightly said. The attack continued. Young Master Wen Yu was completely flustered. An unnatural expression flashed across his face. After surviving with so much difficulty, no one was willing to die like this. He was the same. Bastard brat, you are too hateful. If this continues, there is a high chance that I will die. Why don't I lure him into giving up and take advantage of him being unprepared? Young Master Wen Yu's thoughts moved. Perhaps this would be an opportunity. Stop, I surrender. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to give up, Young Master Wen Yu had no other choice. After being trapped in an array formation, his Great Tao of decompositions might have been weakened. If this continued, he would be the one to suffer. This brat really had a heart of stone. Drink this. Lin Fei stared at the other party. The other party's resistance had actually been calculated by the system. It could be said that from the very beginning, young Master Wen Yu had fallen into a situation of certain defeat. "Brat, don't go too far." Young Master Wen Yu coldly snorted. "Then you can continue. Let's see how long you can last." Lin Fei's counterattack was very sharp. "Let's see if you drink it or not. If you don't drink it, you can choose to die." Young Master Wen Yu's heart turned into anger from shame, but he didn't care. "Humph, in this world, there are only a few things that can control me. This brat is too naive." Moreover, when the wild continent was destroyed, those few things had long since disappeared without a trace. He can forget about obtaining them. "You win, I will drink it." Young Master Wen Yu sneered in his heart. Once he calmed down, it would be the other party's death. At that time, he would torture him until he hovered between life and death. Lin Fei also laughed in his heart. "Humph, you will lose for sure." A tube of medicine was thrown over, landing in front of young Master Wen Yu. Young Master Wen Yu's powerful divine sense swept over it and found that it was a very ordinary liquid. He felt even more disdain in his heart. "Truly naive, wanting to use poison to control me, huh?" After young Master Wen Yu saw through the medicine, he didn't directly drink it. Instead, he persisted for several breaths of time. In the eyes of others, he seemed to be hesitating. Keep pretending, keep pretending." When he couldn't hold on any longer, Prince Wen Yu drank the potion. Lin Fei's attack stopped, and the disc left. The surrounding destruction warriors were recalled, and Qi Lin returned to his side. Finally, just as young Master Wen Yu let out a sigh of relief, an endless pain came from the depths of his sea of consciousness. The liquid that seemed to be decomposing rapidly grew and multiplied in his sea of consciousness. "Oh no, I've been tricked. It's too powerful." Lin Fei was filled with emotions. In order to control the other party, it took a total of 8 days. In the end, the special creature from the depths of the universe won. In the end, young Master Wen Yu was still controlled. His sea of consciousness was controlled by the puppet worm. Even the core of his sea of consciousness was occupied by the puppet worm. The other party was utterly defeated. "You win." Young Master Wen Yu was completely speechless. After 8 days of resisting the torture, Wen Yu Gongzi had experienced the terror of the young. This was the first time he knew that there was such a heaven-defying existence in this world. Actually, if you had continued to persevere that day, you would still have lost in the end. Lin Fei said indifferently, "Because your great Tao body protection already has a weakness in my eyes." Lin Fei waved his hand and pointed. A strange energy shot out from his fingertip. The void was rapidly decomposed. Young Master Wen Yu was shocked. This is great Tao decomposition. You actually mastered it. How is this possible?" No one understood this aura better than him. Great Tao decomposition. The great Tao that he had cultivated for his entire life was now displayed by a second person. This was definitely a shocking thing. The higher the level of the great Tao, the more difficult it was to cultivate it. Required a lot of luck. No, your great Tao decomposition is wrong. Good eyesight." Lin Fei smiled and said, "This is not the complete great Tao decomposition, but it is about 50% of your great Tao decomposition. Before long, I will be able to completely grasp your great Tao decomposition. When the time comes, I will use your great Tao decomposition to deal with you. Do you think that your great Tao protective body will be able to withstand it?" Young Master Wen Yu was like a deflated balloon. He opened his mouth but was unable to speak. Lin Fei smiled. In these 50 years, the only thing that was worth Lin Fei's interest was the job analysis simulation. In order to complete this new attribute, he spent a full 3 years to complete the task. Now it seemed that this attribute function was very useful. All along, how to display great Tao attacks had always been Lin Fei's shortcoming. Using origin energy to activate an attack, it could not be transformed into a great Tao attack. Only by combining it with the great Tao could his combat strength truly increase. Savage Sacred Mountain, inside a cave dwelling. Young Master Wen Yu was completely convinced. He considered himself unlucky to have encountered such a monster. Even in the past, anyone would be shocked. To be able to secretly learn someone else's great Tao, even if it was only 30% to 40%, was something to be proud of. Moreover, the other party meant that he had a 100% success rate. This kind of ability could only be described as monstrous. After young Master Wenyu was convinced, he answered everything Lin Fei asked, including his origin, background, and so on. He did not hide anything, and at the same time, he described the great battle in the past. Compared to Qi Lin, Ouyang Ba knew more secrets than him. Ouyang Ba's status was very high. Before he died, he was already a 7th-step expert. With the great Tao in his hands, he quickly made a name for himself. After the great battle affected the entire continent, Ouyang Ba made preparations in advance, just in case. Fortunately, he obtained some unknown secret techniques and was resurrected successfully. His strength was greatly reduced, and he could barely display the combat strength of a 4th-step expert. Ouyang Ba was unlucky to have encountered Lin Fei, who was waiting for him. When this matter was mentioned, he felt extremely depressed. What the hell is this? Prophecy? That should be the work of the top prophecy master in the Savage Land. Lin Fei asked about the prophecy again. Ouyang Ba obviously knew more about it, and immediately said that it was the work of the top prophecy master. The top prophecy master, could it be that old man Qianji? Qi Lin's eyes were filled with admiration. Master, old man Qianji is the top prophecy master in the Savage Land. He is proficient in all kinds of predictions and has never failed. The top prophecy master, a few simple words proved his identity. He was a top existence in the continent. If such a person was released, the possibility of his prophecy coming true would be very high. In that case, they will really be resurrected. So what? The Savage Land will no longer exist, and only the sacred world formed by the broken worlds will be left. Lin Fei said. Ouyang Ba said, Old man Qianji is the top prophecy master in the world. The prophecy he left behind must be reasonable. Perhaps, it is not impossible for the Savage Land to reappear. For example, the savage sacred mountain under us has never been broken. Lin Fei was deep in thought. Maybe it really makes sense. A month later, in the same cave abode on the savage sacred mountain. Chapter 2341. Great Tao, Decomposition. Lin Fei was not in the unparalleled realm. Instead, he had mastered a complete 5th-grade Great Tao, causing his strength to skyrocket. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin could only say, what a crazy master. No one had ever been able to learn another person's great path from another person's hands. How talented was that? Of course, they did not know that Lin Fei had spent a large amount of heaven points to analyze and replicate a complete great path. They simply thought that he had grasped a powerful talent. Perhaps not many people in the sacred world knew about it. However, people from Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin's era knew how important talent was, especially talent skills. However, all powerful races were born with the ability to activate their innate skills. By relying on their innate skills, their cultivation would be smooth sailing. For example, the innate skills retentive memory, seeing through the essence, eyes of illusion, and so on. Both of them thought that their master had activated a powerful talent skill. For example, replication? Such talent skills were extremely rare, as if they did not exist. If someone said that it was impossible for replication to exist, the two of them would definitely beat the crap out of the other party. After mastering Great Tao Decomposition perfectly, Lin Fei had a ready-made mentor. Master, Great Tao Protection is actually a skill that only experts in the 4th step can master perfectly. Although experts in the 3rd step can condense a Great Tao, in order to master it perfectly, one has to reach the 4th step of Great Tao. Ouyang Ba began to guide him. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei did not return to the Invincible Palace. With someone guiding him, it was much faster. Within an hour, Lin Fei had mastered Great Tao Protection. Great Tao Decomposition formed an absolute space around him. Any matter that entered would be instantly decomposed. Lin Fei did not have a Great Tao origin heart, so it did not affect him from performing Great Tao Decomposition. Every time he performed it, it would consume a huge amount of destiny points and origin energy. Great Tao Protection is just a defensive technique for unparalleled experts, To improve your strength, you have to cultivate Great Tao skills to increase the level of your Great Tao. First move, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Ouyang Ba began to teach Lin Fei the moves. Although the names of the moves were ordinary, after using them, their power would increase imperceptibly. Among the moves given by Ouyang Ba, there were long-range attacks and close-range attacks. All of them were extremely terrifying. Lin Fei learned very quickly. The system was constantly analyzing the moves. In less than a day, he had grasped all the moves and executed them to the point of perfection. No one could have imagined that he had done this in just a day. After returning to the Invincible Palace from the wild sacred mountain, Lin Fei heard a shocking piece of news before he could sit down. Sacred Lord Blood Prison, Sacred Lord Yan Zixing, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang have all broken through to the 4th step within 3 days? When Lin Fei saw the news from the spy, he was indeed a little surprised. Back then, they had returned with heavy injuries. In 50 years, not only had they recovered from their injuries, but their strength had also risen to the 4th step. Their improvement was extraordinary. The alliance of small saints is going to be unlucky. When the bad news of the 5 top forces spread and the alliance of small saints was established, both sides had become a thorn in each other's side. In the past 50 years, both sides had been fighting incessantly, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Unparalleled experts had also fallen. Now that the 3 of them had reached the 4th step, the first thing they would do would be to seek revenge. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The 3 of them have advanced, but they won't be able to do much. The quality of their Great Tao is too low. They are either Grade 7 or Grade 8 Great Tao. Once you use your Grade 5 Great Tao, they won't be able to resist at all, Qi Lin said flatteringly. Ouyang Ba was expressionless. 3 mere 4th step experts were nothing to him. Their strength had not recovered yet. With just his Grade 5 Great Tao, he could easily injure them and kill them. After the turmoil in the sacred world, Lin Fei was not afraid of those people. The warriors of destruction from the center of the world wall battlefield had become his powerful trump card. At the very least, they could fight to a draw. Now that he had mastered a Grade 5 Great Tao, he was even less afraid. The sacred world is getting more and more interesting. In the past few days in the sacred world, the news that the 3 divine lords had advanced to the 4th step spread everywhere. The Yama's Massacre Realm, the Yanhuang Realm, and the Broken Wave Realm, the 3 small saints realms, had all undergone a large-scale internal cleansing. Those forces that had been pretending to obey but secretly opposed were eliminated overnight. Many experts had been purged, including some unparalleled experts. The 3 divine lords used such a ruthless method to tell those forces. They were back. In the past 50 years, the 5 top forces had not had a good time. Their territory had shrunk and their reputation was not as great as before. The younger generation only knew about the alliance of small saints, but they did not know about the 5 top forces. After the internal cleansing, the 3 divine lords took action again. The 3 of them divided the Blackwater Realm and the Myriad Sun Realm, and their forces increased greatly. In the past few years, the Blackwater Realm and the Myriad Sun Realm had been struggling, so it was only natural that they would be annexed. When the news spread, the sacred world was in an uproar again. These 2 small saints' realms had been occupied by various forces, and they had been taken out overnight. Smart people immediately realized that the 3 divine lords were taking revenge on the alliance of small saints' realms. Ever since the alliance of small saints' realms had been established, its reputation had reached its peak. It had suppressed the 5 top forces and taken over their territories. Its strength had increased greatly, and it would launch attacks from time to time. The 3 divine lords had advanced to the 4th step, and the pressure on the alliance of small saints' realms had increased greatly. Alliance leader, what should we do now? They are coming at us aggressively. With the strength of the alliance of small saints' realms, we might not be able to resist them. The 4th step is too strong. I heard that several experts at the 3rd step were killed within 30 moves. It's too terrifying. Why don't we join forces with the other small saints' realms to deal with the 3 divine lords together? The alliance of small saints' realms was in a mess. In the meeting hall, The unparalleled experts of status had lost their arrogance. They were arguing just like in the market outside. "Shut up." A fierce murderous aura engulfed the entire conference hall like a dark cloud, exploding in everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. Everyone stopped and looked at the gray-clothed man at the top. He was the alliance leader of the Alliance of Small Saints Realms, 7 Evil Divine Lord, who was ranked 6th in the Small Saint Realm. 7 Evil Divine Lord had established the Alliance of Small Saints Realms with strong means. In 50 years, the strength of the Alliance of Small Saints Realms had increased more than 10 times. 7 Evil Divine Lords' prestige had become stronger and stronger, and the entire Alliance of Small Saints Realms had almost become the law of the land under 7 Evil Divine Lords' command. There had been several Alliance elders who were dissatisfied with him, but they had died quietly when they went out. It was widely rumored that 7 Evil Divine Lord had taken the initiative to kill them. Shui Yu and the others have advanced to the 4th step, but they are not invincible. I have secretly contacted several experts from the alien races. As long as they dare to appear, they will definitely die without a burial place. The elders of the Alliance of Sacred Lords in the meeting hall were all delighted. Although they did not like the experts from the alien races, they had to stop the attacks of the 3 Divine Lords. The Alliance of Small Saints Realms could stand firm and fight against the 3 Divine Lords. Chapter 2342. In the vast and boundless starry sky, a gigantic flying beast with no end in sight appeared, blotting out the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. Its gigantic wings soared into the sky, and terrifying shockwaves pulverized the starry sky one after another, leaving behind shattered spatial cracks. This was an ancient starry sky green Luan whose strength had reached the 5th step. It was born as a 1st step expert, and its talent was speed. It was one of the few fastest birds in the world. This kind of fast bird was invincible at the same level. Even if it was a level higher, unless it was a special great path, it would still be helpless. On the back of the primordial starry sky blue Luan, there was an area the size of a plane. At this moment, there were more than a dozen of these energy light clusters exuding a terrifying aura. They were incomparably overbearing. Deacon Lee, the barbarian continent, was destroyed by that person. Although it later condensed a small world, it was no longer as glorious as before. "Why are we going to this place this time?" A ball of purple energy said disdainfully. "Yes, we are also curious. A broken world that has been abandoned for many years, why do we still need to go there? That place has lost its source of energy, and cultivating to the 5th step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If any of us went there, we would be able to suppress that world." A white ball of energy coldly said. The other balls of energy fluctuated. The person called Deacon Lee was dressed in green and was sitting cross-legged on the blue Luan's back. His aura was not strong, but his eyes were incomparably sharp, like a sharp longsword. Once the longsword was drawn, it would decide the life and death of others. All of you are geniuses with first-class talents. You are the best in the world, and your futures are limitless. Deacon Lee's voice was like a great bell, and his words were like mountains. However, it does not mean that all of you can reach that realm. This time, sending you to the broken world is actually a mission given to you by the higher-ups. Whoever can collect enough Great Path Primordial Heart in the broken world will be able to enter that place, obtain the strongest inheritance, represent judgment, and qualify to enter the Capital Institute. The dozen or so balls of energy fluctuated greatly, and they seemed extremely excited. "Deacon Lee, I have a question. The Great Path Primordial Heart can only be condensed after reaching the 5th step. There are only a few people in that broken world now. Even if we kill them, we won't be able to get many Great Path Primordial Hearts." Someone raised a question, and it was also a question from a dozen or so balls of energy. Deacon Lee smiled and said, "The incomplete world is not as good as it was in the past, but don't forget, in that battle, countless experts died and were injured. Among them, some experts secretly used heaven-defying methods, trying to resurrect themselves in the future. So this is your chance, a chance to increase your strength." The sacred world didn't know that the people from Judgment were far away. After taking over the Blackwater world and the 10,000 Sun world, the strength of the three great sacred lords had increased greatly. In just a few days, the three great sacred lords descended above the Seven Fiend world where the alliance of small sacred realms was located. With a loud rumble, the three sacred lords descended upon the seven evil realm. They did not hide their powerful auras at all. The great path appeared behind them, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying waves of air swept towards the alliance of small saints. The experts of the alliance of small saints immediately felt a huge pressure. The air seemed to be compressed, creating a feeling of suffocation. They had to circulate their great Tao with all their might to barely resist the pressure of the three sacred lords. Too powerful. There's only one level of difference, but why are the auras of the three sacred lords so strong? The difference is like the difference between the sky and the earth. In the past, the pressure that the three sacred lords gave off wasn't this strong, and they had some confidence in dealing with them. But now, I don't have any confidence at all. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, get the hell out here. Sacred Lord Bai Lang harumphed coldly, and balls of water containing a thick aura of the great Tao rained down on the alliance of small saints. After a series of explosions, the arrays around the alliance of small saints were torn apart, and countless experts were killed or injured. After 50 years, they could finally hold their heads up high. As long as they killed Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and the other sacred lords, the sacred world would once again return to their control, and they would truly rule over the 33 small saints. Sacred Lord Bai Lang's attack was shocking. He wanted to force Sacred Lord Seven Fiend out unless the other was willing to give up on the alliance of small saints. This move was extremely vicious. He's out. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend circulated his great Tao, and a strong power of the great Tao opened up the sky and blocked the attacks of the rain. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend also appeared not far away from the three sacred lords. At the same time, surges of powerful sacred lord auras shot out from the alliance of small saints. A while later, more than 50 third-step experts stood behind Sacred Lord Seven Fiend. Many of them had reached the peak and were only a step away from the fourth step. They could break through at any moment. The three sacred lords were very calm while facing more than 50 third-step experts. Sacred Lord Blood Prison stepped forward and released a limitless pressure. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, you were really good 50 years ago. You gathered all the forces to steal food from the tiger's mouth. You didn't think that this day would come so soon, did you? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend circulated his great Tao, and the 53rd step experts behind him also used their great Tao to block the pressure from the 4th step experts. The winner is the king, and the loser is the thief. It doesn't matter what method I used, only the results. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to kick you guys out of the 3 small saints worlds in 50 years. Instead, you guys managed to reach the 4th step and stand above us. This sacred is very regretful. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, today is the day you die. Are you going to kill yourself, or are we going to do it ourselves? Yen Zixing hated Sacred Lord Seven Fiend very much. Back then, some of the genius disciples of the Yen family had been killed by the alliance of small saints. Kill yourself? Do you think you're a 9th step expert? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend laughed. Just because you guys have reached the 4th step doesn't mean that there aren't other 4th step experts in this world. Thornlika, go greet them. A huge ripple came from heaven and earth as a passageway opened in the void. A terrifying pressure came from the other end of the passageway. Then, an expert wearing a golden beast hide walked out of the passageway. 3 Saint Lords, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Sacred Lord Blood Prison's eyebrows furrowed. Barbarian Laika, you've also reached the 4th step. There's still me. A huge commotion appeared in the air as a scorching aura swept over. Heaven and earth were covered in flames, and it was as if they had arrived in a kingdom of fire. Everyone felt the temperature rise, and their blood started to evaporate. They all circulated their great Tao to block it. Fire Tribe, Thorn. A flaming person descended from the sky and released a terrifying scorching aura. Chapter 2343. The Flame Tribe's Thorn and the Barbarian Laika were both foreign race experts and 4th step experts at the same time. The originally weak small saint world now had the support of 2 4th-step experts and had the strength to fight against 3 sacred lords. At the very least, it would be a draw. No matter how strong a 4th-step expert was, it would be very difficult for them to fight against a group of 3rd-step experts. After all, the 3 sacred lords' great daos weren't very high. They were either grade 7 or grade 8. It was hard to determine the victor of this battle. So, it's you guys. I didn't expect you to reach the 4th step after escaping back then. Sacred Lord Blood Prison sneered. Do you think that you can fight against us with just the 2 of you and a group of 3rd-step experts? Who said that there are only 2 of us? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend laughed as his aura erupted. His 3rd-step aura rose to the aura of a 4th-step expert. He was a true 4th-step expert now. In a cave abode in the wild sacred mountain, this sacred refined half of the Great Tao origin heart and successfully reached the 4th step. Are you surprised? Now that it's 3 against 3, you have no chance of winning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other 2 were curious as to why Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had invited Thorn and Leica. It turned out that he was a 4th-step expert. No wonder he could invite them. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, you're very capable. You reached the 4th step without anyone knowing. You want to completely control the small Saint World Alliance and even unify the entire sacred world, right? A cold light flashed in Yan Zixing's eyes. Hearing what Yan Zixing said, the expressions of the 3rd-step experts standing behind Sacred Lord Seven Fiend changed. They didn't care about Sacred Lord Seven Fiend controlling the small Saint World Alliance as long as it didn't affect their interests. However, if Sacred Lord Seven Fiend wanted to unify the small saint world, he would touch their bottom line. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was smart. Everyone, don't listen to Yan Zixing's nonsense. Do you think it's possible for a 4th-step expert to suppress a group of 3rd-step experts? However, Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others are different. 3 4th-step experts can completely suppress us. They are our enemies, and the sacred world doesn't need to be unified. Everyone's expressions returned to normal. A few words had changed their minds. A single 4th-step expert was very powerful, and it was very difficult to suppress them. It was normal for both sides to be injured. The 3 sacred lords were different. Fellow Taoist Seven Fiend, we have so many people on our side. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's kill them first. Leica had the temperament of a barbarian. His wild aura soared into the heavens. Destroy them! Thorn waved his hand, and flames filled the sky. Space was unable to endure the high temperature and began to split apart. Black holes appeared, and astral winds howled. Attack! Seven Fiend Holy Lord was also worried that his people would be persuaded. He wanted to defeat them first. The great Tao behind him surged forward. It's starting, Qi Lin said. Somewhere else, Lin Fei, Qi Lin, and Ouyang Ba were enjoying the show. At most, it'll be a draw, Ouyang Ba said calmly after taking a look. This kind of fight is just like playing house. Lin Fei laughed. Ouyang, not everyone is like you, condensing a 5th-grade Great Tao. After mastering the decomposition of 5th-grade Great Tao, Lin Fei started to compare their Great Tao. Just like the difference in grades, there was a huge difference in power. There was actually no difference between a grade 8 and a grade 9 Great Tao. The quality of Seven Fiend Holy Lord and the others' Great Tao was not high. The best was grade 8, and the others were grade 9. When they used their Great Tao, it was very rough. After all, the sacred world was not the wasteland continent of the past. There was a complete set of cultivation techniques, and they had the guidance of ancestors. Now, everyone was just testing the waters, so it was normal for them to have rough control. After observing for a while, Lin Fei was not interested. With his strength, a grade 5 Great Tao could completely suppress them. It might be difficult to kill them, but it was easy to injure them. The 6 4th-step experts fought, and the sky and earth shook. The aura of the Great Tao filled the air. Seven Fiend Holy Lord escaped into the void to fight. If this continued, the Seven Fiend domain would be completely destroyed, and then it would become a wasteland. Overall, Seven Fiend Holy Lord's side was very strong. Apart from the 3 4th-step experts, there was also a group of 3rd-step experts. Their great Tao attacks were slightly weaker, but they could still affect the three Holy Lords. This time, the three Holy Lords were too arrogant. If they had brought third-step experts, it would have been much better. It would not have been like this, where it was very tiring. Holy Lord Bai Lang, what do you think of this punch? Caught off guard, Holy Lord Bai Lang was sent flying by 7 Fiend Holy Lord's punch. Lightning Toxic Dragon Drill. 7 Fiend Holy Lord followed up with another attack. His great Tao turned into a long black spear. With a turn of his arm, the frequency of heaven and earth formed a line, and a terrifying killer move was executed from 7 Fiend Holy Lord's hand. This move was very strong. 7 Fiend Holy Lord had obtained it from a cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. It was very powerful. Holy Lord Bai Lang had not advanced for long, so he did not have many powerful killer moves. 7 Fiend Holy Lord's spear pierced through his opponent and destroyed one of his arms. Holy Lord Bai Lang was severely injured. I have to help them. Now that Holy Lord Bai Lang was injured, his strength was affected, and the three Holy Lords were at a disadvantage. If this continued, they would definitely lose and might even die. Lin Fei decided to help the three Holy Lords. They couldn't just die like this. He didn't want his sacred world to be controlled by the small Saint World Alliance. The pressure on Yan Zixing and company increased dramatically, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang was pushed back. Three Holy Lords, today is the day you die. Thorns circulated his flames, and flaming giants walked out and surrounded Sacred Lord Blood Prison. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's Tao of Blood Sea was greatly affected. Under the influence of the Tao of Fire, Sacred Lord Blood Prison's Tao started to evaporate, and his strength was affected as well. Sacred Lord Bai Lang, you can go down now. 7 Fiend Holy Lord used another lightning toxic dragon drill. This move was extremely weird and hard to defend against, which was why Sacred Lord Bai Lang was hit. The tip of the spear stabbed towards Sacred Lord Bai Lang's forehead, and an aura of death rose from Sacred Lord Bai Lang's heart. His great Tao protection was instantly destroyed. Death also arrived at this instant. What's the point? A light sigh sounded in everyone's ears. 2 fingers grabbed the spear an inch away from Sacred Lord Bai Lang's forehead, and the terrifying power was devoured by a blue light. In just an instant, the spear formed from Tao completely melted in front of him. The smile on 7 Fiend Holy Lord's face froze, and a part of his Tao started to tremble. This was something that had never happened before. Who are you? 7 Fiend Holy Lord's heart ached after losing a part of his Tao. The person in black that had just appeared made him wary. Alliance leader of the Avengers. The person in black said. 7 Fiend Holy Lord's pupils contracted as if he had been hit in the head. Unease appeared in his heart. The alliance leader of the Avengers that had disappeared for 50 years had appeared at this moment. Chapter 2344. Why do we have to listen to you? Thorn sneered. He wanted to oust the 3 Holy Lords from their positions. How could he be willing to be stopped? That's right, the 3 Holy Lords aren't qualified to control the small saint world. You want us to let them go with just one sentence? Unless you are stronger than us. Laika followed up. 7 Fiend Holy Lord had heard about the Avengers Alliance Master. Back then, he had caused a huge commotion in Yanhuang City. Even the 5 Holy Lords were helpless. The news had spread 50 years ago. Later, it was speculated that the one who spread the news was the Avengers Alliance Master. If it wasn't for this mysterious person, no one would know that the 5 Holy Lords were injured or even died. Blood Prison Holy Lord and the other 2 Holy Lords had strange expressions. If it wasn't for the Avengers Alliance Master, they wouldn't be in such trouble. If it wasn't for the Avengers Alliance Master, they would have been able to control the small saint world, and the forces they relied on wouldn't have rebelled. Just as they were about to lose, the Avengers Alliance Master appeared once again and stood on their side. This was truly shocking. The 3 Holy Lords had complicated emotions. They knew that if this continued, they would lose without a doubt. However, they couldn't bring themselves to thank the Avengers Alliance Master. It could be said that the Avengers Alliance Master was their greatest enemy. You 2 from the foreign races are really arrogant. Then take one of my moves. Back then, The foreign races didn't dare to behave atrociously in the wild continent. Now, you two don't have the qualifications to behave atrociously in the sacred world. A cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. In the sky, a giant palm appeared without any warning. As soon as the palm appeared, it covered the sky and covered the sun. The entire sky was covered, and a huge pressure shrouded them. Thorn and Leica didn't think much of the palm. Wanting to defeat them with just one hand was too simple. They were the two strongest fourth-step experts of the foreign races. The two of them activated their Grand Tao. Barbarian Thorn punched the sky with a powerful aura. The berserk aura seemed like it was going to pierce through the giant palm. Leica activated his Grand Tao of fire. A flame giant appeared with a long flame saber and slashed at the giant palm. The saber radiance was as bright as the sun. Seven Fiend Holy Lord didn't make a move. If Thorn and Leica fight, they can test the strength of the Alliance Master. Seven Fiendish Holy Lord wasn't that afraid of the Avengers Alliance leader. A person who hid in the dark all the time had limited achievements, so there was no need to worry about him. The strength of the two experts from the foreign races was still very strong. Seven Fiend Divine Lord would have a hard time dealing with any one of them in a one-on-one situation. He didn't believe that the Alliance Master had the ability to fight two of them at once. It would be a pretty good thing if he could even fight to a draw. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company all had different thoughts. They subconsciously hoped that the Alliance leader of the Avengers would be able to block the attacks of the two non-human experts. Without the two non-human experts, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend wasn't much. With their strength, they could easily kill him. Without Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, the others wouldn't be able to take a single blow. At this moment, their thoughts were the same. The giant hand slowly pressed down. Thorn and Leica's attacks rushed up, but they stopped before they could even get close to the giant hand. They couldn't advance an inch and started to disintegrate into nothingness in front of everyone's shocked eyes. With a loud explosion, the giant hand pressed down. Thorn and Leica circulated their Grand Taos to the limit, but they were still unable to block the terrifying power of the giant hand. With a loud explosion, the two non-human experts were smashed deep into the ground. Too strong. Even the Grand Taos have been disintegrated. This is an invincible attack. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, Sacred Lord Blood Prison, and company all took in a cold breath. Just now, they had clearly seen that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as it entered the range of the palm, it would be disintegrated into nothingness. What a terrifying attack. A Grand Tao that was even higher than theirs. The Sacred Lords didn't dare to make a sound. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's face turned pale. Feeling it at such a close distance, he realized just how terrifying the power of the Grand Tao was. How can he be so strong? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend lost his voice. The other party had injured two of the fourth experts with a single palm. He didn't attack again, and the giant hand disappeared. Traces of the power of the Grand Tao continuously stimulated them. The sacred world isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. If you come to the sacred world again, I will definitely kill you. Thorn and Leica came out of the ground with pale faces. The power of the Grand Tao around them was much weaker. At this moment, they didn't dare to say another word and turned to leave the Seven Fiend world. Both of their eyes were filled with fear. They had been defeated in one move. Just how strong was the other party? Their Grand Tao attacks were strong, but compared to the other parties, they were on a completely different level. Sacred Lord Blood Prison felt the other party leave and finally revealed a happy expression. With the non-human experts gone, the scales of victory were tilted towards their side. He cupped his hands towards the sky and said, "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for helping out. We three Sacred Lords are extremely grateful." Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's face sank. Was he trying to rope in the Avengers Alliance leader? Things weren't looking good. The three Sacred Lords took the initiative to thank the mysterious Avengers Alliance leader. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, at the very least, the Avengers Alliance leader had helped them greatly. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. "Avengers Alliance leader, I think this is a misunderstanding. Those two non-human experts weren't invited by me, they were greedy for the resources of the sacred world. After the two non-human experts left, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend seemed to have lost both his arms. He no longer had the strength to fight against the three Sacred Lords. If the Avengers Alliance leader continued to support the three Sacred Lords, then he would really be done for. The small Saint World Alliance behind him would also become a thing of the past. You are guilty of colluding with the non-human experts. A cold voice sounded from the sky again. However, the sacred world isn't the wasteland continent of the past. If you continue to fight, the heavens and earth will collapse. The sacred world won't be able to withstand your torment. Let's just stop here. The sacred world needs peace. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, also felt that he was being hypocritical. If it wasn't for the chaos of the sacred world, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the chaos and accumulate a large amount of origin energy. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never felt that the other party's voice was so pleasant to listen to. He hurriedly followed. Alliance leader is right. The sacred world has been in chaos for such a long time and indeed needs peace. The Seven Fiend World Alliance and the Small Saint World Alliance will fully support Alliance leader's words. When the three Sacred Lords heard this, they cursed the other party for being shameless. At the same time, they couldn't understand why the Avengers Alliance leader would let Sacred Lord Seven Fiend go. The two non-human experts weren't a match for the other party. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other two Sacred Lords didn't have any confidence either. The quality of the Great Tao was higher than theirs. It was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. We are willing to stop. Chapter 23:45. A battle that wasn't a life and death battle ended just like that. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. It turned out that there was still an expert in the sacred world that suppressed 6 fourth-step experts by himself. The Avengers Alliance Master's strength spread across the sacred world. At the same time, some people pushed the Avengers Alliance Master to the position of the number 1 expert. Just how strong was he to be able to suppress 6 Sacred Lords? Lin Fei had become the number 1 expert by pretending to be the Avengers Alliance Master. Of course, this would happen later. Lin Fei suppressed 2 non-human experts with his strength, giving Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and the 3 Sacred Lords a deep and terrifying impression. They knew that it would be difficult to deal with Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, so they might as well leave a good impression in case the Avengers Alliance Master had other thoughts. The battle ended just like that. The 3 saints also returned to their respective small saint worlds as soon as possible. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions, and they even felt a bit regretful. They had almost been killed by someone. What do you guys think the Avengers Alliance Master wants to do? Sacred Lord Bai Lang asked with a frown. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Yen Zixing were at a loss. 50 years had passed, and they still couldn't see what the other party was thinking. Under normal circumstances, if the other party really wanted to do something in the sacred world, he would have made a move 20 to 30 years ago. There was no need to wait until now. Today was a chance, so why did he give it up? The Avengers Alliance Master is far more mysterious than we imagined. We still can't see what he's planning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison sighed. We can only take it one step at a time. Yen Zixing's eyes flashed coldly. However, we can't let Thorn and Leica go. We must teach them a lesson. Terrifying killing intent shot out of the 3 Sacred Lords' eyes. If the non-human experts hadn't interfered, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The 2 of them were the main culprits. They had to teach them a lesson no matter what. Does this count as me controlling the sacred world now? Lin Fei's goal was to prevent them from disturbing the balance of the sacred world. As long as this balance was maintained, he could continuously absorb the origin energy without anyone noticing. Using such a method to increase his strength and replicate the Great Tao, if news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was even to the extent that some old monsters would make a move against him. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei used the chaos of the Saints' world to conceal the ripples of origin energy in the surroundings. No matter who it was, no one would be able to link it to this. Congratulations, Master, the entire sacred world is in your hands. Qi Lin said flatteringly. Once Master's great Tao is revealed, who dares to challenge him? Even if there are more than 10 of them, Master will still be able to suppress them. Ouyang Ba added. When he mentioned the great Tao, his face was filled with pride. In the past, when the barbarian continent was filled with experts, Ouyang Ba was also an overlord. Because of the tyrannical energy of the great Tao, many people were unable to break through the defense of the great Tao. This special great Tao was too terrifying. It's best for the Saints' world to maintain the current situation for now. I believe that after this, they'll all settle down and stop fighting each other so easily. I can finally relax for a while. Lin Fei did not like the chaos of war in the sacred world, and he disliked being controlled by others even more. Peace returned to the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers also became the top expert in the sacred world. All kinds of rumors spread, and in a short time, all the information about the leader of the Avengers was dug out. The 3 great sacred lords and the others did not say anything about this. At least for now, the leader of the Avengers fully deserved to be the top expert. He had mastered a tyrannical great Tao, so he had a very obvious advantage. As the leader of the Avengers rose in the sacred world and became the top expert, the sacred world entered a period of peace. Although there were small-scale battles between the alliance of small sacred realms and the 3 great sacred lords from time to time, it was generally very peaceful. 3 months later, a shocking piece of news came from the foreign races outside the sacred world. The 3 great sacred lords had joined forces to deal with 2 fourth-step experts from the foreign races, but they were injured and fled back to their lair in the sacred world. This caused a huge uproar. In the beginning, everyone did not believe it was true. The foreign races were not as good as they used to be. It was already quite incredible that they could produce 2 fourth-step experts. When the 3 great sacred lords joined forces to attack, everyone thought it would be a piece of cake. In the end, there was an unforeseen event. The 3 great sacred lords fled back to their lair with serious injuries. Just when everyone thought it was impossible, the 2 experts from the foreign races said that they would welcome the 3 great sacred lords as guests at any time. The news reached Lin Fei's ears immediately. The foreign races have fourth-step experts? Lin Fei was not interested in the foreign races. Ever since he had learned about their existence, he had not tried to understand them. The foreign races outside the civilization could not achieve anything great. Master, it's hard to say. Maybe the foreign races have some trump cards. Qilin said. For Master, it's fine as long as they don't enter the sacred world. No matter how much trouble they cause, they won't be able to do anything. Lin Fei had the same thought. Outside the sacred world, the foreign races outside the civilization. These foreign races occupied a very small continent. They did not build cities and always maintained a tribal way of living. However, the strength of the foreign races was obviously several times stronger than that of the human race. Because it was a foreign land outside the civilization, the foreign races that lived here needed to face tyrannical vicious beasts and constantly temper their strength. In life and death battles, the strength of the foreign races could not be underestimated. Now, in a forbidden area of the foreign races were shrouded by a terrifying Great Tao's power. The previously injured Thorn and Leica were sitting cross-legged on a blood-colored stone. Traces of blood-colored power entered their bodies, and their complexions became more and more rosy. Thank you, Ancestor, for your reward. The 2 opened their eyes and looked at the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on another stone with reverence. This white-haired old man was very old. His body was full of wrinkles, but his complexion was very rosy and his eyes were very spirited. If anyone ignored this white-haired old man, they would be the unlucky one. I didn't expect that in the declining sacred world, there would still be someone like the Avengers Alliance Master who grasped a powerful great Tao. The white-haired old man sighed. Luckily, the 2 of you were able to return. The foreign races cannot be without you. Facing the white-haired old man in front of them, the 2 of them had a very proper attitude. Even now, they still couldn't forget the scene of Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company killing their way over. Originally, their injuries hadn't healed yet, and as time passed, they were defeated. At the critical moment, The ancestor appeared and forced them back in 3 moves. The only regret was that he wasn't able to keep them here. Ancestor, the Avengers Alliance Master is very strong. We suspect that he cultivates a grade 6 Great Tao at the very least. Our attacks can't affect him at all. Chapter 2346. Ever since the 3 Saint Lords returned from the alien world, they hadn't appeared for 100 years. With the number 1 expert in the sacred world, the sacred world maintained a rare peace. In the past 100 years, everyone guessed that the number 1 expert would control the sacred world, but it didn't happen. Since then, the number 1 expert, the Avengers, had never appeared again. After 100 years, he only left behind a shadow of a legend. In the endless starry sky outside the sacred world, a huge bird flew through the starry sky. Large areas of the starry sky collapsed. The uninhabited continent didn't even last for a second before it was smashed and finally stopped. We're here. The starry sky blue Luan stopped in the starry sky. From a distance, it looked like a mountain that covered the sky. The dozen or so energy balls were very eye-catching. Deacon Lee stood up and released an invisible aura. The dozen or so energy balls felt a great pressure. According to the map, it will take about 5 or 6 days to reach the sacred world. You guys go there by yourselves. As for how to get the Great Tao Origin Heart, there is no need for me to say it. You all know it. The higher-ups have calculated that after 300 or 400 years, those experts will be resurrected. The dozen or so energy balls broke through the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Deacon Lee looked at the starry sky. You are all geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Don't disappoint me. The alien world. Since the beginning of the alien race's inheritance, the alien world was the alien world. It never had a complete name. Ever since that battle, Laika and Thorn had basically stayed in the foreign race's world and hadn't left at all. They had constantly increased their strength in hopes that one day, they would be able to kill their way into the holy world and take the lives of the 3 holy lords. There was also the Avengers Alliance Master, whose whereabouts were always unknown. If it weren't for that person, the holy world would have long since fallen into their hands, and the power of the foreign race would have reached its peak. In the past 100 years, the 2 alien race experts had been cultivating and going into closed-door training. Noon of this day, a terrifying aura shrouded the sky of the alien world. In front of this aura, the alien race experts felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if the other party could kill them with a single thought. This intense feeling kept rising from the bottom of their hearts. Who dares to cause trouble in the alien world? One after the other, 2 sharp auras soared into the sky. As the protectors of the alien world, Laika and Thorn were the first to come out. 2 terrifying attacks tore apart the other party's aura, allowing the experts from the foreign races to catch a breather. 4th Step Realm, 8th Grade Great Tao. What a piece of trash. A cold snort came from above the 2 of them. A huge finger shot through the air. No one knew where it came from, but it heavily hit the 2 of them. An unimaginably terrifying force pressed down on them, and they were immediately sent flying into a mountain. They were on the verge of death. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the Alliance Master has taken action? The 2 of them were on the verge of death. They were 4th step experts, but they couldn't even take one move from this person. They felt extremely sullen, and a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. To be able to heavily injure them in one move, how terrifying was the person who came? Your Excellency, aren't you being too vicious and merciless? This is the outsider's world. How can you? Another tyrannical and terrifying aura shot into the sky. Halfway through his words, a finger stabbed down from the void. You half-dead old thing, scram to the side. A massive boom rang out, and the towering aura was suppressed by an even more powerful force. The entire forbidden region of the outsider world was shaken. Too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The voice in the void was filled with endless disappointment. Laika and Thorn revealed frightened expressions. The old ancestor wasn't this person's opponent and was suppressed by a single finger. This person's strength was unfathomable. The 2 of them felt their hearts sink to the bottom. From today onwards, the 3 of you belong to this young master. A powerful force attacked them. Leica, Thorn, and even the old ancestor were pulled over by a young man. They were thrown together, and the other party's icy voice echoed in their ears. Your strength is too weak. You can consider yourselves lucky. I don't need trash by my side, otherwise how could I compete with those people? The young man's body was shrouded by the power of the great Tao, so his appearance couldn't be seen. The only thing they could feel was his arrogance. Leica, Thorn, and even the old ancestor didn't turn around for a moment. Once they did, they were overwhelmed with shock. A mysterious person had easily defeated them, and now there was more than one such powerhouse. Could it be that the holy world was going to change? The assassin world. Not bad, not bad. This is exactly what I want to control. There was an underground world outside the holy world. Normally, very few people would come to this place, but in this underground world, there was a terrifying power, the assassin world. The assassin world was overseen by a fourth-step powerhouse who had broken through 50 years ago. If this was a normal time, the master of the assassin world, Black, might make a move against the holy world. But what happened 50 years ago mercilessly told Black that with his strength alone, he was far from being able to strut around in the holy world. From then on, Black gave up on the idea of being a hegemon. With the mysterious number 1 expert above his head, who knew when he would come looking for him? It was better to be a local tyrant in his own territory. Black cultivated in the secret room as usual. After 50 years, his strength had stabilized. Sometimes he would turn into a black room, and sometimes he would turn into a human. He kept changing back and forth. This was one of Black's powerful Daos. I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates the 6th grade Great Tao. This Great Tao is not bad. Without any warning, a sound came from the secret room. Black's expression changed, and the black room surged out, covering the entire secret room. Get out. A bright light, like the dawn before darkness, appeared. The black fog that covered the sky seemed to have met its nemesis. It kept evaporating and dissipating, and a series of groans came from the black fog. Stop. Black was so scared that his scalp went numb. After returning to his human form, his face was full of horror. He cultivated a 6th grade Great Tao, and he did not have to worry about facing the 3 great divine lords and the others. He did not expect to be suppressed by a mysterious person today. Black did not need to doubt that the other party's strength was so strong that he could not compete with him. Sir, your strength is impressive. If there is anything you need, just tell me. I will definitely complete it for you. Black lowered his head, having no intention of fighting back at all. Someone who could target his Great Tao must be a Great Tao above his own. A Great Tao countered a Great Tao, and his strength would be reduced by more than half. Black had no chance at all, so he might as well just admit defeat. You are very smart. The person smiled and said, I have taken a fancy to your assassin world, and I can even help you advance to the 5th step. Black knelt on one knee without hesitation. Black greets young master. Chapter 2347. Master, several places in the sacred world have detected a powerful force that exceeds the strength of a 4th step expert. It is suspected that some experts have invaded the sacred world. Nether Realm, Wild Sacred Mountain, in a cave abode. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, suddenly heard the little fiend's reminder. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. If I burst out with the power of a 4th step expert, wouldn't that be equal to the power of a 5th step expert? Ever since Lin Fei had shown his strength 100 years ago, he had become the top expert in the sacred world. He did not care much about it as he felt a sense of accomplishment for using a mysterious identity to deal with the sacred world. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had basically stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the origin energy and search for experts who were trying to resurrect. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. There were very few people like Ouyang Ba. According to Ouyang Ba, there were many hidden spaces and secret realms in the wild sacred mountain. Perhaps they were all hiding in those secret realms. Lin Fei tried to find the secret realm, but these secret realms were not ordinary. At the same time, they were closed. It was not easy to detect their specific location. Over the past few decades, Lin Fei hadn't gained anything. Those spatial secret realms were tightly hidden. It wasn't that he hadn't discovered any secret realms during this period, but they had long been destroyed by others. There was no value in them at all. Lin Fei could only give up on the idea of searching for them. However, it did not mean that he had given up on searching. Instead, he made arrangements. No matter when, as long as there was a spatial fluctuation in the wild sacred mountain, the little devil would know immediately. He would definitely be one step ahead of others and would not be afraid of being occupied. Yes, according to the force that erupted, it is indeed at the fifth step realm, said the little devil. According to my analysis, Master's enemies should have a new backer. Lin Fei had not done anything in the past 100 years, but he had actually gained complete control over the Saints' world. He was not particularly interested in the territory, resources, and authority that other people had. Compared to origin energy, they were nothing. They were nothing. They were all unpresentable. Could it be that those experts from back then have returned, or? Lin Fei furrowed his brows. If they're really being controlled by someone, I'm afraid those people will come looking for me. I have to make some arrangements. Unable to guess their origins, Lin Fei realized that the sacred world would no longer be peaceful. Master, we've overlooked a certain force. That mysterious judgment, organization. There's an 80% chance that these people are from that force. Imp said. The little devil had a strong analytical ability, so there was an 80% chance that he was from judgment. Judgment. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If there was anyone who had the opportunity to send such a strong person, it would be the Judgment Organization. Even though the Judgment Organization had disappeared for such a long time and was almost forgotten by people, no one really believed that the Judgment Organization had disappeared. It was very likely that they were hiding from the world. Hey, someone is looking for Song Shengtian. Through the connection between them, Lin Fei immediately sensed the movements on the other side. Turn on the surveillance. Be careful. The image on the system changed to a palace in Heaven Wasteland domain. A tyrannical power was wreaking havoc, but it was perfectly controlled in a very small area, indicating that this person had an extremely deep grasp of his own strength. This person is very strong. Just this aura alone has reached the peak of the fourth step. His great Tao power is also extremely terrifying. Are they big shots who want to control the sacred world? Lin Fei was suspicious. In the palace, the Song Shengtian brothers were both third-step experts. In the past 100 years, they had progressed extremely quickly. However, in front of the person who had come, just the terrifying pressure of the great Tao made it hard for them to breathe. You people of the sacred world are really weak. I haven't even made a move yet, but you can't stand it. How disappointing. In the original position of the City Lord, there was a ball of red energy. One could vaguely see the figure inside. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you live, or you die. The Song Shengtian brothers relied on Lin Fei to control a small sacred world and restore the former glory of the Zong clan. They had never had any thoughts of betrayal. They knew very well that without Di Tian's help, they most likely would not have reached this step today. Facing the tyrannical person in front of them, the Song Shengtian brothers hesitated. One side was death, the other was life. This was the most difficult choice in a person's life. Once they made the choice, it would be a betrayal. The Zong clan disdained to do such a thing. If they chose to die, the glory of the Zong clan would never return, and they would forever become smoke in history. Why are you willing to choose to die? In the City Lord's position, the ball of energy revealed a faint trace of dissatisfaction. Song Shengtian did things in an open and above-board manner. The thing he was most unwilling to do was to betray. Even if Di Tian did not ask the Zong clan to do anything in these 100 years, Song Shengtian had always insisted that he was one of Di Tian's people. Without Di Tian behind him, even if he controlled the Heaven Wasteland domain, without a strong backing, he would not be able to stop the surrounding people from spying on him. Song Shengtian, agree to that guy. There's nothing for me to worry about. When Song Shengtian could not make a decision, a familiar voice sounded in the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, Song Shengtian was also a powerful guy, and did not reveal any strange expression. He believed that as long as he revealed a trace of strange expression, the mysterious person would definitely be able to see it. Sir, it's not impossible for us to rely on you, but do you have the confidence to face the siege from the invincible palace of the Nether Domain? Song Shengtian said hesitantly. Haha, that's a good idea. That's great, I've never been stingy to my own people. As long as you work for me, a mere invincible palace and the Nether Domain are nothing. I might as well tell you, I'm from the mysterious judgment organization in your eyes. Do you think the forces of the sacred world can go against judgment? The unlimited arrogance of the words directly caused the hearts of the two brothers, Song Shengtian, to tremble. On the other side, after hearing these words, Lin Fei finally confirmed that the mysterious judgment had finally made a move. They had arranged for young disciples to control an overlord of the sacred world the moment they arrived. I didn't expect it to really be them. But what exactly is their goal? Lin Fei frowned. We're willing to be your subordinates, Song Shengtian said after struggling for a while. The younger brother beside him had always followed his older brother. Little did he know that at this moment, Song Shengtian was also very shocked. That Di Tian's strength was so terrifying, and the people from the Judgment organization actually did not notice it at all. How strong was that person? Song Shengtian secretly rejoiced that he did not rely on the other party right from the start. Otherwise, if he offended Di Tian, there would be no place for him in the sacred world. Chapter 2348. The Judgment Organization. Lin Fei heard it clearly. The power that had disappeared for a long time had appeared once again. They had sent a powerful member of the younger generation to oversee it, and there were many similar people. Lin Fei connected the dots and confirmed that it was the work of the Judgment Organization. In the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the person from the Judgment Organization had never noticed that he was being monitored. After receiving the Song Shengtian brothers' surrender, he began to understand all the information from the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers? The #1 expert in the sacred world? The massive energy knew all the information about the sacred world, such as the distribution of power. However, when it heard about the leader of the Avengers, it had some doubts. To be able to single-handedly suppress several fourth-step experts, his strength was indeed impressive. What the other party was most concerned about was the mysterious origin of the leader of the Avengers. Until now, no one knew his true identity. It was as if he had never appeared before. Alright, from now on, the only thing you need to do is to collect information for me. Everything about? The massive energy said unhurriedly and threw out 2 elixirs. These are grade 5 Dao pills. They contain a rich and special energy. As long as you refine them, you will be able to smoothly advance to the 5th step realm. The Song Shengtian brothers were shocked by these words. 1 elixir could advance from the 3rd step to the 5th step realm? It was too terrifying. The other party's aura disappeared in front of the 2 of them. Song Shengtian could no longer sense the existence of the other party, but he did not think that the other party had left. He had just changed his way of existence. Big brother, are we dreaming? For a moment, Song Shengtian wondered if he was dreaming. The 2 grade 5 Dao pills floating in front of him told them that it was not a dream. We are not dreaming. That person is indeed very powerful. We just need to do as he says. Song Shengtian was not naive enough to think that they were dreaming. They could not afford to offend such an expert. They could not afford to offend Di Tian either. Could they not see that the other party had not sensed it? This was the most terrifying thing. Song Shengtian did not want to tell his brother. He was the only one who knew. Scanning the 5th grade Dao core. In the dark, Lin Fei activated the scanning function. It was analyzed and tested. Ding! Level 5 Dao pill, a special type of pill. It contains the power of the Great Dao and can help increase one's strength. It is a one-time consumable. Ding! Do you want to replicate? Lin Fei had been paying attention the moment the other party took out the pill. The Judgment Organization is so high and mighty. They have mastered such a method to increase their strength. Now they have taken out a grade 5 Dao pill. Perhaps, above this, there is a grade 6 Dao pill, or even a grade 7 Dao pill. Lin Fei thought to himself. Copy. Ding, 1/10 of the energy unit will be consumed to replicate the tier 5 Dao pill. Replication begins, estimated to end in 3 days. 1/10 of the consumption, Lin Fei's heart ached. This consumes too much energy. 1/10 of the origin energy was indeed a huge consumption, reaching a terrifying figure. Master, the effects of the grade 5 Dao core replicated by the system are more than 5 times that of an ordinary grade 5 Dao core. That's why it consumed so many units of origin energy. 5 times? Lin Fei's heart did not ache so much anymore. A 5 times increase was still understandable. Sung Shengtian, this pill is not bad. You can take it. From now on, don't contact me. Do whatever you want, lest you get exposed. Lin Fei sent a thought over and ended the call. Although the other party did not know that he was being monitored, Lin Fei still had to be careful, lest he was discovered. At that time, he would be the bird that stuck out. Lin Fei ended the call with Sung Shengtian. He had been paying attention to the situation after taking the pill. He had to admit that the other party's grade 5 Dao core was very powerful. Within a few days after taking it, the two brothers, Sung Shengtian, had advanced to the 4th step and mastered the Great Dao body protection. The speed of their advancement did not stop. It was still slowly increasing. It seemed that they could really advance to the 5th step. After some observation, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of grade 5 Dao cores. They were good stuff. If not for the arrival of the Judgment Organization, Lin Fei really did not know that there was such a good thing. From the tip of the iceberg, he could see how powerful the Judgment Organization was. A group of mysterious people came to the sacred world. Lin Fei did not manage to grasp all of them. He barely knew that there were 10 of them in the sacred world. He did not know if there were more outside. Lin Fei believed that there were. He could also guess their purpose. Perhaps it was for those who were preparing to resurrect in the near future. After the people from the Judgment Organization came and secretly controlled them, they disappeared. In fact, they were hidden in the depths of the small sacred world. If not for the powerful system, it would be difficult to find them. There's another one? Just when Lin Fei thought that the people from the Judgment Organization would not find him, they came. Sealed World, Invincible Palace. A young man from the Judgment Organization came. Sealed world that could suppress people's strength. He did not manage to suppress the other party's strength and broke into Invincible Palace just like that. Lin Fei usually stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the drifting origin energy. However, he also arranged for an expert to keep watch. That was Ouyang Ba. His great Dao decomposition could decompose everything. He was enough to keep watch. The netherworld was guarded by Qi Lin. The powerful mind was also a rare great Dao, and its attacks were more incisive. This young man from the Judgment Organization wanted to control Invincible Palace as soon as he arrived. However, he was attacked by Ouyang Ba. Ouyang Ba used his powerful great Dao and caught him off guard. With his powerful decomposition ability, no matter could escape from decomposition. Ouyang Ba was still very confident. Although he was only at step 4, he could make up for all his flaws with his strong advantage. This young man from the Judgment Organization was quite shocked. A great Dao of this level was also a very amazing great Dao in the Judgment Organization. He did not expect it to appear in the sealed world. The two of them fought. The great Dao that Ouyang Ba was proud of failed to defeat his opponent for the first time. Instead, his opponent left. Ouyang Ba told Lin Fei immediately, "It's not good to be too famous." Lin Fei did not come back. He turned on the projection and complained in his heart. "Master, did you say that they are the genius disciples of the Judgment Organization?" Ouyang Ba raised his head in surprise. "Yes, there's more than one person like him. There are at least 10 of them." Ouyang Ba lost his cool. Chapter 2349. His opponent was trying to subdue him. Furthermore, he was in his own territory. Lin Fei set up a surveillance camera and found the footage of his battle with Ouyang Ba. It's indeed an impressive treasure. Lin Fei noticed that the young expert from the judgment team had mastered the Wind Dao and was an expert in speed. At the same time, when combined with the treasures in his hands, He weakened the power of the Great Tao disintegration. A 100% attack would be weakened by at least 50%. This was definitely one of the most frightening things to do. If that guy didn't have the treasure, he would not stand a chance against me. Ouyang was unwilling to admit defeat. It's my first time seeing such a treasure. If my strength recovers to the 5th step, he would not be able to stop me with his treasure. Have you heard of Tao pills? Lin Fei asked all of a sudden. Ouyang wore a confused look. He soon recalled something and said in astonishment, Master, do you have a Tao pill? Rumor had it that it was a special pill that could be used to break through to the next realm. Back when the wild holy continent was at its peak, Tao pills were extremely rare. It was said that Tao pills were refined using the great Tao Yuan heart. I'm not sure if it's true or not. A trace of understanding flashed in Lin Fei's heart. Perhaps, Tao pills are really refined using the great Tao essence heart. The person who came up with such a method is not simple. Not yet. Lin Fei said, I'm not sure about it in the future. Ouyang pondered, Master, as long as I can reach the 5th step, I'll be able to defeat any expert from the judgment team in a one-on-one battle. After the young expert from the judgment team disappeared, no one in the sacred world knew about it. During this period, there was a huge change. 3 days later, Lin Fei finally received the good news that the 5th grade Tao pill had been successfully replicated. Ever since Sung Shengtian and Ouyang consumed the pill, they had broken through their bottlenecks and reached the 4th step. Lin Fei was shocked when he found out about it. With such a pill, it was not difficult to control the authorities of the sacred world. In the face of threats and increasing one's strength, no matter who it was, they all knew how to choose. So this is a 5th grade Tao pill? In a cave in the savage sacred mountain, Lin Fei took out the pill. This was a green medicinal pill that exuded an ancient aura. The moment it was taken out, a thick aura of the great Tao spread out. Fortunately, Lin Fei had set up a formation to isolate all auras. Otherwise, just this aura alone would definitely attract the attention of others. Lin Fei did not believe that he was alone in the wild sacred mountain. This is indeed an extraordinary pill. It contains such terrifying energy. No wonder it can improve one's strength so easily. No one can resist it. Lin Fei sighed. If they knew that they contributed a method to increase their strength to me, their faces would probably turn black. Lin Fei was in a very good mood after spending 1/10 of his energy to replicate a 5th grade Tao pill. Furthermore, it was a pill that had been increased by 5 times. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. It melted in his mouth and a strong energy swept through his body, as if it wanted to explode Lin Fei's body. What a tyrannical medicinal effect! Lin Fei was shocked. He used Tianming's energy to suppress it. Fortunately, Tianming's energy was incomparably huge. Furthermore, he was not afraid of consumption. After suppressing the energy, all that was left was to slowly refine it. This refinement took Lin Fei an entire month to completely refine the special energy in his body. Unparalleled realm, 3rd step small realm. In a short month, Lin Fei broke through the bottleneck and successfully became a peerless expert. After Lin Fei successfully advanced to the unparalleled realm, he finally condensed a great Tao in his body. It was not an ordinary great Tao, but one of the rarer great Tao in the space series. It was not an active attack type, but an auxiliary great Tao called spatial nihility. The space great Tao was a huge great Tao. It contained all kinds of small Taos. The one that Lin Fei condensed was an auxiliary great Tao called spatial nihility. It was actually a kind of passive defense. It formed a space collapse around Lin Fei. No attack would be able to touch Lin Fei's body. This great Tao defense was not inferior to the invincible defense and the body of 10,000 curses. As long as he did not encounter a powerful expert, he would be invincible with this great Tao. Lin Fei did not only have this great Tao. At the same time, he had mastered another great Tao, decomposition. One for attack and one for defense. His strength had increased several times. Great Tao protection! Lin Fei shouted. The great Tao protection that could be used at the 4th step was easily used. The surrounding space collapsed as if it had turned into nothingness. In this nothingness, Lin Fei's body seemed to have left this layer of space. It was folded by countless layers of space. Compared to the previous space bloodline, the power of the Great Tao was above. In the future, when I copy a wind attribute speed Great Tao, it will be perfect. Others might only be able to master one Great Tao in their lifetime. However, this was not the case for Lin Fei. With the existence of the system, he could control a large number of Great Tao. He could switch and use them without any trouble. It was perfect. That's right. I have to copy Qi Lin's mind Great Tao. This is also a good attack method. Lin Fei thought to himself, "Little devil, if I continue to use the grade 5 Tao pill, will I be able to successfully break through to the 5th step?" Theoretically, 1/10 of the consumption was still very painful for Lin Fei. That's right. I will copy 2 ordinary grade 5 Tao pills. It should not use much origin energy. This is very economical. It is only about 1/3 of your elixir. Lin Fei could still accept it. After the elixir was copied, Lin Fei left the wild sacred mountain. He first went to the Netherworld Palace and called Qi Lin over. He copied Qi Lin's mind Great Tao and left behind a grade 5 Tao pill. Qi Lin was shocked. "That's great, Master. With this, I might be able to restore my strength to the 5th step. My mind power attack will also be more powerful. I can easily affect any experts below the 5th step." This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. He had spent 1/3 of his origin energy. Ouyang Ba of the Invincible Palace was shocked when he saw that Lin Fei had advanced to the 3rd step of the martial Tao realm. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? After knowing that Lin Fei had consumed a 5th grade Tao pill, he was so shocked that he was almost speechless. "This is for you. The people from the Judgment Organization are coming aggressively. Your strength is still not enough. You have to improve." Chapter 2350. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the movements in the Holy World, the entire Holy World was strangely calm. It was as if a storm was brewing and could erupt at any time. In the dark, all the forces were restraining their subordinates, and there were no more local battles. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. To any cultivator, 10 years was a very short period of time. It was the same for the Holy World. Everyone thought that the Holy World would calm down and a new era would slowly begin. Holy Lord Blood Prison, Holy Lord Yan Zixing, and Holy Lord Bai Lang all advanced to the 5th step in less than a month. The entire Holy World was shocked. The first to advance to the 5th step was Holy Lord Blood Prison. The Yama's death domain was filled with a sea of blood, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the Holy World. All the top experts in the Holy World, whether they were in seclusion or not, stopped and looked at the Yama's death domain. After a long time, a 5th step expert was finally born in the Holy World. There was a huge gap between the 5th step and the 4th step. Just when everyone thought that a new era would begin in the Holy World, Yan Zixing from the Yan Huang world advanced to the 5th step. Once again, everyone was shaken. Shocking news came one after another. In less than a month, the 3 Holy Lords had all advanced to the 5th step and displayed terrifying strength. A huge pressure shrouded the small Saint World Alliance. Holy Lord Seven Fiend didn't disappoint. After the 3 Holy Lords advanced, he followed closely and successfully advanced to the 5th step. Originally, it was difficult for 5th step experts to appear in the Holy World. As the 3 Holy Lords began to advance, they appeared one after another like mushrooms after the rain, stimulating everyone. Many people cried tears of joy and thought that a new era had begun in the Holy World. The 3rd step, the 4th step, and the 5th step were no longer out of reach. When the news that 2 experts from the alien world had advanced to the 5th step spread, it was undoubtedly more convincing. The future cultivation era had begun. One by one, they advanced to the 5th step successfully. The situation in the Holy World immediately changed. The original 3rd step masters of the small saint world started to have a headache and secretly sought refuge with the 5th step experts. They didn't want to be massacred. With the appearance of the 5th step experts, everyone's strength increased greatly. Especially with the 5th step experts, ordinary 3rd step and 4th step experts were no longer a deterrent. They felt great pressure in front of the 5th step experts and didn't dare to have any temper. Nether Realm. After the situation in the holy world began to change, Divine Lord Seven Fiend came with him. He wanted to subdue the netherworld and make it a part of his power. In the past, he might have been afraid of Tion, but now, he was a fifth-step expert. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. A mere small sacred world without a fifth-step expert was a piece of cake for him. Tion, I've taken a liking to your netherworld realm. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand it over so that you don't have to suffer. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend said arrogantly. Ever since he joined the mysterious person, his strength had increased greatly. After confirming that the other party was from the Judgment Organization, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord no longer had any desire to compete. He just wanted to complete his mission. He wanted to hug the other party's thigh tightly. Back then, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord had used his full strength and Lin Fan had nearly killed him with one finger. Now, he didn't have any temper at all and was completely convinced. As soon as Sacred Lord Seven Fiendish spoke, the aura of the fifth step crushed toward Nether Palace. The pressure was like 10,000 mountains that made it hard for everyone to breathe. The fifth step was so terrifying. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, this is the Nether Realm. Who allowed you to be so arrogant? A disdainful snort came from the Nether Palace. As soon as he said that, an invisible force surged over. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's eyes were filled with fear. His body shook, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was injured in one move. Scram! There was a thunderous explosion. The subordinates that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had brought were all experts, but they all fell from the sky. In an instant, only Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was left. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was completely terrified. Why hadn't he thought of this? The Nether Realm also had hidden experts. He had taught them a deep lesson right from the start. An ordinary Great Tao dares to be arrogant in the Nether Palace. Qi Lin laughed coldly in a secret room in the depths of the Nether Palace. 10 years had passed, and he had returned to the fifth step. His use of the mental energy Great Tao had reached an extremely deep level. The mental energy Great Tao was untraceable and the hardest to block. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never investigated it before. He had suffered a huge loss. I believe that after this, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and those people won't dare to act rashly. There is a fifth step expert in the Nether Realm. The news that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a huge loss in the Nether Realm spread throughout the holy world. Everyone was shocked. Tion had secretly created a fifth step expert and avoided the eyes and ears of many people. His methods were impressive, and he had dug a big hole. In the end, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was unlucky. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a loss in the Nether Realm. The people in the secret of the holy world re-evaluated Tion. He had a fifth step expert in such a short time. Who knew how many fifth step experts he had by his side? The Nether Realm and the sealed world had become powerful forces that couldn't be offended. While everyone was shocked by Tion, shocking news came from another small saint world. It turned out that a fifth step expert had appeared in the Curse Palace. Cursed Huan had become a fifth step expert and overturned the small saint world. He had destroyed the original force and taken control of a small saint world. This was a sensational news. Cursed Huan, who had become a fifth step expert, used a powerful curse Tao, and his combat power was extremely powerful. A fourth step expert was defeated in less than 3 moves. The situation in the holy world changed very quickly. Some unknown forces broke through realms without any warning and reached unimaginable realms, blinding everyone. While the storm was raging outside, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He stepped into the endless starry sky. He had something very important to do. Not long ago, Little Fiend had monitored a trace of spatial fluctuations in a mystic realm and suspected that there was a mystic realm there. There might be experts trying to resurrect there. 10 years. Lin Fei figured out some of the ins and outs. The Great Tao Origin Heart in the mystic realm might be what they were after. Thus, Lin Fei came to try his luck and see if he could use this opportunity to obtain the Great Tao Origin Heart. 10 years had passed since he had taken the Grade 5 Tao pills. Lin Fei's realm had improved very quickly and he had now reached the 6th step. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Fei didn't need to comprehend anything. He took the grade 5 Dao pills one by one and kept accumulating, breaking through to the 6th step. This cultivation speed was considered fast even in the judgment organization. No one could keep taking grade 5 Dao pills. Lin Fei could keep replicating them, and the effect was 5 times that of ordinary pills. It wasn't difficult for him to reach the 6th step. Chapter 2351. Lin Fei was basically monitoring the inside and outside of the sacred world. He could even record the slightest spatial fluctuation. Could be said that there was really nothing in the sacred world that Lin Fei didn't know. On an uninhabited continent outside the starry sky, Lin Fei made a few spatial translocations and arrived at the place where the spatial fluctuation was generated. This is it. This spatial fluctuation was very obscure. If not for the system recording it, it would be very difficult to discover it. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, just a slight fluctuation would suffice. Open! Lin Fei raised his hand and pressed it in the void. The great Dao decomposition rampaged and shattered all concealment. A spatial entrance appeared. No matter could stop the power of the great Dao decomposition. Scan! Lin Fei was used to using the system to scan. If he used the system to scan, he wouldn't miss any suspicious places. If he used his divine senses, the effect would be much worse. Master, you are in luck. In the center of this uninhabited mystic realm, there is a fluctuation of life aura. There is a complete great Dao essence heart. Lin Fei revealed a look of joy. After a few decades, he finally found another great Dao essence heart. This time, he could study it properly. After locking onto the location, Lin Fei moved over and came to the center of the mystic realm. This mystic realm seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. There was no life in it. He didn't let his guard down because of this. Good technique. I might not even be able to discover it with my divine senses. Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above an uninhabited pile of rocks. If it wasn't for the little fiend, there wouldn't be any mistakes. He was about to suspect that he was in the wrong place because there wasn't any aura leaking out. Come out! He advanced to the 6th step. Lin Fei grabbed down with one hand. The power of the great Dao decomposition spread out. All the rocks and even the ground were decomposed into nothingness. A huge pit appeared. The array formations and restrictions all collapsed in front of the powerful great Dao decomposition. A huge cave abode appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The violent destruction continued. Everything in the cave abode. All turned into nothingness in front of the great Dao decomposition. A huge green coffin appeared. The coffin was covered with array formations and restrictions, isolating all auras from leaking out. One palm. Lin Fei shattered all the formations and restrictions. He opened the lid, and a black great Dao origin heart appeared. When this great path essence heart appeared, Lin Fei's eyes felt as if they had encountered something terrifying, feeling a trace of pain. It was as if he continued to look, he would be hurt by the bright light. What a domineering great Dao origin heart. This person must have been an extremely powerful expert when he was alive. I only took a glance at it, and my eyes were torn apart. The pain was unbearable, as if they were about to shatter. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. His great path surrounded him. When he looked at his great path primordial heart again, it was not as sharp as before. However, there were still traces of power that cut through the great Dao's protection. This should be a type of metal grand Dao, and it contains a terrifying sharp aura. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand such an overbearing sharp aura. Lin Fei felt that his great Dao decomposition was very impressive. Compared to the great Dao in front of him, it didn't seem to have any advantage. This feeling was very strange, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Come out. Lin Fei realized the extraordinariness of the great path essence heart. He activated his spiritual grand Dao and condensed a large hand. As he reached out, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to fall into the world in his palm. Bush, bush, bush. As the spiritual hand approached, the great path essence heart shot out countless sharp sword chi. The spiritual hand that ordinary people couldn't break was easily pierced through by the sword chi. The entire hand was like a sieve, and finally collapsed in the void. Sword Chi, this is Sword Chi. The sword Chi that shot out finally made Lin Fei realize what it was. There was actually such a sharp sword Chi in the world that could pierce through his spiritual hand. No wonder his eyes hurt when he stared at it. It was that invisible sword Chi that was causing trouble. This is definitely a high-grade Great Path Essence Heart. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect there to be a 5th grade Great Path Essence Heart here. And it's a metal Grand Dao that focuses on attack. This is great. In the void, laughter came. A green jade hand reached out, trying to grab the Great Path Essence Heart on the copper coffin. Trying to snatch it? Lin Fei was furious. A high-grade Great Path Essence Heart had great research value. Someone actually dared to snatch it in front of him. Did they really think he didn't exist? How dare you, sir? Who allowed you to take it? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Using his palm as a blade, he slashed at a place in the void as fast as lightning. He slashed at the green jade hand that reached out, and sparks flew everywhere. This blade came fast and ferociously. Coupled with the power of the Great Path Disintegration, anything in front of this blade would be overshadowed. An unexpected scene appeared. The tyrannical Great Path Disintegration met its match this time. The green jade hand seemed to be disintegrating, but it still stubbornly resisted. Traces of power burst out, and actually blocked the attack of the Great Path Disintegration, maintaining the undefeated situation. A voice came from the void. I didn't expect there to be another expert. You are probably not from the Judgment Hall. There is no Great Path of the Judgment Hall like yours. Unfortunately, you met me. The green jade hand shook, and in the dazzling green light, it shook off Lin Fei's attack. Once again, it grabbed at the Great Path Essence Heart on the copper coffin, displaying its extraordinary strength. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met a worthy opponent. Ever since he cultivated 3 great paths, the experts in the sacred world had become so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. Today, he had met an expert from the Judgment Hall, and he wanted to compete with him. Come out! Lin Fei shouted. A huge whirlpool appeared in the center of his body. The terrifying power of disintegration spread out, forming a forbidden zone around him. Although the green jade hand was strong, it could not withstand this kind of attack. In the disintegration, it turned into nothingness. The power of the Great Path Essence Heart rapidly weakened, and the power of the sword Chi was not as strong as before. Good chance. Lin Fei did not plan to use his hands to grab the Great Path Essence Heart. He did not doubt that if he really used his hands to grab it, his body would be riddled with holes by the Great Path Essence Heart. Capture. Although he could not use his hands, it did not mean that he could not use them. Once the system was activated, everything in the surrounding area could be captured. The Great Path Essence Heart struggled instinctively. The sword Chi was like rain. If it was a normal Great Path, it would have been pierced through. However, the Great Path decomposition was different. It was not that easy to break. When the system began to capture the Great Path Essence Heart, the green jade hand reached in again. Compared to the last time, the hand was covered with a layer of scale-like substance, blocking most of the power of the Great Path decomposition. You are not bad. I didn't expect someone to be able to force me to use this in such a backward place. The green jade hand was fast, but it was still not as fast as the system. The moment the green jade hand grabbed the Great Path Essence Heart, it was as if it had disappeared from the world, leaving no trace of its aura. The green jade hand grabbed thin air. Chapter 2352. Lin Fei had collected the Great Dao Origin Heart at lightning speed, giving the other party a huge shock. In the end, he had failed. The Great Path Origin Heart disappeared. Bastard, hand over the Great Path Origin Heart. An angry voice came from the void. The green jade hand attacked again. Compared to the last time, the attack was much sharper. An invisible sense of danger enveloped the area. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had not used the power of the Great Path. It was purely an instinctive attack. Come and get it yourself if you can. After Lin Fei knew how extraordinary the Great Path Origin Heart was, he naturally would not hand it over. Even if his opponent was from the Judgment Organization, he would not be intimidated. Moreover, Lin Fei really wanted to see how strong his opponent was against an expert from the Judgment Organization. Such arrogance! How dare you! When the green jade hand was about to approach, it split into two, then into four. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of green jade hands. The real and fake hands were indistinguishable. Master, the green jade hand in front of you is real. Lin Fei used his hand as a blade again and slashed at the green jade hand closest to him. Sparks flew again, and the power was weakened again. If one slash doesn't work, again. This was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let it go? His origin energy surged, and every saber strike landed on the green jade-like hand. This kind of continuous attack was not something anyone could handle. Spirit Rush. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Lin Fei activated the Great Path of Spirit. The boundless Great Path of Spirit rushed towards a certain direction. A muffled groan came from the void, and a green figure fell out. The opponent was injured. From the beginning, Lin Fei had been looking for the opponent's traces. The Great Path of Spirit used a spirit rush to force the opponent out. I didn't expect you to cultivate two great paths. A place like the sacred world actually produced a talent like you. The azure-clothed person's bright eyes flashed with shock. Unfortunately, your attacks are too ordinary. The azure-clothed person knew very well what kind of place the sacred world was. This was a place abandoned by the Judgment Organization. The continent had collapsed, and the origin energy was no longer complete. It was extremely difficult to produce one or two experts. This was also why the higher-ups had arranged for them to come here. No one could threaten their lives. But today, there was someone who could affect their lives. The tyrannical power of disintegrating matter, if placed on their side, would definitely be an honored guest of the various powers. In the face of the great Tao of decomposition with great destructive power, only one would appear every 1,000 or even several thousand years. Both of them would receive the attention of the Judgment Tribunal. The green-clothed man threw down a sentence, "Now I'll let you experience what a real attack is." As soon as he finished speaking, a green shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei and slapped toward Lin Fei's chest. "I forgot to tell you that my Great Way is the ultimate speed." This was the first extreme speed that Lin Fei had encountered. It was indeed fast. Invincible defense and body of 10,000 curses were instantly activated. Still, a tyrannical and terrifying force landed on his body. The huge force directly sent Lin Fei flying. Not bad defense, but it's a pity that it's still not enough. The azure-clothed man's movements were beyond the range of Lin Fei's spiritual sense. He basically could not see any traces. He only felt the opponent's punches land on his body one after another. The Great Tao body protection was shattered after a few hits. When one's speed reached a certain level, experts of the same level would not be a match for him. Lin Fei could not resist the opponent's attack now. The moment the Great Tao body protection was shattered, the opponent's fists landed on his body. Furthermore, it was not just one punch. Hundreds of fist marks landed on his body, almost causing his body to explode. Powerful. He is indeed powerful. This was the first time Lin Fei had been in such a sorry state. With the invincible defense, the body of incantations, and the Great Tao body protection, Lin Fei looked like he was in a sorry state, but he was not seriously injured. However, he also realized that the people from the Judgment Organization were tyrannical and terrifying. The fourth step and fifth step experts in the sacred world would definitely lose if they encountered this azure-clothed man. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that the opponent had underestimated him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to snatch the Great Tao Origin Heart. "In front of me, your attacks are too slow. Since you snatched my Great Tao Origin Heart, let me strip it from your body. Only on my body can your Great Tao decomposition shine." Lin Fei kept moving through space, but he was still one step slower than the opponent. Just as he had said, in the same realm, the opponent was the king of speed. The difference was that the opponent could attack once and the opponent could attack 100 times. This was the situation that Lin Fei was facing now. Have you calculated the opponent's movement traces? Lin Fei could only adopt a defensive stance. The great Tao decomposition unfolded and formed a forbidden zone. However, the azure-clothed man had a treasure that could greatly resist the attack. The destructive power of the great Tao decomposition was infinitely suppressed. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not alone. He had the little devil and the powerful system. So what if it was the ultimate speed? Almost there. Just a little more. Lin Fei continued to resist. Even so, his destiny energy and origin energy were being consumed very quickly. Moreover, it was the fastest in history. The opponent's attack was too overbearing. Not everyone wanted to meet this kind of enemy, especially when his methods were restricted by the opponent. Lin Fei became more and more serious about the mysterious trial organization. Did they recruit all the geniuses? Unbeknownst to him, the azure-clothed man was also very shocked. This was the first time he met someone who could resist his attack. In the outside world, almost no one could last for such a long time. Even if you can resist, so what? So what if you have grasped the spiritual great Tao? You can only say that you are unlucky to meet me. Who asked me to control the ultimate speed? In every realm, I am invincible. The azure-clothed man pushed his speed to the limit. All right, I have calculated the opponent's movement data. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the little devil sent good news. That's great. Help me figure out my next attack and movement route. Lin Fei had not felt so sullen in a long time. It was the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He basically couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. Fortunately, he was different from ordinary people. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. Not to mention standing here. It's here. The opponent's next position appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Blade. Capturing the opponent's position in advance, the spiritual great Tao quickly penetrated. At the same time, a blade slashed at the position of the azure-clothed man. The spiritual great Tao couldn't be used because the opponent was constantly moving and could avoid being captured by the spiritual great Tao. But this time, the opponent was obviously going to be disappointed. The azure-clothed man felt his body tremble. A look of shock appeared on his face. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered yet. A blade light slashed over, forcing him to put his hands together to block the opponent's blade. He can actually discover my position. Chapter 2353. The man in green didn't think that Lin Fan could see his position. Ever since he condensed his extreme speed, every time he advanced, he would be invincible among those of the same realm. Even if he met someone with a higher realm than him, he would still be invincible. It must be a fluke. The man in green told himself that no one would be able to pinpoint his position in advance. Lin Fan was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. It was just once. There won't be a second time. The man in green changed his position again. His body was pierced by his spirit once more. Even if there was a treasure to reduce the power, it was still very uncomfortable. Following closely, another saber slashed over. I was hit again. The man in green changed his position again. Without exception, he was hit again. Impossible. This was the first time the cyan-clothed man had encountered such a strange situation. As he lost his advantage in speed, the other party's attacks landed on him every time, forcing him to be unable to get close to the other party. He was completely blocked outside. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, the man in green's face was a bit pale. He was about to collapse. He couldn't understand why his extreme speed would lose its effect. Lin Fan was able to hit him every time. Unable to display his speed advantage, the man in green felt very sullen. Dealing with Lin Fan had become a joke. How did you find out where I was? The man in green pulled away and didn't attack anymore. He wasn't in a good state. If he continued, it would just be pointless. Do you think I will tell you? Lin Fei smiled. The man in green was startled. He thought about it and realized that it was true. Why would Lin Fan tell him? This was his secret. If he told him, how would Lin Fan suppress him? You are strong today. Let's wait and see. Next time, you might not be able to break my speed so easily. The man in green was unwilling, but he knew that if he continued, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his effort, he might as well leave now. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He is really straightforward. He said no and he left. Such a person isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei's face turned solemn. Such a straightforward person was the hardest to deal with. Although the man in green left, Lin Fei didn't relax. Little Devil had been monitoring him. After confirming that the man had left, Lin Fei left. At the same time, he concealed his aura. Is that person the legendary leader of the Avengers? The azure-clothed man stood on an uninhabited mountain peak, revealing a trace of doubt. If it weren't for him, the Saints' world would be far more extraordinary than I imagined. There's actually someone with this ability. The azure-clothed man had been in the Saints' world for a very long time now. He had always been searching for the Heart of Ways. He had used a treasure to find the Heart of Ways in the past, but he never thought that it would be snatched away right before his eyes due to underestimating it. He returned empty-handed in the end. I wonder what their expressions will be like now that the greatest expert of the Saints' world has appeared. Perhaps it'll be extremely interesting. Ha! The azure-clothed man turned around and left. Lin Fei returned to the wild Sacred Mountains cave dwelling. Along the way, Lin Fei had been very careful, concealing his aura and erasing all traces. After exchanging blows with the azure-clothed man, Lin Fei realized something. The experts of the judgment hidden in the sacred world should not be weaker than this azure-clothed man. It should be said that all of them were geniuses. If a prodigy was already this strong, then the others were even more obvious. Lin Fei felt a sense of pressure. If it wasn't for the little fiend calculating the opponent's position, he would definitely be the one who lost. This point, Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. That azure-clothed man should be at the 6th step. If he advances by another minor realm, even if the little fiend can calculate the opponent's position, my attack speed will not be able to keep up, and my ability to restrict the opponent will be greatly weakened. Then, it will really be difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his heart, no longer thinking about this matter. He arranged an array formation around the cave mansion, isolating the aura from leaking out. For safety's sake, he ordered the little fiend to shield it and monitor the cave mansion's surroundings. Lin Fei didn't want to do it again. The battle with the azure-clothed man had consumed 20% of his origin energy and 40% of his heavenly mandate energy. Fortunately, he had snatched the Heart of Ways this time. In comparison, it was still very worthwhile. The Heart of Ways was taken out, and sharp sword chi burst out. Lin Fei was already prepared. The great Tao decomposition formed a forbidden zone. Although the sword chi was powerful, it was instinctive and had limited power. It was easy to suppress it. Seeing the Heart of Ways activate the sword chi to shoot randomly, Lin Fei's eyes also felt a stinging pain. Little fiend, analyze and replicate. Lin Fei couldn't miss such a high-level great Tao. He had to master it. With the existence of the system, he didn't need to worry about having too many great Tao. It was just a matter of switching. It will take about 10 days. Lin Fei could wait for 10 days. However, 10 days wasn't long. It could be done in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day, Lin Fei opened his eyes. The little fiend had sent good news. The Heart of Ways had been replicated, and there was a complete great Tao in the system space. Even through the system space, Lin Fei could still feel the sharp sword chi. It was indestructible, as if it could destroy everything in the world. It was comparable to the great Tao decomposition. Great, another great Tao is in my hands. It's a 5th grade great Tao. Its power must be extraordinary. The great Tao decomposition was very powerful. With another sharp great Tao, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Refine, grasp. Lin Fei directly grasped it. With the existence of the system, it was very easy for Lin Fei to refine the great Tao. A stream of light entered his body. Lin Fei's entire body released traces of sharp aura. They were like sword chi that shot through the void. The array restriction was also shot through by the sword chi. Fortunately, the little fiend kept repairing and setting up layers upon layers of arrangements. It didn't leak out. Done. Not long after, when Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he shot out 2 sharp sword chi that tore through the void. His entire body was filled with a sharp aura. Ordinary people would feel a stabbing pain in their eyes if they looked at him. Those who were weaker would be blinded on the spot. A branch of the great Tao under the metal attribute, the Tao of benefits. After completely refining it, Lin Fei knew the name. At the same time, the memories contained in the Heart of Ways were controlled by Lin Fei. Relying on the powerful ability of the system, he erased the consciousness of the Heart of Ways, leaving behind pure memory fragments. Lin Fei knew the origin of the Heart of Ways. The previous owner was an 8th-step expert in the Wild Continent. Relying on the Tao of benefits, he was at the top among 8th-step experts. I originally planned to master the use of the Tao of benefits, but it seems that I don't need to anymore. Some of the sword techniques left inside can come in handy. This was the benefit of completely refining it. Chapter 2354. 4th and 5th step experts appeared one after another. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the peaceful sacred world, causing a huge ripple. The era where 3rd step experts dominated was gradually gone. A 4th step expert was enough to suppress them, let alone a 5th step expert. That was an unreachable position. They could deal with them with one hand. The sacred world was only so big. There were only so many small saint worlds. As some people advanced, the situation began to change. The 3 great sacred lords, who had always maintained a cooperative relationship, began to crack, and they began to fight for control of the sacred world. In less than a year, the 3 great sacred lords had fought several times. The tyrannical strength of 5th step experts quickly roped in a large number of forces, and their influence expanded rapidly. In the next short period of 150 years, there were constant battles in the sacred world. One force after another was swallowed, and it almost never stopped. All the forces, big and small, sought refuge with the powerful sacred lords. 150 years later, the forces of the sacred world became a situation where several forces fought for supremacy. The first force, Yama's death domain. The second force, Yen Huang world. The third force, wave-breaking domain. The fourth force, Seven Fiends domain. The fifth force, foreign race tribe. 150 years later, there were only 14 powerful forces left in the sacred world. These 14 forces controlled the 33 small saint worlds of the sacred world. The other forces, including the sacred lords, either sought refuge with them or disappeared from the sacred world. Now, there were only 14 powerful factions left. Among them, the 5 major factions were the most powerful. Each faction had at least one 5th step expert overseeing it. After dividing the forces, the 14 forces remained united and did not make a move. The sacred world entered a temporary period of peace. Although it was peaceful, the saints' world was filled with a large number of spies. They filled the entire saints' world. At the same time, there was an uninhabited continent below space. Spies would appear in places where no one would normally appear. Even they could not understand the reason behind this. They constantly repeated the same thing. On an uninhabited continent, the entire continent was filled with ravines, and there was no sign of life. I don't know what the higher-ups are doing. Why did they send us to such a place? Be careful with your words, kid. Don't say such things. The higher-ups want us to keep it to ourselves. If someone hears it, everyone will be in trouble. On the continent, 2 figures landed in the sky above a desolate valley, one after the other. Uncle Lee, I was just joking. A slightly childish young man said with a hollow laugh. Alas, we've come here for nothing again. There shouldn't be any special activity in this place. Another middle-aged man shook his head after looking around, appearing very disappointed. The 2 of them were sent here by the higher-ups. Their mission was very simple. They were to search for some special places on the continent. At the same time, the higher-ups would bestow them with treasures to examine them. Uncle Lee, it's better to check if it's clean. If there's nothing, we'll change places. Uncle Lee took out a treasure that looked like a disc. He activated his Heaven's Will energy, and the disc released a special energy that spread out with them at the center. Just when the 2 of them thought that they had made a wasted trip, a slight vibration came from the disc without any warning. Something good. Hurry up. This was the first time the 2 of them had met, and their faces lit up with joy. Once they discovered the commotion and reported it, it would be a great merit, and the reward would be very generous, enough to make people salivate. It's here. The two of them quickly arrived at the location. As they got closer, the vibration of the disc became more intense. Above a lake on the uninhabited continent, the two of them were very excited, as they had finally made a great contribution. Uncle Lee, it seems to be under the lake. Is there a treasure buried under it? The middle-aged man, Uncle Lee, was very excited. He knew that almost everyone in the sacred world was looking for it outside. This was something that had never happened before. You'd better not think about it. Uncle Lee was very knowledgeable, and he knew very well that he should not be curious about this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Before he finished speaking, the lake under him moved even though there was no wind. But the lake turned into a human face, which opened its mouth and swallowed the two of them. Even though the two of them had the strength of a first-step expert, they were still very weak in front of this human face. Everything happened too quickly. Uncle Lee and the young man did not even notice that they were eaten by the human face. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the entire lake moved, and a blue-clothed man walked out of the water. The lake water turned into a water dragon, which appeared under the blue-clothed man's feet. There was not a single drop of water left in the huge lake. However, the bottom of the lake was covered with bones. I'm back. The blue-clothed man looked at the sky, and an ancient aura filled the entire continent. In the endless starry sky, Deacon Lee, who had been sitting cross-legged on the blue lawn in the starry sky, slowly opened his eyes. It's finally starting. It's a little earlier than the higher-ups predicted. Deacon Lee had never left since he sent the geniuses of the trial hall here. He only needed to bring them back at the end. I don't know how many of those experts from the wasteland continent will return. In order to arrange this, the higher-ups have put in a lot of effort. Deacon Lee closed his eyes once again. It's finally here. Those experts are starting to return. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. It's time to exercise. Don't disappoint me. In some dangerous places in the sacred world, groups of energy woke up one after another. They revealed a look of joy, and then closed their eyes again, waiting for those experts to return. Master, on an uninhabited continent, there is a fluctuation of the great Tao primordial heart. In a cave in the savage sacred mountain, a black-robed man sat cross-legged on a stone platform. Sharp sword chi revolved around him, and anyone who saw him would feel terrified. The black-robed man opened his eyes, and his sharp eyes pierced through the void. Turn the surveillance screen. It was a plan that took nearly 200 years. Lin Fei controlled every movement in the sacred world, and there was almost nothing that he couldn't know. The secret actions of those forces were all monitored. When the screen turned, Lin Fei seemed to be at the scene. He could clearly see the conversation between Uncle Lee and the young man, until they came to the sky above the lake water turned into a human face, swallowed them, and then the blue-clothed man appeared. Those fallen experts are starting to return. With just a glance, Lin Fei felt an ancient aura from the other party. The strength of the fifth step. Controlling the power of water. Lin Fei quickly analyzed and realized that the returning experts were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Chapter 2355. Damn, are you sure? An 8-step expert? Lin Fei could no longer remain calm. 150 years ago, in order to seize the great Tao primordial heart, he had fought with the azure-clothed man and realized how powerful the people of the Judgment Organization were. Now, an 8th-step expert had appeared. What kind of joke was this? I'm not mistaken. It is indeed an 8th-step expert. He should be escorting the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Turn around. The scene changed again, and an endless starry sky appeared. This bird. The huge bird that covered the sky gave Lin Fei a great shock. When he looked at the bird's realm, it made him feel ashamed. Many people might not be able to reach the height of the bird even if they cultivated for a lifetime. That was not all. On the back of the unknown bird sat a middle-aged man. He did not release any great Tao, but he gave people a shocking feeling that they could not surpass him. So far, the middle-aged man on the back of the bird was the most powerful person Lin Fei had ever seen. The Judgment Organization controlled the sacred world for a reason. It was just a figure, but Lin Fei felt immense pressure. However, it was only pressure. In the past 150 years, no one had improved faster than him. He had continuously taken Tier 5 Dao pills, but the effects were weak. He could not take them for 150 years. Lin Fei was now a 7th-step expert. With the Grade 5 Dao pills, Lin Fei had taken a step forward. However, compared to the person on the back of the bird, he was still lacking. After years of cultivation, he had a deep understanding of the Great Dao. It was difficult to defeat someone with a gap of a small realm. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. An 8th-step expert acted as a healer. The Judgment Organization was rich and overbearing, and ordinary people could not compare. The sacred world has become a testing ground for them. The return of those experts must be related to the arrangements of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei understood the cause and effect. Decades ago, Lin Fei had a guess, but he was not sure. After seeing the 8th-step expert on the back of the big bird, Lin Fei was sure that the holy world seemed to have become a testing ground. The cyan-clothed man he had fought before should be a genius of the Judgment Organization or a disciple with a bright future. Continue to monitor that guy. It's best to be careful. With such an 8th-step expert around, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had to keep an eye on him at all times. He believed that that person wouldn't make a move. She was here to be a nanny and be responsible for his safety. It won't be easy to kill them. Luckily, I didn't arrogantly attack them when I reached the 7th step. If I really did, this person would definitely attack. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he did not act rashly that day. Who would have thought that there was a hidden expert of the Judgment Organization in the distant space outside the sacred world? Knowing that the enemy's nanny was overseeing the starry sky, Lin Fei knew that it would be troublesome to kill them and take the Dao core from them. Since 20 years ago, Lin Fei no longer took the Tier 5 Dao pill because it was no longer effective. He was able to reach the 7th step because the quality of the Tier 5 Dao pill was several times better than ordinary ones. This was the main reason why Lin Fei could advance. After the Tier 5 Dao pill lost its effect, Lin Fei wanted to find a higher quality Dao pill. Even if it was just one, he could rely on the system to replicate it. Now, he had to put this idea aside for the time being. The Judgment Organization could arrange for an 8th-step expert to come over and keep watch, so they wouldn't pretend that a genius was killed. Once it was a matter of life and death, the 8th-step expert would definitely make a move. Lin Fei planned to continue watching. The resurrection of the blue-clothed man from the uninhabited continents seemed to open the door to the resurrection of experts. After that day, there were constant movements in the uninhabited continents and even some mystic realms. Anyone who had reached the 1st step could clearly sense the huge movements. The sacred world was in an uproar. The prophecy has come true. Those experts have resurrected and returned. The sacred world is going to change. The patriarch is coming back. Some of the forces in the sacred world sensed something was up. After all, this was not a small matter. Instead, it was a big matter that no one could ignore. The prophecy had come true. The experts that had fallen in the battle on the wild continent had actually resurrected and returned. This was definitely a shocking matter for everyone. It could be said that the forces in the sacred world were basically the ones that had survived after the wild continent had shattered. Some forces were starting to become restless. Perhaps there were experts from their ancestors among the returning experts. From everyone's point of view, it was time to bring glory to their families. While everyone was waiting, a shocking piece of news spread. Yama's Death Domain's Sacred Lord Blood Prison and his subordinates had killed a newly resurrected 4th-step expert on an uninhabited continent and seized his great Dao origin heart. Everyone was dumbfounded when the news spread. The resurrected expert had been killed? Was Sacred Lord Blood Prison this strong? While everyone was still in shock, a piece of explosive news spread. Sacred Lord Yan Zixing had also led a group of people to kill a 4th-step expert. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. The experts from back then had been killed? The Great Tao Origin Heart had been taken as well? After Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Yen Zixing started to kill the resurrected expert, the other forces also started to take action against the resurrected expert. At the same time, in the distant space, there was a giant bird that was about the same size as the starry sky green one. Its speed was also extremely fast, and it silently approached the sacred world. The back of the bird was like a plane, and 5 experts with powerful auras sat on it. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. One of them was at the 8th step, and the rest were at the 7th step. This was a very powerful lineup. Elder, the fallen experts have started to resurrect. The judgment's plan has come true. 4 of the 5 people looked at one of the gray-clothed men. The person in gray seemed to be very old, and his face was covered in scars. He looked very fierce. I didn't think that they would actually succeed. The person in gray said coldly, "We're going to the sacred world this time to secretly support some forces and use them to fight against the judgment. We can't let them achieve their goal." Elder, they were the ones who started the wild continent back then. In the end, the wild continent was destroyed, and the sacred world that was rebuilt became a weak existence. Now, they want to obtain the great Tao origin heart of those people and raise them into disciples so that they can join the empire. We must stop this. Chapter 2356. The commotion in the sacred world grew. The prophecy left behind in the past had come true. Some fallen experts had been resurrected, blinding everyone. It turned out that there was a chance of resurrection when one cultivated to an extremely high realm. The return of the experts caused quite a commotion, but they were also besieged by the factions in the sacred world. The newly resurrected experts were not as strong as they had been in the past, so they were besieged. The craziest ones were the 5 major factions, who besieged the resurrected experts. Often, the resurrected experts would be killed before they could accumulate much strength, and their great Tao origin heart would be taken away. This situation lasted for a whole month. In the first month, the resurrected experts suffered heavy losses. They were besieged and killed before they could make a sound. There was no chance for them to make a comeback. In the second month, there was a huge commotion in a secret realm. A blood-colored power soared into the sky, immediately attracting the attacks of 7 or 8 factions. They tried to destroy the blood-colored power and seize its great Tao origin heart. A shocking scene appeared. The blood-colored power was extremely powerful as soon as it was resurrected. A sea of blood surged into the sky, causing the 7 or 8 factions to retreat. "I'm the Yellow Springs Sect Master. I'm not someone you can covet." The blood-colored power was the famous Yellow Springs Sect Master. The Yellow Springs Sect Master controlled everyone's blood and killed a large number of people from the inside out. He calmly escaped the pursuit of a group of people, leaving behind an elegant figure. The sacred world was in an uproar, and the legend of the Yellow Springs Sect Master was brought up. I didn't expect the Yellow Springs Sect Master to be alive. It said, the Yellow Springs Sect Master was an 8th-step expert at his peak. The Yellow Springs Sect Master seems to cultivate the bloodthirsty Great Tao. It's a 6th-grade Great Tao, infinitely close to a 5th-grade Great Tao. There was more and more information about the Yellow Springs Sect Master. Those who didn't know about the Yellow Springs Sect Master were shocked. Everyone realized why the Yellow Springs Sect Master was so powerful. It turned out that he cultivated the bloodthirsty Great Tao, which specialized in devouring people's blood. If a person lost all their blood, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. This was the Yellow Springs Sect Master's trump card. The appearance of the Yellow Springs Sect Master made everyone realize that the powerful experts of the past were resurrected. What should they do? A few days later, a small sacred world in the Saints' world was attacked by the Yellow Springs Sect Lord. He devoured the lives of several 100,000 people in an entire city, recovering his strength to the 6th step. On this day, when the Yellow Springs hierarch was wreaking havoc, he was attacked by 7 or 8 experts through the air. They heavily injured him, but it was a pity that he still managed to escape. The Yellow Spring hierarch had not only mastered the great Tao of bloodlust, but he had also cultivated a powerful escape technique called the blood escape technique. He could mix the real with the fake and the fake with the real. No one could tell the difference. Even though the Yellow Spring Sect Master had escaped, everyone noticed it for the first time. So, it turned out that the sacred world was still hiding such an expert. The aura of his attack from a distance was suffocating. 14 forces? In a remote place, the red-robed Yellow Spring Cult Master was digesting all the information he had devoured. His face was not as rosy as before. Judgment Organization, what a great plan. The Yellow Spring Cult Master looked like a middle-aged man, but he was furious. In the battle back then, no one had gained the upper hand. Instead, they had all fallen into the opponent's trap. After the city was bathed in blood, those who attacked me must be from the Judgment Organization. Using our great Tao primordial heart to increase their strength is indeed a good plan. I won't let you get away with it so easily. Boom, boom. The Yellow Spring Sect Master's location was attacked by several experts. Yellow Spring Sect Master, you're quite fast. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape today. Hand over your great Tao primordial heart obediently. 8 people came out of the void and locked 8 positions, blocking the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. At the same time, 8 tyrannical great Tao locked onto the Yellow Spring Sect Master. You guys are so fast. The Yellow Spring Sect Master snorted coldly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Yellow Spring Sect Master, if we don't move quickly and let you continue to devour, it won't be easy for us to deal with you. Your bloodthirsty great Tao is to drink human blood. Once you lose your chi and blood, your combat strength will plummet. Back then, you relied on this move to become famous in the wildland. Everyone knows about it. Everyone, let's attack together. A grade 6 great Tao is still worth our time. The 8 people did not dare to underestimate the Yellow Spring Sect Master, even though he was only at the 6th step. After all, he had been famous for a long time, so no one dared to look down on him. The 8 genius experts of the Judgment Organization attacked like lightning, not giving the Yellow Spring Sect Master any chance. The bloodthirsty Great Tao was a well-known Great Tao in the Judgment Organization. In the past, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had dominated the wild land and was infamous. Experts of the same level were no match for him. Apart from some 8th-step experts with special Great Taos, the rest were defeated by him. This time, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had met his match. All of them were very talented. After joining forces, they sealed the sky and locked the ground, cutting off the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. As soon as they attacked, the Yellow Spring Sect Master was defeated. The bloodthirsty Great Tao, which he was best at, lost its effect. It turned out that the 8 people were wearing a set of armor, which blocked the bloodthirsty Great Tao's devouring ability. Now that he had lost his greatest support, coupled with the fact that he didn't have any treasures in hand, his strength was greatly affected. These should be the experts of the Judgment Organization who sneaked into the sacred world. On an unknown continent, the scene of the 8 experts of the Judgment Organization besieging the Yellow Spring Sect Master fell into someone's eyes. The azure-clothed man did not appear. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, Lin Fei knew that his heavenly blood seal contained a treasure belonging to the Yellow Spring Sect Master. After completely refining it, it still reacted. A grade 6 Great Tao, the bloodthirsty Great Tao. No wonder they are so interested. I'm afraid they have been waiting for this day for a long time. Since the expert's resurrection, Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress of the matter. He was not very interested in the Great Tao primordial heart. Lin Fei was very interested in the Yellow Spring Sect Master. If he could learn some more secret information from the Yellow Spring Sect Master, it would be quite a good thing. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, he entered Lin Fei's vision. The entire sacred world was under his control. No one knew the Yellow Spring Sect Master's whereabouts better than him. I'm going to lose. I wonder what trick the Yellow Spring Sect Master will use this time. This feeling of control was very good. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. In any case, the people of the Judgment Organization would always be a big trouble. Chapter 2357. Although the Netherworld Sect Master was powerful, he could not withstand the siege of tigers and wolves. Most importantly, his strength was not at its peak. Therefore, the Netherworld Sect Master was unlucky. The bloodthirst Great Tao could not exert its power and was suppressed by the opponent. Soon, the Netherworld Sect Master was covered in wounds, and the energy supporting the bloodthirst Great Tao was consumed rapidly. Just as the Netherworld Sect Master was about to use the blood escape again, the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were attacking him stopped for a moment. Their movements began to slow down, and they all fell to the ground. Gravity. A terrifying gravitational force pressed down on them. The Netherworld Sect Master heard a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time. "I didn't expect you to help me." The Netherworld Sect Master looked at the void with complicated emotions. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We all have a common enemy. If you die in their hands, we will have one less expert on our side." In the void, there was a spatial fluctuation, and a black-robed man appeared. Even through his clothes, one could see that the black-robed man was burly like a mountain, full of a heavy aura. The black-robed man looked at the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were suppressed by gravity. "Help me tell your superiors that what happened back then will not end like this. The Judgment Realm must pay the price." A hand stretched out, a pitch-black palm pressing down, and with a huge rumbling sound, the 8 geniuses on the ground all fled into the ground. "Let's go!" The black-robed man and the Netherworld Sect Master tore the void and disappeared. When they left, 8 people rushed out from underground. Right now, they seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Even though they had some understanding of the experts that had fallen back then and had made some preparations, they didn't expect to still meet their match. That person should be Chen Junshan from back then. He cultivated the gravity Great Tao and is very terrifying. He is indeed powerful. It's useless no matter how powerful he is. They are all my prey. The few people snorted and left one after another. A bloodthirst Great Tao and a gravity Great Tao. How interesting. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the whole process. As the expert who used gravity appeared and crushed the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm, Lin Fei was shocked. He did not know about this expert. He realized that the system's monitoring of the sacred world was not perfect, and there were loopholes. Chen Junshan. Although there was a great distance between them, Lin Fei could still sense the terrifying gravity that the other party had exerted. No matter how the 8 geniuses tried to resist, their physical bodies were unable to withstand the crushing gravity that came from the other party. Lin Fei did not doubt that Chen Junshan would have killed them if not for the 8th step expert in the cosmos. From some of their words, Lin Fei obtained some clues. The war on the wild continent back then might have been orchestrated by the Judgment Organization behind the scenes. Previously, Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was established later, but now it seemed that it was clearly someone else's arrangement. In the short span of a month, those resurrected powerhouses had become their spoils of war. One by one, their Great Tao origin hearts were taken away. Lin Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this method of collecting. He said, "Good plan." The sacred realm was huge. There were many uninhabited continents near the Saints' world. When the war on the wild continent had broken out, the large and small continents outside had also been affected. It could be said that a fire at the city gate brought disaster to the fish in the moat. Countless continents had been destroyed. Therefore, there were now many uninhabited continents. Some continents even had traces left behind by some powerhouses after the war had broken out, which had turned into killing intents. This place should be safe. The black-robed Chen Junshan brought the Netherworld Sect Master to an uninhabited continent and sneaked into a broken mystic realm. "I didn't expect that we would have to hide here and there now." The Netherworld Sect Master's eyes revealed a trace of regret and unwillingness. The black-robed man was the Chen Junshan that the Judgment Organization's elite had mentioned. He sat cross-legged on a rock and said, "It seems that you are all so old. You are starting to recall the past and become sentimental." The Netherworld Sect Master said angrily, "Nonsense. Don't think that I will thank you just because you saved me. Even if you didn't come, I could still leave." Chen Junshan said with a smile, "You are powerful. Why didn't you kill them? You made them look like stray dogs that were being chased by them. I advise you to hurry up and recover from your injuries if you have time." Who knows when those elite geniuses will attack? The Netherworld Sect Master was very angry. He knew that if it wasn't for Qin Junshan's help, he would have definitely died. His great Dao origin heart would have been taken away and become someone else's wedding dress. It is easier said than done to recover from injuries and restore strength. The Netherworld Sect Master was unwilling. If I have a Dao pill, it won't take long for me to restore my original strength. A trace of despair flashed in Qin Junshan's eyes. Dao pill is easier said than done. Back then, the Judgment Organization's scheme caused our wasteland continent to suffer a crushing defeat. Why would they leave a Dao pill for us to restore our strength? As long as we don't restore our strength, those people from the Judgment Organization will always be a threat to us. The two of them sighed subconsciously. Dao pills were not easy to obtain. Kill the elite geniuses of the Judgment Organization? Who could guarantee that without the Judgment Organization's elites, they would definitely suffer a thunderous blow if they made a move. Seniors, why worry about Dao pills? If you don't have anything else, I happen to have it. Suddenly, a voice exploded in their ears. Both Qin Junshan and the Netherworld Sect Master were shocked. Someone had actually quietly approached them, and their expressions turned ugly. Who is it? Qin Junshan activated the Great Path of Gravity, and the area around him became a special zone. Even if it was a powerhouse, their strength would be suppressed infinitely within this Great Path domain. But this time, Qin Junshan's Great Tao of Gravity lost its effect. There was no one. The Great Tao of Gravity did not find the other party's whereabouts. Seniors, why do you have to do this? If I wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't even need to speak to you. I only need to inform the people of the Judgment Organization. The two thought about it and felt that it made sense. Now, these elites were no longer as prominent as they were in the past. Instead, they had become dogs in the water. Not to mention the Netherworld Sect Master. Even Qin Junshan had been ambushed several times after his resurrection and almost died. Since you are looking for us, why don't you show yourself? Hiding your head and tail is not a hero. The Netherworld Sect Master said sinisterly. It's because I am worried that the two of you will attack me. My small arms and legs may not be a match for you. There were no fluctuations in the space. A black-robed man wearing a mask appeared and looked at them with a smile. I am the Avengers Alliance Master. Qin Junshan and the Netherworld Sect Master had not been resurrected for a long time, so they knew about the current changes in the sacred world. They especially knew that the top expert was called the Avengers Alliance Master. You are the Avengers Alliance Master, the top expert in the sacred world. Qin Junshan has heard of this person. He is the top expert in the sacred world. He was once suspected to be a fourth-step expert or even a fifth-step expert. Now, it seemed that his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 2358. Be it Qin Junshan or the Yellow Spring sect leader, neither of them felt good. Back then, they had fought for it. In the end, they had lost to the Judgment Organization. They would never forget that day. After being resurrected, they were still pawns of the other party. No one hated the Judgment Organization more than they did. Why should I believe you? The Yellow Springs sect leader said angrily. Just because of your words? That's ridiculous. Do you know what a Dao pill is? Have you seen it? Being chased by a group of juniors, the Yellow Springs sect leader retorted. Qin Junshan did not say anything, seemingly waiting for the other party to answer. Who didn't want a Dao pill? They were well aware of the importance of a Dao pill. If they had a Dao pill, they could recover a portion of their strength in a short period of time. I don't have a high-grade Dao pill, but I do have a 5th-grade Dao pill. Lin Fei could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He took out a 5th-grade Dao pill. Once the seal was undone, the aura of a Dao pill spread. This was naturally an ordinary 5th-grade Dao pill. It really is a 5th-grade Dao pill. The Yellow Springs sect leader's expression immediately changed, revealing a look of joy. Other Dao pills might be good, but they were far inferior to a 5th-grade Dao pill. Because this was the most suitable Dao pill, it was easier to refine. Qin Junshan was also moved. If not for the lack of Dao pills, would he be chased by juniors and live a life of peril? This was not the life that Qin Junshan wanted. He wanted to break free. Vengeance, if we want a 5th grade Dao pill, what price do we have to pay? Qin Junshan hit the nail on the head. Snatch? The two did not have the confidence. The other party could follow them silently. It was not as simple as they thought. The sacred world was full of enemies. There was almost no place to hide. The Vengeance Alliance leader in front of them was not easy to offend. It's simple. I don't need anything else. I just need a trace of pure Dao power from the two of you, and I can give you 10 5th grade Dao pills each. To be able to make Lin Fei come. Actually, it was for the other party's Dao, which was more valuable. That's impossible. The Yellow Springs sect leader reacted subconsciously. This was a part of the Great Dao's power that had been stripped off. There was no consciousness at all, and it was completely blank. No one was willing to hand it over. Who knew what the other party would do? Lin Fei smiled and said, "Seniors, I only want a sliver of your Great Dao power. Do you think it will affect you? If we weren't on the same side, I can guarantee that no one would be willing to give you a grade 5 Dao pill for free." The two of them were shocked and speechless. Old Ghost Junshan, do you think we should agree? The Yellow Springs cult master grew worried. Do you think we have a choice? As he said, it's just stripping away a trace of the Great Way's power. It won't affect us at all. As for what his purpose is, we don't have to worry about it. What we need to do now is to restore our strength. Qin Junshan got to the point. Strength. That was their key. Without strength, he might be killed at any time. We promise you. Qin Junshan made a choice. They could afford to pay such a small price. In front of him, Qin Junshan and the cult master of the Netherworld extracted a trace of pure Great Dao from the Great Dao. They did not carry any imprint, and they were clean and swift. Grade 5 Dao pill, keep it well. They gave it straightforwardly, so Lin Fei naturally gave it straightforwardly. The value of this thing was not as great as the value of these two traces of pure Great Dao. Qin Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master were indeed worried that the other party would go back on his word. In the end, they had worked hard for nothing. The blow was very big. Your Excellency Vengeance, you are very straightforward. I hope we will have a chance to cooperate next time. Qin Junshan kept the grade 5 Dao pill and finally smiled. To have someone provide them with grade 5 Dao pills, and he just realized that the quality of the grade 5 Dao pills was very good. Back then, it was also a very top grade one. Don't look at the difference between an ordinary grade 5 Dao pill and a top grade 5 Dao pill. In fact, the effect was like heaven and earth. If they knew that there was an enhanced grade 5 Dao pill, they would definitely go crazy. Fortunately, they did not know. I think we can cooperate on another matter. Lin Fei suddenly said, I am very interested in the Great Dao. If you can help me get more Great Dao power, I don't need a lot each time, just a trace will do. I will pay you 10 grade 5 Dao pills. Of course, only people of your level are worth it. I believe you will be able to see the benefits. Qin Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master immediately realized that this was an opportunity, a chance to recover their strength. They were not the only ones who had returned. Don't look at how they were being chased by the younger generation. They were the ones who were not being chased. They believed that they would be very willing to cooperate. Can you be more specific? Lin Fei explained briefly. According to the levels of the Great Dao, each level was a few grade 5 Dao pills, all the way to the grade 5 Dao pill. When Lin Fei finished explaining, the two's eyes lit up. Even if they suppressed 1 or 2 pills, it would still be a huge harvest. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Qin Junshan and the Yellow Springs cult master did not know the real background of the other party for the time being. They were very grateful that the other party was willing to help them. The Judgment Organization was aggressive. The Sacred Realm had become their chessboard and they had become their pawns. Those who could help them at this time, no matter what their motives were at least on their side. This time, Lin Fei did not chat with them for too long. They needed to do it step by step. If they were impatient, they would not be able to eat hot tofu. We have not truly failed yet. As long as we get enough grade 5 Dao pills, even if we cannot fully recover our strength, those bastards of the Judgment Organization will not be able to take advantage of us. A chill flashed in Qin Junshan's eyes. Now, let's find a place to cultivate. It is best if we go together. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization are not easy to deal with. If they are blocked, we will be in big trouble. That's a good idea. The Yellow Springs cult master did not want to cultivate alone. If they were besieged again, they might not have the chance to leave. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization would not let them go easily. The two left the mystic realm and decided to find another place to cultivate. If those geniuses of the Judgment Organization know that they have recovered their strength, and not just one or two of them, they will probably have a headache. Lin Fei saw it very clearly. The reason the Judgment Organization could bully them was because they could not recover their strength. Once they recovered more than half of their strength, they would be like ferocious tigers coming out of their cages. In a one-on-one or one-on-two situation, they would no longer have any advantage. This was the confidence of the veteran experts. Chapter 2359. Lin Fei didn't know about the influence of giving the 5th grade Dao Core to Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch. Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs sect leader obtained the rank 5 Dao Core and spent a month absorbing and refining it. Their strength increased greatly, and they attacked a minor sacred world in the sacred world. They killed the big boss of the minor sacred world, and even fought against a genius who was secretly in charge of the trial. They suppressed him and almost killed him. This was quite a big commotion. The genius of the Judgment Division couldn't take this lying down. He swore to kill the two to tell the resurrected experts that they were all pawns in the sacred world. The geniuses of the Judgment Division fought with Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch again. There were fewer people than last time. Only 5 attacked the two. The result was unexpected. They lost. Chen Juanha and the Yellow Springs Patriarch's strength increased greatly. The Great Tao of Gravity and the Great Tao of Bloodlust suppressed the 5 of them. In the end, they couldn't stop them. Chen Juanha and the Yellow Springs Patriarch defeated the geniuses of the Judgment Division. The aftermath was not small. The experts who were chased by the major forces in the sacred world chose to join Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch after hearing the news. They saw hope after defeating the geniuses of the Judgment Division. In a short time, Chen Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch had many experts around them. After discussing, they established a force to recruit the resurrected experts in the sacred world. The sacred world had one more force, the Anti-Judgment Alliance. Everyone could tell from the name of the organization that they were going to fight the Judgment Organization to the end, and it was the kind of organization that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. The people in the sacred world also learned of the existence of the Judgment Division for the first time. All kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. These rumors basically discredited the Judgment Division. For example, the chaos of the Wasteland continent back then was actually a conspiracy of the Judgment Division to overthrow the Wasteland continent, and the Judgment Division was the mastermind. All kinds of rumors against the Judgment Division spread everywhere. Although the local forces of the sacred world had submitted, they still remembered the chaos of the Wasteland continent. If it hadn't been for the collapse of the continent, it wasn't impossible to cultivate to the unparalleled realm. Everyone began to feel resentment towards the Judgment Organization, especially some rumors that accused the Judgment Organization of secretly manipulating the sacred world and so on. All of these were spread by people. For a moment, the Judgment Division was at the heart of the storm. All of this. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know. After obtaining the 2 great Daos, he immediately went to the cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. After almost 200 years of preparation, this place had long since become an impregnable fortress. Even if the prodigies of the Judgment Organization were to come, they wouldn't be able to barge in a short time. This place was safer than any other. 1 month later, Lin Fei duplicated the Bloodthirst Great Tao and the Gravity Great Tao. If Chen Junshan and the Yellow Spring sect leader knew about this, they would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. For the sake of a 5th grade Tao pill, this loss was huge and completely irreparable. No one knew that Lin Fei only needed a trace of the energy of a great Tao to replicate a great Tao and use it for himself. Gravity. The Gravity Great Tao enveloped the cave abode. Under the cover of the Gravity Great Tao, the gravity was as heavy as a mountain, incomparably heavy. Any expert's physical body was an inseparable part of their body. As long as they had a physical body, they would be affected by the gravity Great Tao. The gravity Great Tao is really amazing, specifically targeting the physical body. No wonder the Judgment Division's geniuses suffered a loss before the gravity Great Tao. Lin Fei released the Destruction Warrior. Even without a physical body, it was immediately restricted, unable to move. Without even needing to make a move, the Destruction Warrior had already lost the ability to fight. First step, second step, third step. Lin Fei took them out to experiment. The results were the same. Before the gravity Great Tao, he was in an invincible position. Bloodthirst Great Tao. After the gravity Great Tao was replaced, the Bloodthirst Great Tao followed suit. This frightening plundering ability was no less than the Fortune Gate's treasure, possessing frightening plundering ability. Blood essence was one of the essences of a person. It was normal for the Yellow Spring sect leader to have such a fierce reputation. However, there is still a flaw in the rotation. Lin Fei currently possessed 5 types of Great Taos. It would be an abnormal thing for anyone else, but for him, it was nothing out of the ordinary. I have to think of a way. For the first time, Lin Fei had a headache. Having too many Taos was also troublesome. Little devil, come up with a feasible method immediately. After refining the Great Tao, Lin Fei once again began to plan for the 5 Great Tao, trying to find the best method. It would be best if the power of the Great Tao could be increased. The little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei's expectations. In 5 days' time, he came up with a feasible method. During this time, he eliminated countless methods. Fusion. Lin Fei was confused. There's such a thing as fusion? Why haven't I heard of it before? The little devil rolled his eyes. That's because you don't know. Do you know that Deacon Lee in space? He should have gone through the fusion. The aura he exudes is terrifying. Even if Chen Junshan and the Yellow Spring sect leader join forces, they won't be his opponent. Lin Fei blinked. Then why didn't you tell me about this before? Aren't you afraid that I would make a move on that guy? I know Master's temper very well. I guarantee you won't come knocking on my door. Lin Fei said. Then I'm convinced. No wonder I felt that guy was terrifying when I first saw him. So, he has mastered a new power. Have you studied the power obtained after the fusion? Profound. The little devil said. After the fusion of 2 Taos, the power grasped is the profound power. That Deacon Lee should have a rank 1 profound power. Then, how to fuse them? I don't know anything about it. Any one of the 5 Taos was powerful, and it was troublesome to use them back and forth. In the eyes of experts, it was a flaw. Lin Fei did not want to leave any flaws. The fusion of Taos, Lin Fei had learned something new. It's not difficult to fuse them. I just need to consume energy. As for the profound power obtained from the fusion, it depends on luck. Lin Fei had advanced to the 7th step, but he knew it himself. The realm was illusory, and strength was the real deal. Profound power obtained from the fusion? Lin Fei wanted to give it a try. He opened the system and began the fusion. All Lin Fei had to do was to use his destiny power. Each fusion would consume 100 million destiny points. The first time, failure. The second time, failure. The third time, failure. 10 failures, 50 failures, 98 failures, 150 failures, 200 failures. Lin Fei was numb. What a scam. Fortunately, Lin Fei was rich now. The consumption of 100 million energy was not a big deal. Chapter 2360. 387th time. Lin Fei was about to go numb when he finally heard the system's voice. Fusion successful. The path of fusion is really not easy. Lin Fei wasn't a fool to know that he had fused nearly 400 times in total. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people. He had relied on the system to fuse more than 300 times before succeeding. This showed how difficult this path was. After fusing 5 Great Taos, Lin Fei soon discovered that the original 5 Great Taos had disappeared, leaving only 1 Great Tao. Lin Fei's heart stirred. An unfamiliar Great Tao aura surrounded him. It was on a completely different level from the previous Great Taos, giving off an even more terrifying feeling. So this is level 1 fusion. As soon as this great Tao appeared, a dangerous aura filled the air. If the previous great Taos were like hungry wolves, then level 1 fusion would be like a ferocious tiger, a very ferocious kind. Lin Fei himself could feel the power of the level 1 fusion. It was a brand new power that he had never seen before. By the way, do you know what my level 1 fusion is called? Lin Fei was very confused. If Lin Fei's words were to spread, many people would probably be dumbfounded. Not knowing about the fusion power would definitely make them laugh their heads off. You can actually call it level 1 fusion power. Moreover, it's the fusion of 5 great Taos. If Master wants to fuse level 2, he has to fuse all 5 great Taos and then fuse them together. Lin Fei gave it a try. He sent a palm strike into the air, and a huge explosion rang out. The original formation seemed incredibly weak in front of this palm strike. The Immortal's cave was split open, and boundless demonic black wind howled. What a terrifying attack! In order to set up the cave abode, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. He didn't expect that it would be so easily swept away by level 1 fusion power. It was definitely unimaginably terrifying. The demonic black winds howled, but before they could even get close to Lin Fei, they were completely melted by the terrifying power. Little devil, use the system's numbers to calculate how much my current strength can match up to. Lin Fei wanted a comprehensive understanding. Create a database. Begin analysis and calculation. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei was looking forward to this. His combat strength could be calculated using numbers. Data establishment successful. Master's current battle power can be regarded as 10 million battle power. Lin Fei frowned. That doesn't seem right. That's not how the data was divided. The little devil rolled her eyes. Master, are you the same as you are now? It was completely different. The data analysis will also change. Only by doing so will we be able to better classify your strength. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. The bigger the number, the better. It had to be in line with himself. Deacon Lee in the starry sky, what is his combat power? Lin Fei wanted to know Deacon Lee's level of strength. Deacon Lee's combat power should be around 5 million. Lin Fei blinked. That can't be. Didn't you say at the start that he was dangerous? Why is it only 5 million? His fusion can't be compared to Master's at all. Master, you have fused 5 great Taos. That guy has fused 2 great Taos at most, and his grade isn't high either. Ha, so I am so awesome. Originally, he thought that 10 million battle power was nothing. But now, it seems that he is very awesome. Then what was my previous battle power? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Must I say it? The little devil was humorous. Of course, Master's previous battle power was 2 million. Lin Fei was still shocked. No wonder, one with 2 million battle power and the other with 5 million battle power, it's a complete crushing. No matter how many people go, they will be destroyed. After fusing 5 great Taos, his combat power soared from 2 million to 10 million. Then it seems that I can do something else. After his battle power reached 10 million, Lin Fei can do a lot of things. In the starry sky. The starry sky blue Luan stopped in the starry sky. This aura, Deacon Lee, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes without warning. A trace of fear flashed across his face. This is a rare thing. How can there be such a terrifying aura in the sacred world? This is clearly a fusion of great Taos. Could it be that those people have fused great Taos? Deacon Lee stood up, completely not calm. Impossible, fusing great Taos is difficult to reach the sky. Who can successfully fuse in a place like the sacred world? Could it be that those people have come? Deacon Lee is very clear about how powerful a powerhouse who has fused great Taos is. Even if 2 ordinary great Taos are fused, their strength will immediately increase. It's okay, this elder has fused 2 great Taos. Even if the other party has fused great Taos, they will not dare to act rashly. No one dares to go against the judgment. In another place, a few people also stopped. Elder, the situation is not right. This aura seems to be. The leader stopped, and a trace of horror flashed across his face. Fusion power, This is the aura after fusing Great Das. Could it be that someone in the sacred world has successfully fused the power of Great Das? They are not people of ordinary forces. No one knows better than them the difference between Great Das that have fused and non-fused Great Das. It is simply the difference between heaven and earth, a naked power crushing. Elder, could it be that someone else intervened? If there is really a fusion powerhouse, even if it is a first-stage fusion powerhouse, it is an existence that cannot be ignored. Lin Fei did not know that after he slightly displayed the power of fusion, it would cause such a big movement. The cave residence in the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, but Lin Fei did not care at all. It is all thanks to the Netherworld sect leader and Qin Junshan's Great Das. It turns out that after the Great Das fuse, the power is so terrifying that it can increase my data from 2 million to 10 million. Master, you can finally show your power. Why don't we go to the nearest place, catch a genius from the Judgment Organization, and interrogate him? The little devil waved his small steel fork. That's what I was thinking, huh? Lin Fei did not know much about higher-level things, but he knew about the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Even if he did it himself, that Deacon Li would not dare to do anything. After taking this step, Lin Fei was really unfathomable. 5 Great Daos fused and failed more than 300 times. Ordinary people could not do it. Anyone who knew would be dumbfounded. The demonized black wind of the wild sacred mountain was no longer a threat at this time. In these 200 years, although the wild sacred mountain was not completely under control, 1/3 of the area was under surveillance. Coincidentally, there was a genius from the Judgment Organization hiding in the wild sacred mountain and opened up a cave residence. Unfortunately, no matter how well he did, he could not escape from the comprehensive surveillance of the little devil. After a while, Lin Fei came to the sky above a mountain peak and grabbed the void with one hand. Chapter 2361. Lin Fei, who was standing in the demonized black wind, casually grabbed with his hand. All the restrictions and formations seemed to have disappeared, and he reached the person sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. Yi Lung was a genius disciple of the Judgment Organization. He was now a 6th-step expert and had mastered a grade 6 great path. He was extremely powerful. Ever since they failed to ambush the Netherworld cult master and Qin Junshan some time ago, Yi Lung had been recuperating in the cave abode, thinking about where the problem lay. Regardless of whether it was the Netherworld cult master or Qin Junshan, after they were resurrected, it was impossible for their powers to return to their peak. It would even be difficult for them to return to half of what they had been back then. In the previous encirclement, they had displayed half of their powers. Their great Tao had worked together and caught them off guard. Yi Lung's injuries were not light. Who is it? Yi Lung, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of danger enveloped him, and he was greatly shocked. He was the one who found this place and no one knew about it. Could it be the Netherworld Hierarch and the others? Without waiting for Yi Lung to make the right choice, a hand reached into the cavern abode, and all the matrices that he had set up collapsed. Yi Lung was shocked, and he quickly retaliated. He soared into the sky and blasted out over 100 punches. Every punch contained the power of the Great Path. However, this time he had met his match. All of his attacks were unable to stop this hand. The other party grabbed lightly, and an unimaginably terrifying power enveloped his body. Yi Lung was shocked to discover that the power of the Great Path was suppressed, and his entire body was lifted up by the other party. This power! Yi Lung was still in a daze. Then he saw a person standing in the void. The genius of the Judgment Organization is indeed not bad. Your fist technique is not bad either. Lin Fei had to admit that the other party was very powerful. According to the analysis of the Little Devil's data, the strength of this genius from the Judgment Organization had reached an astonishing 7 million battle power. This kind of combat power was very powerful. If Lin Fei wanted to suppress them at that time, he would need a certain amount of time. Who the hell are you? Yi Lung was very calm, but he was shocked inside. Since when did an expert like this appear in the Saints' world? There did not seem to be any in the past. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Avengers, the #1 expert in the sacred world according to your information. Yi Lung's heart skipped a beat. That's impossible. You can't possibly be that powerful. This place is too conspicuous. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Lin Fei carried Yi Lung and used spatial movement, arriving in a secret realm. He sliced at a tall mountain with one hand, and a platform appeared. Lin Fei casually tossed Yi Lung onto the platform. Don't have any other thoughts. A large hand slammed down. Yi Lung's small movement was only halfway through when he was slapped so hard that he vomited blood. The power of the great path in his body was extremely chaotic, and he was almost unable to condense it. You are a first transition fusion expert. Yi Lung had clearly seen a first transition fusion expert before, and he could not help but exclaim in shock. Even his eyes turned pale, as if he had never thought that a first transition fusion expert would appear in this place. I only used less than half of my strength just now. You should understand. Yi Lung came from a big place and was very clear about the power of a rank 1 fusion expert. With his strength, even if he encountered a 7-step expert, the other party would not be able to defeat him. Only a rank 1 fusion expert could cause him to vomit blood and be seriously injured with just one palm strike. What do you want me to do? Lin Fei smiled. I'm very interested in the Judgment Organization. Tell me everything you know. Tell me everything. I believe that as a proud son of heaven of the Judgment Organization, you should know many secrets. I hope you don't miss out on anything. If I'm not happy, I can't guarantee that I won't poke you to death. Facing a suspected first transition fusion expert, Yi Lung had to put away his pride. Yi Lung was not like those people who would stubbornly resist to the end after losing. He understood very well what he could not disobey, especially when he was facing such an expert. Lin Fei learned many secrets from Yi Lung. As long as he was interested in something, he would make Yi Lung tell him in detail, such as why he came to the sacred world and why he wanted to obtain the Great Path Origin Heart. For the first time, Lin Fei learned about the origins of the Judgment Organization from Yi Lung. It was far greater and more shocking than he had imagined. According to Yi Lung, the Judgment Organization was not a small force. Instead, they controlled hundreds of continents that were similar to the sacred world. The Judgment Organization was not like what Ouyang Ba had said. It was a force that was formed after the Wasteland continent was destroyed. It had been passed down for countless years and had many experts. Lin Fei also knew that the Judgment Organization, which was filled with experts, wasn't the strongest. It was only one of the powers in this empire. Above the Judgment Organization, there was actually a vast and powerful empire. It could be said that Lin Fei was also one of the citizens of this empire. This news was definitely shocking. Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was the strongest force. No one expected that there was another empire, and an extremely powerful one at that. The Judgment Organization could barely be considered as a first-rate force in the empire. It was too terrifying. After Lin Fei finished asking about the Judgment Organization and the empire behind them, he had a comprehensive understanding of them. They were a huge existence. I've already told you everything. How do you plan to deal with me? Yi Lung was fearful of the Alliance leader of the Avengers. He did not think that the Alliance leader would kill him. Attendant Li was just outside in the starry sky. If the Alliance leader wanted to kill him, Attendant Li would definitely act. If one offended the Judgment Organization, even a first transition fusion expert would become a stray dog. The Judgment Organization had the confidence to do so. You're quite confident. Lin Fei had merged 5 great Daos and became a first transition fusion expert. In this region of the sacred world, he was undoubtedly the #1 expert. Seeing that you're tactful, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die or you work for me. A genius of the Judgment Organization was qualified to enter the empire and be conferred the title of king. Lin Fei really did not want to kill such a talent. It was better to make the best use of him. A hint of anger flashed in Yi Lung's eyes. Yi Lung had no intention of relying on someone he did not know. He had the Judgment Organization behind him. They were the overlords of hundreds of worlds. His own clan was also a first-rate clan. That's a pity. Lin Fei slammed his palm down and Yi Lung was smashed into a pile of mud. Only the great Tao primordial heart remained intact. Lin Fei didn't mind sending a self-righteous person on his way. Before Yi Lung died, a sealing force erupted from his body. However, it was easily broken by Lin Fei. That should be the imprint left behind by Attendant Li. It can withstand at least 3 attacks from an expert. The moment Yi Lung died, the imprint's power erupted. Attendant Li, who was outside the starry sky, sensed it. His expression changed drastically. He disappeared from Yi Lung's back, his face filled with anger. How dare you kill a genius of the Judgment Organization leader? In the sky above the savage sacred mountain, the space was torn apart. After a few teleportations, he entered the secret realm. Attendant Li saw a black-robed man. With a flick of his slender fingers, over 10 streams of energy shot out. Chapter 2362. Deacon Li brought a group of geniuses to the sacred world. Not only was he here to lead the way, but he was also here to watch over the place and ensure that no accidents happened to the geniuses. The geniuses that could come along were all valued by the Judgment Organization. Each of them had a strong background. Now, the kid from the Yi clan was killed. The moment his imprint was broken, Deacon Li knew what had happened. The kid from the Yi clan had encountered an expert. Deacon Li passed through space and broke into the secret realm. He attacked without saying anything. Deacon Li didn't know how to explain the death of a genius from the Yi clan. The sacred world was a second-rate world. It was ranked at the bottom among all the continents of the Judgment Organization. Under such circumstances, Yi Lung was still killed. Deacon Li felt ashamed. Those people from the Judgment Organization would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make things difficult for him. Deacon Li attacked with lightning speed, not giving the opponent any chance to resist. With Deacon Li's 5 million battle power, no one could escape from his casual grab, even if the opponent was very strong. But this time, Deacon Li was wrong. Just as Deacon Li made his move, an unexpected scene appeared. The opponent's palm appeared in front of him. His hand. Deacon Li was sent flying, smashing through several mountains before finally crashing into a huge mountain. First-rank fusion power. No, this is at least a second-rank fusion power. In the ruins, Deacon Li's mouth was wide open. He didn't dare to believe what had just happened. He was a first-rank fusion expert, yet he was sent flying with a single slap. Come out! This thought flashed through Deacon Li's mind. He was sent flying again. His body was instantly hit by hundreds of attacks. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. Complete defeat. Deacon Li didn't even have the ability to resist. As soon as the opponent's power came out, he couldn't mobilize the power in his body. He was completely suppressed by the opponent's power. Cough, cough, cough. Senior, I am an elder of the Judgment Organization. Do you really want to go against the Judgment Organization? Deacon Li couldn't move. The energy in his body was disrupted. He couldn't condense it. He had less than 10% of his strength left. Let me introduce myself. I am the #1 expert in the sacred world, the leader of the Avengers. You trespassed into my territory, yet you have the nerve to mention the name of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei kicked Deacon Li, sending him flying. He vomited another mouthful of blood. Deacon Li had never seen anyone in the territory of the Judgment Division who wasn't afraid of the Judgment Division. Could it be that he didn't know how powerful the Judgment Division was? The only thing I know is that your life is now in my hands. Do you think it's useful to bring up the Judgment Organization? Lin Fei grabbed Deacon Li and lifted him up. What you need now is to be obedient. The battle between Lin Fei and Deacon Li was completely one-sided. With a battle power of 5 million and 10 million, Lin Fei had a profound experience. It was a huge increase in quantity, and the opponent's attack could not tear his defense. Lin Fei carried Deacon Li and barged into a mystic realm. He was prepared to interrogate Deacon Li. He knew more than Yi Lung. After Lin Fei left, a few people broke into the secret realm where the battle had taken place. It's here. Li Guangming's aura. He's not here anymore. Could it be that it's over? As soon as they entered, they found traces of battle. The shattered mountains were the best proof. The leader frowned slightly. We're a step too late. Li Guangming seems to have lost. That person is more powerful than we thought. The leader's face flashed with a hint of uneasiness. How is that possible? Li Guangming has fused two great Daos and is a first-profession fusion expert. His battle power has reached 5 million. Who can defeat him? The sacred world is the world that the Judgment Organization doesn't care about the most. Back then, the forces of the Wasteland continent tried to join forces to fight against the Judgment Organization, but they were suppressed by the higher-ups of the Judgment Organization. After that, they set up a trap for them. To be able to defeat Li Guangming, his strength must be at least at the peak of the first-profession fusion expert. That's a battle power of 8 million. I can't be wrong. Look here, this is Li Guangming's remaining aura. As an old opponent, I can't be wrong. The leader said solemnly. We made the right decision to come here. Next, we should get in touch with this mysterious expert. It's best if we can rope him to our side. Lin Fei did not know that someone had followed the trail. In a certain secret realm, Lin Fei used violent means. At first, Li Guangming was stubborn, but later on he couldn't hold back in the face of Lin Fei's violent means and spilled everything he knew. During that time, Li Guangming tried to lie. With Little Devil watching from the side, any changes could be detected. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Fei, and his strength was suppressed. Li Guangming suffered a lot. If it wasn't for Lin Fei restraining his strength, he would have died after being beaten up. From Yi Leng, Lin Fei learned many secrets of the Judgment Organization, including the shadow of the empire behind them. This time, Li Guangming could only explain to Yi Leng one by one. Li Guangming was afraid. To be able to defeat him so easily, the other party might have surpassed the first profession fusion expert and reached the second profession fusion expert level. That was something that Li Guangming could not fight against. Lin Fei also knew about the fusion expert. He explained in more detail than Yi Leng, and Li Guangming told him everything he knew. The first profession fusion expert has a maximum combat power of 8 million? Lin Fei's face was unmoved, but his mind started to think. I didn't expect the strength calculation to be the same as the data established by Little Devil. This is very surprising. You use data to divide combat power? What is this? Lin Fei sneered. How can there be such a calculation in this world? Li Guangming wanted to ridicule the other party, but when he thought of the other party's violent means, he immediately felt numb. He really didn't dare to show a mocking expression, and could only say, Alliance Master Fu, I really didn't lie to you. Using data to divide combat power is actually the establishment of the empire. As for why it is divided by data, we don't really know. I reckon that only a few people know. It has been passed down for too long. Empire? Lin Fei moved slightly. Then, about this first profession fusion expert, tell me in detail. Who asked a country bumpkin like me to not understand? I believe that Deacon Li will be happy to explain the origin of it. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Li Guangming regretted in his heart. Why did he come to the sacred world? Why did he meet a guy who didn't know anything, and who was much stronger than him? He was considered a first-class expert in the Judgment Organization, but he actually suffered a big loss in the sacred world. The first profession is actually the fusion of great Daos. The first fusion is considered a first profession fusion. Once the two great Daos successfully fuse and become a first profession fusion expert, you can go to the branch palace established by the Empire to be tested. The more Lin Fei listened, the more shocked he became. Chapter 2363. Expeditionary Empire. The empire that Li Guangming spoke of was a very powerful empire. At the same time, it used data to calculate, and there was also the theory of integrating experts. Lin Fei felt as though a whole new world had opened up in front of him. The expeditionary empire became especially mysterious in Lin Fei's eyes. From a small world to the current sacred world, he had never heard of an empire whose strength could be calculated by numbers. I'm very curious. How did you calculate combat strength? This seems to be an impossible matter. Lin Fei was very curious. He had the Little Devil to build a database, collect everyone's strength, and calculate combat units. Then what exactly did the expeditionary empire rely on? Anyone would be curious, especially Lin Fei. Could it be that the Expeditionary Empire had an intelligent computer? Li Guangming smiled bitterly. I don't know about this either. The only thing I know is that the Empire's division seems to have installed a mysterious instrument. Rumor has it that it was created by a supreme expert of the Expeditionary Empire. There are also rumors that the great emperor of the Expeditionary Empire obtained a special treasure from a different world and created this system. Lin Fei didn't obtain too much useful information. Rumors and legends couldn't confirm how the Expeditionary Empire was divided. As long as you are a citizen of the Empire, as long as you pay a certain fee, you can go and test your combat strength. After the test, you will be able to know your specific combat strength. Li Guangming added. Lin Fei asked about another matter regarding the Expeditionary Empire. The most important thing was still the data. This was what he was most concerned about. He originally thought that he was the only one in the world who could create data. Now that an expeditionary empire had appeared out of nowhere, and it was an abnormally powerful one at that, Lin Fei felt a trace of worry in his heart. I heard that your judgment organization wants to select geniuses to participate in the Expeditionary Empire's assessment. What are the specifics? Lin Fei asked. Yi Leng's answer wasn't very satisfactory. Lin Fei hoped to get specific information from Li Guangming. It's like this. The Expeditionary Empire controls countless continents. In order to make it easier to manage, the Empire's master has divided the continents into 38 galaxies. Out of these 38 galaxies, we, the Judgment Team, are in charge of one of them. Every 5 years, the Empire will recruit geniuses. We, the Judgment Team, are prepared to use the Great Path Origin Hearts of the Holy Realm to train geniuses. At the same time, we will obtain a large number of Great Path Origin Hearts to nurture the strongest genius. We hope to successfully pass the preliminary selection, enter, and finally enter the Capital Institute. Lin Fei finally understood. It turned out to be a selection for the Imperial College outside the Empire. No wonder the Judgment Division had to make arrangements. So this was what it was all about. What a good move. Lin Fei knew that the geniuses of the Judgment Realm were all very strong. Their combat power was about 1.5 million to 2 million. If they could improve their strength in the Holy Realm, it would be a good thing for the Judgment Realm. The powerhouses who were suppressed back then and resurrected now would undoubtedly become training targets for the geniuses. Perhaps only a powerful organization like the Judgment Union would be able to do something like this. In the end, Li Guangming was controlled by Lin Fei. He was a fusion powerhouse with a combat power of 5 million. In the entire Holy Realm, there was basically no one else who could suppress him except him. Master, someone has found us. He's very strong with a combat power of about 4.6 million. The people around him all have a combat power of about 1 million. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave with Li Guangming, Little Devil's voice sounded. A screen was opened, and someone was walking towards the secret realm. Good heavens, another fusion powerhouse has appeared? Lin Fei's interest was piqued. The Holy Realm is getting more and more lively. This person is probably not from the Judgment Division. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come one after the other. Come in. The middle-aged man who had arrived a step later carefully brought his people to the outside of the secret realm. He was about to find a way to enter when he heard the other party's voice. This person is more powerful than I thought. Mu Chu's heart skipped a beat. Don't talk nonsense later. When Mu Chu first arrived, he had concealed his aura. His technique was very mysterious, but he did not expect to be discovered. After giving some instructions, he led his people into the secret realm. It's you! Mu Chu came to a platform in the secret realm, and Li Guangming immediately recognized him. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the Holy Realm. I thought you were going to hide forever. When Mu Chu saw Li Guangming, he cursed inwardly. The other party was not killed, and it seemed that they had reached some kind of cooperation, which gave Mu Chu a very bad feeling. Li Guangming, the Judgment Division is amazing, but it's not easy for you to kill all of us. If you can come to the Holy Realm, why can't I come? Mu Chu said, but his eyes fell on the black-robed man standing with his hands behind his back. The black-robed man in front of him did not emit any aura, but Mu Chu knew that this person was the one who defeated Li Guangming. Okay, stop arguing, Lin Fei said lightly. From a few words, he knew that the person who came was from the Star Field, and it seemed that he was a sworn enemy of the Judgment Division. Li Guangming immediately became obedient. Why are you looking for me from outside, or are you planning to cause trouble in the Holy Realm? Lin Fei's sharp eyes swept towards Mu Chu, and the aura of 10 million combat power pressed down on him. Lin Fei did this deliberately. After the fusion of the Great Path, the Holy Realm was Lin Fei's territory in his eyes, and no one was allowed to cause trouble, especially people from outside forces. It was necessary to show the necessary power. Mu Chu felt a sense of suffocation on the spot. This aura was really too terrifying. How can there be such a strong person in a place like the Holy Realm? This aura is at least a second-stage fusion powerhouse. It's really scary. Fortunately, I didn't put on airs as soon as I came. Mu Chu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding, we are not here to cause trouble. Mu Chu hurriedly explained. If this went on, he would not feel good, and his qi and blood would definitely be injured. Humph, it's good that you are not here to cause trouble. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Causing trouble in my territory, even if you have a powerful background, even if you are from the Judgment Division, you will still have to deal with me in this place. As Lin Fei withdrew his aura, Mu Chu felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his shoulders. In the face of the aura of a second-stage fusion powerhouse, Mu Chu really could not bear it. Mu Chu originally wanted to rope him in. After all, he was also a first-stage fusion powerhouse, but now it seemed that there was no chance. A second-stage fusion powerhouse also had a high position in their organization. Forget about roping him in. Chapter 2364. Mu Chu left the secret realm. Elder Mu, what should we do now? I didn't expect that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Li Guangming seems to have suffered a great loss. Under the starry sky, Mu Chu and the others had ugly expressions. They had come from a distant star field for the trial. They would be very happy if they could disrupt the selection. They were shocked by the existence of a fusion second-rank expert. This was far from what they had imagined. How could there be a fusion expert in such a backward place like the sacred world? Mu Chu smiled bitterly. What else can we do? We can only give up the mission. Do you want to fight with that person? Everyone fell silent. What a joke. They only had a little more than 1 million battle power. Fighting against a second-stage professional fusion expert with more than 8 million battle power was simply suicide. Didn't you see Li Guangming's honest look? He definitely suffered a lot. It was impossible for them to fight against that expert even if they were given 100 guts. Everyone should feel lucky that that expert has no ill intentions towards us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave the secret realm. Mu Chu continued, moreover, our goal has been achieved. The plan of the trial in the sacred world is probably going to fail. This trip was not in vain. They were stunned once again, and then they all revealed looks of joy. Yes, we succeeded. The trial's plan in the sacred world is destined to fail. That person appeared out of nowhere, and the trial is going to be furious. A smile appeared on Mu Chu's face. They had spent decades coming from a distant star field just to stop the trial and prevent them from easily nurturing geniuses. The only thing they did not expect was that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Mu Chu did not doubt that the other party would only need one move to kill them. Mu Chu was not too happy. He was thinking about something else. This matter was very important. Li Guangming's clone was sent back. At the very least, Lin Fei would not be too close to Li Guangming for a period of time. It was not a small matter to be able to control a fusion first-rank expert. Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. He had communicated with Little Devil, and he also felt that the expedition to the Empire was not simple. It wasn't that there weren't any who could use data to categorize it, but there really weren't many who could do it like the expedition to the Empire. Lin Fei learned something else from Li Guangming. Almost every expert that went on the expedition to the Empire had a book of life. Li Guangming's clone returned, while his main body stayed in a cave on the wild sacred mountain. The savage sacred mountain was one of the best places in the world, and it was the place with the densest origin energy. If Lin Fei wanted to maintain his powerful strength, he had to continuously absorb origin energy. Master, this is the new cultivation method that the Emperor of the Expeditionary Empire opened. The Book of Life is the key to this. Li Guangming summoned a Book of Life, which floated above his head. It was a golden book, and it was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a book. After Li Guangming took out the Book of Life, Lin Fei had the little demon analyze its origins. Did you cultivate this by yourself? Lin Fei had never seen anything like this before. The Expeditionary Empire became even more mysterious in his eyes. I didn't cultivate it by myself. Li Guangming explained, the Book of Life was actually created by the Expeditionary Empire. Every citizen of the Expeditionary Empire will receive a Book of Life from the Empire's branch palace when they are young, and then insert it into their body. As they grow up, they will awaken at a certain time. After awakening, the Book of Life will assist their growth. Lin Fei felt as if he had heard wrong. Isn't this the same as high-tech? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Expeditionary Empire's generosity. The other party's behavior was similar to his own system. Although it was much weaker, it was definitely a cheat for others. Li Guangming opened the Book of Life. According to him, other than himself, no one could see the information of the Book of Life unless he was willing to show it to others. Otherwise, even a top expert would not be able to see the specific information of the Book of Life. Next, Lin Fei saw a shocking scene. After the Book of Life opened, a page of properties appeared. This time, Lin Fei could not remain calm. Properties page, what kind of joke is this? A page of properties actually appeared on the originally blank page. Li Guangming, first job transition fusion occupation, first job transition swordsman strength, 150 speed, 110 endurance, 80 reflexes, 90 combat power, 5 million, shocking. This was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. The Expeditionary Empire's properties page actually appeared. If not for the fact that he had fused 5 types of Great Tao and his strength had increased, Lin Fei would definitely not have known that such a thing existed in this world. Could it be that the origin of my system is related to the Empire, or... An extremely unreliable thought flashed in Lin Fei's mind. However, once this thought appeared, it lingered and was deeply imprinted in his mind. First job transition swordsman, isn't this the setting at the end of the game? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. Ever since he came to this world, his memories of that year had been buried deeply. If not for those words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about them. However, he did not expect it to come so suddenly. Back in the game, there was a mention of occupations. Back then, Lin Fei had studied it carefully. It was a decent strength system, but after coming to the alternate world, he gradually forgot about it. The Judgment Organization, the appearance of Li Guangming, and the others made the things that he had almost completely forgotten resurface. First job transition swordsman, first job transition assassin. First job transition, all kinds of occupations. That was where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. Li Guangming's first job transition swordsman was far weaker than Lin Fei, which was why he was easily defeated by Lin Fei. In fact, he did not even get to use his best swordsmanship. It could be said that he had lost in a very sullen manner. Li Guangming did not dare to have any other thoughts. The cultivation system of the Expeditionary Empire covered almost the entire star region. The sacred world was an exception, and it was basically abandoned. The master in front of him had grown up in the sacred world, so he had to be a genius. What was the strongest expert in the Expeditionary Empire? Lin Fei suddenly asked Li Guangming. Li Guangming replied, the strongest expert in the entire empire should be the great Emperor Yuan Zheng. It is said that His Majesty Yuan Zheng has not appeared for more than 100 years. It seems that he is in seclusion. More than 100 years ago, the great Emperor Yuan Zheng seemed to have reached the 9th revolution, and he is the only 9th revolution expert in the empire. A 9th revolution expert, the only one. Lin Fei was very clear that the 9th revolution fusion was not easy to cultivate. There was only one ninth revolution expert in the entire empire, and his combat power was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 2365. Lin Fei placed a lot of importance on what class it was. The information that he had almost forgotten in the depths of his memory resurfaced. Ninth class advancement. A peak existence in the game. Lin Fei had a deep impression of it. The king who went on the expedition to the empire was extremely powerful. According to the information he had read, the strength of a ninth class advancement was at least 10,000. This was a huge difference. His Majesty seems to be a storm warrior, Li Guangming said. Lin Fei's memory resurfaced again. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's actually a storm warrior. That's a class that specializes in strength. It can be said that it's the strongest of the 4 major attributes. Among the ninth class advancement professions, it's invincible. Among the 4 major attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance were the 4 major attributes in the game. When each attribute was developed to the limit, it would become a terrifying existence. At that time, Lin Fei had specially studied it and had a deep impression of it. Storm Warrior was one of the powerful professions. Lin Fei still remembered that to become a Storm Warrior, it wasn't just strength. One had to reach a certain standard in speed as well. It could be said that among the 4 major attributes, strength and speed were higher than ordinary people. The word storm could be seen from this. This kind of profession would be very terrifying when it matured. Lin Fei didn't expect that person to be a storm warrior. Moreover, he was the only 9th class advancement expert. That was an existence that could casually kill 8th class experts. Lin Fei asked a few more questions about the Book of Life. Although Li Guangming was a deacon, his knowledge was limited. The Judgment Division wasn't a top force, so he didn't know much about the origins of the Book of Life. To be able to ask this much, Lin Fei was very satisfied. He had a vague guess about the expedition to the Empire. The masters of each of the 38 starfields were all high officials of the Empire. Each of them was an 8th class advancement expert. The masters of the 38 starfields were all 8th class advancement experts. Each of them was a veteran who had the chance to advance to the 9th class advancement in the future. Lin Fei also learned from Li Guangming that the reason the Judgment Organization arranged for the geniuses from the sect to come here was to provide them with a chance to improve. The Great Tao Primordial Heart could be refined into a Tao Pill, which could be used to improve the 4 attributes. This was also the reason why the Saints' World had set up a trap in the first place. It was to provide them with an opportunity. Of course, the geniuses of the Judgment Court were not first-job integration masters. It was very difficult to integrate the Great Tao. Therefore, in the Empire of Conquest, those who could become first-job experts and cultivate professions were all influential figures in the Empire. Big and small clans would extend an olive branch to them. Li Guangming was one of them. It was because he had become a first-job expert and a first-job swordsman that the Judgment Court extended an olive branch to him, and he successfully became a deacon in the Judgment Court. Master, I think I have figured out what is going on. After Li Guangming left, Lin Fei began to think. The little devil's words interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts. Quick, tell me about it. Lin Fei really wanted to know what the Empire of Conquest was all about. Master, the system released a message just now. I think the Empire of Conquest that we met is actually a technological civilization. The Book of Life is one of the developments in technology that helps humans cultivate. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. A technological civilization? Yes, the Empire of Conquest should be a higher-level civilization. In other words, it is a civilization that combines technology and cultivation to help humans cultivate, said the little devil. The system didn't have this information at first. Then it appeared. Maybe our system came from a technological civilization. In fact, Lin Fei did have such suspicions that day. With such advanced technology, other than coming from a very prosperous technological civilization, Lin Fei really couldn't think of where else it could come from. Lin Fei had always felt that the distance was too far. He didn't expect it to be so close. A technological civilization. Fortunately, Master didn't rashly go to the Empire of Conquest. If you really went, you might have been exposed. The little devil reminded. Master's improvement in strength has always been different from others. If you had the Book of Life, it wouldn't be so out of place. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei felt that it made sense. Can the Book of Life simulate? Of course. Lin Fei also wanted to see to what extent his data would be displayed with the Book of Life. With the Book of Life, he wouldn't be so out of place. No one would be able to see any traces of him. An hour later, the little devil simulated a Book of Life for Lin Fei. The aura was exactly the same. Even if that person from the Empire of Conquest was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see any flaws in the Book of Life. Lin Fei profession, none strength, 320 speed, 210 reflexes, 180 endurance, 270 combat power, 10 million, not bad, not bad. Well done. You can pass off the fake as the real one. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The little devil snorted. Master, you might be mistaken. You can't pass off the fake as the real one. This Book of Life is actually the real one. There are no flaws or flaws. If Master says it's fake, it will make me look bad. After hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then it's real. If Master says it's real, then it's real. No one can say it's fake, the little devil said very seriously. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't find any flaws in the Book of Life. It was as if it was real. Even Li Guangming would think it was the real one after seeing it. Is the data about the same? In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. The difference between the two shouldn't be too big. Lin Fei wasn't worried anymore. Others used the Book of Life to measure themselves, but Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this. He walked a different path from others. The numbers in the Book of Life didn't really help him much. By the way, little devil, can you see through the other party's Book of Life through the system? With the existence of the Book of Life, Lin Fei had an invisible advantage. The little devil said disdainfully, Master, you don't have to look down on me so much. It's just a Book of Life. Its technological level isn't high. It's very easy to crack. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei seemed to have forgotten that the system's level was definitely higher than the civilization controlled by the Expeditionary Empire. The Book of Life might be a great existence in the eyes of others, but it was really nothing to the little devil. There was no technical content. Then what do you think I should do next? Now that I have the Book of Life, what do you think I should focus on? After the fusion of the Great Daos, Lin Fei hadn't found the right direction. After seeing the 4 major attributes and the original game system, Lin Fei understood what he was missing. Chapter 2366. Duplicate 6th grade Dao Core. Duplicate 7th grade Dao Core. Duplicate 8th grade Dao Core. Establish a database. Lin Fei not only learned from Li Guangming about the trial and the expedition to the Empire, but also obtained a complete Dao Core. In the expedition to the Empire, Dao cores are the most commonly used currency. Continuous consumption of Dao pills could enhance one of the 4 major attributes. Of course, it is not easy to keep taking them. It requires a huge amount of resources. The medicinal pills that Li Guangming had on him were all speed-type medicinal pills. After refining them, he could increase his strength by a bit. He could accumulate a large number of Dao pills. Lin Fei bluntly copied them and established a database. After the little devil's research and analysis, Lin Fei found a suitable profession, which is a profession that increases strength. It is called the Roaring Warrior. Lin Fei has a deep impression of the origin of the Roaring Warrior. This profession mainly focuses on increasing strength. The other 3 major attributes basically do not need to pay attention to. The goal is to increase strength. The Roaring Warrior is a top-notch profession among the 4 major attributes. Almost no one can successfully cultivate it. Outsiders can't, but Lin Fei can't. In addition to the Roaring Warrior, Lin Fei also values speed among the 4 major attributes. For example, among the speed attribute, there are several professions that are very powerful. Some professions can rely on speed to contend with strong enemies and be invincible. Lin Fei will not miss this opportunity. 3 months later, Lin Fei came out of the wild sacred mountain. 3 months is enough for Lin Fei's strength to go to the next level. His original 10 million battle power increased by 1 million, reaching about 11 million. This method of improvement is enough to be amazing in the expedition to the Empire. In just 3 months, the entire sacred world is in chaos. Not a single big or small force is idle. All of them are attacking the resurrected powerhouses and snatching their great Tao origin heart. The Yellow Springs sect master, Qinjunshan, and some other veteran powerhouses have established their own forces to contend with them. Even so, this side is still at a disadvantage. After all, the geniuses who came from the judgment all had a battle power of around 1.5 million. On the contrary, those resurrected experts didn't have such tyrannical strength. Basically, their battle power was around 800,000. Who asked them to not have Great Tao primordial pills? Back then, after the trial, the primordial Great Tao pills were not left behind. They were all confiscated, and the primordial Great Tao pills disappeared from the sacred world. It's time to restore peace. With a battle power of 11 million, Lin Fei could be said to be the strongest existence in this area of the Holy World. The battle between the people of Judgment and the resurrected powerhouses actually affected Lin Fei's resources and interests. In the end, they didn't lose anything, but Lin Fei lost a lot. Yama's death domain. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was in high spirits and had been in the limelight recently. With his peak 5th step battle power, he had killed dozens of revived experts. All of the unwillingness he had felt back then had vanished into thin air. The strong always like to follow the strong. In the face of increasing their strength, it was nothing to give up their freedom. At the very least, they had reached a new realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to achieve in a lifetime. Blood Prison, you have done well recently. Your next mission is to continue to lead people to kill them. Don't show any mercy. A ball of energy in the palace said. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's face lit up. A loud bang interrupted Sacred Lord Blood Prison's words. The palace shook, and the top was clawed open. A hand reached in, and the ball of energy high above and Sacred Lord Blood Prison fell into this hand. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's strength was suppressed, and he couldn't use it at all. Similar situations kept happening in every small sacred world in the sacred world. No matter how well the other party hid, in front of Lin Fei, who had absolute strength, they seemed vulnerable. A battle power of 11 million against a battle power of 1.5 million was indeed a crushing defeat. Almost every genius from the judgment who was caught was suppressed in one move, and the strength in their body was suppressed. This time, their expressions changed. How could there be such an expert in the sacred world? Could it be an enemy from the star field? Bang bang bang. On an uninhabited continent outside the sacred world. One by one, figures lost control and fell on the continent like broken bags. As soon as they got up from the ground, a tyrannical and terrifying force pressed down on them and they couldn't move. Let us go. We are the geniuses of the judgment. You can't offend the judgment. Let us go immediately. Deacon Lee, do something. The arrogant geniuses of the judgment were lying on the ground, and it was difficult for them to raise their heads. It's them. What's going on? The Yellow Spring sect master, Qinjunshan, and some other old powerhouses were also pulled by an invisible hand. In front of this hand, they couldn't resist at all. When they saw the figures lying on the ground, they were all stunned, and then burst into cheers. If it wasn't for the existence of that terrifying force, they would have gone up to take revenge. Ever since they came back to life, they knew that they had fallen into the judgment's trap and became pawns for others. They gritted their teeth and had deep resentment towards the judgment. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to take revenge. The geniuses of the judgment were all powerful, and at the same time, they controlled the major forces of the sacred world. There was almost no place for them to hide in the entire sacred world. As long as they hadn't recovered their strength, the geniuses of the judgment would always be their Dharma sword. They could fall at any time and kill them with a sword. They didn't expect that the powerful geniuses of the judgment would be suppressed one by one. How delightful was this? It turned out that this day would come for them too. Everyone is here. Lin Fei said lightly. The people who had been moved over realized Lin Fei's existence. Previously, they were all attracted by the people on the ground. Thank you, Senior. The Yellow Spring Sect Master cupped his hands. He knew who this person was. He was the one who had helped them back then. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. Looking at him now, he was unfathomable. When these old powerhouses saw the black-robed Lin Fei and his unfathomable aura, they were secretly shocked. A genius who could suppress the judgment was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. They knew that the Judgment Organization had arranged for an 8th-step powerhouse in the starry sky outside. "I'll speak, you listen." Lin Fei's voice wasn't too heavy, but the invisible pressure made them feel that they couldn't disobey. It seemed that if they opened their mouths, they would definitely not have a good ending. "No matter who you are, let us go immediately. Otherwise, when Deacon Lee arrives, you will all die without a burial place." A young man roared. "You talk too much." Lin Fei snorted coldly. He grabbed with one hand and crushed the young man, leaving only the Great Path Primordial Heart. Chapter 2367. Lin Fei casually made a grabbing motion, and all the cultivators present were shocked to see this scene. Their scalps went numb. The genius of the Judgment Realm in their eyes was crushed, and the primordial heart of the Great Path was perfectly preserved. This was enough to prove that Lin Fei's control over his strength had reached the point of perfection. "I don't like it when people talk too much." Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. No one dared to look him in the eye. Even the prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to breathe too loudly. To be able to kill them in one move, the other's strength was very likely at the level of merging the Great Path. After a glance, everyone's temper was gone. The prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to speak again. Administrator Lee hadn't come for a long time. Something might have happened. In the distant holy world, they really had nothing to be arrogant about. Without Administrator Lee, they were like toothless tigers. They couldn't be arrogant no matter what. At this moment, it was as if the world had collapsed. "I'll give you two choices. Either you submit or you die. This is the reason why I've brought you here. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. Submit or die." At this moment, everyone was no longer calm. Especially the prodigies of the judgment. All of them had great backgrounds. Not only did they have the judgment behind them, but their families were also very powerful. They had been prodigies since birth. Now that they were being asked to choose, this was something that had never happened before. "We're from the judgment. We won't submit." As soon as he finished speaking, the young prodigy exploded into a bloody mess. The heart of the Great Path landed in Lin Fei's hand. "Continue." The prodigies who had wanted to resist were now covered in cold sweat. They realized that this was no longer a situation where they could strut around. The black-robed man before them had the strength to kill them. Killing 2 of the judgment's prodigies left them in despair and fear. "Submit or die." "I'm willing to submit, I don't want to die." In the face of death, someone couldn't help but speak. In the face of death, no one was willing to choose death, especially these prodigies. Surviving was more important than anything else. Moreover, surviving meant that they had a chance. The judgment was the leader of the star field. No matter how strong this person was, he couldn't withstand the judgment's fury. Not to mention this, just the families behind them could suppress the other. "I'm willing to submit." Since there was one unlucky person, the rest chose to submit. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others had never thought that one day, someone would demand their submission. However, 2 of their geniuses had been killed in a single strike, so they didn't have the confidence to fight back. The geniuses of the Judgment Hall were stronger than them, but in front of this alliance Master Fu, they were still killed in a single move. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Since that was the case, why should they resist? They decisively chose to submit. Without being targeted by the judgment, they could also take a breather. In the future, it would not be impossible for them to regain the strength they had in the past. In fact, it would not be impossible for them to reach even greater heights. Lin Fei didn't place any restrictions on the Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others. There was no need for that. The geniuses of the Judgment Division were different. They all had puppet insect seals placed on them. These puppet insects were of a higher grade and could be easily controlled. After a round of torture, The Yellow Springs sect master and the other veteran experts felt their hair stand on end. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world that could torture people to the point of hovering between life and death. At this moment, they rejoiced in their good luck. It seemed that the other party had no interest in controlling them. The chaos in the sacred world completely calmed down. All the forces in the sacred world were wiped out. All the forces in the sacred world were gathered together, and the 14 forces from before had all disappeared. After the forces in the sacred world were swallowed up, the strongest force in the sacred world was left behind, the Avengers Alliance. The controller of the sacred world became Alliance Master Fu. Lin Fei's invincible palace was also hidden. As long as he didn't expose his identity, the entire sacred world would be controlled by the mysterious Avengers Alliance Master. The Avengers Alliance was divided into two camps. One was the geniuses of the Judgment Division, and the other was the veteran experts like the Yellow Springs sect master. They monitored each other and balanced each other. At the beginning, the geniuses of the Judgment Division tried to suppress them with their strength. However, Lin Fei gave them Dao pills to recover their strength, which dispelled their thoughts. The two sides were at odds with each other. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this situation. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin were the strongest experts who were controlled. Lin Fei had given them the strength Dao pills, which increased their strength very quickly. Although they were still far from merging with the first class, their combat power was around 1,000,000. This was already very strong in the sacred world. The sacred world returned to peace in the face of such strong means. The influence of the Avengers Alliance also spread throughout the sacred world. The wild sacred mountain was directly listed as a forbidden area by the Avengers Alliance. No one was allowed to enter, and every entrance was set up with layers of arrays. This place became the source of origin energy for Lin Fei. He exchanged for equipment through the system and began to plunder origin energy units. The effect was not ordinary fast. After plundering for a year, a problem appeared. The origin energy was decreasing. In this year, Lin Fei's system kept replicating Dao pills, and the consumption was very fast. As the origin energy units began to decrease, Lin Fei began to feel anxious. The Saint's world is still a little too small at the end of the day. Most of the origin energy was destroyed in the battle back then. Fortunately, the savage sacred mountain is different and managed to preserve a portion. I've constantly plundered it, and it's almost dried up. I need to come up with a new plan. The business was big. There were too many needs. For example, replicating the Great Dao and replicating Dao pills. All of these required origin energy. Lin Fei consumed a lot of origin energy units. Do I really have to go to the star field? According to Li Guangming, there is a popular thing called an energy block in the Expedition Empire. It is a special creature that absorbs the origin energy between heaven and earth. As long as I have a chance to replicate it, this creature will no longer be a dream. This idea was out of control as soon as it came out. The sacred world was too small for Lin Fei to use. If he continued, the origin energy units of the sacred world would be plundered by him. This amount of resources was not much help for Lin Fei's needs. Lin Fei had to go to a bigger place. Lin Fei was also very interested in the technological civilization of the Expedition Empire. It seemed that only by going to the Expedition Empire, he might have a chance to find out the origin of the system. According to Little Devil, there should be something in the Expedition Empire that had been guiding it to the Expedition Empire. Then I will prepare to go to the Expedition Empire and see the technology of the civilization. Lin Fei quickly made a choice. This was something that he had to come into contact with sooner or later. Li Guangming had become the #1 expert in the sacred world. Lin Fei was not afraid of the people from the Judgment Empire at all. It would take more than 90 years to travel from the Judgment Star Field. Chapter 2368. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The entire sacred world had always been under the control of the Avengers. The originally chaotic sacred world had also begun to flourish. All sorts of experts were constantly emerging in the sacred world. Those experts who had been resurrected had regained 60 to 70% of their original strength. This was only possible with the help of the Tao pills provided by the leader of the Avengers. During this period, it was inevitable that some experts who thought themselves infallible would try to express their own opinions. In the end, they were all suppressed. Within the Avengers, the two major forces suppressed each other and managed the sacred world very well. I really have to leave. There aren't enough resources. In these 5 years, Lin Fei could be considered to have lived in seclusion. He did not pay much attention to the matters of the sacred world. He was also not interested in the internal conflicts of the Avengers. As long as he existed, those people would not dare to raise any objections. The resurrected experts were not satisfied. Lin Fei would not pay any attention to them. Those geniuses from the Judgment Hall alone could easily suppress them. If they didn't want to stay, Lin Fei would not force them. The world was so big and they could go anywhere. He had no interest in stopping them. On a mountain peak in the wild sacred mountain, the demonized black wind whistled. However, the mountain peak had formed an independent space. The demonized black wind passed through both sides. In these 5 years, Lin Fei had explored some of the dangerous places in the sacred world and obtained many useful things. Lin Fei had plundered the White Bone Plain in the center of the World Wall battlefield several times and obtained many things that he wanted. It could be said that these 5 years were actually for Lin Fei to prepare to leave the sacred world. It's time to go. The resources were getting smaller and smaller. Lin Fei could not sit still. Outsiders did not feel anything because they were not strong enough. Lin Fei had the leveling system. No one knew the amount of resources better than him. Lin Fei had already explained everything about the sacred world and left behind a trump card. As a trump card of the Saints' world, Li Guangming was enough to block any attack. In order to avoid being discovered, Lin Fei had created a perfect trap so that no one would suspect that Li Guangming had disappeared for some other reason. In 5 years, Lin Fei also increased Li Guangming's strength to the level of 6 million, which could be regarded as a great increase in strength. In the Expedition Empire, increasing 1 million battle power in 5 years was something that very few people could do. Li Guangming was even more loyal to Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that Li Guangming would be able to break the puppet bug. As it continued to strengthen itself, it became extremely powerful. With just a thought, even if Lin Fei was far away, he could still instantly kill Li Guangming. Lin Fei did not like the sadness of parting. After settling down, he left in the middle of the night. In the starry sky blue Luan remained in the starry sky. This time, they would be relying on a powerful flying beast like the starry sky blue Luan to head to the star field. If they wanted to reach that star field by relying on human strength, it would take at least 200 years. The starry sky blue Luan was that powerful and heaven-defying. Compared to 200 years, 90 years was indeed a very long time. After controlling Li Guangming, Lin Fei controlled the starry sky blue Luan. According to Li Guangming, the starry sky blue Luan was also a very precious flying beast in the star field. In terms of price, it would cost more than 100 million energy blocks. In the star field, energy blocks were more popular than Tao pills. Energy blocks were controlled by the great forces and belonged to the Empire's resources. It was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain them. An unparalleled powerhouse's net worth was around 10 million energy blocks. Those who were not doing well would have a net worth of a few million energy blocks. When I reach that star field, I must get a long-distance teleportation gate. Lin Fei secretly clenched his teeth. He had also learned about the long-distance teleportation gate from Li Guangming. In the star field, due to the distance between worlds and star fields, there would basically be teleportation gates. As the sacred world was an abandoned world, its resources were almost depleted. No one was willing to come to the sacred world. Therefore, long-distance teleportation gates had become impossible. It was said that the cost of a long-distance teleportation gate was a shocking 500 million energy blocks. Star field, here I come. Standing on the starry sky blue Luan, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The starry sky blue Luan spread its wings and flew high. Traveling was a very boring thing. It would take 95 years to reach the star field from the sacred world. Lin Fei began to slowly adapt to traveling. With Li Guangming's star field map, he was not afraid of going to the wrong place. He would usually cultivate on the back of the starry sky blue Luan and familiarize himself with some of the Roaring Warrior's attack techniques. When he reached the star field, Lin Fei would be a Roaring Warrior, a second-stage professional Roaring Warrior. Of course, he would need to pass the test first. The expedition to the Empire was very important to personal information. If Lin Fei wanted to gain a foothold in the star field, there were many things he needed to do. It was not as simple as he imagined. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In the first few decades, he almost didn't meet a single person. It seemed that the sacred world was too remote. Along the way, apart from the starry sky blue Luan and those uninhabited continents, there was nothing else. Living people? There was no need to even think about it. In the 85th year, Lin Fei finally saw some living people. Those living people seemed to have bad intentions. Especially when they saw that the starry sky blue Luan was worth hundreds of millions of energy blocks, many of them were provoked. If there were many people sitting on the back of the starry sky blue Luan, they would definitely not dare to make a move. Now that there was only Lin Fei, under the temptation of the energy blocks, those people finally made a move. For the sake of the energy blocks, those people went crazy. When Lin Fei stepped into the periphery of the star field, he encountered a group of bandits. Their strength was not bad. Almost all of them had a combat power of more than 1 million. Besieging an expert with a combat power of 2 million was not a problem. For the first time, Lin Fei saw the mysterious veil of a first-stage professional. These people were not strong, and their professions varied. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He let them do whatever they wanted until they lost interest and suppressed them with one move. This should be the Empire Medal. After destroying the corpses, Lin Fei looked at the spoils of war. The most eye-catching one was a round black medal. Lin Fei remembered what Li Guangming said. All martial artists who had achieved the first stage professional would have an Empire Medal. This Empire Medal was issued by the Empire and recorded the information of the profession. If one didn't have the Empire Medal, then congratulations, one would be considered an unregistered person in the Empire. Once caught, one would be sent to become a slave. Little devil, try to analyze and copy it. Lin Fei was now a standard unregistered person. Once caught, he would be assigned a different fate. Basically, unregistered people would be sent to open up mountains. In the end, they would die of exhaustion in the mines. In order to gain a firm foothold in the Empire, Lin Fei must make some preparations in advance. Putting down the Empire Medal, Lin Fei's gaze fell on a black stone. Rather than saying it was a stone, it would be better to say that it was a round stone. The stone was pitch black, but it was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei tried to hold it in his hand and felt the vigorous aura inside. It was the aura of origin energy. Chapter 2369. After absorbing a black energy block, Lin Fei was shocked. This is good stuff. One energy block is equivalent to the amount of energy a device can absorb in a month. Lin Fei smiled. So far, what Lin Fei lacked the most was origin energy. However, the sacred world had been destroyed many years ago, so origin energy was scarce. Fortunately, he had the system which could absorb origin energy. Special creatures can grow energy blocks. Can I absorb them directly? An idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This was much faster than planting. After checking the Empire Medal and energy blocks, Lin Fei absorbed the Great Tao Origin Heart. This thing was not good. After absorbing 20 to 30 Great Tao Origin Hearts, his combat power increased by less than 30,000. This result was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectation. It seems impossible to increase combat power by absorbing the Great Tao Origin Heart. I can only find those high-grade pills. After being besieged, Lin Fei kept the starry sky blue Luan. This guy was too conspicuous. It was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei kept it in the pet space. This was opened by the system later. Putting the starry sky blue Luan in the pet space could also increase its strength slowly. There was no need to worry about the information being leaked. Originally, it would only take 10 years to reach the destination by riding the starry sky blue Luan. However, it took Lin Fei 20 years to finally enter a magnificent starfield. Since 3 years ago, Lin Fei had entered the periphery of the starfield. There were prosperous continents one after another. Each of them was bigger than the sacred world. Their overall strength was incomparable. The empires will left the deepest impression. The empires will covered 38 starfields. No one disobeyed the empire's will. Lin Fei slowed down his pace. Along the way, he learned about the empire's strange and interesting stories and customs. After seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Fei felt the power of the empire. Very powerful. For example, Ashwolf's star. It was one of the 38 star sectors that Lin Fei was currently in, the Tsonglang star that was controlled by Judgment Division. Back in the day, the great emperor had established the Expeditionary Empire. The rulers of the 38 planetary systems had all been promoted to high officials because of their contributions. Each of the 38 star sectors had different sizes. The Tsonglang star was not considered big, but it controlled more than 100 worlds and continents. Compared to the other star sectors, the gap was not small. No matter how big or small the gap was, no one dared to look down on the high officials of the Imperial Expeditionary Expedition who controlled a star region. In the Tsonglang star, the Judgment Palace was like a local tyrant. Perhaps that great emperor was worried that the influence of the star field would be taken away by others, so he established a branch palace in every star field called the Expeditionary Guard. In fact, everyone knew that the Expeditionary Guard's role was to monitor the movements in the star field. They were the eyes and ears of the great emperor. Fortunately, the Expeditionary Guard usually did not manage the affairs of the star field. Unless it was a major event, it was rare to see the Expeditionary Guard. Moreover, the Expeditionary Guard's branch palace was not located in the center of the star field. It was precisely because of the existence of the Expeditionary Guard that the territorial lords had great influence, but they did not dare to do anything disgraceful. The Expeditionary Guard had also become a sharp sword hanging over their heads that could be cut off at any time. Every Expeditionary Guard had an elder who was very powerful. Together with the treasures bestowed by the great emperor, their strength could increase exponentially. All along, the most terrifying person in the star field was not the territorial lords, but the Expeditionary Guards. There was a rumor that once one was on the blacklist of the Expeditionary Guards, even if one was extremely powerful, he would be removed from the list overnight. Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. He had a detailed understanding of the star field and even the Expeditionary Empire, which overlapped with the information in his memory. Wow, what a huge city! Is this Tsonglang City? The center of the star field? Unbelievable! This is too unbelievable. Tsonglang City was huge. It could be described as magnificent. Everyone who came to the outskirts of Tsonglang City would stop in their tracks and be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. After more than 100 years, Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. Finally, he arrived at the center of Tsonglang Star, Tsonglang City. Standing outside Tsonglang City, Lin Fei was also shocked. First of all, Tsonglang City was huge. One could not see the end of Tsonglang City. The sky above Tsonglang City was covered with a huge blue energy shield that was constantly activated. With just one look, Lin Fei could tell that the shield had a strong defense. He had heard about it along the way, and now it seemed that it really lived up to its reputation. This is definitely a technological method. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and walked towards the city gate. Every time he entered the city, he had to pay a piece of energy block. This entrance fee was not small. After a year, the entrance fee would definitely be a huge figure. Lin Fei did not encounter any trouble from the guards at the city gate. This was also because he was prepared. Through the system, he had duplicated an empire medal. This empire medal was of the lowest grade and was sufficient to enter the city. Although Tsonglang City was magnificent, in fact, there were special measures set up. Whenever blacklisted people entered the city gate would show them. Many blacklisted people tried to sneak into the city, but were all discovered and sent to the mines. Lin Fei was very confident about the empire medal that he duplicated. Therefore, Lin Fei openly entered Tsonglang City, the central city of this star field. After entering the city, Lin Fei first found an inn to stay in. Following that, for the next 5 to 6 days, he basically spent all his time outside to gather information. He had gained a lot. There was not much information about the Judgment Palace. Recently, the most popular news in Songlang City was about the Capital Institute. Songlang City had an organization to deal with the Capital Institute. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the Capital Institute. This was an institution established by the emperor himself. It was above all other colleges. Those who graduated from the Capital Institute were all outstanding people. If they were not in the military, they would become the elders of a faction. It could be said that those who graduated from the Capital Institute were very popular. The Capital Institute recruited students once every 5 years. The assessment was very strict. The percentage of students who could enter the Capital Institute was very low. Even so, there were countless geniuses who signed up for the recruitment. This was because the geniuses who graduated from the Capital Institute had another identity. They were the disciples of the emperor. This honor was not something that anyone could obtain. As long as they did not commit any crimes in the empire, they could sleep peacefully for the rest of their lives. No matter what, they had an unimaginable advantage over others. This was also one of the reasons why the Capital Institute was popular. Everyone wanted to stand out, and the Capital Institute was the first choice. The temptation of being the disciple of the emperor was not small either. Lin Fei was very interested in the Capital Institute. The resources of the Capital Institute were unimaginable. It controlled many mystic realms. The resources of various sizes were unimaginable. It's very difficult to become a student of the Capital Institute. Others might not have a chance, but I have a very high chance. I also want to know if the Capital Institute has all the occupations I saw previously.